Rallying is one of those sports that you cannot get enough of. It's always a challenge and it's never easy, and you just keep wanting to come back and do better. And I guess my personality is I want to win, I want to beat it, and I want to work harder than everyone else because I know I can do it. And I love it when somebody says you can't do it, because then I work harder. Rallying is one of those sports that you cannot get enough of. It's always a challenge and it's never easy, and you just keep wanting to come back and do better. And I guess my personality is I want to win, I want to beat it, and I want to work harder than everyone else. I know I can do it. I love when somebody says you can't do it, because then I work harder. Rallying is one of those sports that you cannot get enough of. It's always a challenge. It's never easy. You just keep wanting to come back and do better.
Introducing ePartrade, electronic performance and racing trade. ePartrade is a revolutionary new web-based trade-only product sourcing platform that works 24/7 to connect performance parts suppliers with racing business professionals around the world. Find new products and technologies all year long, accessible everywhere, from anywhere, 24/7. ePartrade is the only product sourcing platform as innovative and fast-paced as the racing market itself. ePartrade is the fastest, most efficient, and cost-effective way to introduce new parts and services to the worldwide racing trade while they're red hot, allowing builders, race teams, retailers, engineers, and other verified racing businesses to access them from anywhere in the world, day or night. As innovative and fast-paced as the racing market itself. ePartrade is the fastest, most efficient, and the world is changing, and we're changing with it. Welcome to the future. ePartrade, the global online platform for the performance and racing industry. Engineers and other verified racing.
Okay, good morning, everyone. It is 6:45 here in the studio in California. We are waiting for our good friend and partner, Paul Fanner, who he is here right now. I can see him coming on. He was working from some big announcement coming up for this upcoming week. So I think, Paul, you there? Good morning, Paul.
Morning.
Hey.
Good morning.
Day 3 Day 3 of ePartrade Online Race Industry Week in partnership with Racers. So we have been starting on the minute. It is 6:45. Welcome everyone. Welcome to the first annual Online Race Industry Week, Day 3. We may continue after Day 5 because we enjoy it so much. So we may go into Day 10 or Day 20.
You didn't talk to me about that.
Anyway, so good morning to all of you in the United States, in Canada, in Latin America, in South America. Good afternoon to all of you in Europe and on the African continent. As we said yesterday, we have people from everywhere in the world watching us. Good evening in the Middle East. Again, a special hello to Romain Grosjean, who's still in a hospital after a terrible crash during the Bahrain Grand Prix. And then good night for all of you in Australia, New Zealand, Japan, Asia. We have 110 countries represented in this week event. And as I said before, this is spectacular. And really the two reasons, and we should all be proud of this, is this is a truly global industry. People race all over the world. We talked about it yesterday, the day before. We'll talk about it in the next 3 days. This is a truly global industry. And now with the technology we have available in today's world, you know, online make it so easy and so convenient for all of us to gather together from wherever we are in the world, whenever we want. So thank you to all of you for being with us today. I have 3 wonderful people on the panel with me this morning. So ladies first. Please welcome my co-founder of ePartrade, Judy King, as well as John Kilroy, Chief of Content and Audience Development. Paul, we'll go into you after. I'll share a little story about Judy and John before, because Judy and John have over 20 years history together. For 20 years, we work together to serve this industry we love so much. And in 2018, when we got together to launch ePartrade, that was already one step of a revolution we're doing, taking the industry into the 21st century with all the technology available in today's world. That was not enough for us. And in 2020, when the world went upside down and COVID hit, we thought, what else could we do? And as we said before, we wanted to find a way for the industry to stay connected and engaged. And we launched this series called ePartrade Live, which still is a weekly tech webinar, a weekly business webinar where we invite suppliers, buyers, race team, promoters to talk on Zoom for about an hour. And people connect, engage, ask questions, and that keeps us connected. Now that series did so well that back in the summer, we thought, how can we do? I mean, there won't be shows at the end of the year. So what if we did a full week of those webinars? And that's where the crazy idea came. But in order to do that, we needed to find the right partner. And the right partner is right there on the screen with us. First, he is a dear friend of us. He has been a dear friend of all 3 of us for over 20 years. At some point, we had offices next to each other. And on top of it, he is Mr. Media in the United States. So within one second, we gave a call to Paul and we told him, we have this idea of doing a full week of tech webinar with business webinar. We'll invite the entire industry and get people together. And Paul, I think, took less than half a second to say, I'm in. This is exactly what we need now. Let's do it. And we have no idea how to do it, how it's gonna work, but Paul put his magic, and there's no other way to describe Paul. Paul put his magic into this, and within 3 months, we're able to produce the most, I mean, it is the most important event of the year for the industry, there's no doubt, but it's changing the world, and Paul did his twist, and we put all our efforts into it, and we're able to produce a full week of webinars, 55 hours, 5 days, 150 plus industry speakers from all over the world. And without any further introduction, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the one and only Paul Pfanner founder, president, and CEO of Racer Media and Marketing. Paul, on to you.
Well, thank you, Francisque. I hope my children and my wife are watching because they were the ones asking me to take out the trash and clean the kitchen before I left. So I can't tell you how exciting this week has been. The inbound stream of texts and emails just complimenting the programming and the quality of the panels and the products being introduced is it really fills me with joy that people needed this and wanted this. And all of you, it's just so fun to work with you. I just have to say that. It's a treat. I look forward to every time we get together to plan. You have hustle like any racer does. You hustle, you try to get to the future first. And I think that you've done that with us. And to everyone who's participated, thank you. I've learned a lot by watching this week. And I think that it's been great to spend time with my friends. I don't get to see them this year, and it's, even if I'm not speaking to them, I'm watching many of them on these panels. And it reminds me why I love this industry and why I love the people in it. You're all really special. You're so dedicated and committed to what you do. And I am so fortunate to work in this world and know all of you. And that's the greatest reminder of all. I look so forward to the coming year because I do think we're going to have an amazing restart, not only of the overall economy as the vaccine is deployed and life returns to a new normal, but racers are so competitive. Linda Vaughn said it best the other night when I asked her. She said it with such passion. What is the competitive advantage here? It's competition. We love to compete. We'll want to beat everybody to getting it to where it needs to be quickly. And that's what I hope we do today too. We're going to talk to some really interesting people all day long. And I want to remind everybody that's watching, share the link, send an invitation to your friends to watch this. You can register, it's free. I don't think you're gonna have any regrets. Just if you're working, just have it on while you're working. You'll learn something and you'll see some of your friends. So let's get going. Judy, on to you.
Thank you, Paul. Well, welcome everybody to today and this week. This has really been a fun event to put together. It's amazing the array of speakers, suppliers that we have had jump on board. So we're so grateful to them. And everybody jumped on board to do this for the racing industry. So we can't be thankful enough. So we'd like to make sure we thank all our speakers. They all jumped on board because they believed in this week and they believed in this racing platform. So thank you, ETS Racing Fuels. Thank you, Full Race, powered by Borg Warner, Miller Electric, Penske Racing Shocks, and AEM Performance. Thank you for your belief in supporting this whole week. And lastly, we are so proud and honored to have three well-known names doing our technical webinars. We have brought on board Jeff Hammond. You know all what he's done in this amazing career. He was a winning crew chief, 20 years on Fox Sports. And now he with Brad Gilley, who I just so admire. Both Jeff and Brad are on board and they're with Sirius XM Channel 90. And it's called The Late Shift. So join them on Sirius XM. And then we also have the NHRA announcer, Joe Castillo, who is with WFO Radio. And as Paul said, please do invite, share the news, help us spread the word about the remainder of this week. So on to you, John.
All right, thank you, Judy. Again, Online Race Industry Week. What we're doing has never been attempted in racing. And I've looked it up, and I don't think it's been attempted really in industry anywhere, in the United States or internationally. And when we thought of the idea, our theme was all together now. And we just feel like the whole industry is going to rise up versus doing nothing. Let's do something. And that was our plan. And then it all came true. So a lot of people jumped on board to meet the challenge of the pandemic. And really, it's a very racer approach to the challenge. So imagine having gone through the last 2 days, imagine if we hadn't had this. And we're going to work, we don't have this annual gathering. And most important, we really need to spend this time of year thinking about next year, thinking about the race season next year, and how to really get going. So that's what we're about. That's what we're doing. Do we have a big announcement yet today about what's taking place on Friday?
Yes, I think we should talk about that.
Okay, Paul, go.
Well, I'm very, very pleased to announce that at our noon Pacific show, 3 p.m. Eastern, we're going to welcome Mark Rushbrook from Ford Performance to be our guest. Mark oversees a vast array of things that Ford Motorsports and Ford Performance are doing. And I can't wait. A very progressive company doing some very interesting things. And my original passion for motorsports came from Ford's motorsports initiatives in the 1960s. And then to close out this amazing week at 4 p.m. Pacific on Friday, I'm thrilled to be able to welcome my friend Jim Campbell, who oversees performance activities and many other things, including the motorsports side of General Motors and Chevrolet. And I think that Jim, is a fierce competitor and has had great success, and his teams and his own staff have had great success in building motorsports programs that define American racing to the world. I will tell you that I'm not ashamed to share that I do cheer for one team in the global arena of motorsports, and that's Corvette Racing. To me, that's the American Air Force going to war. And when the yellow cars roll, I stop having any connection to the media world, and I'm a pure race fan. I love that team. I love it when they win. And when they go to Le Mans, I stay up all night long to watch. I literally I live and die with progress of the 3 and 4 cars here in the U.S. and whatever numbers they're usually carrying at Le Mans. But they're wonderful. Jim's a wonderful guy, and I really think that's a perfect way to close this out, because Ford and Chevy define American racing to the world. Many of us have raced. I've raced Ford product. I've owned both types of cars, but I think it's a great way to close it out. And I can't think of a better way for us to end the week.
So spread the news on that. Get on social media, email your friends and colleagues. There's a lot of thinking time going on in Online Race Industry Week, not just the technical part of racing, but also when it comes to just concept, how do we get more fans? How do we bring in sponsors? How do we compete against other sports that are in line to try and get the same money that we are? So this is some really good thinking time, especially today. Some panel discussions we have today will just throw everything back at you. Let's think about this. And by the time when we've had time to mull it over, January starts. Let's put some new initiatives into action. Francisque?
Well, I mean, you said it perfectly, John. There's absolutely everything into this. We finished the day last night with Monster Energy talking about sponsorship. Okay, we finished the day before with chassis simulation and computational fluid dynamic for like engineers in top professional race team. In between, we had any type of technical explanation on piston suspension. We had guests from the top racing series, of course, Mr. Penske. We had a crew chief, the best crew chief in the world for drag racing altogether.
Yep. Okay, that was awesome. That was
fascinating. That was totally fascinating.
She was spectacular. And you were talking about passion, and this has been a blast. So I'm planning on expanding it at the end of the week. We were going to go into the weekend, guys. Already.
And then real quick, tomorrow morning, Chip Ganassi, we'll kick it off with Chip Ganassi. Friday morning, Bobby Rahal. So, it's early for us in the West Coast of California or the United States, but we want to start early so that it was convenient across the time zones of the United States and Europe and other places in the world.
And John, the key so far has been that we started every webinar on the minute. It is 6:59 a.m. here in California. I see that our panelists for the first session of the day are on. So I am going to bring them on one by one. We have 3 wonderful people, representing the best of the best. So Paul, while you do this, I am going to bring I see Connie in, I see Chip, and I think we're going to bring Doug. Okay, here they are.
Great.
I think we are ready to go. So, Paul Fanner, you are in charge for the next 50 minutes. We'll see you soon.
All right. Well, I'll try not to blow the big deal here. We've got some very interesting guests on, and you know, first off, my congratulations to everyone on this this panel about racetracks for getting through the year 2020. I don't think any of you thought that you would be dealing with the things you were dealing with at the beginning of the year. So I'll start with a good morning to you, Connie. I see beautiful VIR in the background. Oh, you're on mute, Connie. Need to get your microphone on. Okay, we'll come back to you, Connie, while you get your microphone turned on, and we'll be back to you. Chip, life in Daytona, how is it?
You think about the year we've had here at Daytona, starting with a record Rolex 24, exciting finish, and then rolling right into the Daytona 500, hosting the President and the First Lady of the United States.
Yeah.
Really off to a fantastic start, and then March 13th hit, and our world changed. And so I've never been more proud to be a part of our company or this sport than I am today. You know, the things that we've been able to accomplish this year in unprecedented times is certainly something everybody in our company is really proud of. I know Doug's had the great fortune of running the Indy 500 and running the Brickyard 400, but it's really gotten us all to band together even closer. I talked to Doug a lot even before this year, but really proud to be a part of this industry. You think about the progress we've made in professional sports. First sport back with live content, first sport back with fans in the stands. NASCAR has certainly elevated their stature in professional sports, and I think you're seeing that in a lot of the things that are coming out now.
Yes, Chip. And Chip, Wild, thank you for everything you've done. It was inspirational to see racing, you know, really return at Daytona for IMSA, and then just to see what you've done to bring the sport back to life. And when I was standing in the pre-grid at Daytona for the Rolex 24 at the beginning of this year, I just was filled with optimism. I looked at the size of the crowd. You had a really excellent crowd there. And that just the atmosphere, just the energy there. I thought, what an amazing year this is going to be.
Yeah, so we were the same. You know, you start off with the Rolex 24. It's always a great event, and we continue to grow that event year after year. You know, you see new OEMs coming in, to see new drivers that are coming to the sport. It's an exciting time to be a part of motorsports, and you know that really sets the tone for the season for us, not just for the speedway, but for the sport. And you know, we felt like going into and then coming out of the Rolex 24, we were in a great position, and then rolling right into the Daytona 500. You know, sold out crowd for the 5th consecutive year. Lots of momentum. You know, at the end of the race, obviously we had an unfortunate incident with Ryan Newman that, thank God, he was able to walk out of the hospital 2 days later with his girls by his side, and you know, it just speaks to a lot of the safety innovation that our sport has been able to foster over the last decade. So, you know, all in all, we were rolling out of February with a ton of optimism, but you know, you have to play the cards you're dealt, and it really starts with leadership. You know, Jim France is just such a pioneer in motorsports, and Lisa France Kennedy, they're incredible people, and I think this year has proven that fact over and over and over again. And then, you know, Steve Phelps leading NASCAR has certainly been a welcome change, and has done tremendous things. And I think everybody in motorsports, and in fact in sports, has seen the benefit of us really paving the way. You think about, we're the only sport that didn't have any interruption when they came back from the pandemic. You know, starting at Darlington in May, and then rolling through the championship out at Phoenix Raceway a couple of weeks ago, and same with IMSA. Started back in Daytona in July, on July 4th, and didn't have an interruption. They got every event in and finished at Sebring. So really proud of the work that this group on this panel has done, and our collective industry. That it's really taken everybody pulling the rope in the same direction, and we've been able to do that this year.
Yeah, you sure have. And I'll tell you, you nailed it when you talked about this. Just, I think the pride all racers felt at the fact that, you know, we show up no matter what happens. We manage to find a way forward. And I'll tell you, my emotions soared when I saw the races began again, and that this was the first sport back. We were the first to reclaim our ground and our destiny.
That's right.
But I want to now go to Connie. I hope you have your microphone on. Oh, we're still having a problem, Connie.
Oh no.
Hopefully we'll get this sorted. We're going to go to Doug Bowles. Doug, my friend, how are you?
I'm good, Paul, and I'm sad we can't hear Connie. Connie's such a leader in our sport. She is the president of the Road Racing Industry Council that Chip and I are both part of, and really has over the last few years brought all the racetracks and the racetrack promoters and operators together in a way that we can share information and really make the sport better for our fans. So I'm looking forward to hearing from Connie, and she is that beautiful backdrop there.
Yes, indeed, and I am very much looking forward to Connie. I always do look forward to speaking with her, and her energy and her optimism is
Thank you.
You're back. Okay, let's go back to you, Connie. I think everybody wants to hear what you say. You had a good build-up. Thank you, Doug.
I've got 3 people helping me here.
There we go.
Yay!
Teamwork. Team VIR. Yay.
Good. Yeah, Team VIR for sure.
By the way, it's great to see you, Connie. I miss you. When we parted company in Daytona, you know, I didn't think we'd have the things happen that did, and
Lord no.
You know, you have just such a great group there, and I know you all work so hard, and you have such a beautiful facility. Tell us about your life here in 2020.
Well, it's like everybody, we've had a lot of challenges, but I think we're coming out of it as a much better company. I was really thrilled when the governor finally let us reopen in early May. And the first visitors on site literally came in and got out of their cars and kissed the ground. I felt like I was an Indian.
I don't blame them.
So ever since we've been able to reopen, we've been running nearly every day. We've been able to run all of our events as private events. Everyone is pre-registered at the gate with their COVID waiver and their regular waiver. Virginia has been one of the more strict states to operate within. But I think our brand has really shown through, and motorsport, as Chip was talking, has just been a winner, and everybody's been very, very happy to be here.
Well, and then thank you too for I know you're relentless and your team is relentless. And every time I see a racetrack win against this microscopic enemy, I am thrilled. And, you know, I'm really impressed with how you handled it and how your team handled it this year too. So thank you, Connie. And Doug, we've known each other for a while, and you're you are a former racer. Do you still race? I got a question.
Anytime I can get in a race car, I take the advantage. I actually participated this year in the Champ Car Endurance Series, Chump Car, as some folks know it, mostly because our 18-year-old has done several driving schools, Skip Barber, and races go-karts, and we had an opportunity, thanks to the folks at Rams Racing, to run a BMW together for 10 hours on Saturday and Sunday at the Speedway. So we had a great time. So anytime I can get in a car or steal one of the Chevy Corvettes that we have around here and run some track laps and call my wife, say I'll be home a little late, I got some work to do. So I probably have more miles around the Speedway road course and the Oval than just about anybody.
I bet. Well, I personally was thrilled to see Champ Car finally race at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. But I want to know how you did.
Yeah, there's more to that, right? There's
that's a joke for people
yeah.
Probably that were a little older. But anyhow, you preside over the largest stadium on the planet.
It's you know, I think it's been fun, an opportunity, especially Chip and I get a chance to talk to each other. Fortunately, our big races are a few months apart, so we sort of learn from each other, and just the pressure that goes along with, first of all, I'm so passionate about this place anyway. I grew up loving this place thanks to my dad, who introduced me to it, and I've loved it my whole life. And I've worked here a little over 10 years now, and the responsibility that goes along with this place, what it means to the state of Indiana, what it means to Indianapolis, what it means to motorsport globally, but more importantly, what it means to the 300,000 plus fans that show up here every Memorial Day Sunday for that race. It's an amazing facility. It's sort of got a life of its own. And we've got an amazing staff of people who share that same passion that our fans do. We absolutely love this place. I think it's really similar to what Chip and his folks do with Daytona. These racetracks mean so much more than just the one race they have to the folks. It's events that people define their family relationships around. They define their year around going to these races. So there's an awful lot of pressure to deliver not the race on the track as much as the event and all the things that lead up to the green flag, and what our fans expect when they're here. So it's much more than a race. You hit it right. It's just about this massive stadium and event that goes around the 500 miles that obviously are important, but it's an event, not a race.
Well, yes, and I think that in selecting the panel, I wanted to choose not just the personalities. I like what you all do, but each one of these facilities touches the soul of American racing. They have long histories and heritage, and they're the original spirit of motorsport in this country. And I think that as we looked at 2020 with such optimism, I have to ask you, with what happened, what surprised you most? And it doesn't have to be a positive or a negative thing. What surprised you most as the year unfolded? Well, I'll start with you, Doug.
For me, what I think really surprised me the most is that this became, I think maybe we didn't believe that COVID was going to last the whole year. Right. We knew it was a problem. We knew it was a challenge. We knew we had to deal with it. And in March, when things changed for all of us, and I was in St. Petersburg to kick off the IndyCar season, and much like Chip talked about, the beginning of the NASCAR season was such a lift for all of us. It was going to be a great NASCAR season. It was going to be a great IMSA season. Same with IndyCar. I think motorsports in America was going in absolutely the right direction. A lot of excitement around it, and then to have to step back. We paused for a little bit, talked to Roger. Roger spent a lot of time here at the Speedway, really helping us think through things. And we felt like, let's just take the 500 and move it to August, because we really felt like by the time August was around, we wouldn't be dealing with COVID anymore. And then to obviously get to August and have to have the Indy 500 without fans, I think that was the biggest surprise. I think we felt really good about the move to August, that we'd get an opportunity to have it. And then the other thing, and Chip touched on this a little bit, the resiliency of our industry to adapt almost every week as new information came out and things changed. And then our ticketing team to take 300,000 people and start thinking about how are we going to reseat them? How are we going to do it at a reduced capacity if we have to? And the different variations that we went through, literally beginning June 1st through the running, or really through the announcement when we said we couldn't have fans at the 500, our ticketing team worked 7 days a week. They didn't leave the Indianapolis Motor Speedway because we kept changing. So the resiliency of our fans and the industry really are the things that, I don't know that it surprised me, but it made me feel awful proud at how focused and committed this industry and our fans are to having events.
Yeah, and that was not lost on many of us, by the way. We had a discussion what it must be like for you to have multiple scenarios that you were anticipating, all of you, as this was unfolding, and having the effectively the near-term fate of your business in the hands of someone else, the government or local authorities. But again, hats off to you and the entire team at IMS, Doug. You did us proud, all of us that love motorsports. And Connie, I know you and your team of thousands at DIR.
I mean, we've got 2 hotels on site and all kinds of other amenities as a resort surrounding the racetrack. Yeah. So, I mean, everything shut down overnight. We went down to just 14 skeletal staff, and now we're back up over 300. Everybody's back, thank goodness.
Wow, that's great news.
it's been great in renting the track as often as we do, which is nearly daily, at least one racetrack. But I think in trying to pull our schedule together, we really learned so much about our customers and those that are volunteer organizations and how they were more resistant to coming back than the businesses. You know, the David Murrays and Chin Motorsports of the world were very easy to work with. Our OEM testing shot through the roof, race team testing. You know, everybody who was engaged in our business was out here in full force, and now all the big volunteer groups are back. And the governor's speaking this afternoon, so we'll see how much he lets us do. He cut us back from 1,000 people on site to 250 per event last week, and we're still making that work.
Yeah, and it's an evolving situation, obviously. But you know, thank goodness you and your team are there to manage it and to the betterment of motorsport. Chip, you know, you're already on the pace lap for the start of the 2021 season. Just fill us in. What is that like? You're literally in process preparing for an imminent launch of a season into an uncertain environment.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we're really good at scenario planning. I think Doug mentioned it. Just the amount of you know, amount of work that goes into, you know, figuring out how we're going to do different capacities. And, you know, like Doug said, you know, between the two of us, our teams host some of the biggest sporting events in the world. And if we have 101,000 people, 300,000 people, or 30,000 people, it still has to have that energy that comes with hosting one of motorsport's biggest days. And I think that's you know, what we continue to push across our team is, you know, we have no control over what the pandemic's doing, but what we do have control over is how the event is presented, both live and on television, to convey what it is to sports. And so we've been working really hard at that. I think we've gotten really good at screening people, at making sure we keep people socially distant. If I never have to say that word again at the end of this pandemic, it'll be
amen.
It's just unbelievable to me that the things that we've had to think through and work through this year that are so outside of what we're comfortable doing, but we've gotten really good at it as an industry. And I think, again, it just speaks to the commitment that everybody has to putting on these events and pulling off these events. And yeah, so I mean, the Rolex 24 will be here in like 60 something days, and the Daytona 500 in like 75 days. So we're definitely right in the midst of what we're going to be doing, and hopefully we'll have those plans announced in the coming days.
Yes, and you know, I just have, on a personal level, thank you to you and your staff for you know, the incredible amount of work you're putting in now, because you're the green flag for the season. I think that one of the most important seasons in the history of racing.
No question, and I appreciate that. And you know, we do put a lot of pressure on ourselves to make sure that when people show up here, both industry, media, and fans, that they have the experience they deserve. And it takes every one of us pulling the rope in the same direction to deliver that experience. And so it's something we take very seriously. And you know, listen, 2021, especially the first quarter, who knows what it's going to look like. Even if there's a vaccine that comes out today, I just don't think it's going to be widely distributed enough that we're going to have, you know, a significant amount of change in what we're doing through the holidays. Plus, with the holidays upon us and all of the travel amongst family, you know, there's most likely going to be a spike in cases, which is just unfortunate, but it is what it is. So we're all, you know, we're hopeful that we can figure out and have 101,000 people here for the Daytona 500. And but if we can't, we're still going to pull off an incredible event that shows well on television, and certainly for the folks that are here. The most important question of the day isn't anything we're talking about. Is Doug just mentioned that he has the most laps around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, but he didn't tell us how he finished when he ran the Champ Car race. So
I think we need to go back to that, Doug.
People down here watching want to know, where did you finish, pal?
We were somewhere in the teens. So, you know, it's 60 cars and we ended up in the teens. So
That's respectable. That's respectable.
Well, the bigger bummer was by the end of the second day, the 18-year-old was faster than the 54-year-old. So that's
hey, bud, that's how everything works these days. I don't know if you're aware.
Well, Doug, we've got Champ Car this coming weekend. You could come do some laps with us.
You know, it's funny, Connie. I'd love to get down there and run with you guys. So especially right now, it'd be nice.
Yeah, we had a 24-hour Champ Car race about a month and a half ago. That series is doing tremendous things, and I think it actually helps motorsports in general because it's bringing car enthusiasts who maybe don't have enough money to race in the sports car ranks, but you know can buy a car and put a cage in it and run it, and it gives them the opportunity to run in some of these iconic facilities. And I have a buddy that lives in South Carolina, just bought a brand new Miata that he's going to be running the full Champ Car season next year. It's going to be great.
I have a 944. So.
That's fantastic. And, you know, I think that, you know, what you've all dealt with here, it had to have taught you some lessons. And, you know, I just think, what is the lesson that you've learned out of 2020? And I'll go back to you, Doug. What's the dominant lesson?
Well, I think the biggest thing for me that I think we've all learned is just the importance of that communication and appreciation for our fan. Right. Our fans are so passionate about our sport and about our events. You know, 70% of the Indy 500 attendee doesn't watch another race the rest of the year, right? It's just all about that event. And so for me, it's really been about how we can't forget that this sport is driven by those fans. We get caught up in our TV numbers. You know, there's a lot of money associated with the TV contracts and the way that we sort of retail politics our sport. But at the end of the day, it really comes down to the way that we deal with that customer that walks through our gates, that customer that takes an entire day or more, you know, from the time they leave their house or wherever they are, and they fly to Indianapolis and they park and they walk and they sit in seats for a long time. And so for us, I think we've just learned how important those fans are and continuing to communicate with them and let them know what's going on. You know, one of the things I started doing leading into the 2016 Indy 500, which was our 100th running, is I wanted to make sure fans knew that we cared about them. And so I called 10 customers every night on my way home just to say thank you. And that's the importance. And I think motorsport, IndyCar, NASCAR, sports cars, racetracks, we do that better than any other sport. We give them opportunities when they're here that you don't get at a stick and ball sport, the ability to have a pit pass and to talk to the superstars who are getting ready to participate on game day, you know, moments before the event. We do such a better job at communicating and drawing our fans into our sport. And so for me, I think the biggest takeaway was how important it is just to continue to, the priority needs to be those people that buy tickets, and we need to continue to make sure that we communicate with them and that they know that our sport doesn't happen without them. Even when NASCAR got started and they couldn't host fans, it was those fans that at home tuned in and watched on TV, and they couldn't wait to have the sport back, and they tweeted about it, they posted about it, and they helped build that momentum. It really is all about our fans. We can't forget, because it's easy to forget. We can't forget how important they are.
That's absolutely
Doug,
correct.
That's a great point. That's a great point, Doug. And I would say communication is critical. Like, they just want to know what's going on. They want to know when they can get back to the racetrack. Yep. They want to know, how they can participate. And I think you do it better than anyone. And I've taken a page out of your book, calling customers as well. I talk to 10 customers every day. Same thing. Just, hey, how's it going? How are you doing? And be empathetic to their situation. And it's not about coming to the racetrack. Everybody's dealing with the pandemic the same way, right? You're isolated. Yep. You're having to deal with the challenges that you never thought you'd deal with. I mean, I was at home with 3 kids under 10 and a wife who all, by the end, don't even like me.
I relate to that. I relate to that. Yep.
I was so happy to be home alone.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think it's important that we show empathy to our race fans, and it's not about creating a sale. It's about showing them that we appreciate them as a person and look forward to providing them some sort of opportunity to get out of what they're living right now. And when we saw fans at the racetrack, I stand at the gate and welcome them just like you and Roger do. And I think our leadership did. Jim France was welcoming fans back to the racetrack. Lisa was. Steve Phelps was, and they, half of them didn't even know who we were, which is even better. But the thing, they kept saying, hey, thank you for being here. And they would say, no, thank you for figuring this out for us. And I think that is how, like, what we've seen more than anything this year is the appreciation that people have, knowing that we had to go to great lengths to get to where we needed to get to host them, and do it safely. So I think it goes both ways, but certainly it's been a year of learning those kind of things.
And here in our,
yeah, go on, Connie.
and here in Virginia, we haven't been allowed to have any fans. So our fans are our participants, and we're spending a lot of time thanking them for being here, and vice versa. They're just so happy to be back.
Yeah, that's got to be so frustrating for you, knowing your personality, Connie. I know you love your fans. I know you love your the people that love VIR.
I love to make howdies. That's what I do.
And by the way, Doug, your PR team is out there in the racing side of your life, 8th in class, 16th overall. So
very good.
That's great.
So
That's
well done.
great.
Well done. You know, this is a really interesting subject, you know, and I think that, you know, I will say, just from our point of view as a company, the first 2 jobs or employment opportunities I had in motorsport, I worked as a parking lot attendant at a long gone racetrack called Ontario Motor Speedway. And then I then worked in a souvenir stand at Riverside. My boss ultimately was Les Richter, who was very nice to me and encouraged me to go forward in this business. And I got to see firsthand really the operation of a racetrack at some level. I got to appreciate it early in my life. And racetrack is the soul of the sport. It's where we worship the spirit of the sport. And when I look at this year, you know, I think about it. Where's the opportunity in this? The world of mobility and sports marketing is changing. And I think we're all trying to anticipate that. But there was an interesting phenomenon this year that we can't ignore. Most major league sports crashed in terms of their audience when they went back to being live. I saw really sustained audience numbers for racing relative to the prior year in most instances. We saw a massive, just unbelievable surge in traffic on racer.com. Staggering year over year growth. Now, maybe that's because people weren't at the racetrack and they were connecting to us, but it was every day of the week. And, you know, we started off with a record Rolex 24, astonishingly strong growth on the Daytona 500 before Ryan Newman's accident. Then we get to the esports era, and the engagement in the esports content was stunning. And at that moment, we saw media trend to younger audience composition in our Google Analytics numbers, 170 plus growth in 18 to 24-year-old, over 300% growth in female audience. So something's happening inside of motorsport that gives me a lot of reason to be optimistic. So as we go forward, I have to ask everybody on this panel, where is the opportunity in this moment for you? What do you see that you didn't see before? What can you do now? We've got momentum. Well, other sports may not have that momentum. What do we do? And I'll go start with you, Doug.
Well, I think you're right. It's been interesting when we weren't exactly sure how fans were going to connect to the sport as we got back. You know, NASCAR coming back first. We all couldn't wait to see how the audience was. And I think what we've learned, and you touched on it a little bit, is it's not just about the experience at the venue, and it's not just about the experience on television, but it's how do we stay connected through all the other platforms we've had that we've known were important, but maybe weren't as elevated to that point as they are now. So whether it's going to places like racer.com to get information, or whether it's our own websites or our social channels, just communicating on a more regular basis with our customer, connecting that way. One of the other things for us, we're a massive facility. Obviously, it's essentially a mile long by a half a mile wide, and technology is difficult at our place just because it's hard to get connectivity and pull it all together. But when we were able to host fans in the fall for our 8-hour challenge event and the 2 IndyCar races that we had here, we started really ramping up our mobility, our mobile ticketing, our mobile seating, our opportunity to help move customers around the venue through communication on their mobile devices that we had slowly worked towards, but never had a reason that said, look, we're trying to make this as simple as possible. So we're going to just cold turkey. We're going to try that. Now, for those Indy 500 fans who are freaking out going, oh my gosh, the most important thing I get every year is my blue envelope with my Indy 500 ticket. That I don't see changing, at least for that event. But I think the opportunities for us to try new ways to connect to consumers here at the racetrack. And it was really driven out of the idea that we're trying to keep them safe. We're trying to make things more touchless, make a concession line quicker so your food's there when you get there versus having to stand in line and order it. I think those are the opportunities that we have in front of us now that we knew were there, but maybe now have moved their way up on the pecking order and the importance to get done leading into next year and the years after.
That makes total sense, Doug. And I think also, I have to say that I approached August with some trepidation because I was thinking there's just no way we were going to beat May 2019. You had Fernando Alonso not qualifying, you had all the drama of the race itself, and it was up massively over August. The Indy 500 outperformed the Indy 500 in 2019 on our website with big numbers. And the month was enormous. I mean, it was a record month, over 800,000 unique visitors for the first time. And what I got a sense of is that something happened where our fans have chosen to be connected, not just through us, but through other platforms, everything. You've got a good partner in NBC Sports now. It's fantastic. But all of you have very good websites. You have good communications. Connie, what is the thing you've done? Because you haven't been able to have your spectators on site. What are you doing to keep connected to them?
Well, one of the interesting things this year is our VIR Drivers Club grew by almost 30%.
Wow.
This year. And
wow.
I mean, people that were on the fence in any regard as regarding motorsport and participant-driven activities just jumped right in, and they've spent more days here than ever before. And what the families say, because a lot of them bring their children and whatnot, and it's a family activity, is look at the background. I mean, the place is 1,300 acres. It's huge. It's green. You can easily do that nasty thing called social distancing with your helmet and gloves on. I mean, it's just a great sport to, manage in this time, because you can do all the things within the rules and have a wonderful time in a wonderful environment with great people.
And what's interesting, you just touched on something, Connie, that I've been thinking about. And, one of my closest and long-term friendships in the sport is John Doonan. And we were talking about the fact that there is this interesting opportunity to, especially on road racing, to play the social distancing card here. You can social distance and compartmentalize with your family, bring a motorhome, bring a tent, but basically camp on site, enjoy it. You have that opportunity as well, Chip, at Daytona with the Rolex. And I think that there are things we can do, government permission, being the preeminent concern here, but that where we can become an active, vibrant sport before other things can, because of the nature of permanent road courses allow that. And you've got one of the most beautiful permanent road courses on the planet. Do you have a plan there?
Yeah, we do. I mean, it'd be very similar to what we did during the 4th of July race. We allow campers that have self-contained units to be inside the infield and set up. We're trying to get creative. I think to Doug's point earlier, we're really trying to focus on using areas differently. So, we haven't, because of all of the guidelines, we haven't had tent camping, which is a big part of the experience. But we have these big open fields. How can we use those differently to welcome more race fans back, but do it safely? I think that's really important. To Doug's point earlier, what the pandemic's done for us from a marketing perspective is it's made us try new things. Things that we've talked about for a really long time, and everybody's really reluctant to do because it might upset a race fan, or it might disrupt the sales flow. We've been able to prove that that's not the case. E-tickets, that's a big point of contention for all of us as track operators. It's the wave of the future, but we have a fan base that's very used to getting, to Doug's point, blue envelopes with tickets in it, and that's how they do it every year. And if you try to do something different, it's gonna throw them off. Then we worry they aren't gonna buy tickets again, and then we got to go find. It takes twice as long to get new customers. I mean, and they're all laughing because it's exactly what we debate every day. but the pandemic's made us do it, and it's proven that that we're wrong. They're right. Like we have been wrong for a long time, and so having tickets that you can use your phone for is actually better for them. And I think what it's also done is made us look at all of our technology, and we're having, I'm sure Roger's really happy about it, and I know Jim and Lisa are, we're having to upgrade technology and spend real dollars against it, but there's no going back. And are we still going to do commemorative tickets for the Daytona 500 and for the Indy 500? Absolutely. That's an important part of the tradition. But we're going to give people options that we wouldn't have given them prior to the pandemic. Same with, cashless concession items, being able to use push notifications to get information to fans. All things that we've slowly started to roll out, but now we just push fast forward on it because we haven't had any choice. And I think to your point about how we've managed to continue to engage with our fan, kudos to our digital team figuring out how esports can be on Fox on Sunday afternoon and get people to tune in and watch. I mean, that was the first game changer, because I think it opened up other influencers' eyes to what our sport's all about. We hosted a number of NFL players over the pandemic safely, of course, at our events who'd never been to a NASCAR race, didn't know anything about motorsports. And I think then they started talking about motorsport to their influencing group. So it really has been a snowball effect this year. But I believe I'll start with the Pro Invitational, the Esports Pro Invitationals on Fox. I mean, I have twin boys that are 10 years old. They've been around racing their whole life. They thought that was a real race, and I had to explain.
It was a real race.
The video game. Their mind was blown. It was awesome. It was like the first time I could prove them wrong.
It was, and I had to remind myself that these are digital cars. It's, oh my God, he wrecked it. Oh no, it's not too bad. But I have to say that it was phenomenal to watch the kind of commentary that we have a lot of people on our message boards, and we have a lot of share activity. The average amount of shares on a monthly basis from racer.com vary between 350 and I think the high was in August, 462,000 shares off of racer.com. Wow. And what are they talking about? Well, during the pandemic, they were talking about esports. And they're basically, I was saying, the audience is the media in new media. If you can energize your audience, you've got something. And something happened here. Our growth is directly driven by the energization of the audience. You saw something like a rocket taking off once they had something to be excited about amid the gloom of the pandemic. And it's amazing.
And it's interesting that came together in 2 weeks.
Wow.
We pride ourselves on really being thorough and coming up with a really thorough plan. They literally figured that out in 2 weeks.
That is so impressive.
You just got to go with your gut. You got to go with your gut and know that it's the right thing to do. We've been using that platform, that iRacing platform, for a long time in motorsports, and everybody knows that. When I worked on the race team side, we actually required all of our rookies to get in the simulator at least 2 or 3 days prior to any track they haven't gone to, and understand where the breaking points are, and get a feel for it. So it's a really great tool for the racing industry, but it also provides an opportunity for folks who don't have a ton of money to come in and get a feel of what it's like to be in a real race car, and understand that it's not just about what you think it is. There's so much that goes into driving one of these vehicles.
Yeah, and I want to add to that too, because we consulted on the branding of iRacing back in the mid 2000s. David Kamer's team has just done an amazing job, and I remember thinking at the time, this could change everything. This is so real. This connects people to the experience of racing, the relatability that was missing many times when you're watching from outside the cockpit. And it took longer than I thought. NASCAR embraced this very early on. I have to commend NASCAR for that. That was really impressive to me. But what you have is the ability for racing to be on 24/7, 365 everywhere in the world with something like that. It's a permanent attractor. And to see cars racing at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway or at VIR, And is VIR was actually the sample track in the prototype. That I found myself, they set up a simulator in my office, and I was there one time at 11 o'clock at night and realizing, holy, I just was here for 4 hours and it went by, and and I think we have so many tools maybe we didn't fully appreciate. And as we go into this year, I have to say to everyone, I know you've learned that the audience is there every day of the week, every day of the year. What do you have a plan to stay connected to this audience going forward?
Well, I think from our part, from the IndyCar part and from the Speedways part, we learned an awful lot from those couple of weeks on the front end that NASCAR, started out with the e-racing, and then obviously IndyCar came on and did their events. And again, it's like all the other technology that we've worked on. We've known it was important. We've known there was a way to connect. It just hasn't been the priority. And then when you don't have any other way to really connect and show your sport off, it forces you to, as Chip said, in a couple of weeks, figure out how you're going to do this, put it together, convince an entire field of drivers, many of whom were familiar with iRacing, some of whom weren't, to go ahead and try and put themselves on the line and let an audience watch. So it's been really interesting. And as we have younger drivers coming up across the board, whether it's in our IndyCar series or NASCAR or IMSA, those young drivers, it's part of their DNA, right? They've been sim racing for as long as they've been able to walk, some of them. So it's a great way to connect to a younger audience. And to your point on 4 hours, we've got an iRacing simulator in the basement, and I can't tell you how many evenings I end up down there and I hear my wife yelling, "Are you coming to bed yet?" And all of a sudden, 2 or 3 hours have passed. I've been trying to run the Chili Bowl in a midget, or run the new, the Dallara car with the aero screen and try and figure out how to see through the middle of it running down the speedway. And there is so much fun, and the connectivity that you have through that to be able to communicate with people from around the world who are running with you at the same time. And you can see the excitement if you follow on socially when people get excited because they're running and, oh my gosh, Tony Kanaan is in my race or somebody. So our superstars in NASCAR and IMSA and IndyCar are running with regular guys and girls who just love racing and connecting in a way that football doesn't happen, baseball doesn't happen. They are getting to race in a race car against somebody who's won the Daytona 500, the Indy 500. It's an amazing platform. And our drivers across the board have embraced that. And it's not just for these made for TV events we've put together. It's real life. Drivers spending hours on it, running against fans, creating fans, and giving fans an opportunity to see what it's really like to run a race car. So I think it's going to be part of what you see in all of our sports in the off season and through the season, that we're using these e-platform race opportunities, especially the iRacing platform, going forward.
I agree. And I think the thing that's so interesting to me is it sustains the momentum. We can look at the metrics when we look at our digital platform, and I will just say Racer actually grew in circulation during the subscriber base grew by 4% without us really doing anything. People just wanted something to read, I guess. But the thing I found interesting is just the desire to be connected to the sport in between races, in between seasons, is real. It's there. And we had a sort of the theater's closed, we're shutting the lights off, please leave, take your trash with you, sort of mentality about motorsports at one point. And you don't have that luxury, Chip, because you have to be spooled up and ready to go in January. But in Connie, you have a park basically that happens to have a racetrack in it. But when we're sitting here, and I'm going to deviate from the question set I sent to you earlier, what's the number one thing on your to-do list for 2021 that what do you tell your staff we're going to do differently or we're going to do now? And Connie, can you go first, please?
Yeah, we're going to go with our resort much further in 2021. I have a new partner who's investing, heavily with us. So we're planning another building of villas, and we're revamping our food and beverage operation. All the things that support what's going on the racetrack is going to be front and center for us next year.
That's great. That again, the thought of diversifying and having a broader base of revenue is great. Chip, the lights are out on the pace car. Your 2021's almost ready to go. Tell us about what your priority is.
Our priority certainly is welcoming as many race fans back to the facility as possible, but we got to do it safely, and we got to continue to push. we're not just, we're known for a number of events, but the track is busy 300 days a year. We just like Connie and Doug, we have customers on the racetrack all the time. So, in fact, we're doing a professional triathlon this weekend, which
really
crazy human beings are going to get in the lake at 65 degrees. I will not be one of them, but
I will not be one of them.
Yeah. So, but I think our priority for next year is getting back to some sense of normalcy, and really getting the business back on stable ground, not financially, just understanding what the new normal is going to be, and then starting to plan and live in that new normal. And I'm hopeful that with all the news coming out on vaccines and the group that we have at place at the racetrack, we're gonna thrive again in 2021. And if that environment isn't exactly what we want, we'll be able to be nimble enough to move around. You think about what the Speedway and the team here has been able to do in 2020. We've hosted 2 events that we didn't even know we were going to have. In fact, one of the 2 events, the road course race 2 weeks before the Coke Series Sugar 400, we found out 3 weeks before we were even going to do it.
Wow.
So figuring out how to get the facility ready, get it on sale, and execute the event in 3 weeks, pretty remarkable. But that just speaks to the talent of the group that I get to work side by side with every day. They're tremendous professionals, and we'll continue to thrive.
Yes, and you bring to mind racers are ready, and that's what's been. I've just been impressed by the ability to pivot and adapt that your team has had, Chip, and congratulations to everybody on the team for navigating this gauntlet of challenges here. And I want to go to you, Doug. You host the largest single-day sporting event in the world's largest stadium. You ended up finding that your facility was the safety net for the IndyCar series and being able to execute the season. I see changes to your schedule, some events that aren't happening in the coming year. We had Roger tell us about the new philosophy, or the old philosophy, returning to the Speedway, about it's a very exclusive place. What, in the context of that, what is your priority, number one priority going into 2021?
Well, I think our number one priority is, and Roger really set this tone from the November announcement in 2019 to the moment that the acquisition actually was finalized in January, which is it's really about the customer experience. And he spent hours upon hours and days upon days walking around the facility, a lot of them in the January, February, and March months when it was still cold and snowy here, helping us figure out how can I invest in the Indianapolis Motor Speedway to make the experience better for fans. It's not about how can I invest and get a return immediately on my investment. It's how can I invest so that when fans walk in the Speedway, they know that the most important thing to Roger Penske, to Penske Entertainment, to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway are the fans. So we did a lot of investment. In fact, we used that opportunity when we couldn't have fans and couldn't have events to really invest in the fan experience. So a little disappointed that August didn't happen because we didn't get to host those fans, but not unlike Chip, we didn't get approval to host fans for our fall 2 races and the 8-hour challenge until 2 weeks before. So within that 2-week window to go on sale tickets, to get 15,000 people to show up for an event that we had essentially 10 days to sell until the gates opened, says an awful lot about our staff and really where we are. And so the philosophy really is, how can we host big events at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway that are good for our brand, fit with our brand, and good for the sport in general. One of the biggest things I think that happened out of this past year that I can't wait for next year was the sort of forced marriage of NASCAR and IndyCar, same weekend, same venue, when you put IndyCar on the road course with Xfinity on the road course on a Saturday and then Cup on the oval on Sunday. I couldn't wait to host fans for that because I think our fans are going to love that. It's great for our sport. Oftentimes folks think NASCAR and IndyCar are these competing entities. Same with, can Daytona and 500 and the Indy 500 get along? And it's amazing how cooperative this entire industry is. If NASCAR does well, it probably means that IndyCar and IMSA are going to do well, and vice versa. So we all are really supportive for each other. So the ability for us to put an IndyCar race on that weekend, first of all, thanks to NASCAR for allowing that to happen. It is their weekend. And then to be able to have those 2 races at the end of the year here at the Speedway to make sure that we got enough races in to have a championship really says a lot about the IndyCar folks, about Roger and his desire just to succeed. And everything is an opportunity to Roger. I mean, I've not seen him have a down day. His attitude is unbelievable. It's been a pleasure to get to know him more and to work alongside him. And I think that says an awful lot for our sport. Keep reminding people that Roger Penske is a smart man. He's made his money and been successful because he's made smart decisions. And for him to invest in the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the IndyCar series is good for our entire sport, because here's a guy who's saying motorsports is a place to invest your money. So I think all of us, whether it's IMSA, IndyCar, NASCAR, can use that as an example as we're out trying to get others to invest. And you see it at Racer. I mean, it's a great platform to help our brands. And but our biggest focus really going into next year is just continuing to make that customer experience better.
Well, I see the effort being, and I've got a chance to see some of the preview videos of what has been done to the Speedway. It's stunning. And it's very Penske-esque. So thank you, everyone, for an amazing panel. I really enjoyed spending time with all of you this morning. And Connie, I'm going to see you in January. And Jeff, I'm going to see you in January. And Doug, I bet I'm going to see you in January.
There's no better way to kick the season off than at Daytona. And it is an amazing event for those folks who have never done a 24-hour race at Daytona. Other than the Indy 500, the Daytona 500, it's the one you need to go see.
Absolutely.
I got to go to your 100th running, and there were so many people you couldn't even see the ground. It was amazing.
Well, thank you, everyone. That made my day. So I really appreciate you taking time to join us.
Great sessions. Great session. Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you, Chip. Thank you, Doug. Stay with us. We are going to move you back as attendees. That way you can watch the other sessions. We have a tremendous sessions. Next, we're going to go to England. And we're going to talk to the producer of the British Touring Car Championship. We are going to talk historic racing. We're going to talk rally racing with Ford over there. So we have a tremendous lineup of webinars all day. And thank you very, very much. My first job in racing was at the French Formula One racetrack in Manicourt. As your big racetrack, you guys, but my first job ever was at the racetrack, and I just remember those days like it was yesterday. So you do a tremendous job. Thank you very much. So I'm going to get a producer run a short video while we get our new panelists on, and I will move you guys as attendees. That way you can stay with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye now.
So Reed, on to you.
The concept for ePartrade is basically, in my opinion, there's a big hole in the internet. So the internet started many years ago, but there's never been an online business community for racers on the World Wide Web. The need for ePartrade is actually quite obvious. Basically, people in the business of auto racing need a place online to hang out and get their problems solved.
It's extremely simple for a buyer or for a supplier to interact on the platform. The first thing you need to do is sign in, which is free. And the second thing is, when you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information. If it's a company, you click on request more information, and then from there, it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
You can go to ePartrade.com, you become part of a community of businesses in racing, and it makes sourcing products much easier than just on the internet or using Google.
At ePartrade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier through an email.
More than that, it's a place to go just to keep current every day. So it's a good place to start your workday in your racing business or in your offices of your professional race team. And you know you're current when it comes to new technology, industry news, technical papers, technical videos, all of that and more. We're not looking for a million hits per day. All we want is people who are really the volume buyers of racing products in the racing industry to be part of the little world of ePartrade. We have racing businesses participating from around the world. So you get suppliers from around the world, you get buyers from around the world.
ePartrade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Okay, thank you and welcome back. Paul, we pushed you out accidentally quickly. Sorry. We just wanted to have a little thoughts of, the announcement we made on Friday. If you wanted to, if there are people coming up right now, if you want to say a few words, and then we'll go into our next session. Paul, you're on mute. Paul?
Oh, yes, I'm there now. Sorry about that. Didn't realize it moved to mute. Well, thank you, Francisque. And those just joining us, we have a very exciting pair of announcements. Noon on Friday, I'm very pleased to be able to sit with and visit with Mark Rushbrook from Ford Performance, who oversees the performance and motorsport activities for the Ford Motor Company. My passion for racing started through Ford's activities in motorsport in the 1960s when I was a young boy, and I'm very excited. The Progressive Company, and they do some great things in across the spectrum of motorsports, and they're very forward leaning. And then that will be at noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern, and then at 4 p.m. We will have our final guest will be Jim Campbell, who heads GM Performance and oversees all their motorsports activities as well. And Jim is a friend, someone who I admire very much, and he's led this team that's had incredible success over many, many years in NASCAR, sports car race, basically every form of racing, IndyCar, drag racing, off-road. It's just impressive what he's touched. And I also think he sees the world not just from the racing perspective, from the general automotive perspective. And both men, I think, can give us a clue about what's going to happen in the future for our sport. So don't miss it. Friday's a big day, a big close to this incredible online race industry week. Thank you for letting me say this.
Of course, I mean, and the reason we wanted to wait a little bit on those, I mean, the importance of those positions, the role they have within the industry reminds me of the old days of Herb Fisher. How much, a guy that holds that type of position has, as an influence on the sport that we love. And so this is so important in a year like this one to finish the week with people of that caliber and that represent those big companies and how much involvement they have in motorsports. So thank you, Paul, and thank you everyone at ePowertrain and Racer for working days and nights in such a short period of time to put this together. It's absolutely fascinating. So we have 3 more minutes. We start within the minute. So Paul, we'll see you again around 12.
Yes.
We have a great panel with USAC, Formula D, Score, World of Outlaw. Man, that's going to be a fun one.
Yes, and thank you very much, and have a great day, guys. I'll see you later.
Paul. We'll see you later. So, John, we have a special friend we're going to bring on right now. It is going to be our guest and panelist. Now, we have known him for many years. His name is Chris Elett. And many of you know Chris. Chris is the CEO of the Motorsport Industry Association in England, indeed. Mr. Elett, are you on? We see your name. We hope to see Fiona instead of you. No, thank you, Chris. Are you there? No, he's not. So Chris Elett, he is with us. We can see he's with us. We're hoping he can start his video and his sound, and that's the beauty of being live.
I just want to jump in here and say thank you to Chris, because decades ago, Chris and the MIA invited me to take a tour of UK race engineering companies, and it just really opened my eyes. And the race engineering that's taken place in the UK is unbelievable. And you go to these small shops doing just really huge things for the sport in terms of the technical side of the sport. And then you think about it and you start tracing back some of the masterful things that the UK engineering companies can do. And eventually you end up that England was so great at making armor. They mastered metallurgy and working with metal hundreds of years ago, And there's a direct line from making armor all the way up to the engineering expertise available in the UK's Motorsports Valley. Thank you,
Chris.
for being here.
Chris, you're a little dark. We know it's the evening in England. We also know you don't get as much sun as we do in California, but it looks like it's very dark.
It is very dark. I hope you can see me now. Can you?
Yeah, it's fine.
But you might want, if there's another light in the room, you know, you might want, just take a second. We still have time. Oh, it's getting, yeah, it's pretty better. You know, it's probably better because we're, yes. And we can see the big map behind you. And so people, if they don't know where England is, you can show that to them.
We apologize that whilst I was waiting for you, the darkness just fell on the UK. So I do really apologize. But anyway,
you're fine, Chris. We're delighted to have you. Thank you. As John mentioned, we have a 20-something years history together. Nobody does a better job than you at getting people together, exchange, interact. You're the master of getting people together in a place, engaging with them, I remember every time you start says you have business card in your pockets, don't leave them in, give them around, but not that many people do that. You're the king of that. So we're delighted. It's 8 o'clock. You have a lot of great things you're going to be sharing with us. So you're also going to be your own panelist and moderator. So
this could be fun.
I will let you on, and you might we got a call yesterday, and you said we have a little situation with Malcolm. So can you please explain, and then we'll let you on.
No, I'll take it over from here and explain that we have 3 panelists coming on. We have Duncan Wiltshire, who's one of the supremos of historic racing around the UK and Europe. Alan Gow, who's head of our touring car series, very successful touring car series, and also the president of the FIA World Touring Cars. And we also have Malcolm Wilson. Now, Malcolm Wilson's a World Rally Champion team, M Sport, but unfortunately yesterday he was called, because of the quarantines, he had to fly to Monza in Italy to do the Italian rally, and he had to fly there too earlier. So I pre-recorded an interview with him, and that's what we're going to move on to just after I've introduced a couple of slides, Francis, if I can.
Yes, so you're in charge, and you'll give us the signal, and I'll get the producer. So John and I will go off the camera, but I'll be right there with you.
Thanks for your introduction. Well, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be. I apologize for our strange lighting. It was fine 5 minutes ago, but it's gone very dark over here. It's only 4 o'clock in the afternoon. But what I want to just start off by talking about is the subject here is about this strange region that we call Motorsport Valley in the UK, and why it's so special and what connection it has with the USA. John Kilroy very kindly remembers some of the words that I've used in the past. We can, to some degree, link our motorsport success to the 2 world wars, more particularly the last one, but that's so long ago. Let's say we've moved on from them. There is a tremendous parallel between the USA and the UK motorsport. Over the years, the same kind of evolution, but you guys started to race on ovals, and you made it a kind of festival. And we, in Europe and in the UK, we enjoyed road courses. We eventually moved on to airfields because we had quite a few left after the war, some of them built by yourselves, thankfully. But we're also, our history diverges from your own because of the size of your nation, and you became a national motorsport operation. And we're such a tiny island, really small island, that it was obvious that we would have a very intense national series or ranges of races. But we reached out obviously to global friends. And what we've obviously done as a small island, we trade with the world. So we would reach out to the world with our version of motorsport, and directly and indirectly with our friends in France and in Italy. That led to the founding of Formula One. The first race in the world was held in 1950 here and in the UK at Silverstone. And of course, if you think about 1950, this is post-war. There was a great need for entertainment. People really loved the idea of cars hurtling around racetracks. And so it really caught the imagination of a very depressed Europe and the UK. But that was the first World Championship race. And it became a major global catalyst because it was a world championship from the very start, under the auspices of the FIA in France. And of course, that drove it into becoming a global business. We were lucky in the UK that we had got some good manufacturers that were specialists in racing on airfields, on very smooth circuits, and not necessarily the long distance road circuits that you guys enjoyed in America too, before the war. Well, that changed. We had a major accident at Le Mans, you may know about, and there were one or two others, Mille Miglia, for example, and they banned, many of the countries banned road racing on the public roads. So they moved on to the most appropriate place, which was airfields. And we had, if you like, by then developed some specialisms. Now we're, Formula One is obviously an international business. It's owned by a NASDAQ quoted organization, as you probably know, the Liberty Group, and we're grateful that they bought it. They've invested heavily in Motorsport Valley with their head office in London and an operation center in Biggin Hill, just outside, strangely in a World War II airfield. It's a matter of interest. And they've helped spread that the Formula One world is growing fast, and we're thankful for those investments. In fact, 8 of the companies that run Formula One in the UK are all international companies. But obviously, we've also, over that period of time, we've developed great friendships in America. I was interested to look here that we have a really good motorsport relationship going back a long way, and I love some of the history. So obviously, the binding point is that both our nations just love racing cars. It doesn't matter what kind, we just love racing them. In 1916, I'm pleased to say, the Indy 500 was won by a Briton. Strangely enough, if you check it out, unfortunately, he was born in Italy, but he moved when he was 2 years old, and he was educated in the UK. So we claim him as a Briton, and he was happy to say he was a Brit, but his name was Resta, and he won the 1916. And 24 Hours at Daytona had cars like Jaguar and Lotus and Lola, as you'd know, and many drivers. Derek Bell and was just one of many. And at Indy, we had the March, Lotus, Reynard, and of course the Cosworth engines. So we've got a good connection. We still have a good connection. And if this 50 minutes is anything to go by, I hope we can build more relationships. All our contact details are available. We're doing this because we want to build two-way trade with your country and develop much better and closer collaboration and racing wherever you want in the world, as we both sides face really unusual futures over the next decade or so. So we want more trade. And what I thought I would do is I hope this works, I'm just going to take you to a couple of slides just to show you a little bit more about let me just do this correctly. So I press that one, I know. This is the Motorsport Valley community. It's the quick way of you finding out about it. 8 out of the 10 Formula One teams, these are the big spending, $150 million spend, maybe $250 million a year spend. So they're important to us, obviously, and the supply chain that supplies them.
Chris, if you want to share your screen, you have to use that little green button.
I'm sorry, I should have done that, and I apologize. I really do apologize. There we go.
Okay. That's what we're here.
There it is. That's exactly it. I hope I can get it up there.
Yeah, there you are.
Thank you for telling me. Yeah, so I hope you can see it now. Is that right, Francisque? So on that slide, on that slide, 8 out of 10 Formula One teams, I told you the values. The most unique part of this is 30% of their engineering sales revenues are invested in R&D. And in the UK, we get very substantial government reward for that. We get R&D tax credits, but that is twice the amount of pharmaceutical industry in the UK and 10 times that of the automotive industry. So we are, as you all know in motorsport, we are heavily invested in ongoing development. You can see that we have over $13 billion worth of annual revenues, 4,500 businesses, and 20,000 highly skilled engineers. Most importantly, in the bottom right-hand corner, the majority of our companies go around the world and they export their talent. So if I show you the next one, I just wanted to put this is the English map, not the whole UK. And just to give you a scale, that was why I put it on here. We're 300 miles from west to east and north to south. Now to you guys, that's kind of a local drive. To us, that seems like another world. In fact, way up in the top left corner, you'll see a purple dot. That is where M Sport, the World Rally team, who you'll just be hearing from, that's their base. And way down in the south is where McLaren is based. You can see there's a group of Formula One folk, obviously, all collected together in that crescent shape. And that's the heart of Motorsport Valley, which is where I'm talking to you from. I wanted you to see the scale. It's the whole of the UK is Alabama, about the size of Alabama, and England is a very small part of that. But it shows how easy it is to get around. And in fact, the proximity of the companies means that we can answer questions, deal with collaborations, supply one another very, very quickly. So that was only to give you a background to the two, if you like, two infographics. One is the scale and the location, and one is the volumes. And now what I'd like to do, because my friend Malcolm Wilson, who runs one of the most successful World Rally teams for many years, he unfortunately was literally taken to Italy yesterday, or had to go to Italy yesterday. So we pushed this together. I apologize, it's not the greatest interview video. In fact, I look like some manic idiot out of some TV series, but try and ignore me and stop laughing at me and listen to the words of Malcolm. But first of all, I'm just going to show you how he earns his money, and then we'll go on to the other videos of the interview. So can I call up the M Sport video, please? Well, Malcolm said in the interview, he said, any American friends who want to come and see that fabulous facility are really welcome. You've got the contact details through either the MIA or Francisque. But now let's just enjoy a few minutes with Malcolm Wilson and my interview, and please ignore my face. Over to you.
The World Rally Championship, Chris, at the end of the day, it's a series of events all around the world. Normally there's 14 events in the season. Obviously this season's been curtailed by, I think we'll end up with 6 events. But we compete on basically all the conditions that you can imagine. So we can go to Sweden with as low as -30, or we can be in Sardinia or Greece or wherever, and then it can be 40 degrees. So we've got snow, gravel, tarmac, wet tarmac. We've got all the conditions that can ever be thrown at you. So, you know, you have to have a car that's very versatile, be able to cope with all the different conditions.
Is it that battle with the conditions that captures the imagination of the spectators, or is it the power? Tell us about it.
I think it's a combination of everything. I mean, the conditions are a big thing, because obviously, you know, when you are competing on snow and the speeds that these guys are going, it's very spectacular. Then, you know, you've got the high-speed roads of Finland on the gravel. And then, of course, you've got the tarmac rallies in Monte Carlo, the famous, you know, the famous events. But I think what's happened since FIA introduced some new technical regulations in 2017, which to be honest, have made the cars very spectacular. And it reminds me very much of the Group B era back in the mid 80s, where the cars were really such a focal point and really exciting. And I think we're on the roadmap at the moment to creating that again.
What kind of brake horsepower were those old Group B cars that were terrifying? Because you drove them, didn't you?
Yeah, those were quite scary compared to what the cars are currently like. But I mean, in its rawest form, the likes of the Audi Quattro and everything had like 650 horsepower. But of course, you didn't have the anti-lag systems on your engine that you do nowadays. So you've got this massive kick in your back and incredible surge of power. Whereas now, these current cars just deliver power like a normal road car, and they're only basically 400 horsepower. But the times are significantly quicker than what we were doing with 250 horsepower more back in the mid 80s.
Is that right? But in the old days, you were using that speed. The audience in America must know, how close were the spectators?
I mean, I can remember when I was driving, it was incredible. I mean, places like Portugal, when you were near Lisbon, centre of the stages, I mean, literally, the road would just open up in front of you. So even though you'd done your rec and your pace notes, they didn't really mean anything because the spectators were lining the road, and wherever you had a cut, there would be people. So, then obviously there was the tragedy, and that's obviously one thing that's improved significantly is spectator safety.
So it's a major sporting event in some of those extreme countries, from New Zealand to the most extreme circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, if you think, with Chile, Argentina, Mexico, and a lot of the places in Europe, and as you mentioned, Australia, New Zealand. Next year, we actually go to Japan and back to Kenya, Nairobi. The transportation, we tend to, because we don't have a large stock of cars, so we tend to air freight the cars to the flyaway events. And then obviously all the infrastructure, the service equipment, everything goes by sea freight. But on average, we send in 8, 9 40-foot containers, sea freight around the world for the flyaway events. Roughly then, depending on how many cars we're running, up to 5, 6 cars can be air freighted. And then on top of that, we tend to air freight around 10 tons of air freight spares for each flyaway event.
Well, Malcolm, you're with Ford. Your OEM, your automotive brand is Ford. How many, over the last 2 or 3 years, how many other brands are involved, and can you name a few of the leading ones?
Yeah, currently, sort of up until a couple of years ago, there was 4 leading manufacturers. There was Citroën, Hyundai, ourselves, and Toyota. At the moment, there is 3 manufacturers currently. And there's new regulations coming again for 2022, which we've all had to sign up now with the FIA in November this month. So for 2022, with a new car that's coming, there's 3 manufacturers currently registered. And obviously we're hoping to create more, because then we're going to a hybrid system for 2022. Yeah, what we class as the Rally 1 car, which is a WRC car, is roughly what you're talking around about is around about $1 million. But then we're the only company with the Ford product that basically we've got the complete ladder of opportunity, from a Rally 5 right up to a Rally 1. So a Rally 5 is a 2-wheel drive Fiesta, and roughly you're probably looking around $50,000 for something like that as a starter car, which is a car that's used in a lot of the junior championships in various parts of the world.
Do you work with American companies? I mean, are they able to supply product that is suitable for your level of expenditure? Now, presumably, are the other rally teams too?
Yeah, to be honest, we work with quite a few American companies. I think primarily, to be honest, in engine components. Right. So things like the Conrod bolts, big end bolts, they're all made in the US. I think even currently our cylinder head gaskets are made there. And of course, the big ticket item is turbochargers from Garrett. And that is a control turbo that all the manufacturers have to use the same Garrett turbo, and that regulation is also continuing in with the new regs for 2022 for the high level Rally 1 category.
And because you know our audience here today, if anybody feels that they've got something that could help you win a World Rally, they should contact you through us if they wish.
Absolutely. If they've got something that they think is going to improve our performance, my email and my phone is on 24 hours a day.
How did you get into rallying? It just occurs to me. I mean, I think you were a young man. You still are a young man. I don't misunderstand.
I wish I was. No, that all started many, many years ago. My parents had a car breakers yard, tyre distribution, and in those days we used to get the local rally guys coming in to buy the 1500 Ford Cortina engine to put in a Ford Anglia. So I'm giving my age away now, to be honest, Chris. And of course, I was, I think, 12-year-old, and I just used to see these guys arriving with these cars with wide wheels on, and to be honest, I just got the bug at a very early age, and to be honest, once I was old enough to drive, that's all I wanted to do. And had a reasonably successful career as a driver, not probably what I wanted to achieve, but then on the other hand, I don't think I'd be sat here doing what I'm doing if I put all my effort into the driving side of it.
Yeah, so, but you've won your championships. What about, you personally, you've won it. What is the M Sports record?
Well, we were very lucky that we took on the Ford contract for the 1997 season, which we've had since then. So what is it, 22, 23 years now we've been running the Ford World Rally team. And our first real success came in 2006, where we won the manufacturer's title. And we followed that up again in 2007. Then many victories. I think we feel we've created a record that will never be broken by anybody. We started our point scoring run on Monte Carlo in 2002, and since 2002 Monte Carlo, we've had a car finish in the points on every single rally in the World Championship, and that is currently standing around 260, I think, consecutive point scoring finishes, which, you know, it's something I'm really proud of. It sends out a message as how serious we look at reliability and attention to detail. And of course, I think it's 70 odd victories in the process.
That's a darn good record. Tell me, our friends in America won't know your facilities that you've got there and how many people you employ and the size of your plant or your estate or whatever. Tell us.
Okay, the place where we currently are is we moved into here in 2000. Before the start of the epidemic, we had just over 250 employees based here in Cockermouth in Cumbria. We've also got a place in Krakow in Poland, where we basically do all two-wheel drive rally product, and we employ about 60 people there. But the main base is here in Cumbria. It's set in 115 acres of land. We've just currently in the process of finalising. We've built a 2.5 kilometre test track with a new manufacturing facility, which is 126,000 square feet, along with all of machine shop fabrication facilities. I mean, we try to be as self-sufficient as we possibly can be, never be 100%, but it's always the target to try and, you know, one, it helps if you do come up with some new technology. It helps you to keep it in-house. Okay, you can never keep it a secret for long in motorsport, but if you can get that advantage for 2 or 3 events, then it's obviously very worthwhile.
Let's just end with something about Motorsport Valley.
I think we're very lucky, obviously, with the majority of the Formula One teams being here, and then obviously there's a massive interest in motorsport in the UK. We've also got some very good links with universities and colleges where we get people, you know, you get your pick of people who are doing all of these motorsport programs from the likes of Myerscough College and Cranfield University. So the only sad thing is I tend to be the training ground for a lot of these aspiring Formula One engineers and designers. They tend to serve their time here and then move on to, if their aspirations are Formula One. So. But on the other hand, you know, my key people, I've made sure that we retain those people because they're the success of the business.
Well, thank you. Well, thank you very much indeed for that. I'm afraid I think right now he's halfway to Faenza in Italy. So life's tough for a guy like that. They've moved one of the world rallies onto the race or around the racetrack there. So I'd like to just move on and introduce my other 2 guests. That was a good insight into rallying as we know it. And I know Malcolm wants to say he's going to the States to try and encourage a world rally round to take place in the United States soon. There's kind of an enthusiasm, and he would love to see the racing over there. Now, I have my 2 friends about to join us, and one is Alan Gow, president of the FIA World Touring Car Commission, but if you like, his most important role in motorsport at the moment is he's head of the very, very popular British Touring Car Championship. Hi, Alan. Welcome to us.
Hi, Chris. Good to see you again.
You haven't pressed all the wrong buttons like I have, so you win a chocolate bar. And there's Duncan Wiltshire. And Duncan is the supremo of many historic race events and other historic car events around UK and Europe. So welcome, Duncan.
Thank you, Chris.
And between us, we're going to answer some questions and, if you like, explain some of the successes of Motorsport Valley. And although you're both series promoters and owners, perhaps we may be able to answer some of the questions on the technical front too. Who knows? Let's have some fun together. Why don't we start with you, Alan? You know, age before beauty, all that kind of stuff. Tell us exactly what is the British Touring Car Championship? Where does it? It's a national series. Just explain it to our friends.
Okay, the British Touring Car Championship is actually the third oldest continually running championship in the world. Only Formula One and NASCAR are older than the BTCC. We've been around since 1957. So we are, by a very long way, the biggest championship in the UK, four-wheel championship in the UK. So we have big crowds. We have big name drivers driving for us throughout the history. Just to fill you in on a bit of that history, there's been something like 43 Formula One drivers driving the BTCC over the years, and even people like Steve McQueen has driven in it. Dan Gurney, Jim Clark. Jim Clark won the championship actually back in '66, I think it was. But the BTCC is the most popular motor racing championship in the country. I don't know how else I can explain it than that. It uses saloon cars, sedan cars in American terminology, and we all use a 2-litre turbocharged engine producing around about 380 horsepower.
Well, let me just thank you for that introduction, Alan. And Duncan, you can now tell us about the series, or the if you like, all the series that you're getting involved in. What exactly is the historic car landscape in the UK, and what is historic racing in the UK?
Yeah, well, historic racing is a subset of the classic car world, and of course, the classic car world in the UK has really been around since the dawn of the motor car. Originally, they were just cars. As time moves on, people get nostalgic about the cars they grew up with or the cars they saw racing. We all had those pictures on the bedroom wall of the cars we'd like to own, or the drivers we'd like to have been or like to aspire to be. And that's what's inspired the whole of the classic car and the historic car movement. Put into context, in the UK, the classic car movement as a whole, there are 1.5 million cars registered in the UK that are classic cars. Okay, that's 3.5% of all vehicles that are registered in the UK, including buses and trucks. So it is a phenomenally huge proportion of the automobile world in the UK. And as an industry, in its totality, just in the UK, classic car industry is worth about $10 billion in 2019 terms, anyway, prior to pandemic issues. And of course, historic racing is a subset of that. Historic racing is all about as a fan, being able to go and see those cars you grew up with. Alan talked about the likes of Jim Clark. To go and see Jim Clark's original cars being raced, or if you're lucky enough to be an owner, to actually be sitting in there and pretending to some degree that you are Jim Clark for a moment, a little nanosecond of history, and that's what fuels the whole of the historic car movement.
Well, that's right. And who controls it, Duncan? I mean, how is it organized?
Yeah, motorsport is historic motorsport is like all motorsport at this grassroots level. It's run and managed by a whole host of racing clubs. And as you come up the spectrum, you get into sort of commercial promoters and some very, very large events. The whole movement is governed by the same set of regulations and governors as Alan's British Touring Car Championship, and at a certain level as the same as F1. So in the UK, we are governed by Motorsport UK and the rule books. We have the single sanctioning body here in the UK that we all have to conform to. And internationally, we come under the auspices of the FIA. So at that level, we are complying with the same set of regulations as every other level of motorsport. The one thing being we have a whole host of exceptions because these are old cars. And to state the really obvious thing, the fundamental difference between historic racing and modern motorsport is historic racing fundamentally is a leisure pursuit. It's being run for people who are lucky enough to own the cars, and for fans who want to come and relish and revel in that nostalgia. There's nobody standing at the end of the pit lane in a talent spotting, which is an interesting point because there are some very, very capable drivers who've come out of historics and got into modern motorsport. They're relatively rare, but I think it's fair to say the majority of your historic racing drivers are probably of an age where they probably missed their chance to get into top flight modern motorsport.
But thanks, Doug. I say, Alan, I was smiling there to myself that if you have difficulty with your scrutineers and keeping all your teams, some of whom I know, as you know, personally, to stick to the rules, can you imagine what fun Duncan has? I mean, they're going to have to say, this was great in 1937. This is how the car looked.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to deal with that. I take my hat off to Duncan. I don't think I'd be able to deal with such a variances in the cars and people's interpretation of what the cars are like now compared to how they actually were. But yeah, absolute minefield. So I'll leave that side of it to him.
I think that's, for an Australian, interpretation is a very charming way of saying it. I think our American friends won't understand that. But I'll tell you, Alan, just on terms of technology and specification, obviously our friends know the NASCAR world with their cars and their brands. How do you handle the technology and specification of the various manufacturers? Do you have manufacturers in your? Is it a spec series? You tell my friends a bit more about the shape.
Okay, so the BTCC is a BTCC car is any car that's a largely available for sale saloon car or sedan or large hatchback type car on the market. It is not a spec series. We have 11 different makes and models on the grid. We have front wheel drive, we have rear wheel drive. You know, we have different body shapes. We have three-door saloons, three-door sedans. We have coupes. We have hatchbacks. We've even had station wagons, as our friends in America call it. So it's not a spec series as far as that's concerned. All the engines are different, but they all comply to a 2-litre turbocharged regulation. And there are some spec components within that. So pretty much like every racing series around, there are spec components. There's spec gearbox from X-Track, there's spec dampers, there's spec suspension mounts and everything else. So there are some spec components within that, but it's up to you which car you screw those components to. And what sort of job you make of it. So we don't balance those sorts of things out as far as performance goes.
But how do you keep the OEM, the major brands, happy? I mean, they must run all the cars, or do they own the cars, or how do you keep them?
Well, look, the manufacturers all deal in their motorsport programs in many different ways around the world. For instance, in the BTCC, the BMW factory team is run by a company called WSR on behalf of BMW UK. Long gone are the days of factories running cars out of the factory, if you like. They always contract those elements out to private teams. So we have teams undertaking those manufacturer programs for them, and of course, at least 50% of the cars on the grid are developed and built by private teams where they don't have any manufacturer input. But such is the beauty of our regulations is that an independent team, a private team, can compete on an equal basis with a manufacturer team. And we actually saw that this year. We had a a private team who built a new Infinity, which made its debut this year and won the championship, beating the Works BMW team and the Works Honda team in a very close fight to the finish. So that tells me our rules are pretty much spot on. When a team, admittedly a well-funded, well-managed team, can build a car and compete and beat the best out there.
Pretty good story. Pretty good story. Duncan, you switching to yourself, one of the two things I want to know is just share with our friends the size of the audiences that some of the major events attract around Europe. You have limited TV coverage. Alan has fabulous TV coverage, but that's not the game, is it? It's more about the spectators who turn up and love the cars. Tell us some of those amazing numbers of historic race.
I think that's a fair point, Chris. I think if you view the classic car movement in the UK as a whole, that's been around for as long as the motor car. There's been an exponential growth in the whole movement in the last 15, 20 years, and especially in historic racing. I think on the back of that, you're seeing an explosion in the value of these cars internationally. A lot of these historic racing cars are becoming the ones with real history. Anything with a Jim Clark attachment to it is worth considerable money these days. That classic car market has its own life. But I'm a great believer that what really kick-started that growth in values 10 or 15 or more years ago was the start of the explosion in the events that you could attend, either as a participant or as a spectator. And you've got to say, head and shoulders at the lead of that charge has been Goodwood and the Goodwood Revival. It's been around for 20 years now. It has always been the bench setter for historic, in fact, for any event, historic motorsport, anything in the events world. Goodwood has always done it unbelievably well. Goodwood Revival has 100,000 spectators every day. That's 300,000 people. By UK standards, that's an enormous number of people. And it is a bit of a rarity in the historic world in the sense that it does have a global TV audience. And it's mighty, mighty impressive for it. But if you look at events like Silverstone Classic, happens every summer, again, they have 90 to 100,000 people across the weekend. So these are huge numbers. But the other bit that's really, really interesting with these events, particularly when you compare them against the modern motorsport world, something like Silverstone Classic will be getting on for 1,000 cars racing across a program of events. Now, there are, outside of club racing, at the top levels of motorsport, there are no race events that have anything remotely close to that number of cars and competitors. If you've got 5, 6, 7, 800 cars, if you imagine most of those cars are probably two drivers, so you're talking 1,000 to 2,000 racing drivers, never mind spectators. So these events are absolutely colossal. And there's events of this magnitude going on, 2 or 3 times a month somewhere in the UK, if not in Europe. There's a parallel movement going on in mainland Europe that very much matches what's happening here in the UK. There's a great appetite for to go and explore some of those exciting continental circuits from the UK. And I have to say, there's a growing trend for guys from here wanting to go out and race their classic cars over in the States, which is great. We've had a great tradition of American drivers coming over here throughout history, and we're seeing that in historic racing. We get great support from US drivers, and there's some fantastic cross-pollination going on that basis.
Yeah, full of potential, both sides, and it's all based on a great passion, which I really personally identify with.
Well, and the other thing that's very telling is that there's a rapidly growing interest in the heritage of American motorsport. There's a big thing for Americana over here anyway, just generally. But there's a big explosion in interest in American motorsport. Things like the American Speed Fest at Brands Hatch. These are colossal meetings, and trying to take a little bit of the American style of doing things and making it work in Europe, and it's proving very popular.
Yeah, somehow American muscle cars and taking tea on the lawn of Brands Hatch, it's a real problem. I always remember that. When the Formula One went to India, I was with one of the senior execs who just said, you know, we call these the espresso coffee set. I thought, you remember that? We serve beer. Anyway, that's Alan, I tell you what, I was just sitting here thinking the way you do arrange your rules and somehow keep the brands happy and the performers happy. How do you equalize performance? What do you do? I was thinking aloud, I'll think aloud. The weather actually is quite an equalizer too. And I know you've got a video that we'll see, but how do you formally equalize performance? Everybody.
Honestly, it's quite easy. We equalize the boost on each engine. So each engine gets airflowed, and we set a boost level for each engine, and that's it. We don't touch that for the year because we then know that all engines start the year with the same amount of horsepower, plus or minus 1%. And we don't touch that during the year, and nor can the engine builders touch the engine then. That's locked in for the year. So we know that doesn't change. And we do spot checks along the way to make sure it doesn't change. So the engines are equalised as far as ultimate horsepower. How they get to that power figure and what sort of torque figure they use is up to them. So different engines will have different characteristics, but its ultimate performance level is monitored by us. And then the cars are all have to meet minimum weights and lengths and everything else. That's all we do. And then during the year, we have success ballast. And success ballast, the easiest way of telling people how that works is horse racing. Horse racing has success ballast, has had it since the 18th century. The more successful horses get a bit more weight on them, and that's just the way it works with us. So we have success ballast that goes on during the course of the championship to do nothing more than you're not trying to stop a good car from winning. You just want to make sure that it wins by that much, not that much. So it's a legitimate form of making the competition as close as possible. And as I said, horse racing is a great example of that. So that's all we do. So during the course of the year, we make sure that the cars start off equally as far as power goes. We monitor that. We've got very sophisticated monitoring systems in the cars and logging systems in the cars. And then the per race success ballast kicks in and keeps it as close as it does. And as an indication of that, last year, because that was a full year, we had a shortened year this year. Last year we had all but one of those makes of cars won races. So 10 of the 11 makes of cars won races. We had 14 of the 30 drivers win races. And the race, like it did this year, the championship like it did this year, got down to the last race of the year. And in fact, 8 of the last 10 championships have got down to the last race of the year after 30 races. So it sort of looks like we've got it pretty well organised. Yeah. And to underline that, I think we've got a video which we can show. This is our last race from Brands Hatch. It was wet and getting dark. Notable for no spectators, unfortunately, because normally at our last race of the year we'd have 46,000 spectators. We had none, so it looks pretty empty. But there's a video which we can just show, just a minute's worth of racing for the last race.
The final round of the 2020 Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. The championship to be decided. The lights go red, the lights go out. Now, who makes the best start? Let's see. Good getaway by Rory Butcher, who gets up alongside Chris Smiley on the way down towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. And as they dive into paddock then, this is where visibility is at a premium, grip is at a premium. Moffat has come out ahead. Now, where is Sutton in all of this? He's behind Turkington and he might lose a place or two on the run up the hill. But Rory Butcher on his toes. He's gone second. Good getaway. Camus tries to make a move on the inside of Sutton. Is he going to go through? It's crucial for him to stay in the title hunt. Yes, he gets up the inside. Ingram again makes an attack, and this time has he gone through? He has. That's bad news for Turkington. More points given away. The door is opened. Morgan goes through. Ingram goes through. This is Sutton making his move. Ball position. The final round of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship is going to be won by Rory Butcher. For the second time in his career, the British Touring Car Champion is Ash Sutton.
And I'll finish on that by saying I've never seen a dull wet race yet, so I'd have every race in the wet if I could. But that wasn't a particularly a brilliant race as far as the closeness of the competition. They're always close. They're all, we only have short races. On a race weekend, we'll have 3 races on the Sunday. Each of them is about half an hour, 25 minutes or half an hour. So there are 3 short races in the day. And with the success ballast and everything else, no one gets away, So I think the lead you saw at the end of that race was probably the most we had all year from someone. Weather helps, and the good British weather does help us during the course of the year, particularly this year because we started our season very late. We had to cancel the season and not start it until August. So we just raced into the worst weather we could find, and the championship did well out of it. The TV figures were great because people didn't want to go outside and do anything because the weather was so awful, and the racing was fantastic.
We're getting towards the end of this, and I've got a couple of questions that have come in. Any chance, this is one for you, Alan, any chance the WTCC or similar will be making it into the US at venues such as COTA? And Richard, I don't have his details, but he's in here in the chat. If you're interested in taking cars to race in the USA and vice versa, get in touch. We specialize in this. I think it's great that business is being done online. And I know that EPAR Trade will help us put that together. But WTCC...
in my position as president of the FIA Touring Car Commission, the WTCC falls under me. We did have WTC races in the States at Sonoma for a couple of years. But yes, certainly North America's is very much on the horizon, and when the world becomes a little bit more normal, I'm sure that we'll be looking at getting back in there again.
There's another person called Noah, and he asks, how do we anticipate the R&D volume that's spent on motorsport to change as Brexit progresses? Well, we didn't get away with no one mentioning Brexit. That's a shame.
Right, that's way above my pay grade, so I'll let you answer that one.
I'll throw this in. Noah, I'll just tell you the one thing that we've got to our benefit tonight to try and hit the time is we don't know the outcome of Brexit. So whatever I tell you would be pointless. We are waiting on politicians to tell us whether it's absolutely a disaster or really great. And I would say we'll learn just before the new year bell goes. But I don't see any change in the R&D volume that is needed when you go racing. You only win races, motor races, if you spend a lot of money on the development, and that will continue. In the UK, we get a substantial tax credit. If anything, I see that going up, and that's to benefit motorsport. So I think it'll go up. It'll certainly hold. And with the 2030 decision to get rid of the internal combustion engine, boy, are there going to be some development projects in the meantime. Duncan, I think I have to close shortly, but I would just say, with as far as you're concerned, do tell me, is this sport growing because it's of family interest or because of the driver interest? You said something very interesting earlier to me, that actually families are now enjoying this.
I think that's very important. You've got to remember that historic racing is a lifestyle choice. I said earlier, nobody's going to sign you up for an F1 seat at the end of the pit lane. It's a lifestyle choice. It's a leisure pursuit. And yes, motor racing is a selfish thing to do, but what happens outside of the car is a much bigger chunk of the weekend than what the bit of time you're actually spending in it. So looking after everybody. But also there's a real vogue for longer races, a real interest in longer races, 2-3 driver races. And something we found over the years that is just fabulous. The idea of, husbands and wives racing together, or fathers and sons, fathers and daughters as a team, is something really, really special. We've enjoyed a lot of that over the years, and we love that. I think that's something very, very special indeed. The other bit that we are seeing, just watching Alan's little video there, is increasingly we see interest from the modern world. Rory Butcher, you've just seen there winning that race in the wet in Brands Hatch, was racing a 50s sports car with us at Thruxton in the middle of August. And we see a bit of that, and that's fantastic. That's that, to me, that means historic's coming of age a little bit. We're recognised more, but a little bit of respect goes both ways. I think that works wonders.
Duncan, let me say there's a question for you. I love having these questions, and you're not going to blame me. For Duncan, the future of historic motorsport with the advent of clean energy. Bernard in Dublin. That's a nice lightweight thing. You've got 30 seconds to answer.
So how many days we got? I mean, it's a bit like Brexit. We don't know the answer yet. It is worryingly in the hands of the politicians, which is never a great place to leave these things. I mean, we'll keep doing what we can do as long as possible. I would love to see synthetic fuel being taken seriously and massive investment in that, because selfishly, I think for the historic world, there's a future in that. But as you say, there's probably a whole day of talking to talk about clean energy.
Yeah, and we're doing that in February, but that's the sales pitch. We run a conference in February on energy efficient motorsport. But I know we've run out of time, and I know Francisco or John will, as they used to do in the old days, you put a hook around our necks and take it off. But it's been a real pleasure, Duncan and Alan, and to all our friends in America. Remember where the MIA is. Stay in touch with us, and we'd love to build two-way trade.
Thank you. What a fascinating session. Chris, thank you for figuring out, like when we got the call Monday night, says, I got a call, it's surgeon, call me back. That was Chris Elliott. I said, oh boy. And so we have a situation with Malcolm. There is no way we can go around it. You put it together, you recorded that. It was so smooth. So thank you. That was a great way of keeping Malcolm involved in this panel, because that was very important. I wanted Rally to be represented. I grew up in the center of France. I used to steal my car's dad at night. My hero was Harry Vatanen, so Rally is in my DNA. I didn't become a rally driver, neither a Formula One driver, like every kid's dreamed of in Europe. But that basically, after that, my whole life has been in motorsport. So we're delighted to have you. Alan, a big fan of you. I see you every year in January at the Autosport Show at the House of Lords in the summer that Chris and Fiona organize. You run this series so magnificently. I'm a big fan of Matt Neal. He's a friend of us. Great ambassador of the sport. BTCC is such a strong series. I mean, keep up the great work, Alan. You are one of those promoters out there, and I thought it was very important to have you on. Duncan, thank you very much for being with us. Historic racing is such a huge market, and we've been talking, in the last 2 days about the youth, people coming in the sport, but also, the older guys that, are wealthy and kind of want to buy the cars that they were dreaming when they were younger. And Stan21, who was on our panel yesterday on Monday on safety, he has a great way of describing the sport. He says, the gentleman drivers are the one that, we make a living because of them. They are the one, buying the equipment and the good helmets and the good racing suits and all that stuff. And because they have families, they have jobs and they can't mess around. So this is very important what you do. And then Chris, you're such a great ambassador of the industry. Thank you. And I'm going to pass on to John Kilroy, who can say things in a much more elegant way and a much more sophisticated way than I can. So John, on to you. I know you wanted to say a lot of things here.
Yes, well, I just really appreciate the engineering expertise that we found over and over again in the UK. And then if there's a race engine builder out there who wants to shop race technology in the UK, if there's professional race teams who want to shop technology in the UK, contact the MIA, talk to Chris Elliott. He can help you set up an agenda when Francisco and I go over there. we try to meet with at least 2 companies in the morning, 2 companies at night, and then we try in the afternoon. We try not to crash into anybody in the lovely roads of the UK. We always have what we call an oh shit moment, where we drive out of a company after having intense dialogue, and we go right into oncoming traffic. So we've been safe so far, but yeah, contact Chris, and I advise you, I mean, go over there and check out some of the wonderful companies, both big and small.
That is a true story every year, because when you get on the wrong side of the road and you're on the highway, there's no problem. You know, M1 M40, you get out of Heathrow, you're in the wrong way, but everybody's in the wrong way. It's no problem for us. It's when you exit the small little road and you go visit the SPA or the Lifeline or the AP or all the great guys, Extract, etc. You get out of little road and like, oh shit.
Francis,
every year.
Francis, let me just tell you that I understand one of the major points of Brexit was that our Prime Minister said, when you guys drive on the right-hand side of the road, you can fish anywhere you like in our waters. And they just said, hell with that. We'll stick with that.
Brexit simplified.
No, but Chris, I'm going to say something that you're going to very much enjoy. First, but this is our first time event. I mean, the old things, when the world went upside down, we launched this platform 2 years ago, and people thought, oh, we're visionary now that there's the pandemic. I mean, when we launched ePortrait and we took the industry into the 21st century and being digital, you know, not everybody was like, oh, digital, I don't know. And then suddenly all the eyes turned to us. That's one thing. But we couldn't stay here and just wait. And we started to come up with some ideas. What could we do? We launched the ePortrait Live Tech Webinar series. And but then when we realized that there won't be, you know, events at the end of the year, we had to pull resources together and produce this. And we wanted, as a race industry event, which is actually the race industry event of the year, to make it truly global. And you're going to be pleased to hear that we have 110 countries in the registration, 110. And that tells us 2 things. Is first, you're absolutely right, Chris. This is a global industry. People race all over the world. I heard Malcolm saying that's going to go back to Kenya. We have people in South Africa. We have people in Canada. We have people in Latin America. Alan, I'm going to mention one thing. I think ACTC, Turismo Carretera, is also one of the oldest racing series in Argentina, with you and NASCAR and all that, BTCC. So Turismo, yeah. So that's one of the oldest, and there's tremendous amount of people racing. People race from all over the world, and being online today makes it so easy and convenient for all of us to be together. And Paul Fanner said it in the opening act this morning. Says, this is so cool. I can finally talk to my friend. You know?
Let me just, John, I think you followed this. It's only a brief comment. As soon as we went online and forced to go online, we've been running for the last 10 years the School of Race Engineering, where the top Formula One World Championship engineers teach other engineers. They're the tutors. They've got to have won a championship last year to tutor at our school, because who wants to listen to an old guy with a white beard who used to do it this way? I want to talk to the guy who won a championship last year. We went global with that, and we every time we run a school, and we run them every 2 or 3 weeks, School of Race Engineering, we get Peru, New Zealand, Fiji, Japan. I have no idea what they're going to do with the technology of Formula One in Fiji, but there's a guy there fully prepared, ready to. But the idea was suddenly the knowledge explosion around the world to learn from the best. And it's been a great success. School of Race Engineering, it's our only product. Thanks for having us.
Very good. And thank you very much, guys. We are going to move you back as attendee. That way you can come on anytime you want. There is a wonderful panel at 12 with some series organizer, USAC, Formula D, SCORE, World of Outlaw. There is it's a full week. There's another one that's going to be interesting for you, Alan, as a producer. Tomorrow, it's we call it No Rules, No Limit. Pikes Peaks, King of Hammer, and Cameron Speedway, and Raceway, and National Association of Diesel Motorsport. So
I'll have a look out for that.
That's going to be fun. So it's 8:57 here in California. We run this by the minute. So stay with us. We are going to move you as attendee. Thank you very much for being with us. And then
my pleasure. Thank you very much.
In England to join. We're delighted to have you on. Thank you.
Thank you.
John, when I'm doing this, could you please share with our audience who's coming next? And
Sure. So next up, driver safety gear suited for success, K1 race gear. So we have J.R. Twett, general manager, and then we have Kevin Swindell, 4-time consecutive Chili Bowl Nationals champion. And just a great name in American racing, American short track racing. And then we can go on from there, follow that by with high performance engines, win with the torsional viscous damper by Fluid Damper, ultrasonic cleaning, an engine builder's best friend by Pro Ultrasonics, a discussion on piston design, the relevance of data, Molly Motorsport. And then our noon panel discussion, state of the racing industry, sanctioning bodies perspective, the execs from USAC, Formula D, SCORE, World of Outlaws. And again, that's a great one for us to think our way through where we're at now in this crazy pandemic year, but what we're poised to accomplish in 2021. And these sanctioning body executives had a tough year, as all of us did, but hats off to them for keeping people safe, but also getting the cars rolling. So that's just a look we have going up until about noon today.
Thank you, John. One last thank you. Thank you to our sponsors, ETS Racing Fuel, Full Race powered by BorgWarner, Miller Electric, Penske Racing Shock, AEM Performance Electronic. Now we're going to go with our host, Brad Gilly. Welcome back, Brad. How are you doing? Thank you for being with us. And a special hello to JR. JR, on the behalf of the entire team here at ePortrait, especially Judy, special thank you to you. JR has been, one of the few supporter of ePortrait since day one. There's a few companies that came on board right there when we launched, and JR was one of them. And thank you for your support. We have grown so much since, but this is all being possible because people like you believe that the world was changing, that there is other way we could, offer, and that it was time to take advantage of the technologies in today's world to help our industry connect in a better way, a faster way, a more efficient way, more global way, a more cost-effective way. And so thank you, JR. You guys are on. It's 9 o'clock here in California. Good morning, Kevin, or good afternoon to you. I heard so many great things from you from Steve Lewis. Now, when I was lucky enough to work for Steve Lewis, and when Steve says that guy is good, that guy is good. So you guys are on. Thank you. We'll see you soon.
Thank you, Francis. Very good. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Francis. Thank you very much, John. Appreciate that. My name is Brad Gilly, and I'm honestly thrilled to be moderating this particular session for Online Race Industry Week because, this is something I certainly believe in is such an integral and important part of racing. And what K1 Race Gear has to offer is absolutely products that any racer of any discipline can use. And for me, part of my background in another life, I used to run a racing series throughout Texas and sell race cars and everything else. And anytime I sold a race car, anytime anyone came in, the first thing I told them was the first money you should spend is always on safety. You can go fast later. First money you should spend is always on safety. But our panelist here today, J.R. Twett, the general manager of K1 Race Gear, also Kevin Swindell, a 4-time consecutive Chili Bowls national champion. And J.R., let me start with you. K1 Race Gear, it says in your bio here at eParttrade.com, provides the highest level of safety gear and products to racers that we ourselves would be proud to use. So give us a little bit of an overview of what you do.
Well, certainly. I mean, that's sort of our launching point in our model and our credos. If we won't wear it, why should we expect anybody else to wear it? The company's been around for we're coming up on 15 years. Primarily was started as a go-karting gear company to supply our parent company's indoor go-karting tracks with K1 Speed. Quickly developed into being able to supply the specific market, the United States, with grassroots racing with quality product. But you know, we've sort of morphed into something else, I think, which is sort of what lends to our popularity now, is that we, you know, I joke all the time about my people and why we've become so successful lately, is that I truly think I got the best people in the world working for us. And I joke with them all the time that you know, I'm the dumbest guy in the room. You know, that's the key to our success. And it's the key to having relationships with people like Kevin and some of our other ambassadors that run our stuff, is that we listen to race car drivers. You know, we've been race car drivers ourselves, and we have a pretty good idea of what we're doing and what we want. But I think the norm, you know, in the history of racing gear has always been to be, well, here's what we know that you need and what you want, and here's what you're going to wear. We come at it from a completely different angle. And I think that's where our popularity has come from, certainly where our growth has come from lately. And, you know, that's, I think that's what's launched our success recently.
Yeah, well, I will say, you know, for racers understand racers better than anybody, and I think that helps in a big way. Kevin Swindell, want to bring you on as someone who literally was born into racing and has done it in so many different disciplines with a wide degree of success as well. Can you speak to K1 and your relationship with them?
It's been good. We kind of came into it, after obviously, I had stopped racing. But yeah, like, JR said, a lot of, what I liked about it was the fact that, he's willing to morph and move and work on things. And, I've kind of always felt like I really was in tune with what, I needed and trying to, grow things and innovate things when I was racing and, try to make stuff better. And I was always very conscious of comfort and safety and things like that. And, being able to work with somebody like him that's willing to kind of, move around, make things better, listen to guys like me or the guys racing now, obviously. So, yeah, it's been a good relationship, and, his stuff, has been good for us as well as, we've kind of built a brand around, designing things and being kind of a cool factor, I think, within, our side of the world. It's been, good to work with him and be able to, design suits for guys and kind of do some things a little differently. And, but yeah, it's been a great relationship so far.
Yeah, by the way, I do want to remind you, if you've got a question for either JR or Kevin, you can ask that in the chat. Just type it in and we'll be more than happy to ask them for you as well. And talking about growing a company, people say, obviously, if you're not moving forward, then you're definitely moving backwards. And JR, you guys have moved forward at a very rapid pace, a lot of growth, a lot of gains in the industry. How has this been done in such a short period of time?
Pure luck, nothing else. It's interesting with Francis and certainly with John and all you guys in this relationship, is that to talk about this year specifically, there is a little bit of luck involved, but again, this goes back to me being the dumbest guy in the room, but I guessed it's something with our growth, and the industry was prime for us, and we were anticipating a massive amount of growth. But we also, I come from a machinist background. I grew up in a machine shop. My father used to develop turbines and gears for Boeing. When we lived up in the Pacific Northwest, I grew up in doing piecemeal work. And so I've seen growth at a very young age. Not that either industry is the same, but at the same time, it's, e-part trade, for example, knowing that virtual connection is the wave of the future, right? And I think nobody's doing it better than e-part trade is currently. And that's, I would say that even if we weren't on camera with all these people. And I've told Judy before, I think that's why I jumped on so soon, is that I feel that that's the next natural progression in what we're doing here. When we talk about natural progression, K1 was just ready for it. We didn't always have the best stuff when I first came in. And I know that, we spent a lot of time, an extraordinary amount of money researching textiles. All of our textiles come out of France and Italy. We've worked diligently with textile manufacturers over there to you know, the industry is always going to move towards lighter weight, stronger materials. It's natural in anything. You got to be careful with that, certainly in safety gear. And, you know, which, you know, has never been more in the spotlight than this last week, you know, with some of the things that have happened in F1 and NASCAR, certainly. And we were primed and ready for it. And our segment of the market being primarily in the US and in grassroots racing, we anticipated a massive amount of growth. We were ready for it, and we built a ton of personal relationships just with groundwork that we did at racetracks. My people are always at racetracks. You will always find K1 at a racetrack somewhere. We live it. We live the brand. There's just no denying how we got to where we were. But in order to stay relevant, you got to still do the brick and mortar stuff. You know, you got to keep a good foundation. We've got a great parent company in K1 Speed who's got our back in anything that we want to do. And we are constantly in research and development to progress and not forget about safety. And so I think that, you know, on top of that, the personal relationships that I've developed and my team has developed with drivers, much to mine and my wife's frustration at times on a Sunday night at 10:30. They all have my phone number. They know that I'll answer. And, you know, it's a personal relationship that we've developed with racers and with the industry as a whole. And it's, you can't buy that.
Kevin, I want to ask you this question before I ask JR. So it'll be a similar question to both of you, but from a racer's standpoint, you know, from an end user standpoint, everything that you've done, what was different about K1 and how they do things that attracted you?
I think the first thing, you know, was more so that, you know, you go to a lot of these higher end places and stuff it's expensive. And, you know, what you can get with him is, you know, what any of these guys like a Kyle Larson or somebody is wearing, you know, and get it for your kid. Like there's no difference. There's no higher in this. There's no locked out of being able to get a hold of this, this style or anything else. And, you know, on top of, you know, being able to constantly work to make it better and not stay stuck in the mud as far as, you know, some of these things, you know, was a lot of it. And just being able to be a part of, you know, some of those kind of technical decisions and working on things. And, you know, we're talking about the shape of the belt the other day of how to make stuff look better and function better. And, you know, was just able to bring my opinions and be heard, you know, was the biggest thing for me. But yeah, I think, you know, ultimately it really was the fact that you know, you can put your kid in the nicest stuff, the lightest stuff possible and not break the bank. And, you know, I think like when we open this conversation about, you know, buying safety before you buy, you know, speed, it's kind of the same thing when it comes to seats and things like that. Sometimes like some of these people will go in and really skimp on things that really should not be skimped on. And, you know, I think he puts you in a position to be able to, you know, to really keep your, you know, your kid or your loved one safe.
Yeah, very well said. JR, for you, you had to set yourself apart, obviously, when you're getting into this. So what is it that sets K1 apart?
Nothing, as a racer and in our industry, nothing is more personal than race gear. I've known over the years, I worked on a lot of my cars and I built a lot of my own motors. So I think I might come at it from a little bit different perspective. But I always knew what piston was in my car. I always knew what rings I was running. I knew what gear we were running. I knew what brand all these were. I wouldn't say I didn't care about them, but I relied on them from a history of knowing, well, I broke that didn't work, so I used this and relied on, you know, a number of guys in the industry that taught me better things about cylinder heads and how these things work. But I never had a real personal connection to parts. Your fire suit and your underwear and your shoes and your gloves are in your helmet specifically. They're very personal to a race car driver. And yeah, I go back to what I said earlier, and no names need to be mentioned as far as our competitors. I love them all. I love the competition. But the industry went towards, we know what's best for you. Here's what's available, and you're going to wear this. Okay. I mean, I wore that stuff growing up and when I was a kid and getting started, and then throughout my, small career, I was a better businessman than I was a driver. So I realized that quick. I wasn't a Kevin Swindell or any of the others, but I remember that it was like, I could walk up my hauler and be like, don't touch my gloves. Don't, I don't care if you mess around with a piston pin or a rod or something, look all you want, just leave my gloves alone. Don't touch my fire suit. Race gear is vital in its to its core because of what it offers, in its protection, whether it's your head, it's your hands, or your body. But it's very, very personal. And I think that I don't say my whole team, we do that better than anybody in the industry, is bring that personal effect to race gear. We know that what Kevin tells me is going to work may not work for a Kyle Larson or a Matt Crafton or whoever it is that's in there. And you constantly have about 15,000 voices in your head saying, this is what you should do to your stuff. And while I don't want to ignore it and say, okay, everybody's got to wear a generic brand, we try to take small bits of information from each of those things and each of those people and incorporate it into what we're doing. And we constantly are doing that. And that's something that just got forgot about for a long time from some of these legacy brands. And, to go back to a little bit of what we were talking about, we just briefly touched on it with safety being real top of mind right now over the last week. And that's a great thing. There's a good and a bad to it. And my personal opinion is it's great that everybody's looking this past week at safety gear. The only bad part about it is that these kind of things happen across the country and across the world weekly, and nobody hears about it until it happens at F1 and NASCAR, which is okay. But I think what it also does is it allows some companies to be complacent. I've made it a goal in my life. It's a passion of mine, but it's also my goal to just never forget about, no matter how much personal branding we do, whether it's for a sponsor or for that driver wearing that brand, I won't do it if it's not safe. And that always has to be the first thing. So we just try not to be complacent at all. We keep constantly trying to evolve and make things better, whether we're just the little engine, the little company that could going up against some of these giants, but we just take it really, really personal, very, very serious. And we still have fun with it, man. I mean, it's I feel like it's the coolest thing in the racing industry because we get to not only keep people safe, but we get to design brands, and we get to put that stuff forward in the forefront. So I think we do that better than anybody. And that's what's kept us moving ahead so quickly.
Yeah, your passion for this absolutely shows through. And again, I do want to remind folks, if they have a question in the chat, they can certainly do so. Type it in. We'll ask them. In fact, Rick Young says, K1 makes amazing suits. They are the official suit of Rams Racing Chili Bowl team as well. So nice shout out from them.
Well, not only, Rick and Jeff and the guys over there at Rams have been, that's a testament to what we do. It's a personal thing. They can always rely on us, but at the end of the day, they know that they can rely on a safety gear company to keep their guys safe. But, if Rick calls me up and says, hey, I got this, we've got this, veterans community project that we're doing with guys. We really want them to be at the forefront of our operation. Not only do we want to run well at Chili Bowl, but we want to represent our sponsors. Man, I jump on that right away and go, let's make this veterans community project the best that it can possibly be and look the best it can possibly look. That's our passion. That's what we're going to keep doing.
Kevin, I want to ask you, when it comes to safety gear and the different types of safety gear, and certainly I want to talk to you about this too, JR, but with the different disciplines of racing that you've done, from sprint cars to stock cars and many other things as well, different types of safety gear goes along with each of those different types of racing. What do you say to racers who are looking to move up but think, well, I've already got a fire suit, but now I'm going to go from a sprint car to a stock car?
Yeah, I mean, some of the stuff, obviously carries over pretty well. There's not a lot of things that change too much. I think as you go through some of the stuff that spend more time in the car, the longer races, you run into some ventilation things and some hoses going through the suits. But, overall, a lot of times something that I wore in a sprint car, I wore, in a cup car, it it really didn't change. So, I mean, as far as, suits and gloves and things go, as long as they hit that SFI rating, I think it's just up to you if you want to have dirt on your stuff when you go sit in the stock car or not. So, like I said before, JR makes a great product and things, and, nothing seems to, end up stained or messy or anything dumb happens with things. And, as long as, stuff doesn't have threads coming out of it or something where you think you're going to look bad to you, to your higher up sponsors like that, I think it's, it's something that, you don't worry about it. As long as you make something nice on the front side, it carries over well to either.
That's a good thing. JR, how about it for you? I mean, what works for karting might not work for, bigger cars, or some people have different styles they prefer. They might want to have the tight cups around their ankles, or they might want to have the cups go past their shoes and all of that. So talk about the variety of products that you guys do have.
Yeah, certainly. Like I said, we came into the market as a go-karting supplier, and not to bore the entire audience with how these things are manufactured, but you inherently, when you're going to do one, you got to do the other. And if you're only going to do one well, meaning karting, and not do automotive stuff, we do well in an industry of go-karting that's that's this big versus an automotive industry that's this big. You don't need to pay less attention to one over the other, certainly. But yeah, I mean, starting with go-karting, your abrasion resistance. I think the biggest difference when people are making the jump and what they need to know is that not all suits are made or created equally, and you should do your research, especially when it comes to kids. Because I've been too many places and seen, in an outlaw kart or in a micro or something where I go, wow, that's a go-karting suit that guy's wearing. That's somebody needs to go over there, and I have no problem doing it. I'll go over and tell a parent, don't do that. I mean, we're here for a reason, and we supply these things for a reason. So I think it's what Kevin was saying, we do different things, but I think the good thing is that we're doing them well enough that even somebody like Kevin Swindell, who knows quite a bit about them, doesn't recognize it, because what goes back to what he said earlier, I will put a 8-year-old, box stock kid in the same suit as Kyle Larson if that's what his parents want. And it's available, and I will do that, and we'll do it at a reasonable price. Nobody should be wearing less of a safety gear and apparel than the next guy. I don't care who they are, So, the changes. It's. I mean, man, I could talk to you for hours about the different textiles that are available. But at the end of the day, I think it really just boils down to we manufacture every single suit, whether it's a 5-year-old getting in a go-kart or to a SFI 20 top fuel racer who's almost guaranteed going to test your product out. We build them the same way.
How does someone, when it comes to the turnaround, obviously people are changing sponsors, things are evolving and all of that. If I have very specific needs to me and a very specific design that I want, how long does something like that take?
Typically, we've got one of the shortest turnaround times as far as custom suits because we're primarily a custom suit company. Typically, we're running during slow season about 4 weeks. When it gets into peak, right after, just shortly after Chili Bowl, we'll probably be right in that 6 to 7 week turnaround time. And that's from, the minute that design is approved, we've got measurements and logo files and everything, and we go. So it's we've kept that time down. We understand people need to get to races. You're never going to rely on a race car driver to get you stuff timely. So we expect that. We know that. So we've adjusted our business model and our manufacturing capabilities to keep up with it.
And how about design? I mean, I know some people may come to you with, this is exactly what I want, and some people may not have any kind of an idea. Can you help with all that?
Yeah, I think one of the big advantages to K1 Race Gear and our abilities is also what we will do, within reason. If it's safe, we will do it. We do everything. When we say custom suits and custom designs, we truly mean custom suits and custom designs. We're not going to grab one of our standard suits off the wall, change the colors of it and slap logos on it and call it a custom suit. That's not a custom suit. So we are the quintessential custom suit manufacturer, in that We, you know, from the toe up, we do it completely custom. We get a lot of stuff that is not reasonable. You know, you'll get a picture of a car that a guy will send you and say, make this. Okay, yeah, we've seen that, and we understand what people want, but we're also pretty good at functionality first, guys. You know, if we can make this suit, we will. If it's not going to function right, we're not going to do that. So, you know, we're doing really well at sort of schooling people as to what shouldn't be done, how far you can go with custom suits, but still making something custom and making it personal.
Kevin, on the racer end of things, being able to go to one place, literally one-stop shopping for everything that you need on safety, how important is that?
It's simple, you know, and that's what, you know, like you said before, a lot of this comes down to relationships. And, you know, for me, it was always, you know, it's easier once you get comfortable with a guy. And sometimes it's hard to get comfortable with, you know, somebody that works at these places, and having that relationship where you can kind of just send a text or send something simple and say, this is what I need, or this is what I want, as opposed to, you know, trying to kind of, you know, feel like you're going through customer service with some places. So, you know, having a direct relationship, you know, with these guys and being able to get every piece of the puzzle from your bag to your socks to, you know, a lot of the little things are things that complicate. The soup stuff, you know, is simple, and it kind of comes down to, you know, being able to talk with a designer, and that part gets done. And usually you spend a lot of time in one suit, but, you know, it's the little things when you lose a sock or a shoe disappears, or, you know, something gets covered in something and messed up that you need something quick, and being able to, you know, get a hold of those guys and do things, you know, quickly and simply. And, you know, a lot of us are, I feel like a lot of the drivers tend to be almost kind of shy when it comes to some of this stuff about speaking up some of the time and trying to do it. And we'll suffer through some dumb stuff, or, you know, even, you know, just grab something old off the shelf, as opposed to trying to make a complication through some of this stuff. So, yeah, just being comfortable with, you know, with the people you're dealing with, and having all those pieces right there without having to go, you know, here for something and there for something. It definitely simplifies everything.
We got a question from the chat, JR, and this may be more just a little more broad as far as an SFI rating or something like that goes. But the question comes from Yules Garcia. It says, how many seconds, more or less, a K1 two-layer protects at 700 Celsius in comparison with the competitor brands, and as it happened with Romain Grosjean this past week?
Yeah, certainly. It's a good question. You know, it comes down to the layers that you build a suit out of. And obviously anything that's off the shelf or that we customize goes through both, on most of our gear, goes through both SFI and FIA testing. They both have different rules and different standards that they set as far as heat, penetration, flammability testing, and things like that. Typically on a two-layer suit, like you would see, you know, somebody from Chili Bowl run, what I would assume the A-Star suit that Grosjean was wearing, what they'll have is they'll have a TPP rating. And I think that the question is sort of leading towards this, is like, what does necessarily that TPP rating mean? That's a thermal protection barrier of your suit. And whenever you look at a number, you'll see a TPP rating and it'll have a number next to it. The way it's defined by the SFI Foundation, which is the standard here in the United States, and it's very similar at FIA, is that if you divide that number by 2, that's the amount of seconds that you can be on fire, engulfed in flames, before you sustain a second-degree burn. So typically our testing, and all this stuff is quoted on the SFI Foundations and everything with their testing as to what the TPP rating is for each different item. You will see generally our suits are going to run between, I think the minimum at SFI is 19, which gives you, you know, 8 to 10 seconds of being on fire, whereas most of our stuff with an inner lining is running between 25 and 30 TPP, which is, you know, you're talking about between 12 and 15 seconds. Now, let me expand on that just a tiny bit here too. And Kevinsons can certainly answer some questions on this also. The way you test in a vacuum, we'd all understand if you thought about it, is not necessarily the way it's going to happen in a vehicle, right? You know, you've got you had an isolated room where you've got these patches that we supply with our layers that are tested to a certain degree of Celsius for penetration, heat penetration, deflection, all these kind of things. That's all great. It gives you a pretty good idea of how well those layers work. The difference between being engulfed in a flame, whether it's in a capsule or running through fire, is certainly a lot different if you're in a closed cockpit in an open wheel car, or in like Kevin's situation that he's been in more than once, I know, with fuel leaks. You know, oftentimes what you'll see in a sprint car and in midget racing is where a fuel line will come off. This happens a lot, you know, or a fuel leak where the fibers of the suit are actually drenched in a volatile, flammable substance, and the slightest thing so you're going to see a different result as far as how long that suit typically could stay on fire and sustain a second-degree burn versus somebody who is engulfed. Now, none of us can really guess at what was going on at the point of flame on the Haas F1 car with Grosjean, because, you know, it was a terrible thing to see, but it was also, we couldn't necessarily see what was going on in the cockpit or him climbing out until he came up over the edge. So hard to say. What I will say is I'll applaud Alpine Stars. Sparco had a couple of scary ones also. We're all doing our job. You know, everybody is using good textiles, and that's good to see when, especially in these cars that don't typically see a lot of fire. You know, I know we see it quite a bit. We've unfortunately had to test some materials in the last couple of years and had very good results. But to say that about the TPP rating and what is factual in a vacuum environment where they test it, I've had drivers that have called me and said, hey man, I was on fire for 25, 30 seconds in your lightest weight suit, and I had nothing. I don't have a single mark on me. I don't suggest anybody tries it. You know, that's not the point. The point is being able to rely on manufacturers who utilize layers and technology that's on par with what the top level teams are doing. So again, while they are a competition, I applaud that A-Stars kept Grosjean safe. Some of these top brands have clearly not rested on their laurels and been complacent. They've kept utilizing good materials, and that's all we can do is just keep testing and keep utilizing good materials. But to go to his point, that sort of answers is if you look at that TPP rating, all of ours pass SFI and FIA. We don't veer from those designs and layers once we get them tested, which has been a problem in the industry from others. So you can typically use that number as a starting point. I don't recommend anybody just rests on that number. Don't put all of your love into that number, because here's the biggest reason. I always encourage anybody who's wearing a 2-layer SFI or an FIA rated suit to also wear underwear. You know, we don't just make these underwear just because it's like soft and cute and you can have a custom logo on it or something. It has an added layer of protection that everybody should really focus on. I understand everybody wants to be cool in a race car. I get it, man. If you have a problem with it, you should probably have a different career. You're going to be hot, you know, but we try to get you the best layers possible without sacrificing any integrity. And that's why I always say underwear, man, it's a third layer. It's a protective barrier against your skin.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about the underwear actually. And when you're talking about the TPP rating, does that add to it? You know, if you had one that's TPP of 19 and, you know, maybe the underwear is TPP of 10, I don't know. Does that make it 29? And then you divide that by 2. How does that work?
Yeah, well, I think it's difficult to quantify it as a whole number. I think it's added protection. Now, certainly each individual knitted Nomex underlayer and tech layer is tested on its own. Now, obviously the number is going to be way lower because you don't have a woven barrier that's the outer lining, right? So the outer barrier is the most important part. I would say the most important part, but it's certainly the one that's going to test the flame resistance the earliest. What you have on under those layers is certainly as important, if not more important, you know, as far as if you wear a 2 or 3 layer suit. But that added protection, you could quantify it that way if you want to, but I'm not going to, as a professional, tell you that it's going to be a 29 if you've got a 23 and a 6. What I'm going to say is that they each have their individual scores as far as the TPP rating would be concerned. and certainly adding them together is never a bad thing.
Kevin, how about you? You have any thoughts or opinions, especially with real world experience?
No, I mean, I think, the hardest part some of the time is when you're younger, it's kind of, you look at certain things and maybe want to be tough or be cool about some of this stuff. And you trend away from, the Nomex underwear and things like that. And, I know as even going back to just like, things like my dad didn't run a rock screen on a sprint car. So it was like rock screens aren't cool. So I didn't, do that. It's, and little things. I don't think, I mean, he wears Nomex shirts now finally, but I think it took until 5 or 6 years ago of him, obviously getting a lot more comfortable before he left a t-shirt, so I kind of followed that path as well. And I think it was a good thing that they started putting logos on them and made them cool, because that made them a little bit cooler in some of these kids' eyes that they could wear something neat, and it got another layer. And, I talked to somebody the other day about it, and he's like, I don't want Nomex. I just wear a t-shirt. It was just like, I got to a point to where I felt naked if I didn't have long bottoms and a long sleeve top on. And, I went through phases of kind of adding one piece in, and I went from a short sleeve shirt to a long sleeve shirt. And, I just think kind of, if you suck it up on some of this stuff for the first time and do it, you realize that a lot of the stuff is actually really comfortable, and it actually makes stuff better. And, to me, guys talk about being hotter, but I never felt like I was any hotter with a long sleeve shirt versus short sleeve shirt. Or if anything, I feel like some of that stuff kind of plays into the way, like, football players look at it, to where it's like you hold your sweat in, it almost keeps you cooler. So, I think, it's just educating some of these kids, and as dumb as it sounds, it's just trying to make some of this stuff cool. And you want to get some of these guys that they feel are cool to wear some of this stuff, and realize how much of a role model to these guys they are, and to set a good example, I think is just a lot of the battle.
Yeah. The cool thing is not being treated for burns in the hospital. JR.
Yeah. I was going to say that's the coolest thing. Let's be clear on that. It's funny. It's kind of ironic that we have Kevin with us, even though we planned it, but to bring up Sammy for just a second, Swindell, obviously the legend, Kevin's father, who we learned a lot from, and we all did. But when we started talking about complacency and not necessarily testing, and not necessarily where some people have rested on their laurels of the past and just said, oh, this is safe because somebody said it was safe, or SFI said it was safe. And they do rigorous testing on this, and they require us to do rigorous testing on it. But I was standing at Knoxville earlier this year, and Sammy doesn't give a lot as far as Kevin could tell you a ton of stories, but from my perspective, he doesn't give you a whole lot unless he likes you. And, him and I stood there and talked for about 2.5 hours. One of the greatest conversations I had with a race car driver in my life, probably because I've, been a fan and also, partnered with him now. But he made a comment to me that he goes, I'm probably single-handedly responsible for the way half of these drivers drive nowadays, or he said these kids drive nowadays. And I was expecting a completely different answer as to what he said next, because I was like, well, Sammy's been known to be a little rough from time to time, and, just out there wheeling it and getting it done and driving hard. And he was like, no, that's not, it's not. He said, we were the crash test dummies for the entire generation. We were the first guys that were true outlaws out there running from state to state. We were breaking stuff. We were figuring out, whether it's not running a rock screen or some sort of window net, whether it came to different gloves and stuff. Secretly, these guys were the ones that laid the foundation for what we built, what we are continuing to build. And he said, these kids just aren't scared anymore. They just don't, whether it's cool to not be scared, or it's cool to throw a slide job from half track, or it's cool to, whatever it is, they just don't have that fear and I feel like maybe we've softened these guys a little bit. And I don't know if that's to the detriment of our class of drivers that we have that are coming up. But to speak to what Kevin said, yeah, you do have to make stuff cool. You do have to make stuff safe. And I think I'll say it again. Nobody does it better than K1.
Very well said. A couple of questions from the chat here. This sort of goes along some of what we were talking about when it comes to what you wear underneath your suit. Does the use of a chill out or cool shirt affect the efficiency of the suit with an opening in the pocket for the lines that have to come in for that? Is there a benefit to a Nomex shirt over the top of a cooling shirt?
Well, I guess there's a couple of different ways to answer that question. One is that if we start talking about the cooling tubes that enter, we primarily only see this in some sports car racing, but it's become more prominent in NASCAR racing, where these trucks and these cars are extremely hot, and you get into the hot part of the season in July, going to a place like Chicago or, even Daytona, run those road courses. I mean, it's extremely warm inside of these things. So they've started to develop these cool vests and cool shirts. In order to pump the cooling liquid through it, it has to go through the outer and inner layer. Before, that was always a no-no. We used to tell people all the time, they would buy a suit off the shelf, and they would go, yeah, I'll just take it down to this lady and have my logo embroidered on it. You can. I don't recommend it, because essentially what you're doing is you are penetrating both layers. And, the last thing you want, I don't know how much you love your sponsors, but you don't want a tattoo of your sponsor on your skin. Okay. You don't want that. So SFI went through some testing to where we developed a certain size pocket on the torso of the suit that could gone through both layers and have the tubes go through, as long as it was secured with Kevlar thread and a Velcro latch that goes over it, so it is closed. Great stuff. I can't speak to whether, and I won't speak to whether or not wearing a cool vest or a cool shirt. I know that I can say with almost certainty, anybody that's running a cool shirt is probably not running a Nomex undershirt. Doesn't mean they shouldn't. But I would probably ask Kevin more than this, just because he's driven a race car more recent than I have, is to whether or not you're still going to have that added protection if you wear a Nomex layer underneath your suit. Whether or not somebody's going to venture that and say, you know what, I feel that I'm still going to be cool enough with a cool vest and a Nomex shirt over this with 2 layers of Nomex on top of it, my guess would be no.
What do you think, Kevin?
I've never really played with those shirts. I grew up with a lot of horror stories of the old guys, talking about them, not working, the water getting hot, a lot of things of the old days, where when I think they were trying to develop them, that the guys had worse off moments than they really had gains. I know I see a lot of guys use them nowadays, so they've obviously gotten, a level of improvement. But yeah, I don't have a lot of experience really to comment too much on it. I could see maybe where, I don't know how you'd start to get into a level of thick that might disrupt how you fit in the seat that would stop you if you wanted to wear a shirt, then a cool shirt, then your suit. And, I think it would just kind of come down to comfort and things. And, that's another thing that shoots you in the foot a lot of times on a lot of the safety stuff, is just the first thing you do if you don't fit in the seat or something squeezes you too much or this or that, is you just take a piece of the safety stuff off.
Here's another. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, JR.
Yeah, just let me also note that, remember that while some sanctioning bodies do require it, a lot don't require the use of a undershirt. Okay. That does not mean that the suit that you're wearing is not passing the certification needed to run that class. So I don't want it to be confused with his question that, well, if this guy's wearing a cool shirt underneath that, is he not legal? Is he not? That's not what anybody's saying. It's saying, I don't know to the level of driver comfort that they're going to get from wearing a cool shirt covered by a Nomex undershirt and then 2 layers of SFI 3.4 or 3.2A5, whatever it is, the series that they're running. I don't know how much comfort's in that, but I will say this, and I'll always go back to this, cool shirt or not, I recommend highly wearing underwear, Nomex underwear.
Yeah, and that makes sense. And Rick Young just put it in the chat. There are cool shirts that are made with Nomex, so you may not have to compromise and wear two. Another question comes from Yules Garcia, and this maybe some people maybe misunderstand the maintenance and care of your suit. How many washings do the driver how many washings basically can you do on a suit before they start to lose the original protection properties? What's the reality of that?
So great question, because there's a little bit of confusion as to what fire resistance is and what Nomex is, and the materials that we use for it. So typically entry-level suits, and these are, I feel like they're phasing out a bit because more people are going to double layer Nomex suits, even at the younger entry level, and they should. That's great. But an SFI 1 rated suit is a single layer, not necessarily always a single layer, but it's an FR cotton that is treated with a fire resistant chemical. So if we were to answer Yule's question in regards to that, there is a certain amount of washes. Everybody's chemical is different. Everybody's FR cotton is a little bit different. Typically, 25 to 30 washes that you're seeing out there, you're going to start to lose protection on that, depending on how you wash something. There's a lot of great materials that are out there. There's a lot of great chemicals that are out there now. One of the brands that we recommend washing stuff in is Molecule. They're a company that's done a tremendous amount of work to develop a detergent that is not caustic or harmful to the actual threads or material, but it also offers a level of protection and barrier to some things with their protectant that they use. It's not so harsh that it starts washing away chemicals quickly. So that's the first part of the question. To answer the second part is when you get into Nomex, a common misconception in these days is that, oh, I can't wash Nomex too much because it's going to, well, if you treat your Nomex well, Nomex is an engineered fire resistant material. So it's not treated with a chemical. The fibers themselves have been manufactured by textile manufacturers to be inherently fire resistant. So do they lose some of their integrity over time? Certainly, but it also depends on the driver, and it also depends on the person maintaining them. I've seen guys that have to roll around in the dirt in their fire suits while they're working on their late model. You generally are not going to see that in a sports car, in a NASCAR, in a Cup Series car or a truck or even sprint cars. So that some people are just hired drivers that get in and drive. They treat their stuff really well. If I was to recommend, and what we do recommend with our fire suits, and I won't speak for anybody else, is we recommend a cold wash on a gentle cycle with Nomex or FR cotton. We do not recommend dry cleaning suits. I know a lot of people do it. Dry cleaning uses chemicals to clean stuff. A lot of times you'll find pilling, what we call pilling on a Nomex suit, where they'll get little balls that come up after they've been dry cleaned. Cold wash, gentle cycle with a trusted detergent that's not caustic. I recommend Molecule. And hang dry them inside out of the sun. Sun can fade and damage Nomex as much as anything can. So I really highly recommend, I say this all the time, they're fireproof, they're not bulletproof. For some reason, people think that I'm wearing a fire resistant suit. It's the toughest thing in the world. They're actually rather delicate. It's, if you want them to last a long time, and importantly, look really good for your sponsors, keep them clean, keep them out of the sun, treat them gently.
Very well said. I think this is a question that should bring about a good answer and an educated one for a lot of people as well. But it says, do you guys recommend a single or 2-layer suit for beginner racers?
Well, this is always an interesting question from a parent, right? And I get this a lot. My people get this a lot. Well, I would imagine you want them to wear a 2-layer suit because they're more expensive and you make more money on them, right? And I get it, man. I have children of my own, and it's difficult, especially for kids and entry-level racers. And this may not be for a child, so I'll answer it in 2 parts. But for a child that's coming in, a parent going, man, spending $800 to $1,500 on a 2-layer Nomex suit, that's quite a bill to foot, considering that I'm probably going to buy him one by the end of the season and 2 or 3 more next year as he's growing. I get it. I totally get it. That's why we have different entry-level suits that we offer, whether they're single layer or 2-layer. you know, from a dad standpoint and from a parent standpoint and from somebody who sincerely cares about the protection of drivers, whether it's entry level or the top pro of pros, a 2-layer Nomex suit is how I'm always going to direct somebody to go, just because inherently it's more safe. That's not to say that a single layer doesn't fit somebody's budget, somebody's ability to jump into a car and start learning. A weekend warrior that does track days, you know, a beginner box stock. These things are okay. I think that a parent or even a person getting into racing needs to do you started off by saying this and you said it really well. Safety needs to be the absolute first thing that they look at, no matter what. It just, yeah, man, I just want to get in and go fast. I get it. We all do. Do your due diligence, research companies, research what those sanctioning bodies require. And my recommendation is always to go above and beyond, because you just don't know.
Well, I know we have just about a minute or two left here, JR and Kevin. Is there anything else that we might not have covered here that you want people to know about K1 Race Gear who are viewing here today?
Well, a couple things. I think the first is probably, you know, you can rely on us. You can trust us. We've been around. We've grown tremendously. If you can't tell by the field drivers that we have out there running our stuff right now, from the Swindells to the Kyle Larsons to the Matt Crafton and Chase Briscoes, you know, it's custom suit season. Click on our website, go measure. One of the difficult things that we've had this year, and I jokingly have said this before to my team, is the last thing that I want is 5,000 race car drivers measuring themselves this year. And we're really missing out on an opportunity to be person to person, measuring people at trade shows. So one of the things I did want to get across, we've made a really, really great video, an interactive video with a lot of great instructions that tells you specifically how to measure yourself for a custom suit. That's one thing that I want out there. Another thing is I want to applaud our industry, and I want to applaud EPAR Trade and everybody that's involved in it, but our industry as a whole. I've said from the beginning, jokingly, but you know, you want to get out of an economic slump, tell all the politicians and bureaucrats to get out of the way and let racers come in and do something. That sounds like a joke, but we're the most resilient industry that there is. We're the hardest working industry that there is. And man, we're just not going to give up. We're just going to keep digging. And we have had a banner year. It's been different. We've had to make some adjustments. We've got partners like EPAR Trade that's given us an opportunity to do things like this. I can't be more thankful. I know my entire team, you know, says thank you for that also. I know that race car drivers, whether or not they're realizing it yet, it's a tough deal that we're going through. Everybody gets it, but nobody's done a better job than the racing industry and our industry as a whole to just say, man, whatever, we're going to be safe. We're going to do it safely. You know, I know our partners at Knoxville Raceway and Daytona and all the racetracks that I've been to this year have done such an amazing job at adjusting to this current climate. But at the end of the day, racing ain't going nowhere. We're gonna be here. K1's not going nowhere. We're gonna keep our drivers safe. We're gonna be at racetracks. But do yourself a favor, go to k1racegear.com, check out our video, check out the custom suit form stuff that's on there. Make sure you reach out to our trusted dealers. You know, the Kevin Nouses of the world, the Swindell Speed Labs. You know, we got a hardcore group of racers that we trust that help supply our custom designs to people. You can find a list of those on our website, social media assets and everything. But I really want to get that point across. Thank you to Francis. Thank you to Judy, John, yourself. What a tremendous job and a thing that you guys are doing right now, that giving us the opportunity and the vehicle to get these things across.
Well, thank you.
I'm into that, JR. I'm into that. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Actually, we get a lot of emails, comment. I mean, it's been tremendous. And we always tell people, you can always go on epartrade.com, search for K1, connect with them, and we always say it's within a click. So we had one request this morning, says, can you please just show us how to do it? So I'm going to take 30 seconds to show you how simple this is. You go on ePartrade right now. All you need to do is connect. So I'm just going to sign in. Okay, I'm just going to take you to the homepage quickly. You see K1, they are right there. You click here, you can see different pictures of their product. If you're interested, you can see at the top is my name because I logged in. You request more information, boom, that sends a message directly to K1 and someone there will get back to you. You can go back to the homepage or you can go to the company here. If you go to the company, you can see their profile. You have a question, you want to ask K1 a questions. I have to get my glasses, I'm sorry. So you go in here, you type a question, says, hey JR, how do I measure my suit? Okay, you click here, you submit, and that question goes right there. As simple as that. And you can search by supplier, you can search by buyers, you can search by anything you want. 25,000 organizations right there at your fingertips. So that's how easy and simple this is. So JR, thank you very, very much. Kevin, thank you very much. Stay on. We're going to put you as attendee. That way you can stay with us and watch other sessions. We're going to have our producer here, Rick Neski, send a little message from our sponsors, and we'll talk about the next session. So stay with us. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
There are two types of people, racers and everyone else. Racer Magazine is for those who believe that racing is a way of life. Racer embodies the excellence that defines a sport driven by passion, courage, and ingenuity. Get 1 year of both Racer's print and digital edition for only $39 with instant access to our entire digital issue archive. Subscribe now at info.racer.com.
Introducing ePar Trade, electronic performance and racing trade. ePartrade is a revolutionary new web-based trade-only product sourcing platform that works 24/7 to connect performance parts suppliers with racing business professionals around the world. Find new products and technologies all year long, accessible everywhere, from anywhere 24/7. ePartrade is the only product sourcing platform as innovative and fast-paced as the racing market itself. ePartrade is the fastest, most efficient, and cost-effective way to introduce new parts and services to the worldwide racing trade while they're red hot, allowing builders, race teams, retailers, engineers, and other verified racing businesses to access them from anywhere in the world, day or night. The world is changing, and we're changing with it. Welcome to the future. ePartrade, the global online platform for the performance and racing industry.
Hey, welcome back. We are at the 8:58 a.m. mark here in California. We got Brian Aaron. How you doing, Brian? Good to see you.
Hey, doing well, Francique. How are you doing today?
Very good. And we have the great Jeff Hammond back with us with a great flag. Thank you, Jeff. Welcome back.
Good to be here.
So we had, great sessions this morning, back to back. We have another, long day of sessions tomorrow and Friday. We had a big announcement today that Paul made. We're going to have, the gentleman running Ford Racing Performance with us on Friday. And we're going to have these colleagues from GM doing the exact same thing to close the day. So two big, huge names, two big companies, being added to, we saved that as a surprise because we, don't want to show the entire schedule. We wanted to leave a little room for surprise and announcement during the week. So we're not done. We're not even halfway. So Brian, you're going to be next. We are going to be talking with you guys. I shared my screen earlier. We're going to be talking about high performance engine win with the torsional vicious dampers by Fluid Damper. It is 10 o'clock. So you are on, Jeff, you're in charge.
All right. Well, good morning, gentlemen. Hope everything's good in your part of the US of A, and hope the weather's good for you. Real exciting week here so far. And the good thing about it is we're not done yet. Welcome to our show and our session here. And guys, let's just go ahead and get it started here. Let's talk a little bit about what fluid dampener really is. I mean, explain to those folks. I know they're on here saying, hey, Hammond, you're being a big dummy. But let's go back to like the very beginning, start with A, and let's work our way through the alphabet.
Sure, Jeff. I can feel that one. First, I just want to thank Francique for having us on, the whole crew at ePartrade. It's been a fantastic week. Again, we all know it's a tough situation out there, but I got to tell you, Fluid Damper is going strong this year. We've done a lot of pivoting and met a lot of great people online all over the world by doing these virtual seminars. So again, thank you for having us on. Those who are not familiar with Fluid Damper, it is a harmonic damper. The parent company is Vibratech TVD. Now, together, Vibratech TVD and Fluid Damper, we do torsional vibration analysis on engines, be it race engines or for OEM applications, marine, gas compression, rail, on the whole gamut of industries. For the racing industry, we get in and we look at the the vibration characteristics of the engine. What is that crankshaft doing under high RPM, high loads? How is it twisting? How is it rebounding? And then we develop a long-lasting, durable solution that's going to allow that engine to hold up under high torque and high horsepower and high durability. So Fluid Damper has been in the racing industry since 1985. It's where we do a lot of proving ground that later goes on to our OEM products or to the military products. Throughout the last 10 years, I've been involved with the company. We've brought forth a lot of training materials. I've authored a lot of the presentations and dealer trainings that are out there. But even I have my sources. And I'm bringing on one of mine today. Is Aaron Nyman. I've known Aaron for about 10 years now. Fantastic guy. He's our Vibration Solutions Manager and Senior Product Engineer. I've gotten to know Aaron over the past 10 years, and a lot of my knowledge that we share out to the dealers and to the industry comes from Aaron. So I wanted to make sure I got him introduced. And I'm going to turn this over now to Aaron. Let him say a few words.
Well, thanks for that, Brian. And then, like Brian mentioned, I've been working with Fluid Amper for about 11 years now, and nothing but just complete immersion into the damper design world. So a little bit about the viscous damper. It was invented here just outside of Buffalo, New York, and presented to the SAE conference in 1946. So it's a technology that's been around for a long time, but it has over the years it's been adapted with changes in advancements in technology. It's both machining and internal bearing technology and all of that, and it's still cutting edge technology that's used in high performance applications like hypercars and supercars. One of the big advantages with this damper by design is an SFI spec certification, so it can be used for racing applications. And what it does is it acts like a little radiator on the end of your crankshaft. And there's a weight inside of the part that moves in and out of phase with your crankshaft when you're getting vibration pulses. And that when that weight moves in and out of phase opposite the motion of the vibration, the weight will shear through a highly viscous fluid in there. If you've ever worked with silicone for like caulking agents and stuff like that, it's a very similar thickness to that, but it doesn't have a curing agent. So you get that vinegar smell when you're working with silicone caulk. That's what causes it to turn back into a solid. Brian's got a good example up on the board there. The silver portion is the internal inertia ring. And that's not bonded to the inside, so that can move in and out of phase at any frequency, where a rubber bonded part has a start-stop frequency, usually about 50 hertz. So the big advantage to the viscous damper is the broadband damping ability and also the robust design. So it can handle a lot more power input because it's not trying to transmit the vibration energy through a small strip of rubber.
Now, Aaron, we hear a lot. Go ahead, Jeff.
I said it looked like you were wanting to add to that. Would you like to do a little follow up with that?
What I was holding up here was the cutaway, just to give a little visualization to what Aaron was discussing. So here we have our internal inertial ring. It's fully encapsulated in the housing. There is a very, very thin shear gap. Let me see if I get the focus right. So thin we can't even get it in focus. And then the silicone is pressure injected into it, and it just fills up the small gap there. But it's that shearing motion of the ring in and out of phase with crankshaft vibration that's going to turn that vibration into heat, and then this acts as a radiator. Once that's set up and designed right, the durability on these it's phenomenal. It doesn't wear out in a race application. Now, we hear
on what Brian was saying there. A lot of what governs the heat capability of the damper is similar to, it's all the outer geometry of the housing and the materials that we use. So once we reach what we call a stabilization temperature with a given vibration, that doesn't get any hotter than that. So they're really good for high temperature applications with low airflow, like most racing applications, especially with stock car, and then also endurance racing. But they're also really good for performance marine applications too, because of the heat stabilization.
Well, guys, I can speak from personal experience to back to the good old days when we had the basically production damper that used to be on the front of the engines, that it'd be balanced and it'd have its holes drilled in it for the balancing part of it with a thin rubber application ring in it. And I know back in the day that was one of the things on our checklist, was to make sure, hey, is the rubber still in where it's supposed to be, or is it starting to come out? I know when you guys came along with this, which revolutionized, I think, the idea of exceeding 7,000 RPM. And that's how long ago it's been, at least in my way of thinking. It put an element of safety into turning these engines into a range that we had never thought we could reach. And now, that range now is basically off the chart. So it's something that simple that has really stabilized and given engine builders and design guys almost a free spin. I know you've had to adjust things for that, but I think I'm amazed at the capability of what this little, pretty much what I consider simplistic part can have such a huge effect.
Kind of leads me into a question for you, Aaron, as you know, how has things changed in your perspective over even the last 10 years? Because as Jeff had mentioned, it's getting phenomenal out there. We're seeing cars turning 11,000 RPM now. And how has Fluid Damper been adapting with that?
Well, the biggest thing that I can see, Brian, is everything's getting tighter. Space is getting tighter. Airflow restrictions are getting tighter. Powertrains, more so on an OEM level, but even in performance applications, everything needs to get smaller, lighter, more compact, and that affects the front of the damper. Anybody that's familiar with a small block Chevy application knows that if you were to order a crate motor right out of the catalog or pull it out of a truck or a car to build, you can have anything from a 6 1/4 inch damper all the way up to an 8 inch damper. And that's almost unheard of nowadays with different applications for different engines. I mean, the LS based and the LT based are still right around 7 3/4 in diameter, but a lot of things have integrated belt drives now. They have a bunch of other different integrated features, which cuts into the damper envelope. Because as you saw earlier in the cutaway, that we need a certain amount of space for that mass. So one of the big things that I've seen even in the last 10 years is getting creative with the shape of the parts. So, a lot of times if you looked at older dampers from, let's say, the early 2000s and back, they'll have a very similar shape. It looks basically more or less like a donut shape, and then it has a different feature for how it interfaces with crankshaft. Well, nowadays, most dampers have very unique looks from engine to engine. You could have some shaping of, we do a lot of inline 6 parts for Toyota 2JZ race applications. They're really big in the drifting scene. And that one actually has a fairly large inertia ring that's fairly thin, so you can actually tuck it behind the belt drive systems. And a lot of import performance engines, a lot of import racing engines have very small, envelopes available because everything fits inside of that crankshaft pulley. There's no additional damper but beyond that. So you have to get kind of creative with the parts, and you can do that with different shaping. You can also do that with changing the density of the material for that internal ring. We've worked on some applications that spin 11,500 RPM right from the factory. And that's a V12 application. So we had to use all of those tactics, even advanced cooling. So, I mean, the technology, the base technology has been around since the 1940s, but the applications that we're working on it, they change almost every day, just fitting needs.
Well, guys, before we go any further, I want to make sure that I give you the good stuff when it comes across. And right now we have Dwayne LaFleur from Western New York. He says, hey, you guys are well known and you got a great company. So I think that's, I think a lot of people recognize who you are really quick, but also got a guy from our panelist, one of Braden Fitcham, and he wants to know about how far do your dampeners go back. I mean, for example, let's say a 68 small block Mopar to a big block Mopar. How far back does your product go? And I guess what they're trying to find out is, can it be adapted to anything? What kind of year is our cutoff?
The biggest thing for adapting the parts is you want to make sure that you're using the right balance parts. The term harmonic balancer is kind of a misnomer, but it's also, some of them do have a balance weight built into them. And I know some of the older Mopar stuff ran cast crankshafts that do have a counterweight part of it. But if you're running a neutral balance part, I know that the Mopar stuff covers all of the LA series engines. I believe we cover back even further than that with something like the Polyspherical 318. We also offer a one for the early Chrysler Hemis, like the Firepower, the DeSoto Fire Dog, the Red Ram. So I guess it depends on what application you're working with. But there is one thing that we do that a lot of our competitors don't really do, is we actually offer what we call a customer print. So if somebody calls up and they have an application, either they want to check to make sure that the parts can fit what they're working with, or they want to work on something custom. we offer a PDF of a customer print that we can send out for a given part number. And it gives you all the basic, dimensions for the outside diameter, for, a nominal size for the bore, and then the pulley offsets and what bolt patterns on there. So, we try to go out of our way to give our customers as much information as we can to see if it's going to work, before you make the purchase.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I got a few more questions here. One it pertains to from Derek Dixon, and he'd like to know, are you guys going to be improving your existing 3.0 liter V6 dampener as you move forward?
I think I'm trying to, I'm guessing what engine make is that for? Because there's a lot of 3-liter stuff out there. I know we do a 3-liter Duratec. Okay, that's the one.
Ford or Mazda. So yeah, it's for the Duratec. Do you have any plans on that, Aaron, on the Duratec?
Well, one of the things with our fluid damper line, because it's not an OEM style line, we're free to go through and improve the parts. So, if we have an advancement in bearing technology since I started here, is we went from like an insert thrust bearing to more of a molded ring application. It gives us a little more durability, the ability to handle, if you get into a run out application, which is really common in high performance parts, so that crank nose can run out of ground. And I know that that's something that's already been applied to that particular part. As far as if there's a special feature that's needed with these parts that doesn't interfere with the overall operation of the parts, like let's say you need a PTO drive of a certain size or bolt pattern, we always encourage customers to get a hold of our tech support line. Then they'll come to me, and then we can look and see if something we can incorporate into the parts, and especially if it's something that's going to help out, the industry as a whole, that piece of parts. But yeah,
and I think that's exactly because I had a follow-up from Derek, and he was wondering, okay, Ford is as well as Mazda, so he sounded like he must be a customer engine guy, and he's running into different things as far as his day-to-day operation. And I'm glad you brought that up, because that was going to be my follow-up question is there an access for somebody who does a variety of customer builds? Can they call in and say, hey, I'm running this problem, or I'm seeing this or seeing that, and you guys can help give them the direction they need to go into, and also maybe it's time for a new product that maybe you haven't even thought about. I doubt it, but at the same time, you never know.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's always new applications. We get calls every day for people looking for new applications, and we, even if it's not something we can provide right away, we record people's requests, and then and we always go through after a certain period of time and we evaluate how many requests we've had for a certain application. Mm-hmm. Then we can bring those to the forefront. A good example of that is a part that's already been machined, and I think we're waiting to do a marketing release on it. But I think something popped up on Fluid Damper's Instagram account. But we're doing something for the RB20 and the RB25 Nissan Inline 6.
I can confirm that it's sitting on my desk, the RB20 and the RB25, and look for that shortly after the holidays. But that just came from a customer request. And the way to get that ball rolling for those in the audience, it's support@fluiddamper.com or 716-592-1000 is the support lines. Again, that's support@fluiddamper.com.
And if you're lucky, you'll get to talk to Ivan. He's real sharp. Our whole tech support team is real sharp, but we've got Ivan, Paul, and Nick. And they're our normal business hours are from 8 in the morning to 4:30 Eastern time. So if you want to talk to someone on the phone, you can call during those hours during the weekdays, or you can send an email. Like, let's say you come up with something later at night, just send an email to, like Brian said, support@fluiddamper.com. And if you can't, if you don't remember the website, you just go right to fluiddamper.com. We have a contact us portion on it.
We got another question also from a gentleman named Yules Garcia, and he was questioning, do fluid dampeners increase horsepower, and how much heat does it reduce compared to a regular dampener, and that's in racing engines?
So that's a good question. By definition, the power, it's not a power adder part. So like, let's say, increasing your wastegate pressure on the turbocharger is going to give you more power to give you more forced induction, or doing like nitrous injection, stuff like that, or power adders because they're affecting the power fuel ratio. They are a power adder in the aspect that they help increase the engine's overall efficiency. Because if you were to look at the end of the crankshaft, when that's rotating in and out of phase in a circular motion, most of the time your timing drive is running off the front of your crankshaft. So you're already throwing those amplitudes back into your timing system. You're also getting side loading and extra loading on your oil films for your mains and for your connecting rods. So you're losing power due to those things when you have your crankshaft nose vibrating more than optimally. So a lot of times we'll see power increases when we dyno test back to back with a damper that's not working as best as it can. So we'll see an increase in power on the dyno when we go through and test those parts, mainly because you're increasing the efficiency of the engine through more accurate timing, and also by reducing frictional losses as your oil films and your main journals, rod journals. But you also, there are also other benefits too. So let's say you've got a really bad resonance that you're coming up on when you want to push more RPM, so that way you can wind it out and get more power. So if you can free up your crankshaft resonance to either move it to a more strategically positioned spot, so you can operate at a higher RPM, you can make power at a higher RPM too. But it's not like, say, purchasing a camshaft to be a power adder in and of itself. It's just increasing the efficiency of your engine as a whole.
Well, I've got a question from you. From me, I'm just curious about when I was helping Junior Johnson up in the engine room back in my younger days. We were talking about, balancers and this, that, and the other, and how important it was and why it was important. And he was more feeling, and his opinion was, it helps the durability. He said, you get a frequency that a valve spring or a valve itself doesn't like. Then all of a sudden you create the potential for failure. And that's the biggest thing, is, like I say, not so much a horsepower gain, but all of a sudden, something starts getting a little bit iffy inside the engine. And if your balancer is doing what it's supposed to do, it helps to minimize, I guess you might say, the loss of life along the way, the overall durability, the miles that you can get out of the block and everything, the valve train, is reduced because of that. And I know that, when we were able to get fluid dampeners, and all the guys I've ever been around, they couldn't believe what doors got open, and the ability to step up, like say, to the next level and not have failures because they finally got something that didn't fail them along the process. Is that a good way to look at it?
That's a great way to look at it. It's like buying an insurance policy for your engine. If you have some issues with part failures or part fatigues, or even just excessive wear, like let's say you have a race engine that you need to last a couple weekends because you have on a crunch for time, so you don't have time to do a teardown and stuff like that between race weekends. Adding a better damper to your engine is going to help you with the wear items that would normally be wear items in your engine. We have a great example of this if we've got time to share it. We just started working with Corvette Racing's performance team. The guys over there are great. If you know them, Vince from Corvette Racing is a pretty great guy to work with. We've got a great rapport with them because we stepped in towards the tail end of the C7R program, and they were having some issues where their parts were failing. They were melting some rubber rings and having some issues, with sometimes as short as 8 hours. So they were having some problems with, having to rebuild motors after every race, having to run new dampers every time. So they were having some problems with tech support. So they got a hold of us, and we worked with them on a solution so that way they could use it on the tail end of the C7R program. And we had to beg them to get some parts back so we could do some teardowns to make sure that we weren't seeing any excessive bearing wear. And they ran some parts for the first 3 races of the final season of the C7R, and then they ran the rest of the parts for the rest of the season. no issues and they sent them back to us. There was no fluid wear, there was no bearing wear. Their engines were very happy, and they actually extended the opportunity to us to work with them from the ground floor for the C8R program too. So all those mule videos and all those race car videos with the C8R have been running fluid damper parts. We actually brought some patented technology to market for high strength aluminum parts that are non-welded, so you can actually pull them apart and inspect them. So if like the governing body wanted to, if they wanted to inspect something, they can actually pull everything apart. They're going to get covered in silicone, and they're going to have a hard time cleaning it up, but they can do it.
And gentlemen, we only got about a couple of minutes here in our session here. So real quick, I got a gentleman named Jeffrey Bonify, and he wants to know, is there an expiration date or a cycle time on your fluid dampener product?
There's no expiration date on the parts. So a lot of SFI stuff will have an expiration date, but the dampers don't have an expiration date for certification for SFI or anything like that. Just make sure you keep your documentation card that comes with the part, and that's good as long as the parts, the card's legible. If you lose that card, contact us at Fluid Damper Support. And a good way to check your damper, it should be running a little warmer than the engine around it. If it's working properly, you go out and do drive the engine around, warm it all up. The damper should be running a little warm. If you're pushing it kind of hard, you want to look at it. It should stay below about 300 degrees Fahrenheit. If you're pushing beyond 300 degrees Fahrenheit, keep an eye on it. If it starts, you notice something funny in the engine and the damper starts to go cold, then you may want to send it in to have it looked at. But in general, it should be running at least engine temperature somewhere around 300 degrees Fahrenheit. From what we've seen, for the performance engines, especially like V8s and all that, you really don't push enough vibration power through to damage the part. So unless the part gets a dent in it or you wear out the press fit, it's still going to be working. We've had some people send in parts from 1985, and we test them on our test bed, and they're still working just as good as new.
Well, if I could really quick get one last question in there, I think it's important. Is the fluid dampener, is it affected, if you attach, I guess you might say at the end of the crankshaft, such as the things, a dry sump oil pump or a vacuum pump, does that affect any of the performance?
If you add a little bit of weight to the front nose of the crankshaft, that's going to change your vibration frequency a little bit. That's why guys with, for the longest time, blower motor applications would say, oh, well, you don't really need it because of the belt. But that's because you're adding extra weight to the nose of the crankshaft, so you're changing where the frequency is. Usually it drags it to a lower RPM. And that's actually where that doesn't hurt the damper performance at all. And if anything, it actually will give you a little bit more stabilization on the nose of the crankshaft. But we offer some parts that actually are designed to work with like ARE dry sumps and stuff like that.
Well, guys, we really appreciate you being a part of our seminar session here. However you want to sum it up, you've done great work. I think everybody pretty much got confidence in fluid dampener. Continue the good work. Brian, appreciate you being here. Aaron also. And again, have a great day and a super 2021.
All right, thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Francisque. Appreciate the opportunity.
Of course.
And again, if anybody has any questions, they can contact our tech support line, support@fluiddamper.com. Also, the website fluiddamper.com has a wealth of information too. So, we're available after the seminar here if anybody wants to reach out direct to the company.
Absolutely. Thank you, Brian, for your support, and thank you, Aaron. And I've been told by Rick Nesty, our producer, that they asked me to do the same, which I did for K1. I'm going to use fluid damper this time, but slower, because they said I was too fast. So I'm going to first, Brian and Aaron, please stay with us. We're going to move you back as attendee. That way you have the ability to keep watching the, I'm going to ask our producer to do that while I do that quick, very simple, short demo. So stay with us. So we're going to use this time the example of fluid damper. Again, you go on ePartrade right now. Let's say you search by name. And you say, I'm not logged in. So no, I am here. So give me 1 second again. I need to go back there. Okay. So you go in here. What's happening, Reed? I think I have a little technical issue. If I go in here, okay, fluid damper. So you type fluid damper, sorry. I should put my glasses on. You click here. You can see their company pop up. You click here. And if you have a question for Brian, you can click here and ask your question. Great presentation. And somebody, you submit it, and somebody at Fluid Damper will get back to you. If you're going through down the page here and you see a product like Fluid Damper, you can look at all the pictures. You can see more information here. And you click that orange button, I want more information. Make sure you log in. And I will forward your information directly to Fluid Damper. You can go to the company again and see what else they have on the platform. Some videos, same thing. You can watch a video from Fluid Damper, ask your questions, etc. So that's as simple as this is. And so just, please take advantage of it, join us, and we are on to our next session. So Brian and Aaron, thank you again very much to be with us. You as attendee, we're going to bring our next panelist with us, and we are going to be talking. So give me 1 second because I need to reset my screen now that I did that short little demo. That's the beauty of being live. So give me 1 second, and this is where we're going to be hitting. So we're going to be talking with Pro Ultrasonic with Dan, and our host will be again the great Jeff Hammond, who's going to be with us all morning. And before I hand it over to you, Jeff, just again, a little word for sponsors. We're very thankful to ETS Racing Fuel, Full Race powered by Borg Warner, Miller Electric, Penske Racing Shock, AEM Performance Electronics. And again, the little demo I just did for K1 and for Fluid Damper, you can do the exact same thing for Pro Ultrasonics. You can do the same thing for ETS, for Millers, for AEM, Penske, Full Race, the guys that were on earlier, SuperTech, the day before IBAC, SRP, all of those, and the following ones. So it is 10:29. About 1 more minute to go, Jeff, and we're going to have a demo from Pro Ultrasonic, and we're very excited to have you guys on board. So thank you very much, and on to you.
All righty. Hey, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Man? I don't know about this live stuff. What about you?
Well, I'm kind of gotten used to it over about the last 20 years of being around it. So I've kind of grown into it, but I'm sure that it can be a little bit different if you've never done it before. But I'm sure we're going to have some fun here. And the best thing about it, I've heard about the type of cleaning deal that you have, but I've never had the privilege of going and having an education about how good it is. All I can remember is old parts washers or a bucket that I used to have at Juniors and a scrub brush, have that at Boeing Airline. And when you get done, take it out back and wash it with some hot water or something. So I'm going to get a different education here. So I'm going to let you take it away and tell us a little bit about your company and what we're going to get educated on here today. How about that?
That sounds great. So my name is Danny Kench. I'm with Pro Ultrasonics. And it's kind of weird. This is the first year in 25 years I'm not getting ready for Indy and not participating in PRI. So it's a little bit different for us. The wonderful thing about PRI for us was to get in front of people and show them actually hands-on with parts like we're going to do today, exactly how ultrasonics works to help them save time and also give them a cleaner part at the end. And the one thing about PRI that I'm really going to miss is interacting with our clients that we've had over the last 25 years, our friends, all kinds of people from a one-man shop, let's say like Head Solutions out of Indiana, to guys like Stuart Haas, a NASCAR team. So everybody in between, and it was so nice to reconnect and so forth with them. But it's a pleasure. Thank you, Part Trade, for putting this together for us. We've got some parts here that we're going to go ahead and clean. And once they're cleaning, we'll go ahead and talk some more about the science of what's happening inside. And then we'll pull the parts out. We'll take a look at them. We'll talk a little bit about it, a little bit more about it. Make sure any questions you have that you type them in. There's going to be questions on, I'm sure. So just fire them out there. And then at the end of our presentation today, we're giving away a nice little ultrasonic that you can give to your wife for Christmas. So we'll do a drawing for that at the end. So just remind me
real
to
quick,
do that.
am I eligible? Because
You betcha.
you and I are right now up in Indianapolis, and we're going to pretend we're in Indianapolis, and that's what I need. I need an education that I need to have this part in my shop, or even in my shop here at the farm, working on my John Deere tractors. So educate me.
Okay, let's start. This is one of our medium-sized machines. We made it for engine builders 20 years ago. It's 36 inches by 24, 14 inches deep. It's just perfect for a set of heads, all your small parts. Even pick a block in here and set it down and rotate it. The beauty of ultrasound is we don't have to use hazardous chemicals or hazardous materials. So it's safe for me as an operator, as a technician. It's safe for the environment. What we've got here is hot water. We heat it up to about 160 degrees. And we add 5 gallons of a special soap. The soap has a rust inhibitor built in. So if we're doing cast or connecting rods, whatever that might be, we don't need to worry about them coming out so clean that they would flash rust. So there's a protectant on there when we pull those parts out. The beauty too of a high temperature like that is when they come out, they dry very quickly. And I'm ready to go right to the bench and rebuild. So let's take a look at what we have today. I've got a couple pistons we're going to be cleaning today. We've got an identical set. So what you see here, we'll put them in for 5 minutes. We'll take them out and show you the originals. We're also going to do a nice head. And we'll take a look at this. I've got the matching set over there, but I'm going to stick this up to where we do about 2/3 of it, just so we see a nice line of what we've done and what we haven't done.
Okay.
Okay. Yep. So let's go ahead and turn this on. It's going to be, we're in the back part of our warehouse, so it's a little echoey here, which is a good example of sound waves. The bigger tank we have, the more resonance we get, the more echoing we get, and the more power we get. So in our bigger tanks, we can really generate a lot of power. So I'm going to go ahead and turn this on. Everything we has a timer. You know, I heard somebody say the other day, I'm looking for someone to help me in my shop. And for those that are online, I'd like to change that around just a little bit. Instead of looking for someone, I want you to look for something to help you in the shop. And that would be Pro Ultrasonics. This is like a part-time employee that's going to save you 2 or 3 hours a day and let you do more productive things, and let the machine do the job that nobody wants to do. Nobody wants to clean parts. So let's go ahead and turn this on. I'm going to go ahead and we'll load up our smaller parts in our basket here. I'm going to go ahead and drop this head in. Can you go ahead and switch that over to our handheld? I got a little head hidden here. We're just going to throw that in there just for the heck of it. And show the top of that and that head right there. If you look close, you can actually see some of the action taking place.
Yeah, I do.
I'm going to go ahead and set that down now. We're going to walk over here for just a minute, get away from that sound for just a second. Go ahead and switch it back to the main if you could. There you go.
Now, Dan, I'm gonna have to stop you right here real quick because you got me intrigued. Have you got your own production company going on here? Because that's really cool being able to follow in there and look down inside the vat itself and see what's going on. So have you got an assistant today?
Oh, I've got Rachel with me today. She's been doing all the heavy lifting behind the scenes.
Well, tell her we appreciate that, because again, it gives us better insight exactly what's going on, how you're able to do this. I don't see any special gloves or anything, at this time. So it's pretty impressive just to kind of like at the start of the process.
Right. And what's nice right now is I can go do something else, which I am going to do. I'm going to walk away from this process. I'm going to go deal with a client. I'm going to go work on the bench. I'm going to go do whatever I need to do, which again is adding like a part-time employee to my business here.
Yeah.
So let's take a look over here. We'll just walk over here for a sec. We'll talk a little bit more about ultrasonics. We have smaller machines. We have machines that even for home or for, let's say I specialize in carburation. Beautiful for carburetors, for fuel injection. A lot of our teams put these on the trailers, so they have something on site at the track in case they need a quick clean.
Right.
So we handle everything from small little tabletops all the way up to great big production equipment. And when we turn around, I'll show you some of our manufacturing. But how ultrasound works is we produce thousands of microscopic bubbles. And those bubbles are racing around in the water. When they hit a part, they hit it with a lot of energy, but they don't explode, which would hurt the part. It would hurt the surface. They actually collapse, which creates a huge vacuum and a lot of energy at a real specific point. So we can put in a nice polished head or, whatever part we have, and we know it's going to come out with the same specifications that we started because we don't hurt that surface. And again, it's the non-hazardous nature of it too. The only hazard we have here is hot water. So when I pull that if I was reaching in there to grab a head or whatever, I'd put on a pair of gloves, pull it out, let it drip off. And again, at the end of our cleaning here, we'll go ahead and show you firsthand the power of ultrasound, because we're going to go right through a bowl and we'll clean a little carburetor inside. Let's see, I think we have a couple questions here. Is it possible to leave a part in the machine too long? Is there a potential for damage? Is the real question. I do have a small one and love it. And thanks, Jeffrey, appreciate that. It's possible to hurt it cosmetically. Let's say we have a nice machine surface that's nice and polished. If we leave that in too long, we're going to actually pull the polish out of the metal itself, but we won't hurt the structure at all. That's why we always have a timer on all of our machines. We don't want them to be abused. But structurally, it's never going to hurt that part. It's safe on all metals. It's safe on plastics. It won't hurt rubber or gaskets or O-rings, which is a beauty. If I put a carburetor in here, we know all the things that are on a carburetor. It's safe on all those materials. So it's been 5 minutes. Let's take a look at what we got here. Let's see what progress we've made.
Hey, and while we're doing the progress still, Dan, can you go ahead and maybe a little bit more of a question here? Do you have a recommended sheet that says this part needs 5 minutes, this part needs an hour? Do you have anything that gives guys at least a starting point?
We do. Okay. I mean, we've been doing this for so long, and we have so many good clients out there that feed back to us. Yeah, we know. A carburetor takes about 7 minutes.
Okay.
A head can be anywhere from 10 to 25 minutes, depending on how it looks.
Right.
Now, we've run this for 5 minutes now. But again, if let's say I'm going to lunch and I leave this stuff in here and come back in a half hour, it's not going to hurt anything because it's just sitting in a nice soapy water.
Right.
The ultrasound is turned off. And speaking of the water and the way this works, everything's automatic on this as well. As far as the heat, we set that up to your work schedule.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're going to go ahead and switch over to her handheld now. And I want you to watch the surface here, because our soap will bring all the greases and oils to the top. Once we've cleaned, we don't want to redeposit all that back on when I pull things back out. So let's go ahead and turn on our filtration system. you can see we're skimming the top layer of the surface here. It actually goes back into an overflow tank where all the oil accumulates, and we float a nice absorbent sock back there to suck up all the oil. So now when I pull the parts back out, I'm coming up through clean water. I'm going to set that there for just a minute. While I'm doing that, I'm also taking all the particles out of the water. Let's take a look at what we have here in 5 minutes. So here's our first one.
Wow.
You can see, again, it's about a 7-minute clean cycle. Getting rid of that nasty carbon. What I like to do is you look at the ring lances here. As you scroll that around, you don't see any debris underneath, even with the rings on. That's kind of hot, so it's going to dry quick, but now I'm ready to go. I don't need to rinse this. I'm back to rebuilding. This one about the same thing. Again, probably another 2 or 3 minutes, we'll have what we need. Identical pistons, you could see. We've taken all the varnish. Again, pristine clean again without hurting the surface. And this was just an old little head we had laying around, so you can see.
But that's what caught my attention immediately when you started to come up with it. I mean, it looked like somebody's been really scrubbing on that son of a gun. And
yeah.
Very impressive.
So now let's take a look at this head. I'm just going to set these down for a minute. Let's take a look at what we've got. Kind of a nice before and after. Look at the carbon. Again, we don't, we're trying to save you time. We're trying to save the material. We don't want to have to bead blast everything. Of course, now with the sophisticated engines we have, we really can't bead blast a lot anyway. But look at these interior surfaces here. Some of these machined areas that we've got into without any labor. You can see before and after here. You can see after 5 minutes, we probably have another 5 minutes to get everything out of here. But you see how it's just laying in here?
Yes, sir.
I could just take a little brush right now, run it through, stick it back in for another minute or two, and I'm a done deal. Now I'm ready to go back to the work area, but now I'm working with new material.
Right.
It's like, I always wanted to be a builder, but when I was young, I didn't like to get my hands dirty. So that kind of messed me up for that career.
We're getting a lot of questions here, so I want to get kind of questioning you about this before we run out of time here.
Okay.
Is there any point in the solution becomes diluted and contaminated to the point where maybe it would etch the aluminum part? And that's coming from Mike Perry. But from what I take from what you're saying, no, that's not going to be the case.
Well, soap is important just to help us separate everything once we take it off, keep it from redepositing. We start with plenty of concentration here. We only need 5 gallons of soap and regular water. And as long as we keep it filtered good, the worst thing for ultrasound is all those particles floating around. Because you imagine, we got a little part in there and there's particles surrounding this whole thing here. The energy is going to be lost on the particles before it gets in here to do its job. So we need to keep the water clean. We have dual filtration on this, like we talked about before. Mm-hmm. So yeah, it is important. And we are going to have to change this every once in a while. That could be anywhere from, I've got some guys who change it every 4 to 6 weeks, and some change it 2 or 3 times a year, depending on their use. Any application for okay.
You said something about bigger machines, because we got Derek Dixon wanting to know about, can it handle a bus engine? You have a machine that can handle a bus engine?
We do. This is 36 by 24. We go up from here 3 different sizes, and then we add lift tables, agitating lift tables to make it a lot easier to load things in and out. So we have this available with a lift table. We go up to double this size at 42 by 30. And then we go up to 60 by 30. So we handle just about any head, blocks, things that are out there. And then those we add lift tables because, again, we're dealing with a big area. So
I think it
those
kind
are all
of addresses what Sean Green was wanting to know about. He said, do you have any kind of applications on high volume production scenarios, like, I guess, final washes on block production, for example?
We do. We're going to turn this just a little bit and show you one of our systems here. When I go to the PRI, it's nice because I've got 20 or 30 manufacturers on the floor that use our equipment for high production. Places like Manley Performance and Swift Filter, and all your piston manufacturers use Pro Ultrasonics. So the new stuff you're getting out of a box has already been through ultrasound. Now you're going to take that same technology once you're rebuilding it to get it clean back to that original state. So we have automated systems that we do a lot, places like SpaceX and Boeing. So we're bringing that technology of medical devices and aerospace to the automotive industry. The same technology, the same automation if we need it. Again, we make a lot of custom equipment. We take care of Delta Airlines, take care of all their maintenance. So there's lots that we can do other than our standard line that we've developed over the last 20 years.
Okay, what about somebody was asking, Paul Parkinson was wanting to know, can you put any other kind of solvent in your machine that would make it more efficient?
We do have different soaps. We never use solvents.
Okay.
Everything we do is non-hazardous. It's aqueous based. So we don't want to, we don't deal with any solvents. We don't need to. We don't need that red safety clean in the corner or that bucket of carb cleaner anymore, or all those sprays that we're spraying all over the place, brake clean and so forth. We can do that with soap and water now, but we do have different soaps based on different applications.
Well, it sounds to me right now that you have really hit a home run here. We did have one of our panelists want to know about, do you have any kind of international representation, like in some place like in Mexico? He was interested, I think, that and maybe trying to make contact with you because he has a race team down there and would like to maybe be a representative for your company, I guess.
We're always looking for great distributors. I think we're in all 50 states, and I think we're up to about 18 countries now, as far as our equipment. But yes, please contact me. We do a lot of business down in Mexico, of course, being so close and stuff. So, just send us at info@ProUltrasonics or look at our website, proultrasonics.com, and then we can go from there. Any other?
Hey, we're going to have to cut this a little bit short, my friend. We're
darn it, I'm just getting warmed up. I'm just getting.
We'll have you back. I want to say a great Rachel. He's the one who worked with our production team here. Wanted to put that together. Rachel, you did a hell of a job.
I think Rachel should come over here.
I agree.
Here's Rachel.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I love the presentation. I really did. If I was there, I would buy.
Oh yes.
All right.
We'll do it again. We'll have you back on the. We're going to extend this into a month, actually.
Yes. We do want to give away this little machine, though. So, so go ahead and raise your hand online. There's a little button you can click to raise your hand, right? And Rachel will pick one out. But anyway, this is a nice little unit for at home. I don't want you putting your lawnmower carburetors and stuff in here, though. This is for your wife, for her jewelry.
So, Rachel, you've got 30 hands right now.
I don't see the list.
You have
I tell you what, you go ahead and pick one randomly.
I can't. Yeah, give me a letter you want to start with for a first name.
A G.
G. For first name or for last name? Sorry.
For first name starts with a G. Last name starts with a S. How's that?
You're going to be. That's going to. Okay. So we're going to make it quick. So we're going to get Sean Greenaway. So Sean, well, I got it the other way, SMG, but that's
okay. Send us an email and we'll get this out to you for Christmas.
So Sean, I am going to have, so stay on. I'm going to have, oh, yes, awesome. Thank you guys. Sean,
okay.
Done. I see a lot more hands raising up right now.
I do want to let you know just real quick before we sign off, because we're saving money from not doing PRI, we're extending that to our customers. We have an incredible package package put together. Just give us a shout at our website and you can check that out. But, you know, to get a part-time employee, it's going to be less than $250 a month. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, thank you. You just put me out of a job. If I was still a junior doing that, I wouldn't have a job right now. Thank you.
I know. I hate doing that.
No, I think that's great to know that there's something out there that can help the guy that's got, you know, just himself and one other person working in the engine room.
Yep.
You know, it's really a, you know, a shade tree mechanic type, and have this kind of quality be able to help him do a better job faster and turn more product, you know, and I mean, being clean is very important. You know that in any engine room or different types of applications, sometimes you spend so much effort trying to do that, and time is money. That's the thing. You just showed them how to save time and make more money.
Exactly. And all non-hazardous, which I love.
Yeah.
Okay. So, well, thank you guys. We've got.
Thank you.
Keep running. We have, well, Jeff, you stay on because you're going to be a host for the next session. Done. Then I'm going to move you back as an attendee. Again, congratulations. Great demo. That gives us a lot of great idea, and double applaud for Rachel for doing this live. And again, the draw too, two first time. So congratulations, guys. Stay.
All right.
And I'm going to have a producer run our video. So read on to you.
Thank you.
So we're going to have a little video from our sponsors. Thank you very much.
Introducing ePartrade, electronic performance and racing trade. ePartrade is a revolutionary new web-based trade-only product sourcing platform that works 24/7 to connect performance parts suppliers with racing business professionals around the world. Find new products and technologies all year long, accessible everywhere, from anywhere 24/7. ePartrade is the only product sourcing platform as innovative and fast-paced as the racing market itself. ePartrade is the fastest, most efficient, and cost-effective way to introduce new parts and services to the worldwide racing trade while they're red hot, allowing builders, race teams, retailers, engineers, and other verified racing businesses to access them from anywhere in the world, day or night. The world is changing, and we're changing with it. Welcome to the future. ePartrade, the global online platform for the performance and racing industry.
Okay, welcome back. So that was a first, right? Live demo. I'm thinking of a good friend, Bob Davis at Sanan. If he was watching, he's going to call us and say, I want to do the same thing with all my machines. I don't know if we're going to do that, but we had Sanan doing an ePartrade Live Tech webinars too, actually, back in November. And I think, you know, when we saw that today with Pro Ultrasonic, again, Rachel, what a hell of a job you did. And it seems like we were in the shop. So I think a lot of people call you and say, hey, how you do that? And can we do it too? So that was really good. Thank you very much. So Jeff is with us. We are going to be talking piston with Malle Sport. So Malle Motorsport, I'm sorry, my apologies. So 11:30, 11 a.m., sorry. There is something wrong on the time here. That's okay, we'll change that. A discussion on piston design and relevance of data by Malle Motorsport, Eric Grelio, product manager Motorsport. So we are very thankful to have Eric with us. Eric, we are going to bring you on camera as we don't see you yet. And good morning, Eric. Jeff,
good morning.
On.
Hey, good morning, Eric. This is Jeff Hammond. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
I'm doing quite well, We've had a pretty busy week, and it's going really well, and just really excited about bringing your organization in here and getting educated about what's going on with Malle Motorsports and, you know, what's good for 2021. But, you know, can we back it up a little bit? Tell me a little bit about your personal background and how long you've been working in the business.
Well, I started with Malle actually almost 18 years ago, and unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you want to look at it, I've been a piston engineer my entire career, so that's all I know, good, bad, or indifferent. And, you know, of those 18 years, the last 15 have been in motorsports exclusively, transferred over to the division, and have been working with them in a variety of different facets. Actually started as an application engineer, where I was doing project work for customers and teams directly, you know, failure analysis, performance analysis, looking at parts, reviewing, et cetera, and transitioned from there into doing actual design work. Got involved in some of the CAD work and putting parts and ideas to paper. Eventually became engineering manager, did that for a few years, and then look at my current title, it says product manager, but really that just entails kind of responsibility for engineering, sales, marketing, and all the facets under that. But it's, I think, kind of interesting that it's one of those positions where you never really lose any responsibility. You just keep adding. So everything from still answering tech calls and, you know, stock checks as guys come in to kind of keep a pulse on what's happening in the market and with our customers. That part's never been too far from where I'm at.
Well, with that being said, also, you know, read somewhere that Malle is originally a company based out of Germany. Is that right? And it's like 100 years old this year.
Yeah, actually 100 years in one day. December 1st, 1920, they started their first series production of aluminum pistons, two brothers in a very small workshop over in Germany. And from that very small start, they've grown into this global entity that they are today, obviously diversifying in both size and scope. Now it's 160 some production locations in 30 countries and 70,000 some plus employees. And they've diversified from that start in pistons to almost every component in the engine, in addition to getting into thermal management and filtration and all the systems that support those as well.
Okay, with that being said, I guess you threw a bunch of things that may come to my mind. So where in the United States, where are you located at? And just, how many, production companies do y'all have within the United States?
I lose track as well. There's probably a half dozen to a dozen companies that Mahle encompasses. But even for everything that Mahle does, we're a very specialized portion of that company, us Motorsports per se. We make, even though Mahle may make all these components in different parts, we make forged pistons and rings for the performance and racing industry. Yeah. I'm sitting right now in Fletcher, North Carolina, which is where our small satellite sales and engineering office is. But production of every part that we produce for Motorsports happens just about an hour north of us in East Tennessee, Morristown, Tennessee, actually. And so we've got production facilities there that we make the parts, and any of our WDs that happen to be listening, that's our central hub for distribution, and everything is packed and shipped out of that location as well.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about, the process. You've been in the business for 18 years. I'm pretty sure you've seen a lot of things. I mean, first thing you got to do, you got to identify, what are you making it for? What does it expect to do? And it's got to go through a process of design and I guess you might say you got to fail this part before you can put it into production. So give us some overview of what it's like, going from like I say, I walk in here and I say, hey, I got a 6-cylinder engine here that I'm running. I'm trying to make a special design deal for a straight line 6 that I want to run at the Bonneville Salt Flats. And I want to do this, and this. And I need your company to help me come up with something that I can make a ton of horsepower with. What would, if I come with you, something like that, or I want to build a special drag racing engine that I want to, go run in the NHRA, what is the process and how does it work?
Jeff, you were close. You touched on probably 3 of the most important things that come there. And one is I want to make a ton of horsepower, but you left out, I want it as cheap as possible and I want it to last forever. Not specific to pistons, of course, that's any component that we deal with. But no, what I kind of wanted to talk about today is sort of why we ask the questions we ask, because there's almost it starts with when a guy comes to us with an application, you're looking at what you've got off the shelf. Is there a catalog part that fits that application? Because that's always the quickest and cheapest way to put them into a good quality part if it matches their application. And right there, we're probably touching on a word that I will use frequently today, and that's application, because matching the parts to the application, there's very seldomly a right or wrong part. It's what's right for the application, and understanding what that part needs to do, what the requirements are. That's the bulk of the work. How to get from there, once we understand, and putting it in onto paper and in the computer and actually cutting chips, that's kind of the easy part. But making sure that we know exactly what that application is and what it is expected to do, that's the real bulk of the work. But there's also, I don't want to call it hesitancy, maybe even stopping just short of calling it annoyance at times, when it almost seems that, if you're trying to order a piston and you've got something in mind, the questions that get asked, in the back of in my mind, I think there's this question of why are we asking those questions, and not seeing the full relevance of how everything starts to interact. And it's an issue that crops up occasionally. I'm not trying to lay a blanket on everybody, but you'll see it from the novice garage builder all the way up to professional engine builders. Sometimes the professional engine builders that should know better are almost the worst culprits. Because if you ask me for a piston that has X compression height, this pin, I'm going to run this rod, and I want it to be this compression. In your mind, and in most cases, you've probably outlined every specification that's needed to make that part. But sometimes there's subtle differences. When you start stacking things together, the rings are running into the pin, or there's not room from the pocket to the groove. So that leads to more questions, information that wasn't provided up front that we then have to glean to understand, okay, what can we change or what can we compromise and still meet ultimately the end goal of what you're looking for. With the novice, it's the opposite of that. It's, I need a piston to fit this application. Tell me what I need. Help steer me in a direction that guides me, you know, using the expertise and knowledge that you have to be able to get a part that's going to meet what they're expecting it to do and fit where it needs to fit.
It's almost like some people are too smart for their own good, and they're trying to do your job to a certain degree rather than coming to you and saying, here's what I got going on, and work it from that point. And I'm not putting anybody down. I'm just because again, you know, you hear people, and we always want to make sure there's a lot of us out there who want people to be impressed with what my knowledge is. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well,
your specialty is building that application. And again, you know, it seemed like you break it down to a simpler level with your last response, which was just give me what you need, because this is what I want. You know, just I need this for this application, and get out of the way of it.
I'll be the first to admit there are many people way smarter than myself. But what the big difference is visibility. Is you as the engine builder or the customer have all the components in front of you. You can see everything that's coming together or know what you intend to do. That visibility doesn't exist on this end of the phone. So in some ways, we've got this very small piece of information, and we're trying to build a part with, you know, not our hands tied behind our back, but, you know, we don't have access to what's on the other end. And sometimes we have to pull that information out to be able to understand what we need to be able to give you the part that's going to fit the application.
Well, I tell you what, you know, let's go through one of those processes right there. Give us an example of something that maybe we would find, you know, educational and informative at the same time of what even those steps are. I mean, you give us an overview. Can you be more specific?
Let me bring up the screen. I've brought up some data here that we can share because if you noticed in the background, there's way more emphasis on the engineering side than the sales or marketing. So this is not a sales pitch, and I'm a big fan of data.
Right.
So we will we'll share some of this here if we can. Let's make sure. And just to guide, you know, I pulled up kind of information, graphics, visuals of different things that I could think of. So, you know, we'll certainly open this up to questions, and we'll, you know, we'll jump around if we need to and touch different topics. More than happy to do that on basically open to any question on pistons, and hopefully there's some insight that we can provide there. But, you know, just taking something as simple as a connecting rod. You know, there's basic rod length, there's small end width, and those are some of the starting points for every piston. But when you sit down and kind of think about all the things that can be affected, you know, and I made just a quick list of pin boss spacing, which is critical, you know, clearance from the rod to the undercrown, the shape of the radius where the pin boss meets the crown, which is important for strength. And when you start getting into some of the specialized applications where you have boxed pistons and struts, making sure that rod angle will clear the strut, then the bottom of the piston becomes important. There's factors with these long stroke engines where they start pulling pistons out of the bottom of the block. And it's important for us to know where that is or how much of that piston sticks out, and in some cases being able to calculate what that is. Likewise, you know, the clearance to the counterweight of the crank, which is going to be affected by what rod length you put on that crank, which in turn helps us check and calculate inertia for that part. And deck clearance, if we have to go back and check compression, some of those things are relatively easy to do. And that's a case where, using the engine builder example, he or she, may tell us that I want a 11-to-1 piston with a 8cc dish and everything else is well defined. We're going to do our due diligence and kind of double check those compression numbers just as a sanity check, because the last thing we want to do is perpetuate a mistake or send something, by the time you've made and produced a part and shipped it and then find out that there was an addition error, that's a long way to backtrack and start over. So if we do the math, something doesn't quite add up, that's where it gets back into, okay, you told me exactly what you want, but now the pieces aren't connecting. What's the data that we need to be able to go back and calculate where we bring that back together? So, just looking at something like that, that's as simple as a connecting rod, other than having to fit in the piston, sometimes you don't think about the impact that it can have, but there's intricacies in how the small end is shaped, not just the width. And when you start looking at, again, long stroke motors that require very short pistons, and your rod is running into the underside of the piston, just the shape of that rod can make or break sometimes what you need for clearance, and not having to make compromises or determining what compromise is the best to work with the components that are available.
Well, again, when you were showing all that right there, a lot of things were coming to mind, but it makes itself so much more clear when you understand how the package has to start to go together, on all of that.
As I was putting information together and you start clicking through, and it almost became, I don't know what order to put this in, because what I had listed up here then becomes tied into a variable that's down here. And then once you figure out this variable and you're calculating it, it's also used 3 steps down the road, because there's, there is no disconnect from one singular feature. And that's the job of the piston manufacturer, is to tie all those variables together to be able to know that, again, it physically fits the package that you need, but also is going to perform in the manner that it needs to, whether that's power, durability, longevity, sometimes just survive. But there's a host of factors that come into that, and tying all those variables together is what we like to do daily.
Well, what I was going to maybe say is that, continue what you started here, and let's look a little bit deeper in that, because as you go through the rest of this thing, I've got a couple of questions that may be better asked after I've seen the whole more of the presentation, because I think it brings questions back for me, working through the series that I'm working in currently, as far as the outdoor, truck series there, and NASCAR truck series. And, since we are running, the Ilmor engines, which, are pretty much, all one and the same, but some of the problems you come up with trying to deal with other series, how you approach that in your realm to make sure that the durability is there, and we don't have, we're actually putting a lot of miles on these engines before they ever get a chance to come back out, and how you address that. So carry on.
Yep, certainly. So just one of the variables we talked on, looking at counterweight clearance, just a visual to tie that in together. And don't put too much emphasis in some of the sheets we've got hidden in the background. Really, the point that we're trying to drive home with that is that for all these questions and variables that we're asking for, there's some calculation that's going on behind the scenes to determine something about the design of that piston. And that's just kind of the reminder that we put there of what we're looking at. But, and where it starts to tie together, if we're looking at counterweight clearance and how the rod length affects it, all that's going to be factored into inertia calculations, and leads into the question of really what RPM range are you expecting that engine to run into. And inertia failures are typically pretty spectacular, unfortunately.
I've seen a few of them along my history.
Yes, I did not have to search long for a picture. And that's, I'm not criticizing any parts, engines, etc. But a lot of what happens is, there's variables that are outside the control where you can't, unexpected RPMs, other breakages, etc. And there's all kinds of reasons. So I guess in short, I'm saying I'm not afraid to show some broken pistons, because we certainly won't hide from the fact that we've seen a few. But you make compromises in terms of always wanting to protect against the variables, but you can't overprotect, because then you have pistons that are hitting counterweights on cranks, or you run into other interferences, or the parts get heavy. So everything is a balance, and it's about, again, the compromises that you make to balance out all the factors that you're looking at. Sort of an interesting one that also stems from RPM. We talk about inertia on the piston. There's things as simple as the circlip that's affected by inertia. Our preference is to use a round wire lock. I think those that aren't familiar, just instead of a traditional square cut groove, uses a round wire lock. We like them for ease of installation, but it's also a very secure way to fix the pin. In terms of, there will always be some side-to-side movement of the pin, and when that occurs, the chamfer, in addition to that round lock, is actually pushing the lock, not just trying to push it out against the material that's supporting it, but you're pushing it into the piston. There's two vectors here in terms of that direction. So in some ways, the more force you put on it, the harder it's trying to push that clip into the groove. But there also have issues where the mass of the lock itself can be affected by inertia and RPM. Now, to put that into perspective, is it something that the average guy needs to worry about? If you look at a 927 pin, a typical small block Chevy with a 4-inch stroke, long stroke, meaning high piston speed, that inertia starts occurring 9,000 RPM. Not undoable, but not probably your average builder and a few exceptional applications. It changes when you look at a big block application. You've got a different clip geometry, but some of these big blocks that have 4 3/4 inch strokes, that's a lot more piston speed. And you can see where that drops down to, you might see some issues when you start touching close to 8,000 RPM. But does that mean that, the engine hits 8,000 RPM and snap, the clip springs out? No, there's other factors that come into that. And one of those is very simply the location of the clip. If you've got a gap where the mass of the clip can compress and act upon that gap, that's where you can have a tendency to see some clip ejections, or a possibility of it, where if that clip is rotated 90 degrees, now that mass that inertia is working on can't close the gap. So simple changes like that will have an effect, and it's not by any means an instantaneous number, and it takes some duration and time spent at RPM to be able to actually realize that. But again, it's those aren't numbers that are outside the realm of where engines can run. So it's considerations that again takes information and data from the customer to know how the engine is going to be built and how it's going to be used to start to calculate some of those things.
We're starting to get a few questions here, and I'll make sure I don't go too much longer without addressing those. Tom Noack wants to know, are you using anything as far as different type of alloys other than 2618 or 4032 in your product?
No, we actually have an internal alloy that's a variation of 4032 that we use. So technically the answer is yes, but for intensive purposes in this discussion, let's say 2618 and 4032 are certainly the most prevalent. And it's pretty, I don't know whether it was coincidental or they were just, smarter than we are today, but 2618 has been around since the 30s or 40s when Rolls-Royce developed it. And that alloy has stood over the test of time for the last, I guess that's 70, 80, 90 years at this point, which is fairly amazing if you consider the advancements that have happened in material science over the last 5, 10, 15 years.
Right.
That doesn't mean that we're not looking, and every other company out there is doing the same, and we're continuously evaluating materials and looking for new options. I can tell you to date, you're not going to see a lot others in any type of high volume production. There's some very specialized, very expensive materials that are doing good things, but and able to have them to where they're ready to bring to market. I can say personally, we're still a ways off from that, but we never stop looking. But certainly the predominant materials are the 2618 and 4032.
And this again, while we're in the very early part of this discussion of the piston and developing the piston, is anybody, and this is Robert Samuelson that asked the question, is anyone using two-piece pistons or piston cooling jets? And as a, what is the typical max piston velocity?
I don't know that I can put a quick number to max piston velocity, because it's very, very seldom do we have the opportunity to dictate that. It's the other way around, where here's how fast it needs to go, protect against this, and make the part live at the piston speeds that are going to be dictated by the RPM and stroke of the engine. Cooling jets are very prevalent in upper race series. We're seeing that trickle down more and more. There are, at this point, tons of automotive OEM production engines that are cooled from the factory. So as it's become more prevalent there, I think we're seeing more of that trickle down to some of the lower series. But again, it all depends on that application. There's a lot of engines that you can create and build the durability that you need without it, but there's others that there's no way that they would survive without cooling the piston. Mm-hmm. So yes, they're out there. They can be used. It's a great tool when heat is a factor, and tying that back into alloys, as great of an alloy as aluminum is, 2618, 4032, it's also a terrible alloy for pistons, because as soon as you put heat to it, it starts to lose strength, and over time. And that's, maybe not measurable on a small scale, but in the theoretical level, and certainly in terms of, engines that are run at full power for long durations, and where that part has been optimized specifically to that engine. Let's take the Cup Series as an example. Back when those engines were one race, 500 miles, at the end of 500 miles, those pistons were done. They may come out of the engine looking perfect and brand new, but the integrity of the aluminum was such that the strength had degraded. You start to lose hardness of the parts, and they weren't going to go 600 miles. They would go 500 miles because they were optimized for that, plus qualifying whatever else you needed. And that was the big challenge when, a few years ago, when they went to the two race engines. How do you take a part that's optimized for 500? Now we have to double it. And again, it becomes, what compromise do we make? Cooling's a big factor of that. Tune-up's a big factor of that, and some changes in the parts themselves. But it's about managing, again, all the variables that are building towards what that application needs to do.
Okay. All of this questions and answer you've given, you've already stirred up a lot of people asking questions, the difference about forged pistons instead of cast pistons, and folks saying, is there a high boost gasoline engine that would benefit more from a steel piston versus what's going on here? I mean, so this is the kind of, you got people out there got the wheels turning.
Yeah, touching briefly on the steel pistons, I still think that's the future. It's old technology in diesels. Diesel engines, your over-the-road trucks have been running steel pistons for 20, 30 years in some aspect, whether it was a hybrid of steel and aluminum or all steel pistons, which is most prevalent now. There's lots of work being done developing them for OEM engines. There's work being done on the performance side. They're being raced in certain series. It hasn't quite caught up to where I would call it mainstream yet. But there's also, it's not as simple as taking an aluminum piston and replacing it with a steel piston because it has a big impact, particularly in heat transfer of the entire system. And it almost requires a complete redesign of the engine from all aspects to make those combinations work. But it does work. It's a very effective material for a piston, but it takes a lot of development to get there. So I think it's coming, but just not quite there yet.
Well, we've got pretty much a specific question from Ron, and he wanted to know about your diesel pistons that's already out there and your coating on those, and why are they coated?
Yeah, well, ironically, and thank you, Ron, our diesel pistons, we coat the same way we do almost all of our gas pistons. We have what we call Grafol that we put on the skirts, and it's a process we do in-house. It's graphite impregnated. It's there for friction reduction, a little bit of scuff resistance.
Right.
But because we can do it in-house efficiently, quick, very inexpensively, unless there's a piston that absolutely, or a customer that absolutely does not want it, or a class where the rules won't allow it, we coat everything we put out the door with that skirt coating. And it's the exact same coating on gasoline versus diesel, motorsports versus what goes into some of the OEM production that we do that, where it's expected to last 100, 200,000 miles the life of that vehicle. In addition to those, there's some specialized coatings that we do in terms of anodizing ring grooves. We'll do some thermal coating on the crown for customers that want that. So there's options out there. Our gasoline pistons also have an additional dry lubricant that's a phosphate coating that covers the entire piston. That's what makes our piston kind of the unique blackish dark gray color that it is. So yeah, we're a very firm, big believer in coatings. But again, they're all available, but it's fine tuning that coating to the application and what you're trying to run with it and what you want to run.
Well, and when you say what you want to run, we've talked diesel, we've talked V8s, I know you guys make pistons for everything. So Dwayne Wagner wants to know what's, unique characteristics of a two-stroke piston that maybe is that's different than just what we're kind of growing up thinking, well, this is the way a piston needs to be designed here versus there.
Yeah, unique in terms of the thermal properties of it, trying to maintain expansion and growth, particularly because a lot of them tend to be running, air cooled in the past, and whether it's air cooled or water cooled is going to dictate it, whether it's two stroke or not. And also you have some unique lubrication issues just because of the way that those engines are run, and that's in effect a good segue from the coatings in terms of being able to take a marginal situation and provide you some added insurance when lubrication can become compromised or by design has a mix of what's there. So there's geometry issues with them, and you have to take into consideration how the rings are going to be arranged and ports and things like that. And there are unique challenges for them, but I guess I don't want to downplay it, but it's kind of similar to what you would see in most other applications where, again, you start stacking up the variables and put all that together into a final design.
With all this we kind of brought out, is there anything in your schematic that you had as far as where you could show us where some of these developments that y'all are making or some of the challenges that you've run into where you can address that, as far as the skirt height and things like that? Because again, you just showed us a diesel piston and it's got long skirts on it, let's face it. And then you got other ones I'm thinking more about like a two-stroke piston, very, very probably real short. Again, don't have the room in there to do a lot of stuff. And how you kind of like deal with that? Can you explain, like say all the challenges, man, like say you have got, the ultimate, anything that runs, those challenges that you just like have brought out in this, like, wrist pin, stroke, just whatever you can allude to that help us better understand.
Sorry, Jeff.
Yeah.
See, I'm going to jump ahead here as we're doing, and you know, you talked about trying to develop profiles, and this is an example of a part that, you know, sometimes guys will take parts off the shelf and you know, kind of mix and match rod or stroke combinations to build something new, or as new combinations are put together. This was one that was put into a very long stroke motor that pulled out of the bottom of the cylinder, and we just weren't aware that that was a combination that existed, or that's how it was intended to be used. And so then when they kind of send it back for analysis or shoot us some pictures over, we're able to look at that, collect, you know, the information that we need, and this is just an exaggerated view of what we're talking about. You know, calculate where on the piston on that skirt are we pulling out of the cylinder, and so we'll use that. Let me find my right above it. To dictate how we shape what I'm going to call the profile of the piston. Now, this is quite simply just a 2D representation of that shape. We use it to visualize it, and it's scaled for visualization. A representation of the skirt axis of the piston, and then inside is the pin axis 90 degrees to it. So the offset indicates that there's some ovality to those lands, and ovality to the skirt, which I think is common. Most everyone is familiar that there's not, you know, pistons aren't round. To the eye, yes, but there's shape almost everywhere to them that you look. And there's a lot of different nomenclature that can be used for that, whether it's cam, the barrel, drop, taper, you know, whether they're cylindrical parts, oval parts, etc. We wrap all that together in one nice internal terminology and call it the piston profile. And that kind of encompasses a little bit of everything that we're talking about, and just is a quick and easy way. So as you hear me say profile, I'm talking about essentially the shape of the piston, how it's turned in the final machining. So, you know, sort of the nice visual over here. We took a piston after it had been machined once, and then came back, reprogrammed it, and, you know, through the turning operation, the same finish turn operation that normally cuts the skirt, you know, we're able to write our name in that piston as it's turning. So that's the level of detail and essentially infinite parameters that you have available in terms of determining that shape. There is no one correct shape, no right or wrong profile for any piston, and there is no one shape that works for every piston. This is something that we try to develop, again, being very application specific. Mm-hmm. And so with those variables, you know, depending on whether it's heated or it's, you know, if you're trying to manage heat, or you're trying to, which is controlling the expansion or growth of the piston, or if you're trying to use skirt shape and profile for friction reduction, or you want to, you can actually use the skirt to control how the part is lubricated. All those variables can come into how the ultimate shape is defined. And with the ability to fine tune that, you know, part by part, and you know, to particular engine families, and different, you know, a circle track profile might be different than a drag race profile. Again, because those engines are going to be used differently, we have that ability to fine tune it and build it into what the final part would look like. I did see a comment, and while we're talking about profiles, about the asymmetric barrels and different thrust to non-thrust application. And it's interesting because, yes, absolutely, but it also takes a lot of development and testing to make sure that what you're doing is working. There are applications where, you know, if you look at asymmetric, let's just say simplify it to asymmetric skirt shapes. We've seen big skirts on one side, little on the other, and you'll see that where the big skirt is on the thrust side, and, you know, the little skirt anti-thrust where the loads aren't as high. But there are applications, and we make applications in production engines where it's 100% reversed, because the way that you shape not just the skirt, but the structure behind it and how that profile is shaped, there's advantages to running the little skirt on the thrust side, the heavily loaded side, and running a bigger skirt on the anti-thrust side. So application. But yes, there are instances where that can and will make a difference.
With all that being said, and in the very beginning, we talked about the application and the communication to make sure you get the right information. You showed us the one that you could clearly see the bottom of the skirt had been coming out of the cylinder.
Yep.
And again, this is my being novice. Where was the miscommunication at, and what did the engine builder not share with you guys? Where did they make that misstep at? What part did he not give your company to keep from doing that?
Well, that particular one came in after the fact. It was someone who had bought an off-the-shelf part and compression height, pin size, everything lined up to physically fit the application that he needed with the stroke and rod that he was using, and it fit his head and everything there was right. But because it was I believe it was a longer stroke than what we had intended that part, somebody came out with a shorter rod version of that. So it was pulling the piston out further than we'd ever thought it would on a particular block. The other part is, the proliferation of parts that are out there continues to grow daily. So new blocks come out, they don't all have the same cylinder lengths. Cranks come out, they don't all have the same counterweight clearances on them or same size of counterweights on them. And we can't fault anyone for doing that. Everyone's going to evolve and improve their products, but all of those variables have to work together. And so this was a case of where they had came up with a new bigger cubic inch stroke combination, and here was a part that fit it, but overlooked that one variable of, okay, now it's, half the piston is out the bottom of the cylinder. And knowing that existed, we were able to go in, make a profile adjustment to the parts, and then, and actually started cataloging it for that new combination that was out
there. Okay. Well, like I say, that everything that you're explaining, and the way it comes out, it's that again. I was just trying to understand. I think I do now that as much information as you give, one misstep as far as one part of that explanation, if it's missent or misinterpreted, that's how you run into a situation like that. But it looks to me like the engine didn't fail, but it didn't perform properly. I mean, right. So what's the telltale sign when you're having something like that going on? Just a loss of horsepower?
I don't recall, but noise could be an issue.
Okay. Rattle in the engine itself.
If it starts rattling a little bit, and particularly as you start to run a little bit of a groove, or you saw it had taken the coating off, and so the clearance there is going to be changed. So you might get into some rattle whenever the piston changes direction, or it may have been a problem when it was cold. But typically something like that, noise and starting to this one probably wasn't blow by, but I would say noise and blow by are probably two of the biggest issues where guys start to question what's going on and what's happening.
We again, reading a lot of the questions right now that they're leading us off into almost how much testing do y'all do in-house on your products as you're developing them, and not just maybe computer generated. How often y'all do actually, your own engine dyno testing?
Yeah, and to touch on that, I think it also touches on the previous question about simulation. How good is it?
Exactly.
Excellent. But really good simulation is very expensive and very time consuming. Mm-hmm. And coming back to the whole concept of data and variables, if you don't have very specific inputs to feed into the analysis, you're not going to get the results out. You can get estimates, you can get A to beta comparisons, but the better data that you put in terms of temperature estimates for pistons, cylinder distortions, all that feeds into having an accurate model. And when that's available, it's excellent. Very infrequently is that level of information outside the OEs available, particularly to the average, even the professional engine builder. It's not as often as we'd like it to be, but we're still able to work around and find good information that we can glean from it. testing is very difficult because it comes back to the proliferation of applications. And the reality is our customers are better engine builders than we are. So even if we could have a dozen engines here in-house and build them and test them, but there's 6 dozen engines that we don't have. So the truth of the matter is, no matter what we do in-house, we still see better feedback from customers, people that are building the engines, that are pushing them, and pushing them in ways that we're not imagining. That's where the good feedback comes from. That sounds like we're passing it off a little bit, but unfortunately, the industry actually fortunately for the industry, the builders and guys that are out there racing are pushing parts and pieces, to levels that it's almost impossible to do in-house and not, the customers are very good at giving you good, quick feedback in terms of what works and what doesn't.
A question here, because again, working in the business like I have been in for so long, is proprietary information. You're going to have, people like Elmore, Hendrick, Roush Yates. I mean, they're going to come to you every now and then. They're going to say, okay, we're doing this. When they're working with you, and yet when maybe they bring you something and all of a sudden, this does work, and this will work a lot of different applications. How do you control what is, theirs and what, you would like to build, you utilize in your own, and other engine sources, you know what I'm saying? You run into the problem of when they bring you something, they don't want TRD or, Chevrolet to get hold of us for the Roush Yates deal. How hard is that?
It's just a setup.
No, it's not a setup. It's just I know how edgy sometimes that can be, especially in a company in your spot, is that so much and you do so much, and like you say, every now and then you're going to run into a situation where it goes. And again, I've just run into it. Johnson,
it's very interesting because it is something.
This is ours.
It's something that we do deal with quite frequently with them. Yeah. It's interesting that we see more secret information from teams come from other teams than stuff that we leak out. Other teams asking us about, hey, we saw this, can we do this?
Yeah.
But that's out of our control. But a lot of it is, even though some of the problems are similar, the approaches to solve them still end up being unique. And it's amazing that there is still that much disparity between it, because I could lay out a current, FR9, the R07 and Toyota's piston on the table in front of you, and to the untrained eye, very, very small group, you wouldn't be able to pick out which is which. But yet they're all unique. And there's things that, even though they look similar, that doesn't work for this engine that works for the other. So we can apply some general knowledge, and that's the advantage of working with a manufacturer that gets to see a broad variety of things. You're drawing on their information, their background, without having to cross over into confidentiality and specific things that we just can't share and don't discuss. And particularly, the bottom line is you just don't do it. That's how you maintain those customers and their level of trust. I'll share one more last quick thing with you, just because we're talking about that subject. So I had brought up a picture of, let me see, find it real quick. Skirts. Talking about what a good skirt wear and everything looks like. So the picture on the left, those are NASCAR pistons, but they're old enough that they weren't going to get me in trouble that I could show them.
Right.
But you also can't see much of what's going on there, and that's a full. I think that was still back single race season. And so I had to cut and crop what's going on here on the right for a current part that shows, I don't know if it shows really in the video, but there's a kind of a shadow that you can see. And
yeah, you can see it.
Where there's wear. Yep. And that's a full 1,000 miles, that's in the life, but still looks very good, etc. But, and I bring that up just because there's always questions about, should the coating last? Is it a break-in coating, etc.? And no, when things are right, it'll look brand new when it comes out. But the other part is, and I'll caveat that by saying, nobody learned anything there secret, because that profile through a lot of iterations was developed for that engine, for the clearance that they run, for their cylinder wall finish in terms of how it maintains lubrication, and the temperatures that they run their engines, you could take that same profile, put it on somebody else's piston, and it's not going to look like that. So it's there in those types of engines, we have the luxury of doing a lot of development work, a lot of A to B testing where we can iterate in very small, fine increments and refine those to get to that level of running wear and the performance that we want. But it's not universal because it's dependent on the application.
Right. Well, real quick, we got several questions I want to try to get to real quick. Delmar Martin, he runs a machine shop and he requests a lot of his customers wanting him to sell Mahle parts. Is there a way they can go to that, go to your website or through ePartrade to be able to, become a dealer for that real quick? And John Zamansky also wants to know, does Lee Morris still work at Mahle?
Lee Morris has retired. I don't know that it off the top of my head. It's been a number of years. Yeah. But yep, Lee was here for a long time and Lee was here when we got started.
Right.
But certainly on the website, Mahle Motorsports, NA for North America, or our toll-free number, 888-255-1942. Again, Mahle being a large corporation, that's not a number that's going to get you into a switchboard where you have to go through 16 people to find somebody that knows what you're talking about. That's directly into our sales and engineering office, which is just a handful of guys here that I can probably hear down the hallway, half of them at any one time. So that gets in a same number for tech, for sales, for stock checks, any inquiries that we have. Happy to talk to anybody about that at any time.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, man, you've helped educate, I think, a lot of folks out there today. A lot of people, asking a lot of questions there, and you were very generous of showing, hey, we're not indestructible. You want to share that with us and explain the reasons why. I mean, again, cause and effect has always been the biggest problem with any kind of racing or any kind of product. You got to kind of throw it to the wolves every now and then, and you got to learn from your mistakes, and you got to develop a way to get better at what you're doing. It sounds like Mahle's doing a great job. And like I say, 18 years worth of effort on your part. I can really still see the passion right now when you're trying to describe what you enjoy doing, and that's taking on all the challenges, no matter what it is.
Well, we appreciate you having us, and frankly, it's outside of the shows and things like PRI, we don't get the opportunity to do that. And even at the show, you're standing talking to a guy, wishing I had some data in front of me that I could show you, because I could say things all day, but if I can put some numbers in front of you and explain what's happening, it would. I think it goes a long way. I see someone's asking that number again, 888.
Yep.
255-1942.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, we had a couple people wanting to do that, and I'm thinking right now we're going to be joined by Francisque. And Francisque, you can help people. Some people asking about the presentation. Can they get a copy of it or watch it again?
Yes. Eric, brilliant work. Doing it by yourself for a full hour. You made things so simple. We had two other engineers earlier this week who dynamics chassis simulation in just a brilliant way, just like you did, to make it understandable for all of us. So thank you very much. Please send over the presentation. We'll upload it on ePartrade on the Mahle's account if you want. I mean, it's up to you. And stay with us. We're going to move you back as an attendee so you can, watch the other sessions. Jeff, thank you very much for your back-to-back sessions, and we'll see you later.
They've been fun. They've been fun.
On to you, Paul Fanner and John Kilroy. Welcome back, guys.
Hi, great to be back.
This is great. Awesome.
Yeah, that was very interesting. And wow, keep it going. This is great stuff.
Well, we made a decision. We're going to extend it to next week. Is that okay?
Oh, no worries. I'll be living at the office. My wife will be thrilled.
Yeah, what it did. I mean, it was just, what a morning. Unbelievable. Each day is getting better. I mean, it's just like, Monday was awesome day too. So, this morning, your sessions with the racetrack, Paul, brilliant. Hearing from those guys in the Motor Speedway, I mean, how they manage, and and Chip was telling like they were ready to host an event, and then 2 days later, no, we can't. So this was fascinating. Then we went to England. We talked with Chris, and we had, Alan Glow from the BTCC. Yeah, Malcolm with the Ford Rally team, Duncan Wilshire and Historic, and one after another. K1 did a great job on driver safety with Kevin. That demo with Pro Ultrasonic. So they did a live demo of machining equipment, and it was brilliant. Rachel was there with her phone and the camera there. It looked like, wow, we were in the shop. So I am delighted. I'm so proud of all of us here at ePortrait and Racer, and again, this is what is fascinating, is how easy, how convenient, how it is to kind of just get together, and one Zoom link, and we all there, and we chit chat, we see our friends, we engage, we talk. So on to you, John.
Yeah, it's been a great morning for me. This time of year, I've had 30 years in the racing business, and this time of year, just kind of the off season, it's really a good time to reflect what happened this past year and what's about to happen possibly next year. And more importantly, what can we all make happen next year? How can we drive it? So I want to say thank you to the racetrack operators, not just the 3 we had here, but all around the country. Racing was never a source of controversy when it comes to the pandemic. The sanctioning bodies, the racetrack operators, their first mission was to keep their people safe, keep racers safe, keep the fans safe. And then the second mission was, well, how can we safely get the cars rolling again? And they did that. So it was a very difficult challenge, but hats off to them, and the racetrack operators and the sanctioning body executives. Nobody ever comes up to them after a race and says, I want to say thank you. There's a line out the door about one complaint or another, not enough mustard on the hot dogs, but they really need our thanks for this year. They need to hear that. And then when it comes to the UK, sometimes we use the word foreign to describe all different situations, but in the racing business, there is no foreign. So we all speak the same same language across the globe, and we're all in the same tribe. And that became really evident in that panel discussion. And then for people in other parts of the world, people in the United States, when UK says they're going to tackle some issues such as electrification, well, they may do it before we do it in the United States. And that's a real tricky issue. And it's worthwhile to pay attention to what happens in the UK and Europe and Asia, because how they tackle things may be something we have to tackle too.
John, to reinforce what you said, we saw it live this morning, okay? During K1's presentation, there is a gentleman that was asking about distribution, if they had representation in the Middle East. And then on Pro Ultrasonic, there is a distributor out of Mexico. When we launched this on Monday morning, we announced that we had 110 countries represented in attendance. That's the beauty of being online. You can connect from wherever you are at any time. So sorry if it's late. We're based here in California. But I think next one will run 24/7. We just need more Paul Fanner and more John Kilroy, and we'll be fine. The only thing we cannot figure it out is the drinks at the happy hour. So that if you have to get your own drinks, that's the only thing we can do. But I think everything else so far, we have done pretty well, right?
I think we have. I think we have an official drink now, thanks to Linda Vaughn. It's cupcake sparkling
Prosecco.
wine. Yeah, Prosecco. So, that's an official drink of Online Race Industry Week. Thank you, Linda. Always leading the way.
And then I want to just mention every once in a while, ePartrade, if you're new, if you just joined us, Electronic Performance and Racing Trade. That's what we stand for. The name itself is a little bit obtuse, but that's the concept, Electronic Performance and Racing Trade. And it's basically joining Racer to provide really a worldwide online strategy for the global racing industry.
Yeah, I'm reminded every day I receive a call from Judy's, make sure you mention what it really means. And I'm terrible at it because it just, so thank you, John. Your electronic performance and racing trade. It is the global online platform for the performance racing industry. And really what we did, we took advantage of the technologies available in today's world to bring the industry into the 21st century. As simple as that, and now we can connect with 25,000 racing businesses from around the world. It's a better way, a faster way, a more efficient way, a more global way, a more cost-effective way to be connected 24/7, 365 worldwide. Simple as that. And what Paul was, one of the first one in the industry who saw the platform back in the spring of 2018. And he said, oh my God, this is going to change the world. Congratulations, I want to be part of this. Racer was one of the first brands that came on board with us. So thank you, Paul. And then early this year, when we started ePortrait Live Tech Webinars, which was really the series that was kind of the child of Online Race Industry Week, and we saw how well those webinars were doing weekly. That's when the idea of Online Race Industry Week came. And in order to make it happen, Paul Fanner and the wonderful team at Racer were the perfect partners. They put all their energy into it, their magic, and then suddenly we have this incredible event, 5 days with just only halfway walk. 2.5 days, and see what we have seen so far. So, and then this morning we made some 2 big announcements to go until the end because Paul wanted to keep people engaged and said if we announce everything right now, we still have to make announcements during the week. So we had 2 huge announcements this morning, Paul, right?
Yes, indeed. And if you missed it, we're at noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be very honored to have Mark Rushbrook, Global Head of Ford Performance and Motorsports, join us to talk about Ford's initiatives and season past and initiatives going forward. And really honored to have Mark with us. And at our 4 p.m. slot, I'm absolutely thrilled that we're going to have Jim Campbell, who's the Global Director of Motorsports and Performance overseas, also accessories and the trucks at General Motors. I think they make a little money on trucks at General Motors. But Jim is just a terrific guy. I've known him for quite some time, and he's the perfect person to close out the week because he's looking forward and sees the industry as a whole, not just as the performance or the racing segment. So these are the 2 biggest brands in American motorsports, Ford and Chevrolet, and they're going to be with us on Friday.
And look who we got while you were talking. Kevin Miller from USAC, Kevin doing the wonderful Jim Law from Formula D. Jim, thank you. Thank you for all your very nice words and helping spreading the words all over social media. You're a social media genius. We have Brian Carter from World of Outlaw. Brian, how are you doing? And then Jim Ryan from SCORE, who had just a terrific event last week. So thank you, gentlemen. Paul, it's 12 o'clock. On to you.
Okay, the pace car's pulling into the pits, so I think we've got a green flag on this session, everyone. Welcome. Hello, Kevin, Jim, and Brian.
Hey, guys.
Good to see you.
Hey, Paul. Long time no see.
Yeah, absolutely. Great. It's great to be with everybody, even virtually. Well, I think that, I'd like to just spend a few moments having you individually tell us about yourselves and about, what your organization does, because there's some diversity in some of the things you produce and do, and who your audience is. I think what's interesting about every single person on this panel is that there is a culture attached to this audience, or that is devoted to this audience that defines it. So we'll start with you, Jim, if you don't mind.
Jim Ryan.
Give me Jim Ryan. Yes, we'll start with Jim Ryan. How about that?
Yeah. Good to see you. I see there's 2. Sure. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate the opportunity. As was just pointed out, we just returned from our Baja 1000 race, which was our 53rd annual event. So it's been around for quite a while and started everything. It's one of our iconic events. It's SCORE International is basically the sanctioning body. We've been around for 46 years. On top of that, organizing the big long-range desert races that used to transpose in both the U.S. and Mexico. Recent years, all 4 of our race series is taking place in Baja because the land is there and the opportunities are there, and it's just fitting our format a lot better. We have 4 events in our series. The 2 iconic races are the SCORE Baja 500, which we just had our 52nd run this year, and the SCORE Baja 1000, which we just had our 53rd running, as I was saying. San Felipe 250 race is in its 34th year, and our newer race, we always keep a new race in the schedule to freshen up things and be a little bit more flexible, and that's our Baja 400 race, which takes place in September. So it's that's kind of how our schedule flushes out. Again, we've been around for many decades. We kind of started we were the anchor point for motorsports in terms of the aftermarket also since 1967. A lot of other groups came out of us. A lot of our old events are now involved with other series in the U.S. But it's been a long haul. We've had series was started by Mickey Thompson in '73, the first owner and promoter for SCORE, transposed over to Sal Fish, who had it for decades and decades until 2012. Did a fantastic job. He's a legend. Roger Norman took over as owner at that time and is basically branched out. We have offices in Ensenada now that run all race operations, and that's where our president and general manager are that run everything. Handled North America basically for SCORE marketing. I'm responsible for all the marketing, sales, social media, sponsorships. We all wear a lot of hats, like I'm sure everybody else does, especially when we roll up onto our race schedule. But that's in essence. I'm sure there's other people that need to talk now.
Well, that's great, Jim Ryan. Thank you. And you know, one of the things I want to add here is we've recently gone to a full commitment of covering off-road racing on Racer.com, and you got a lot of audience for off-road racing. We're very impressed. When we put off-road racing content on, it gets a lot of social activity and it gets a lot of page views. And I think it's a sleeping giant in a lot of ways. The passion's deep, and you know, one of the questions I asked here, we don't have a complete answer to. I think.
Yeah, go on. I'm sorry. There's a lag, but yeah, we just experienced that. We just experienced that whole growth, especially with COVID. We made special efforts even before the season on social media. It's obvious to be there, but our live streaming also, because of the COVID lockdown this year in terms of fans and even teams normally that would attend our races, we moved to a much more robust format. And the number we've been establishing off the Baja 500 and the Baja 1000, see the numbers come up. They're
That's great. Well, thank you, Jim. And I want to go to Brian Carter now, if we can. Hello, Brian. This is the first time we've met, so great to see you.
Nice to meet you too. Yeah, we're the World of Outlaws and Dirt Cars. So we're based out of Concord, North Carolina. We've been the brands that we represent are well established. Been since the early '70s and '78 with the World of Outlaws. We're in our 40th year, getting ready to celebrate our 50th year. Several of our major events this year. If it's got circle track dirt racing in the North American marketplace, we're involved with it pretty much. 5,500 sanctioned races a year and 13 different classes, but with the premier events highlighted by the World of Outlaw sprint cars, late models, and then the big block modifieds in the Northeast. So operating in 37 different states, pretty much year round. We started the 2021 season last weekend, kicked off our winter series, and we run pretty much February through November with the primary series, 250 major sporting events a year. So we do our own TV broadcasts, have our own streaming networks, and sort of a fully integrated motorsports entertainment operation here in North Carolina.
Yes, Brian, you're producing a tremendous amount of content. I mean, that's what strikes me about your business. You've embraced being a content company.
Yeah, we have 357 race nights of live broadcast TV next year scheduled on the Dirt Vision Network, which is our own network, in addition to providing a significant number of unique programming pieces to our partner at CBS Sports. So it's kind of the CBS becomes a marketing platform. It's all an awareness campaign for us, including Dirt Vision. It's an awareness campaign to drive people to the racetrack, and it's been quite successful.
It shows, and it's one of the most exciting things I've ever seen in my life are World of Outlaws races. I will tell you, a few things scare the crap out of me, but watching some of these races, just my hands are shaking afterwards. It's so exciting.
Yeah. It's a challenge being responsible for keeping everybody safe, not only on the racetrack, but at the racetrack, and keeping that type of vehicle. And Kevin's got the same challenges that I do relative to that. Keeping those race cars on the racetrack and everybody safe is one of our primary concerns, and we've both been pretty successful at it over the years.
Yeah, given the volume of laps you're collectively run, it is impressive. So thank you. And I'm going to come back to a question about audience and market in a little bit with all of you. Kevin, good to see you again.
Hey, Paul, good to see you. Makes me smile to see everybody that I know well and work with. So good to see everybody. The United States Auto Club, obviously we've been around a long time, and we've been under quite a bit of a transformation over the last 10 years. A lot of people don't understand our business model, but at core, we are a sanctioning body. And people know of USAC as sprint car and midget racing around the dirt tracks. But when I look at our business today, that's only 2% of our membership base for competition licenses. In the last few years, we've acquired the American Rally Association. We've acquired International Snowmobile Racing as different sanctioning bodies that we actually own and control. We also are launching a brand new Porsche series in 2021, the Porsche Sprint Challenge, a very major program for USAC. So we're a very diverse sanctioning body, and that is our core business. But we're enjoying all the new challenges with our, like Brian, the streaming platforms. We do a lot of production ourselves. And we're seeing growth actually in all of our segments of business. And I think one of the, I guess, I wouldn't call it a benefit of COVID, but the outcome of COVID is that most of our sports were participant-based, actually did well this year. And we were able to get quite a bit of our racing in. So the diversity of our platforms has helped USAC grow. And next year, along with the Porsche series, we have 2 additional series that we're going to be announcing in the coming months, that new platforms for USAC to operate in 2021.
Well, that's great news, and it's great to see the diversification of USAC. And I also it looks like you've remodeled the offices there. So
we did.
Yes,
it's a little changed here.
Yeah, it's not your grandfather's USAC.
Correct.
But that's right. Well, thank you. We'll be back and talk about audience in a minute. But Jim Law, great to see you, my friend. You've had a very interesting year.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. I'm Jim Lau. I'm the president of Formula Drift. We operate the only drifting championship in the U.S. and probably the world's leading drifting championship. I had the fortune of, networking and working with, people like you, Paul, and with Kevin. I'm able to serve on the drifting commission at the FIA, which is finally recognized drifting after multiple years of being a working group. We essentially run and operate top to bottom the drifting series. We serve a very young and millennial heavy audience. This is why we thrive on the digital platform. Live streaming, social media are our bread and butter. We are the literally the adolescent of the group. We just completed our 17th season. We scathed, COVID, and was able to complete this year some races to fans and some without. But again, because of our large digital platform, we were able to still serve our audience virtually and able to broadcast. We feel, that we're in a good place because we serve as oftentimes a entry point for young car enthusiasts, young motorsports enthusiasts into motorsports. A lot of these, young guys and girls that are drifting and that are going to try out drifting. It's oftentimes their first time in a motorsports platform. They don't come from legacy, go-karting families. They don't, it's the first time at a racetrack, literally. And we feel that we play that role in introducing young people into motorsports. And as they come in, we've seen many of them diversify into a lot of what you guys are involved in and different genres and different facets. But our core business is the series and is developing new drivers and running this championship.
Well, great description, by the way. And I think that one of the things I really like about what you do is you're not just building a motorsports competition or event. You're building a culture by all the things you do. You've really built a powerful cultural connection to your audience. I think all of motorsport could learn from this, Jim. And I'd like to pivot to the audience question using our conversation as the starting point. When you look at motorsports going into this post-COVID era, obviously we all want to see younger audiences embrace motorsports, both female and male. We want to see more diversity. What advice and what learnings can you share with the rest of us about what you do and how it might apply beyond your own championship?
Yeah, I think we've been fortunate enough that our audience growth, though a lot of it, mostly organic, we're able to speak their same language. We're able to function and communicate and engage with them. One thing that we're definitely missing from this year is the live event atmosphere. Our audience thrives in that community. Cars and coffee morning, car meets, to be able to socialize with people, and we have to find a way to get that back. But I think we offer a pretty open access, open environment. The teams have supported that to be engaging and friendly and open to interacting with fans. Prior to all this, I think that's been a foundation of the growth of our sport. And then we've kind of celebrated the diversity of the characters in the series. Different, drivers of different backgrounds, of different styles, really. And when you refer to culture, we always kind of refer back to, our audience a lot of them comes from an action sports world where, yes, being on the podium and winning is very important, and we have to obviously continue that, and we celebrate that, and sponsors partner with teams that are successful, but there's almost as much of who the driver is and who their character is, how they are off the track and in the drifting community, in the car community, that is just as appealing as their results on track. And so we continue to evolve and improve that, but coupling both of that, who a person is, their human story, as much as them as a competitor and their successes on track has been successful for us.
Well, that's a profound truth you just shared with all of us, because I think that is the essence of what I see you've been doing. And I wouldn't even call it shoulder programming, but the constant stream of programming outside of your live events that I've seen online and YouTube and elsewhere, that being created by competitors, by sponsors, across social, everything. There's a common thread of it being real, and it's genuinely not boring, and it's emotionally engaging, and you exist beyond your events, which I think is something all motorsports needs to aspire to. So well done to you and your team. And I think we'll come back to a little bit more of this later on in the conversation, but I'd like to go back down the ramp here and put Kevin Miller in the hot seat, because you're dealing with all different types of motorsports properties, Kevin, and some of them are legacy properties and some of them are new things you're involved with as a sanctioning body. But I noticed the diversity in what you're dealing with here gives you an interesting view on it. What can you share about kind of this question of attracting and holding younger audience, more diverse audience, and creating culture around events?
Well, I think the key word for us is extreme motorsports. I mean, when I look across with Jim and Score and Brian and Road of Outlaws, I think that we're all involved in some part of an extreme motorsport. It's different than you see in the circle track on a Sunday. And we at USAC, that's kind of where we see our positioning, whether it's nitro cross or rally cross, rally in the woods or snow cross. A lot of what we do we're involved in extreme motorsport, and it's just a new attraction. The Robbie Gordon Off-Road Series, we sanction and run the Robbie Gordon Series, and when you look at video views, he's got a couple of videos out there with 20 million plus views. It's a different audience, but there's something about an off-road truck jumping, at an IndyCar event that brings the fans right to the fences. And
I've seen it.
I definitely appreciate Baja 1000, Jim. I'm an off-road truck fan, and we have some of the off-road in our category as well. And I still recall sitting in Chicago's Motor Speedway with our Torque Series and an off-road truck flying over the top of my head, thinking that is the most passionate view of motorsports I could ever have. And so when I look at USAC today and across the board, that word extreme comes to my mind. And in looking at all the players on the page here, the same thing, that we are offering a different perspective in motorsports today to a new fan base. And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing new fans come in. Our participant base and our fan base are all growing. And it's exciting for me to go to even the legacy sport of sprint car racing for us and see a whole new fan base. The numbers for our streaming platform are growing significantly, and it's just it's refreshing to me to know that across the platforms we are growing. In fact, we have a youth program that starts at age 5 for our quarter midgets. That we have now over 55 clubs across the country. We race with IndyCar and NASCAR at major events, and that sport, when you go and see a 5 or 6 year old in a quarter midget doing laps at pretty quick pace at Daytona International Speedway, and you see a group of NASCAR guys sitting over at the fence watching them, that's exciting for me, bringing in a new aspect of motorsport and new fan base as we move up. And quite frankly, you can look at a NASCAR truck race or a NASCAR Xfinity race, and you'll see quite a few of those kids have moved up in the field, and they're now racing NASCAR Xfinity and NASCAR truck coming out of quarter midgets. So we're real happy with the diversity of what we play, and again, the role we play in motorsports being more extreme.
Well, indeed, and I think that you sum it up well. That people on this panel are representing forms of motorsport. I will just say they're not boring. They're really exciting visually. You get what's happening when you watch this. There's something about every one of especially the dynamic series where you have vertical travel as well as horizontal and forward motion. We've got a lot going on here. And one of the things we've noticed, and people have said, oh, it's an aging demo and it's racing's getting older. It's not, for us at least online. We're seeing a real profound growth in 18 to 24, 172% up this year in that audience. We're seeing significant growth in the 25 to 34 category as well. Great growth in women, young women especially. So something's happening, especially during the pandemic. And what I think we have here, and we're going to talk about this a little later, is we have a chance for a real restart or a reset coming out of this to get more audience. And I want to pivot over to talking to Brian a moment, because again, there are a few things that I find more visually compelling than a World of Outlaws event. I mean, it's full of dynamic action from the moment you get there. How do you see this shift in attracting audience and bringing new fans and new audience to the sport with everything you're doing, Brian?
Well, from our perspective, it's all about fan engagement, and they want to be engaged all the time. And it's not creating the stories, it's really just telling the stories that are happening around our events and the families and the competitors that are entertaining everybody. So the beauty of what we do is, like you said, is an extreme sport, but it's comprised of characters that people want to get to know. So what's been happening over the last few years is the technology has come to us to the point where we can engage those fans on a daily basis, on an instantaneous basis. It matches the attention span of what we really want our captive audience to be. So it really, the technology coming to us at the same time, we've been shepherding the sports we've all loved so much to get to the point where now it's available to us. Again, to the words I used, awareness campaign. So it's awareness, engagement, entertaining. You want to see and feel the race cars. The beauty of all of our sports is the fans can get close to these vehicles, all of us, in the paddock or in the pit area, and they can get to feel it and feel like they're part of something when they can first time at the racetrack. And that's something very unique to all of our sports that here are represented today. So, our job is to engage the ones that are aware and continue to push the awareness. They want it in their hands. They want it online. They want it where they're sitting. They want it in a phone. They want to see it now. And thank goodness the tools and technology have come to all of us over the last few years to allow us to do that into something that we've all had. We've all known what we have. Very engaging, compelling, visceral type of sport that has been unique to us for decades. And now we're getting to show it to everybody. And I truly feel a resurgence in the fan base and a much younger fan being attracted to it because of the shortness of the races, the attention, the real stories of people that make up what our events are. The World of Outlaws and USAC and Drift and Score. It's amazing when you look at each of these pieces, how it all fits perfectly into what the engagement level is of the demo we want. So
that's right. And what's interesting, you're talking about something that brings to mind, we've been really struck by something during the last couple of years, but especially this year, is that when we moved our platform onto the USA Today Sports Media Group's platform, is what the company that hosts us now, and it's a great partnership, and they're a very big online platform, but we got all the tools that the USA Today has in terms of tracking social and amplifying social and getting out there. So we just started to notice something, that the engine of our growth is the audience. The audience is sharing between 350,000 to 460,000 shares a month of content off the website. So having energized audience is really an important part of a conversation. Younger audiences are particularly more valuable because of their connection in social media. And I wanted to ask you, because I see you have an active social media profile in what you're doing, and a very good one. In looking at this, do you have a programming strategy for social media, Brian?
We do. We have over 10 PR social media personnel that are responsible for telling the story and creating a social media. The good thing about it is all of the statistics and the data is there for us as sanctioning bodies to learn from it too. It's just up to us to choose to learn and deploy strategies that work. So when you look at impression numbers that were less than 3 or 4 years ago in the millions to billions of impressions in 2020, because of the ways we can track, the way we can see how it works through the tree of social, like you said, we can only spark it. It's where it gets to after the second or third share, and how the engagement is how you can really see the effectiveness. And some things are engaging and some things are not, and you have to be honest with yourself about how that trends through your social channels and what's engaging. Is it 30 seconds anymore? Is it 90 seconds? It's not. It's 5 or 10 second snippets of pieces that capture the audience and make them track the story. So that's where it becomes up to us really to nurture the engagement and what's effective and what's not. And we aren't going to manufacture it. We have to be knowledgeable enough about our businesses, our races, our stories in order to tell the truth and tell them about what's happening, and then allow people to decide if they're going to get engaged with that. And there's plenty of that in all of our sports to do it.
Well, you said something just now, again, that's profound, to tell the truth. And when I raced, I had a really great, coach and development person that was helping when I was a racer. It's Mike Hall, who's now at Ganassi. But he once, when I was complaining and whining and making excuses, he just looked at me with a cold look and said, "You got to understand, racing is truth. There's no room for the other stuff." Mm-hmm. And I think that's what we're all learning now in this moment. The social media and the audience is the media and new media. They're going to, if you've got something worthy, they're going to spread it. If you don't, they're not. And, Jim Lau and company at Formula Drift know that, I think, better than anyone. And I will also say that every one of you has something worthy here, but a culture that let's say, like, we're going to go to SCORE next. SCORE is existing in this different world, where they're out going across the countryside. You're doing it in a stadium environment. I have to ask one last question before we move on, Brian, is do you have a strategy in off season? Which you don't have much of an off season, but do you have a strategy to keep your audience connected to you?
That we're doing behind the scenes shop tours. There really isn't much of an off season. We've filled that with racing content. So, but really what people want is the storyline. How are we getting to the next race? How are we getting to February? What does the season look like? So we're enhancing all that with real events, winter series. We actually were able to expand our virtual campaign. So we actually have 3 or 4 racing events, more social engagement events relative to our relationship with iRacing. And we're broadcasting that, socialing, those will be on our broadcast networks, our streaming networks. So really, our audience wants to be engaged, and candidly, none of us can afford anybody to wander off. So, we're going to work to keep them engaged, tell the stories. The natural piece people are thrashing to get ready for racing in January. We go racing a lot of the series in January. So we're building racing content and all of the storyline content to make sure that there's momentum going into 2021.
What's nice is your tires are still going to be warm between the seasons. Well, thank you very much, Brian. That was really informative. And Jim Ryan, I think that one of the things that I'm impressed with is that you have such a culture around off-road racing. SCORE is the foundation of it. Tell us about what you're doing in that world to attract young audience, because I know you have it, and the social and media outreaches you do to hold between. You don't have a lot of events, so you have to hold your audience's attention and keep them connected. What are you doing?
Exactly. And I think Brian hit it on the head on a lot of what he was explaining and what goes on with his organization. It's basically a lot of layering. You're right. We have 4 main events, and that takes up our 12 months worth of operations and planning and working with. We're also working with 2 governments. You have to remember that. So there's a lot of extra efforts that don't exist elsewhere. Technology, I want to address that a little bit too. That's helped us a lot in the last 6 years when we've launched all our social media and our on-site and our drones and everything else, but we're still really challenged on that area in just the environment we work with. We would love to have in-car cameras everywhere, but we just completed a 900-mile course loop, the longest, a lot more advanced, so we can bring a lot more content to the forefront for our fans and teams. The way we execute content, which again is never ending. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to ask you, this
content, something,
you're producing content, but it's more than just a race. It's an adventure. It's a life story. It's right. Really one of the last original forms of motorsport. This is what motorsport started as, effectively. And when you set out at the beginning of the race, this is epic. What do? You got the content during the event. What is your strategy after the event? What do you do with this content?
Correct. And that's what I said. It comes and layers. So a lot of historical pieces too over the last 6 years, but we're always keeping with our assets we have. There's obviously social media hits immediately. We have a digital publication called Score Journal that hits that next layer of in-depth content, which again, in the way media is nowadays, there is no more magazines, and on high performance, any types of in-depth information coming out of the off-road performance area. We do a really good job there, and we get a couple million unique viewers a month just on the Score Journal, being a digital publication. Our main goal is to keep the fans busy with updates, whether it's historical perspectives, team reviews, interviews, tech pieces, safety features. We still encounter all that, engine builders, programs. That's what keeps them still interested in between the races. And every time we roll up onto race information, it just explodes the engagement time and our audience reach. So that gets to there. In terms of on-site, it's basically obvious live streaming, social media rule the day on our on-site during the race time period. Score Journal follows up with the feature elements, our ABC, our World of X Games programs for the Baja 1000 that'll hit in January. So it's all kind of layering at that point. So it really never ends. We're ending one race and heading into the other.
And one thing, we've seen an interesting phenomenon with the coverage of your events that we don't see in other forms of motorsport that we cover. And we cover close to 50 different categories of racing on racer.com. But one thing that happens with your events, we have a really decent amount of social media activity during the event, but there's like a sonic boom after your event when everybody's back and the culture, the community has moved back to wherever they live and whatever's happening. And the stories have a second life of acceleration because your culture is living it down there with you, or the competitors come back and there's literally another acceleration of the content on social. And the first time I saw it, I didn't understand what I was seeing, but it's interesting. And I think that where I was ultimately going to go with this is that your events seem bigger because you don't have many of them. They're almost like 4 Christmas days, if you will, for your competitors. What do you do to build the anticipation, to build the excitement about those limited number of events? Right. I think we've had an interruption.
Well, as I said, to say the least, I'm sorry, we're back, I guess. Yeah, this year's been challenging to say the least in terms of where our schedule was and how we were promoting it. That still created audience because everybody still wanted to know what was happening. But there's always a buildup in terms of the promotional efforts on every race. In terms of what the course is always it's never the same course. So that's always a huge a point of interest in terms of where it's going to be with the dates. The starting places, we had to alter all that this year also based on health protocols down in Baja. So it was like reinventing the wheel, but it was all new again. So even parts of the course were new. So all of that information and any updates that we're doing on the race itself are always driving that. But we're always creating the team packages too. So we're always promoting our teams, whatever they're up to. It could be our series, and in some cases we're helping our teams on some other series where they're headed to later on. Always trying to keep in front of them. They're always interested in whatever we can bring to them. But it's supporting the teams and the generations you were talking about. We're in that multi-generational racer base right now, where our legends, their kids or grandkids are now kind of rising to the superstars. So they're creating their own stories.
Yeah.
But I think another aspect that you brought up, Paul, was the teams themselves. So go ahead. So teams themselves have really extraordinary media assets attached to them now.
Yeah, they do.
Their own video crews, their own drone teams, et cetera, and they are producing some fantastic content after that, and that's what we're seeing. Are we working?
Yeah, there's a feel to your events of almost like competing armies going to war, and they're taking their news crews with them. It's almost a more personal view of competition, and I think it's very compelling. And it's again the nature of the vehicles being raced has certainly at the top category here. You have again that original spirit of racing where there's a lot of innovation, there's a lot of unique technology in these vehicles, and there's a lot of mystery too in how this is going to turn out. So I'm very impressed with what off-road racing brings, and we at Racer are really glad to finally be able to embrace it and have it be central to our coverage platform. And Marty Fiocco, who's our off-road racer editor, has been pushing on us to expand this for years. But we're going to be part of your world and covering you for a very long time. So thank you for all the good things you do at SCORE.
I appreciate the coverage. Thank you.
Yes, and I'm going to go the other Jim, the younger newcomer Jim, Formula Drift. When you and Ryan came to see me, I think in 2003, maybe, at the Racer headquarters, you were young and you were about to start this Formula Drift thing. And I will tell you, he had me at hello. I thought it was brilliant, and I still do. What would you tell the younger you now that you've done this? You've been down this road and now a veteran, and this is a mature franchise. I mean, it's hard to think about that way, but it is. Tell us what you'd tell young Jim. What'd you learn?
I don't know. I haven't really thought about that. We really haven't had much time to breathe. I wouldn't say we're definitely a little bit more experienced, but by no means have things been on cruise control. We've learned a lot. I mean, essentially a new sport with all the nuances of it, and not a traditional start to finish racing platform. And having to deal with, the judging side of the sport and all the challenges that brings, demands for, more objectivity and telemetry and so forth. But also, what's actually where we feel we're actually at a better standpoint is the technical side of it. I think we've definitely matured quite a bit in the technical know-how of the sport, and combining what we've seen in the various forms from rally to drag racing, even to off-road, and how teams have pieced their competitive vehicles together, and us having to adapt to that and adapt to the evolution of what teams always do is to push the envelope and to be able to create a competitive platform, a fair platform, but also one that gives some room for some innovation. Looking back, I would say, there's nothing that I don't know what I could have said that would prepare us for what the last 17 years have been. I mean, we've seen some crazy times, going through the housing bubble and recession then, and really trying to survive this COVID pandemic world now, and the various changes, especially in the media platform and how content is delivered, how media covers it. It's been a lot. It's been 17 years, and it's been we probably were around a lot longer than most people thought we would be around for. But definitely by no means is it simple in cruise control. And do we have a formula that I can now go back and say, hey, here are the 10 steps, the 10 things that you need to do to make your next 17 years easier. It's still a learning experience for us.
Well, it may be a learning experience, but I every time I connect with you and with Jim Jim, I've got to say your passion and your dedication is really impressive. And you've done this, just almost both of you and your team have done it through sheer force of will at times. You're creating something pretty impressive here. And, you know, my greatest satisfaction whenever I look at anything you're doing is I still am in awe of it. Whenever I come into your live streams sometimes and watch it, and I feel something that I haven't felt for a long time is I feel like young me. I'm excited when I watch it. I want to have my friends see it. And not many things do that for me anymore. I've seen a lot of racing. I think you continue to do that. Even in COVID, you've continued to do that. So kudos to you and everyone.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I think we always try to go back to us as, you know, from a fan perspective, what we would have wanted to see, or what we do want to see as a fan in anything that we watch and participate in. And I think keeping that perspective definitely helps. And I think, like anybody, you know, on this panel in this industry, you know, the sheer will is really based off of passion. If we weren't, you know, heavily interested and passionate in what we're doing, I definitely don't think we would get past a lot of the hurdles. If this was just a sheer, you know, business venture with no interest in cars and racing and motorsports and at all, I think, you know, a lot of people would have quit a long time ago, and not just in our series, but in all parts of this industry.
I agree with you. And in every one of these companies that are represented on screen right now, including ours, has had to fight through all these challenges and still be there. It's a racer spirit, and you have it in spades. So great job to you and Ryan and your team. I wanted to go over to Kevin Miller. And Kevin, I have to set this up a little bit. You know, you took over an organization that was in deep trouble when you came into USAC, and you've had to do a lot of things to reposition and reorganize the company and really get people to think about you differently. And kudos to you for doing those things and not only surviving, but you know, finding your voice as a company and being relevant in the modern era. You want to tell us what the key learning during this period of time has been for you?
Boy, it's a good question. I can go back to 2008 when I got here. It was fall of 2007. I took a gamble. I had a nice position with Mopar, but I always wanted to do something different. And I didn't want to retire at Chrysler. And when I got to USAC, quite frankly, it was in trouble. And I didn't realize how bad trouble was until 2008 when the stock market kind of crashed. And I think the motorsport industry felt it more in 2009, 2010 as the small business owners started struggling. And those are lean years, but probably the turning point that I can go back to was a conversation with Ricky Johnson over a beer at a show in Reno. And he talked about starting an off-road series. And we just chuckled and said, well, we can wave the flags for you. And that
Wow.
started and kicked off a series called Torque, the Off-Road Championship. And it was a lot of sweat and tears for 3 or 4 years to build Torque. At the end of that, it didn't do much for us. But what it did do is it connected some dots. It connected dots to some sponsors. It was a great television learning experience with Discovery and a reality show. And it wasn't until we let go of Torque in 2013 that it expanded our viewpoint of, hey, that was a lot of work, but it patched up our sprint car series. It allowed some money to flow and that we could pay a larger points fund. It allowed us to breathe a little bit. And it kind of set us on a mission that we went out and we continued sanctioning off-road, but we got into rally, we got into rallycross. Then we became owners of rally, and we became owners of snowmobile racing, and all those little streams of revenue started making the whole boat go along pretty well. And so now I can look back, and when you asked Jim that question about, you know, what would you do differently? There were some pretty lean years and pretty tough. I remember this time of year for several years, I would go, I don't know how we're going to make it next year. And now I don't have those feelings anymore. And it's really just a lot of hard work. And we've been very fortunate. And as we look to next year, our growth continues, and we're proud of what we've built here. But we have more work to do. You never stop in this sport. You can never look backward. You've got to keep looking forward all the time. And as Brian's done a wonderful job with the Road of Outlaws, he puts a lot of pressure on us to keep our sprint car series moving forward. But they've done a great job with the Outlaws of raising purses, their points funds, and continue raising the bar in sprint car racing. And quite frankly, it's put pressure on us. And we've been working with our promoters and making internal vows that we're going to do certain things for 2021 to follow along in their footsteps. So I appreciate that kind of pressure because at the end of the day, it's building all of our sports together.
That's a great segue.
Yeah, it's really refreshing, like I said, to look at the faces on the screen and understand that each one of us go through our different perspectives and different challenges, but we're all succeeding in different ways. And I go back to it's what we're delivering. We all have great product on the track, and that product is what's paying off for us.
Well, thank you very much, and that's a perfect segue to you, Brian. And I want you to bring it home and close out this panel because, like I said, your tires are still warm, and you're going to have a restart here very quickly. You're just cranking out a lot of content and a lot of events, and I'm in awe, honestly. And when I think of American racing, you're one of the handful of franchises I think of that define our sport to the world. So tell us about what you've learned and what you're going to carry into this really fast coming restart to 2021.
Well, 2020 presented its challenges, but inside of that, that disruption creates opportunity if you look for it. So, for us, it was an opportunity to really push on that awareness campaign. But for what we all are blessed with a pure form of sport that is entertaining in its raw form. So it's up to us to really set the stage so that we can present it to as many people as possible who want to see it. So it's always been our goal to create a team and an organizational infrastructure that can react to the opportunities as they present themselves. And I don't know what they look like. Candidly, in June or July, they're going to be different than they look like right now. So what I want to do is have the blocking and tackling and the pieces, the fundamental parts of the entertainment event, the racing procedures, the rules, and the rest as stable as possible, so then we can focus on what the opportunities look like around us and how they present themselves going forward. And I don't know what those look like in 21. I'm optimistic about all the things we've done and how everything is shaping up with the schedules, with the racing, the embracing, the resurgence of short track racing across the country, and really proud to be a part of firing that, putting fuel to that fire and creating that in 2020. And candidly, the last decade, we've all been working on this to make this happen. So as we sit closing up probably one of the most challenging years for a lot of small sports and particularly small businesses in the US, I'm proud to be here, standing here with more opportunity, I believe, than we had at the beginning of 2020. So, and that is, it's truly a testament to the hard work of everybody on the screen and candidly, the teams, the promoters, the sponsors all around us that allowed us to be here today and standing at the door of 2021 with some optimism. A lot of people don't have that. So for us, it's really to take advantage of the opportunities and position ourselves. And we're doing that with infrastructure and organization and candidly, an incredible group of partnered teams and racetracks and sponsors. We're going to lead the way. Short track racing is going to lead the way into the resurgence into 2021, and we're going to set the stage for that.
Yes, indeed. And I think the thing that I'm so impressed with all of you and what you're all doing is that you've had to overcome a lot of challenges over the years. Every one of these companies has had to deal with challenges and never bet against racers. They'll find a way, and the fact that I see this evolution, especially I truly see this with you, Brian, and what your company's become and the realization of all the things you are and some of the things you aren't, is one of the really encouraging to me because I can tell you, I felt very alive when I went to my first World of Outlaws event, what just every nerve in my body was just, wow, that's incredible. And I think people are going to want that as we come out of this pandemic. I think they're going to want to smell the fumes of the race cars and feel that energy. And you all bring it in a big way. So thank you for being with us on this panel today. This has been an honor to spend time with you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Paul.
Yeah, our pleasure, my pleasure.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you, gentlemen. Paul said it perfectly. You are the backbone.
Thank you.
You know, it's because you're out there that the cars are on the track, and because the cars are on the track, we need pistons, we need brakes, we need suspension, safety equipment. So thank you for everyone within the industry. You're the leaders. We were all following you and waiting for the cars to get back on track. So thank you for everything you do. I have a little story with all of you, but we're going to have to move into our next sessions. We're a big fan of you guys. So keep up the great work, and we can't wait to be back at the track with you. Stay with us. I'm going to move you back to an attendee. That way you can watch the other sessions anytime you want. And while we do that, I'm going to ask our producer to run a short video about our sponsors who are making this event possible. So please stay with us 1 second.
There are two types of people, racers and everyone else. Racer Magazine is for those who believe that racing is a way of life. Racer embodies the excellence that defines a sport driven by passion, courage, and ingenuity. Get 1 year of both Racer's print and digital edition for only $39 with instant access to our entire digital issue archive. Subscribe now at info.racer.com.
Introducing ePartrade, electronic performance and racing trade. ePartrade is a revolutionary new web-based trade-only product sourcing platform that works 24/7 to connect performance parts suppliers with racing business professionals around the world. Find new products and technologies all year long, accessible everywhere, from anywhere 24/7. ePartrade is the only product sourcing platform as innovative and fast-paced as the racing market itself. ePartrade is the fastest, most efficient, and cost-effective way to introduce new parts and services to the worldwide racing trade while they're red hot, allowing builders, race teams, retailers, engineers, and other verified racing businesses to access them from anywhere in the world, day or night. The world is changing, and we're changing with it. Welcome to the future. ePartrade, the global online platform for the performance and racing industry.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome back. So, Paul, another great sessions. Wonderful to have those series organizers with us, and what another big win,
Turn up the volume all the way.
Absolutely. So, Paul, you're going to leave us for a couple hours. You'll be back, for 2 more sessions.
Yes.
Perfect. So you want to tell us quickly when you're going to be back around 4, right?
Yes, at 4 p.m. Pacific time, we're going to have broadcasting and live streaming of motorsports events. And what's great there is this is the way the world's going. And we have some very interesting panelists. Time doesn't permit me to run down the list right now. And then 5 p.m. Pacific time, women in motorsports, and another great group of panelists. So look forward to seeing everybody then, and have a great rest of the sessions here. Talk to you later.
Thank you, Paul. So we'll see you soon. And on to our next session, which is a very special one. Our good friends from TurboSmart, Marty, put this together. John Kilroy is going to be your host. I've known Marty for many years. I actually used to go to Australia every year, and that's where I met with the guys from TurboSmart, Nick Cooper and all the guys. And they were trying to come in the US and expand. Great company, great products. Really, things started to turn around about 10 years ago when Marty came into equation. And Marty took TurboSmart, developed it in the US to what it is today, started from scratch, built this incredible business. He's a very talented guy. He's a racer, somebody for who I have a great admiration. Being an entrepreneur myself, Marty, I know, what it took to get where you are. And Marty did so well that with Nick in Australia, they decided, why don't we also do distribution? And they created 3P Connect. And they are basically distributed here in the US, Speedflow, Peters, Davis Craigs, and the list goes on. So a big fan of Marty. And again, Marty was one of the first one who saw the ePartrade platform, that jumped on it, saw that it was the future. He has been one of our first supporter, and we're so thankful to you, Marty. It's because of you and the IBAC and the CP and Stand 21 of the world that were really there at the beginning with us when we launched, and Sanan, and the list goes on. But we really started very, very little small, and we're here today because of all of you that were there with us at the beginning. So thank you very much. It is 1 o'clock. John Kilroy, you in charge.
All right. Thank you very much, Francis. Welcome to the webinar, The Future of Boost Control, organized by TurboSmart. So we have with us today Marty Staggs, TurboSmart Executive Vice President and General Manager, and Busy Ezrioha, CEO and Chief Engineer at Bisimoto Engineering. And I'm just going to kind of give a brief introduction, guys. So hold on for just a minute before we get back down to business. TurboSmart began making performance products back in 1997. Nick Cooper, a great guy, and a great amount of effort was put into the design and manufacturing process to ensure their products created a new standard. And that's very credible to me because I've seen it over and over and over again. More handcrafted than mass-produced, TurboSmart products quickly gained acceptance within the performance community for their quality and reliability. Coupled with extraordinary service and after-sales support, the TurboSmart brand quickly became one of the most sought-after names in the industry. And then, this is one of the things they do really well. So this is from their website. What does it mean to be turbo smart? In short, it means excitement, passion, and innovation. And that just resonates as credible and real about turbo smart. So it's not just words, it's what I see in all their actions for years. From my point of view, I get to watch the entire racing industry all at once, sometimes racing segmented in different ways, but I'm watching all of it. And it's neat to see people go through the industry who I look at them and say, that person has the racing industry figured out. And I look at Marty Staggs, and he's one of those people. So the way Marty developed TurboSmart in the US market has been brilliant. So the company TurboSmart is Australian, they're brilliant, and then Marty's been brilliant. And he's a humble guy, but he's somebody to watch. So it happened at a very steady pace with TurboSmart just getting bigger and bigger in the US market every year. And today, TurboSmart just seems like a racing brand that's always been around. They have great products, and they appear in the US to look like a US racing brand. And I think if you bought or talked to a lot of TurboSmart customers in the US, they would just assume it's a US brand. And I think that's really terrific branding for a company. And it's harder than we think to accomplish that. The company's based and started proudly in Australia. And it's not just about marketing, but everything's about delivering the goods to racers and performance enthusiasts kind of every day for a huge market in the US. And TurboSmart's done that, not just in the US, but globally. Bisimoto Engineering is based in Southern California. And Busy, I'm just going to kind of take stuff off your website. We are an engineering agency with a passion for design and developing beautiful creations. We've had the privilege to work with some of the largest names in the business and have established a reputation for always bringing innovation to the table with every project. Busy built the first naturally aspirated Honda to break the 150-mile-per-hour barrier in the quarter mile, as well as becoming the first to do so in only 9 seconds. So known throughout the automotive industry as a professional drag race driver, credited as a great engine builder, chemical engineer, and a real master of his craft. Ezra has set and reset just about every single overhead camshaft Honda record imaginable. So that's kind of where we're at. And then before we get down to TurboSmart, Marty, could you describe Bisimoto Engineering? And I'm going to use a word from old days in Southern California. I assume Busy's heard this word, but there's a word in Southern California that I think comes from surfers called bitchin'. And even though I'm a wordsmith, when I get excited, I say, that's bitchin'. And if I get really excited, that's really bitchin'. And the cars that Busy builds are really bitchin'. So Marty, why don't you start and describe Bisimoto Engineering?
Well, I probably would do it a bit of injustice, but I want to add a couple of comments about Busy. One thing that, is hard to describe on a website or hard to understand remotely, he's just a gentleman. He's one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. He's got incredible integrity and honesty, and he's just a pleasure to do business with. And I want to make sure that I put that out there because he's one of the good guys. To give you a little history, when you talk about Busy's Honda drag racing background and history, he and I actually raced a really, really long time ago. And we had kind of met, but, we were kind of almost rivals. I was from the air-cooled VW side of the thing. And back in the 80s, especially 80s and early 90s, the Honda community and the air-cooled VW community had this pretty intense rivalry as a lot of turbocharged VWs started coming along. You had your Nopi Racing series and your Sony Explode Racing and this and that. And so our paths crossed many times. As the years had gone by, I was doing other things and my racing had slowed down and I had kind of changed directions. But then we kind of reconnected through, this business and SEMA and, mutual projects and respect for each other. And so much now we're neighbors. Wasn't by design, but his building is just, I can walk to it. He's got an incredible facility and we do some great little projects and development together. And yeah, it's just great. I truly respect and appreciate, his friendship and his business support.
And Busy, why don't you tell us about Bisimoto Engineering and then your relationship with TurboSmart?
Oh, I'd love to. And good afternoon, everyone. We are known to take cars that are somewhat exciting and make them absolutely spectacular. And by doing that, we try our best to remain on the cutting edge of technology, working with the OEMs and having the opportunity to have great partnerships and push the envelope with them has really put us in a position where we're not afraid of the unknown. So what that means is we have crazy projects from Audis to Hondas to Porsches, you name it. We're always looking for ways to continue to improve our craft. And to do that very well, we always have to partner with excellent companies as well. And TurboSmart is one of those organizations that their products are cutting edge, allow me to do my job and make my job much easier. Now, Marty, yes, I've known for a long time, and I really honed my teeth in front-wheel drive, small displacement, high RPM engines that were naturally aspirated. But of course, as technology progresses, there seems to be this crazy, I would say, direction change with the OEMs and racers towards turbocharging, forced induction. And to do that very eloquently, you need components that are reliable and consistent. And wanting to have the best of the best, looking for those companies that can allow us best control, Marty was there. Someone who's become a great friend with excellent products, who's been a mentor for me, not only within the business, but outside the business. He's just been someone who is becoming more like, dare I say, family, and allowing me to become a better engineer and to make my customers extremely happy.
Very good. And we talk a lot about parts in this business, but a lot of times at the end of the day, it's really the people that are important, and the parts.
Absolutely.
Parts kind of follow. Marty, is there kind of an opening message? Before we get down to boost control, is there just kind of an opening message you want to make about TurboSmart?
Well, you touched on quite a few things. But one thing I wanted to let you know is, so TurboSmart was officially incorporated in 1997. That's when it became its own business. Nick Cooper, our founder and CEO, actually handmade his first blow-off valve in 1990. And he did this for his own personal car, because back then the parts were hard to get in Australia, incredibly expensive. The only options you really had were the JDM products out of Japan. And he felt he could make his own. Well, like a lot of, especially in the automotive aftermarket industry, a lot of the history and stories come from, and mine's very similar, his friends asked him to make them one. And so on and so on. And then he got known as a guy that could make these really great little products. And then it became to the point where he's like, this is what I'm going to do for the rest of my life. And he founded TurboSmart in 1997. So the business, he tackled Australia first. I would, dare I say, it's definitely, the industry leader and market share leader for Australia and all of Australia, Asia. And then the brand started growing globally. But what he quickly found out was it was very difficult to support other countries from Australia with the different time zones, the different markets. We do things different in America, for example, than they do there. The type of racing, the type of motorsports. In America, big and audacious is everything. Where Australia is very European, so small cubic inch, high winding, high boost motors, where in America, we'll go 1,000 cubic inch and then throw a blower on it, So it's a very different market. So Nick made the strategic decision that he needed to open his own office in the US to better serve this market. He opened that office in the US in 2007. And that he took that first big leap. I joined the company in 2009. I actually met Nick in 2007 at SEMA. And I was using TurboSmart products on my personal race car. And I just introduced myself and we struck up a friendship. Fast forward a couple of years later, he asked me to take over the US operations for him. He knew he had something special here. The opportunity was massive, but he needed an American who understood this market, who kind of lived and breathed, American performance. And, I guess I fit that bill. And together, and you were very kind in saying about, what I've done for the business or who I am. Understand it is a very large organization full of passionate people that are just living this day in and day out. and it's a group effort. It definitely, I'm a very small fraction of that. I mean, yeah, I'm responsible for the US North American operations, but I have a lot of guys beside and behind me helping. It's an incredible honor to be part of this organization. Fast forward from 2009, when I took over, growing the business. In 2014, we made that next leap and we opened an office in Birmingham, UK to help bet again. The same strategy was we need someone there, we need an English guy. We need a guy that understands that area, that market on their time zones that can better service Europe. And so we opened an office in 2014. So now we have 3 offices around the globe that service 52 countries. And it's, like I said, it's going pretty well. The US business, when you mentioned that a lot of people think it's an American brand, our colors are red, white, and blue. That's just our corporate colors. I don't know that that was by design or what have you, but I would say that because the American market is so big, the opportunity is so big, and especially as the OEs in America have adopted forced induction and turbocharging, today the US business is more than 50% of the global business. So it's quite large now, and we're only going one direction, and that's up.
Francisco and I have always kind of estimated that the U.S. market is basically half the global market for racing products. And then the other thing is that we would get approached by companies internationally who want to sell to the U.S. market. And in the United States, we're very aggressive when it comes to marketing and sales. Outside the United States, sometimes they're more oriented around engineering rather than marketing and sales. But we would always tell companies that if you want to be successful in the U.S. market, go there, have somebody there. Sometimes they're under they have the viewpoint that I'll just get a distributor and then I'm done, and I have the U.S. market. But that just flat out doesn't work. So if there are international parts suppliers and technology suppliers watching right now, what TurboSmart did is your roadmap, basically, is have somebody there, drive the sales, and it will work. But it will work because you understand the culture better, you know how to drive your sales better, and it just works.
And let's be honest, it's a big commitment.
Yeah.
It's not easy. Everyone thinks, oh yeah, I'll do this and that, and overnight, because that market is so huge, slam dunk. No, it takes considerable investment, commitment, and fortitude. You got to stick with it. And I will say, especially with TurboSmart, it only took us, almost 25 years to become an overnight success, right? It's a long, hard grind, and America is very competitive, and it is not easy, but the opportunity is there for the people that are willing to put in the work and make the investment for sure.
Yeah, very much so. Well, let's get down to the webinar title and get going on that. So the future of boost control, you've introduced some really radical new products this year and the last couple of years. So what does a race, I'll start with you, Marty, then I'll get to you, Busy. So Marty, what does a race engine builder need to know in 2020 about boost control?
Well, we can go on all day about that. But the key thing is to lay out, this is what your expectations are. Have a clear understanding of, this is what my goals are. This is what I want to do with this vehicle, whether it's a boat, a Reno Air Race plane, a drag car. I mean, we're turbocharging everything these days. So you kind of got to lay out a roadmap and understand clearly what you realistically want to do. So many times, and BZ can expand on this too, people will have this idea in their head, I want a 2,000 horsepower car, right? And they'll buy a couple of components that might support that, but then they'll go to get the initial tuning done or go out to their first race, and they'll try to turn it down to 500 horsepower and expect it to work really well. And it doesn't usually work out that way. So you got to have a clear plan, and you've got to do your research and work with partners, such as TurboSmart or, BC Motor, or someone that have the experience, have the technology, and can help guide you. It's a partnership. I mean, the racing teams that we sponsor and we're involved with all over the world, they're more like partnerships, and we work with their tuner, their chassis builder, the driver, and we work together to develop, you know, this is what is required. This is what we bring to the table to help you achieve those goals. And here's, you know, my position on it. And the tuner might come back and say, yeah, well, I want to go out to left field a little bit here. So this is where I want to go. Okay, right. And I'll adjust my, you know, recommendations accordingly. When you do that, great success can be had. You know, I'm very proud to say that in most of the top forms of motorsport around the world, whether it's Time Attack, NHRA, Pro Mod, X275, drag radial, no prep, whatever, most of the top guys are running our products, and I'm not sponsoring them. I'm not giving them the parts. They're not running the product because they were able to get it for free. They're running the product because we are providing them, again, through working with them and listening to them, we're providing them a product to help them achieve those goals, right? This is how it works. And yeah, it's great. And it just keeps growing. And we don't stop developing and innovating. We never will. And, you know, the tuners, they'll come to us and say, this is what I'm after, or this is what I want to do next year or the next year. And we as a manufacturer, we have to overbuild our products because we know they're going to push them to the limit.
Right.
And whatever you tell me tomorrow, I mean, no one goes to the track to run the same time over and over, right? Every time they show up at a meet, their goal is to go faster, and everyone's is. So they're just going to keep leaning on things harder, you know, and pushing them even harder. So, you know, we do a fairly good job of overbuilding our product that can support not just what they're doing today, but what they're probably going to do over the next 5 years.
Very good. I remember Mike Thermos of nitrous oxide telling me that guys were just melting their engines from nitrous oxide because someone would get a nitrous oxide kit and pour all the nitrous oxide into the engine. And one of the real innovations of NOS was just to make, I guess, the holes much smaller, or the metering, so he could not put too much nitrous oxide in the engine. And then all of a sudden, oh, there's a part that doesn't blow up your engine. And it was just controlling the enthusiasm of racers.
It's the same thing with boost. It's the exact same thing with boost. Well, if this is good, more's even better.
More's better.
Right? Until you drive over the crankshaft.
That's why so many parts are sold in the racing business.
Yeah.
And Busy, when it comes to the topic of the future of boost control, where are you at? What are you doing right now?
Well, I am really taking, once again, the components that are available to my disposal, especially with our friends from TurboSmart, and really creating opportunities for my clients to be happy, to allow them to begin with the end in mind, as Marty had mentioned, and exceeding their goals. Now, here's what's really, really interesting. We have companies like TurboSmart who have these amazing products that are over-engineered. They really are. And once again, forgive me for being redundant, really, really makes my job easier because I've dealt with components that weren't great and it wasn't good for me on or off the track or even my clients. Now, the one thing is that you can have the best components, but your designs, your engineering designs have to be sound. For example, I'm seeing this phenomenon, which is really interesting. And Marty, you've seen this with me, with these poorly designed exhaust manifolds for turbocharging. And that's a big problem. Now, TurboSmart has been great. When I say over-engineered, because we had I'm gonna go off on a bit of a tangent here, which I tend to do from time to time. We had a very big media company come here with a project car, let's call it a Nissan. And this Nissan project car had a very poorly designed exhaust manifold that didn't give priority to the wastegate. We were able to upgrade to a Gen 5 unit from TurboSmart, and the creep, where we tried to get boost control and it was running away on the dyno, became not an issue anymore. And yes, I have this advantage using a component as advanced as what Martin and his team has provided, but it seems to be a bit of a challenge in the community where supporting mods aren't there, supporting designs aren't there. Wastegate priority is extremely important to me. Wastegate size is important to me. How reliable the diaphragms are very important to me. The ability to keep heat damaging effects at bay is very important to me, because of course we're using, everything from kinetic energy to flow from the exhaust to heat to be able to allow us to spool the turbocharger, to allow us to have more efficient setup. But there are videos out there. I saw one recently where TurboSmart actually induced a high temperature flame into their wastegate for almost 24 hours without failure. Who does that?
Yeah.
These guys do. They do. And what that means is we now have a product out there that whether we're in the most grueling conditions for racing, whether we're in the deserts of Saudi Arabia, whether we're out here in North America, whether we're in West Africa, wherever we are, we can have reliable power day after day, meet after meet, run after run. And having those components allows us to do that. Now, future-wise, I see some really interesting things happening. And Marty has a lot to do with this. Some of the better electronic controls for wastegates, having direct actuation. We may get into that a little bit later, but it allows for a much quicker response, which allows us, once again, to have a better off-the-line launch with limited power, and then full boost right when we need it, which is fantastic. And allows us to get to the finish line reliably and continue to win races and break records.
Okay, I think we touched on a really trick subject, and I just kind of want to follow through with that. So you go to ePartTrade. TurboSmart has a wonderful showcase on ePartTrade. You can see the new products, popular products. There's tech videos, there's catalogs. So you can kind of go to ePartTrade, like the trade show exhibit for TurboSmart is right there. It's essentially an online sort of two-dimensional exhibit. So a couple of years ago, electronic wastegate was introduced from TurboSmart. And then right now on the ePartTrade showcase, there's an electronic anti-lag valve. So Marty, why don't you brag about that for a bit?
So in reference to the future of boost control. So everything in motorsport, period. Even, circle track cars going to EFI, right? There's this evolution. The evolution in boost, which is what's really exciting for me and has excited me actually, I put my first turbocharger on a vehicle in 1984, right? The evolution of forced induction, be it turbocharging or supercharging, is just mind-boggling. And that only works because there's been an incredible evolution in basically engine control units, right? ECUs and electronic fuel injection and timing control and these things. They work hand in hand. One isn't worth anything without the other, So the current day, or up until now, historically, boost control has been done by, this is a cutaway, a pneumatically controlled wastegate. Now, the way it works is we're actually not controlling the boost directly. What we're controlling is the drive pressure, the exhaust drive pressure that acts on the turbine wheel. So we're controlling the shaft speed of the turbo. The byproduct of that is the control of the manifold pressure, right? So you have these various systems in line that end up with a byproduct of very indirect boost control. Now it works. And we've been incredibly successful and we make a lot of products for that. But we're never one to sit on our laurels. We're working on, new products and ideas 5 years out. BC was talking about our gas bench test stand. We have a full lab, all engineering, manufacturing is done in-house. Our test stand and some of the things, we test products to failure. And then we look at the failure point and see what we can do to make that product better. And that's, the evolution of the products. That's why we have the Gen V version of wastegates. It's our 4th generation of external wastegate, because over time, materials, technology, even the CNC machines have evolved and allowed us to do things that we could only dream of just 10 years ago. So pneumatic control is everything, right? That's how everything is controlled right now. In the last couple of years, you'll see some of the OEs have adopted more direct electronic control, Honda specifically, and Volkswagen to a certain extent. So this works by basically the engine control unit is directly moving the rod to do the thing that the pneumatic control was doing before. So that takes away the air source. And in racing, you have a CO2 system because your manifold air pressure isn't enough to get the control that you need. So you use an auxiliary source of air, typically very high pressure, i.e. CO2, but that adds layers of complexity. It works, don't get me wrong, it works, and that's how it's done right now. But when we're looking at how can we get more direct control and get more ability out of the ECU, and again, dreaming, we started really looking at how we can do it directly with a electronic motor. So 2 years ago, we released, and don't get me wrong, the product that Honda and Toyota and these companies are making is fine, but for a very low boost application, right? For a street car that's 100% stock, but it will not survive the rigors of motorsport and especially high pressures and extremely high temperatures and the things that, you know, PC and a lot of other people do with their vehicles. So ours, you know, what we launched is directly controlled by the ECU. There is no CO2 required. There's no manifold pressure. There's no auxiliary boost controller. And for the, you know, the tuning world out there right now, they'll build a map. They'll set a map. This is what I want. These are the parameters, and this is how I want the vehicle to run. In this instance, in this condition, this is what I want to happen. Well, now you can do that with your boost control. So literally your ECU says, I want this gate position and I want to verify. I mean, just like the programming strategy is very similar to a throttle body. You've got a butterfly valve and you got a TPS, a throttle position sensor, that confirms and tells you this is where the valve is. This is very similar in the operation and how you control it. You tell the valve where it needs to be, and we have what I call a VPS, a valve position sensor, which gives you a feedback, says this is where the valve is. And this opens up endless. I mean, literally, it's limited only by your imagination. You know, if you have a road course car, and you know, with today's modern ECUs, you can actually download and have a map of the course, and you can use a GPS signal to determine where your car is. Well, you can do predictive boost control and literally map a different boost and power target for every corner of the track. The driver just can really hold on and, you know, and focus on steering the car and keeping it where he wants it to be. For the drag racing side, you know, the wastegates, the pneumatic wastegates still have a diaphragm. Now we have the best materials that are known to man. We have, you know, very high pressure capability, but it is still really the only wear point in the system. And you also have a spring. So the spring sets the minimum boost that you're going to run. But the spring is also there to help keep the valve stable and in control. So right now, you can't get below, let's say, 3 pounds of boost, right? Because the spring sets that minimum. With an electronic wastegate, you can get 0. So when you have a big power car on a no prep track, or God forbid on the street in some country, street in Mexico, where there is no traction, you know, your engine in a normally aspirated condition might make more than enough power to have traction issues. Now add boost and it's impossible. Well, with this type of wastegate, you can literally have 0 pounds of boost. And the maximum operating pressure of this, now I'm talking about drive pressure, what it'll control, is 220 PSI of drive pressure. So you can literally leave the starting line with 0 pounds of boost and cross the finish line at whatever limit your turbocharger will make. That is currently physically impossible with pneumatic controls and current technology. And the reason why is, especially with the big cars and the big power, using our wastegate position sensors, which we also have, we have found that no matter what they do, because of the cylinder firing and what's happening in the exhaust, they cannot get the wastegate to close all the way. It tries, right? They power more CO2 in here. At the end of the day, the big tire guys, they want the wastegate closed from 3/4 track on. They want all the boost, but the wastegate just physically cannot overcome the physics of what's happening with the air acting on the face of the valve and what's going on with the vehicle to close it and get the maximum boost. With our gearbox design and what we have created, if you want the gate closed, it will be closed. In addition, where do you want it closed? Maybe you only want it closed in second gear, but in third and fourth gear, I want to back it off a little bit. Or it is actually, your map is also referencing your traction control. So they're talking to each other, looking back and forth, and you're adjusting your power level based on the available traction. That is all directly possible using this technology. So I see this being the future of boost control for sure.
John, what Marty just mentioned is a dream for us tuners. Imagine a world where I set up a customer's car where I can control boost based upon throttle position. So if someone is road racing and they are about 30% throttle in a turn at 60 miles an hour, they may not want as much boost as if they are on a straightaway. And I can have a closed loop feedback with the tools that I have access to using that same device to have an impeccable opportunity for my customer and have those lap times lower and lower each time they go out. For drag racing, absolutely. This is a dream come true. I mean, he solved, TurboSmart and their team and Marty has solved every problem we've had just based upon that one device. It is a godsend, amazing. And once again, they don't have to do this. There are companies who've had the same components for decades. Marty them continue to stay on the cutting edge. And I look forward to what they have in the future as well. This is amazing for us.
Well, let's be honest. I personally, and I can tell you most everyone in this business are not interested in making commodities, just widgets, just things. This is what gets us up every day. Our engineering and product development meetings are the most exciting parts of our month, right? And the year. I mean, we're already working on next SEMA's, what are we going to launch at SEMA next year? We have a list of things we're working on. Like, if we're not moving forward, I personally would just die. I'd get bored and fall over and die. And that's literally how everyone in this business is, from Nick Cooper to Stu to the engineering team. They all are passionate and live this way. And again, it's an incredible investment. You know, the money all goes back into the business because we keep growing the business. So we need more buildings. We need more CNC equipment. We need more engineers. We need more raw materials. So then that goes into that. And then that feeds even more. But it's fun. It's more than a job. It's a life. You know, it's a lifestyle that we're living. And yeah, it's great.
We believe that the ingenious racing technology that we're talking about, that's the star attraction of Online Race Industry Week. And we have hundreds of companies at ePartrade who have their 2021 new products on ePartrade. So we're trying to keep directing people over to ePartrade.com so they catch up on this. And Busy, I'm assuming you're using electronic wastegate and the electronic anti-lag valve, is that right?
On some of our projects, you know, it's something that, once again, we have to get some of the ECU manufacturers on board with. Not every ECU at this point has a protocol to control those devices. Okay. I use a lot from AEM, which is one of your supporters as well. And they allow me to do a very unique strategy and logic to be able to control them. And it's amazing, absolutely amazing devices. And as they become more popular, I can see other manufacturers jumping on board and having protocols to control them as well.
Most every major ECU manufacturer is currently finishing their development of the control for these. We were ahead of them even, but we did communicate and work with them. And I would say most all of them within the next year will have native direct control for these, just because you know this technology and what we're doing is actually selling more ECUs. People are upgrading their ECUs to be able to use this product. And us working, you know, closely with them, again, is good for our whole industry. You know, we got multiple businesses that, you know, while we don't exactly sell products to each other, we're relying on each other for, you know, our success in future. I think we lost him, BZ.
I think we did as well.
Well, looks like we lost John. So that's what happened when we go live.
It was so exciting for him.
Well, okay, wait a second. I think I've got John on the phone. Yeah, I think we can hear you. So I guess John got a little, you know, issue with the internet. So we'll keep you on the phone right now, John, and then we'll keep trying to run like that. And as soon as our internet comes back on, we'll get you back on.
Okay, I apologize for that. My router has a line on, like it's still working. I can't imagine imagine what could have just gone wrong. I've had a stable connection the whole time, so I apologize, everybody.
Marty, can you hear John?
Very faintly. It's a bit rough. Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll keep going. We'll keep going. We're here in the studio in LA, but John is down south in Orange County, and so John will keep running. Ask your question. I will translate in French. Hold on.
He's showing off one of his great cars. He just finished one of his great cars. Did he talk to the customer and walk over how special it is?
Did you hear?
Oh, I didn't hear the last part. I didn't hear the last part. I stopped when he said something about customers.
Yes. So you said something about customers and he missed that last part. John? John, I can hear you now.
You know what happened? A guy climbed up the pole behind my house and unplugged my internet.
Oh, this is what. No, that's okay. So John is quarantined and is working remotely to be safe, and so right now. But John, maybe with your with your phone, if we can try to get the HubSpot up or something, sharing your internet with the phone. But I'll carry on. So tell me your question for Busy again, and I will just cut it in half, and I'll go half of the questions and the other half.
The next question I want to ask Marty is just to really kind of cement what we're talking about. It just seems like we're standing on a new frontier when it comes to turbo and performance.
So hold on. I'm going to. So John's saying like we on new frontier right now with turbo and turbo performance. So keep going, John.
And I just want it to be confirmed that that's kind of what we're talking about. I think we're at a great new age with the turbo, and I just want to really stop for a minute and say how exciting that is.
John,
Absolutely.
you're back live and you're good.
We got you, John. Yeah, you're absolutely correct. Like I said, I think, especially in the last 10 years, the evolution and the progress related to turbo technology, the efficiency, the airflow, and the capability of the turbos has probably advanced more than it did the 20 years before combined. Like, it's just unbelievable. And again, I attribute a lot of that to CNC, computer technology, the ability, CAD/CAM design, CFD, flow work, all of these technologies all come together and have helped and allowed these turbo companies to, they make incredible products now where, in 84, when I started with my old Ray J turbo, it made about that much air, and it was really hot air, not efficient, but it was enough to get me, a bit more than, atmospheric and started me down this path. But now it is literally amazing, unbelievable, which again puts more pressure and importance on our ability to create products that can flow and match and be able to work with those new turbochargers to give people what they want. So their progression, the ECU manufacturer's progression, forces us and then feeds our progression, which then now circles back to like the ECU manufacturers now updating their ECUs to work, with our new technology. And together, I truly feel, and I've been told this, and I truly believe that we have helped the forced induction industry move forward and progress. The track times, the records being smashed, we've been a part of that. We've been along for the ride. We've been a key component to that. When these tuners say, hey, I want to do this, and then I go to our engineering team and they're like, we've never done that. I'm like, yeah. So now we're going to figure it out. And these very smart engineers do figure that out. And then we develop a product that then can to do what these people need.
Well, that's great. And, you know, it's really wonderful for us at Online Race Industry Week to kind of talk about game-changing technology here. One of the great things about trade shows is you have that moment where you see something you didn't see last year, you've never seen it before, and they walk into the booth and say, holy hell, what is this? And so we want to provide a trade show experience here. People can't reach in and pick up some of the products, but we can show off the technology. We can describe the technology. We can introduce the technology. So it's really nice to have that kind of trade show moment right here, right now. Thank you very much for bringing it to us. And then I also want to thank you for being so caring about the end user experience. So a lot of what I believe, just in watching the industry as a whole, is that we're actually always competing against other industries. So the person we're selling to, they may be weighing, do I spend all my thousands of dollars, whatever their discretionary income is, do they spend it on a car part? Do they spend it on racing? Or do they give it up because they're so frustrated, they're not going anywhere, they're not getting faster, they're not getting better, they're frustrated, and the hell with that, I'm gonna go fishing, I'm gonna go buy a bass boat. So the end user experience being kind of under their control and something they can depend on, and use the word reliable, and reliable comes and goes in racing, depending where you're racing at, but reliable in general helps keep people racing. And what do you think about that, Busy? You're nodding your head. What do you think, Busy?
Absolutely. I mean, reliability is key. That's what wins races. If you cannot get to the end of the quarter mile or the 8th mile or that lap, what is the purpose? Yeah. And that's extremely important. And my customers demand that. You know, back in the day, it was just taken, you know, it was just a given that, okay, if I go turbocharged, maybe I'll have an expiration very easily. Maybe my engine can blow up, it'll last but so long. But nowadays, it's almost a requirement that it is quite reliable. And those teams, those builders, those facilities that can create that for the consumer, it gets quite popular very quickly, and they keep getting business like we do. And we're glad to be able to have partners that can allow us to really exceed expectations of our customers. Extremely important.
Another important issue, I think, with parts is that the parts are actually available. And you don't call the company and they say, you know, I don't know what's going on, but everybody wants our parts and we're 8 weeks behind now in delivering them. What a task for TurboSmart. I mean, I get a headache trying to figure that stuff out. Go ahead, Marty. Explain how TurboSmart keeps up with the market.
So, again, we manufacture our products. Unfortunately, a lot of companies can't say that today. Right, they're made somewhere, but a lot of companies don't make their own products, and we do, right? So we have ultimate control over quality, which is incredibly important to us, down to the person that puts it in the box has his unique personal QC stamp that he puts on that box, like to that level. The products are tested in 5 different ways, you know, during the manufacturing assembly process before they're put in the box. So we have ultimate control of the quality, and we also have ultimate control of the inventory, right? So, you know, we've got a very an awesome global cloud-based system that connects all 3 offices. So the Australian office, where the products are born and made, sees what we're doing in a real time, sees product movement, inventory on the shelf, and is able to react. We also have algorithms programmed in to project and say, this is how much we need to make this week or even today to support how much stock the US office wants on the shelf. In addition, we go so far, and my understanding is quite unique in the automotive aftermarket industry, and I've gotten some very good, you know, feedback and accommodations from people like Summit Racing and these, you know, rather large companies that sell our products. We air freight it in every week. So there's 2 things that does. It keeps us with a constant flow and supply of products. If for some reason a customer needs a product and we're out of it or back ordered, and they called on the worst day, like the shipment had already left Australia, right? It's a week and a half. That is the longest possible lead time for a product outside of a custom made product or a private label product, which we, you know, do make for some specific customers. The longest you would ever wait would be a week and a half, which rarely happens considering the inventory levels we keep in our offices. So air freighting is incredibly expensive. It's difficult, but we feel that not only gives us the level of service that we want to provide to our customers, but also a bit of an advantage in the competitive market that we have. And for example, let's say we're moving on to a new generation of something. I'm not sitting on 100 pallets of something that I bought a year in advance and now I have to liquidate or do something with. We can adjust and we can shift real time. Or if there's a product spike or demand, our Australia manufacturing facility can react instantly to ramp up production. Unfortunately, we already run a 24/7 production company, but bring in more people or do bigger batch runs of a specific product to be able to support that. And if you talk to any one of our distributors, they will tell you that our ability to supply product reliably and consistency has been just one of the many key factors in the growth of our business. And we talk about every once in a while, in management meetings, it comes up, we should start sea freighting this and that. And then it always just kind of get pushed back. It's like, these are one of those things that we do that sets us apart from other people and gives us that advantage. And we even go so far as like this office, there is the reason that this office is located on the West Coast next to an airport with FedEx and UPS's largest hubs is not a coincidence, right? We can ship until 7:30 p.m. Pacific time, Monday through Friday. And I can tell you that if an order or an urgent something happens outside of UPS and FedEx's normal pickup hours and it misses the truck, I have a guy that drives to the airport to the hub every night to drop off those last minute shipments. Because I can tell you, at least once a week, we got a guy, he needs a part and he's at Florida, SGMP or one of those tracks. I need to drop ship it overnight, AM delivery to the racetrack. We do that. Why? Because this guy's counting on us to help him, achieve his goals, to possibly win the race. And it just makes me feel good that we are in a position to be able to do that. There's not a lot of companies in our space that do that or have that ability. And we do. So we air freight the stock in every week. We ship until 7:30 p.m. Pacific time. We answer the phone. We do all of these important things to support our customers in this industry to help it grow and do well.
Well, it's working. And the word reliability, it's great that you apply it to the product and then you apply it to the company. And it's just a really valuable word that can't be overemphasized. Busy, just want to catch up. We're kind of running out of time. What are you working on now, Busy?
I have right behind me this lovely blue Porsche 935 M16. And I love the beauty of classic Porsches, but I'm not a fan, as you can see, of old technology. So that being said, this is a project I'm working on right now. And I'm of course, is equipped with tons of TurboSmart components. And I should have this on the dyno by this weekend. It is going to be the most magnificent 935 ever built. Not only because of how it looks, but because of performance it has with the reliable components on board.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing that. Then, Marty, you just want to wrap it up for us, and then we're going to have to move on. We're kind of about the 50-minute mark. We kind of move on. So you want to wrap it up for us, Marty?
Sure. Francisco you had mentioned before, probably the first place you would see our new products ever is on ePartTrade. Francis touched on, I've known Francis, I consider him a personal friend. We've known each other for many, many, many years. And when he came to me with the ePartTrade concept, it was one of those things I'm like, look, if this is Francis, baby, if he's behind it, I'm in. I just trust Francis. He's a smart guy. He's a hardworking guy. He's very well connected. His network is, no one comes close to Francis' network, right? And there's no way that this isn't going to be something truly special. And as it's evolved, you can really see that. And I'm proud to be a founding partner of his with it. And we're not going anywhere. It works for us. And again, this team he has built I have the highest level of respect for all of you. You guys, you know, your own industry leaders in your own respects, and the way you carry yourselves, the way you operate, you're the kind of people that I want to do business with. So I thank you for the opportunity, and I'm very happy to be a part of you guys.
Thank you very much. That means a lot to us, Marty. Thank you so much.
I think we'll end it here. I mean, there is nothing else to add.
Well, then we go down together.
Well, no, thank you, Marty. It means the world to us. You know, you work hard. You're a fighter. You're a racer. Busy. I've seen you around, you know, many places. We don't know each other directly, but you know, you're a terrific leader in this industry as well. I was so pleased to hear that you would be part of this with Marty, and when I was listening to you, Marty, and saying, like, you know, until 7 p.m. on Friday we ship stuff. If I get an email like around 6:30 on a Friday, it has to be Marty. You know, when everybody second beer, Marty is still at work. He's packing chips, my friends, packing stuff, shipping stuff. so that's what it is. And
well, let's be honest. People today, I call it the Amazon syndrome, right? People today think when they order something from wherever that a ferry magically drops it in a box and it's going to be on their doorstep tomorrow. That is the expectation of today's consumer. And I'm sensitive to that. And so while I can't exactly make that specific thing happen, our team goes to great lengths to do as best that they can so that that customer at least knows that we're working hard to get them the product as fast as they can get it. And they can count on us, right? Yeah. So it's adapt or die, right? The companies that ignore that are the companies whose market share is shrinking and whose business is going the opposite direction of ours, you know, to be frank.
And look at what happened during your session. You know, internet went off for John. We took our IT producer here. We ship it by helicopter, fix the
there you go.
Back.
There you go.
Marty, Busy, thank you so much. And I want you both to know I apologize. There's a man who climbed a telephone pole right behind my house in order to disconnect me from the internet. So, you know, that's why we love our cable suppliers so much.
Oh my goodness, but no, thank you guys. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for your work, and you know, welcome to this first annual Online Race Industry Week. Stay with us. We're going to move you as attendee. We're going to bring our next
fantastic,
and we're going to show you a short video while we do that. So stay with us.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. We'll catch up soon.
All right, guys. Cheers. Thank you.
Read on to you for the next video.
ePartrade is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing. What we've done is created smart sourcing. So when it comes to sourcing products, it's easy, efficient, your time is very productive, and you really go find your full range of options in sourcing a new product or new supplier in auto racing. On ePartrade, what you find every day is a complete set of options, a complete set of suppliers. You can press helmets, you can press pistons, you can press coil-over shocks, and you'll get a complete set of options. And that's the best way to instantly start your shopping for new racing products, new suppliers, new technology. With ePartrade, when I say now is when you introduce new products, I mean right this minute. As soon as it rolls off the manufacturing line, it could be announced on ePartrade that very same day, and you can discover the latest new technology this morning. When it comes to smart sourcing on ePartrade is a digital revolution within the racing industry. It's been a long time coming, and it's finally here. New technology has changed the world, and in some ways disrupted the old technology, but in many ways it's made life a lot easier. I find my ways down the road a lot easier, a lot faster by using Google Maps. I stay in touch with friends since high school days by using Facebook. And what the racing industry will find that sourcing products has gotten several steps easier, several steps as far as a more productive process through ePartrade. And you just have to get on there and plug in your questions, and and press all the different categories from engine parts to suspension parts to safety parts to machining equipment and more. And you'll find a full set of options. You'll find it 365 days out of the year. You'll find it 24 hours a day. You'll find it no matter where you live in this great world of racing that we love so much.
Okay, so welcome back, and so for our next session, we are going to bring on a new group of wonderful people with us. And so I am waiting for John Kilroy to be back on 1 second. We have a few minutes before we get started. And so it really, we're mentioning earlier how grateful we were to Marty and the people of TurboSmart to, be among the first one to join this platform. But Jack with IMI was one also of the first one. And our co-founder, Judy King, who is watching us right now and working with the production team, is a big fan of Jack. And we're very thankful of IMI. Oh, Judy is saying a little hi. Hello, Jack, through the chat button here. And we had a little technical issue on the session just before, but John handled that brilliantly. So that was great. That was terrific. John, do you want to do a quick recap? We have 2 minutes to go. What happened this morning? What we have next, and then we'll hand it to Brad, who is going to take over and do a full session with IMI.
It's really hard to recap kind of efficiently and quickly what's happening today. Today's a real day to think about the racing industry, where we are in 2020 and where we want to be in 2021. So we talked to racetrack operators, we talked to the UK racing industry, what's going on there, technical webinars, great webinar with a panel of race sanctioning bodies, USAC, Formula D, SCORE, World of Outlaws. And then ahead of us, we have IMI Performance Products. Then we'll get into a big announcement about Elf Racing Fuels coming to the United States. And then we'll go into Performance Plus Global Logistics, about how to streamline and just get better at your shipping internationally. And one of my favorite racers, Kenny Wallace, is going to be part of that. He's always fun. And then Paul Fanner put together another webinar panel that we all have to listen to, broadcasting and live streaming of motorsports events. I mean, these are things we really need to catch up on if we're a step below, because this is the future, and the future means like tomorrow. I mean, it's now. And then one of the most shared, when we gave out the news of what we're doing this week, one of the most shared things was Women in Motorsports panel that we'll have at 5 o'clock. So that's going to be very popular as well.
Very good. And I'm watching the clock. I see it is 1:59 here in California. We have been running this first time event by the minute since day one. We haven't been late one time, and so we don't intend to be, and we're going to continue that way. Brad, welcome back. Brad has been one of our hosts since day one. It is 2 o'clock. Brad, it's on you. We'll see you guys in the next 50 minutes.
All right. Thank you very much, Francisque, and thank you so much, John. We appreciate that. Hopefully I won't have one of those little internet gremlins that pop up as well, but very excited about this next session here. And before we get started, I do want to remind you, if you have a question, just type it into the chat feature and we will get those questions through. This is all about you who is viewing right now, as well as people like IMI Performance Inc., High Torque IMI, and being able to talk about some of the great products that are available to the motorsports industry here at Online Race Industry Week. So if you have a question, type it into the chat and we will get it out there. And I do want to remind you as well that you can always go to epartrade.com if you've got something for one of our vendors like IMI Performance and you want to contact them directly. You can go straight to their product page and you can be able to do that. So joining us right now, and help me if I get the name wrong here, because I'm the worst at butchering last names, but is it Isom? How do you pronounce your last name? Isom. Okay.
Isom. Yes, thank you for that.
No,
and
thank you very.
And of course, James. Hello.
Hello, James, and thank you. Jack is the owner and CEO of High Torque IMI Performance Products, Inc. And James, 9 years experience tuning mechanical fuel injection and supercharged applications, 2018 SIFCA Funny Car Champion, builder of 2 blown alcohol funny cars, manager at Good Vibrations Motorsports, a consultant for Enderley Fuel Injection, a manufacturer rep for 15 companies. And we're going to talk about starters, we're going to talk about alternators, we're going to talk about probably parts of the engine and parts of underneath the hood of race cars and performance vehicles that maybe some people might take for granted as well. So Jack, I just want to start with you. Talk about your products, your starters, what makes them different, and really how they apply to the motorsports industry.
IMI Performance Products. I guess you got to start, no matter all the work you put into one of these vehicles and get to the racetrack. And if you can't start that stinker, it's all for naught. I like to believe that we provide, if not the one of the finest products available for this particular market, as well as for the industrial market, marine applications for which we provide certification. We cover a whole host of things to include, and it was Miss Judy that asked me, Miss Judy King, where is she? She's so much better looking than you are. I gotta tell you. In any event, we miss her, and she's a delight. But we buy our product from Denso, Nippon Denso formerly, but today it's called Denso. And we do not use a product from the same country that brought us our COVID-19 Chinese flu, if you will. And I'm proud of that. Most of our competitors provide a Chinese knockoff. The old saying, what is it? My partner used to say, cheap work is not good and good work is not cheap. And I like to believe that we provide a quality product first and foremost. We got into this business because I worked at a shop where we rebuilt starters and alternators. And one of the fellows came to me one day who was an industrial fellow, worked on forklifts. Jack, he said, can't you come up with a starter for us that lasts as long as the starters and with the same amount of reliability as what's in that Toyota forklift? So it made me think, what is special about that? I was not familiar with the end users beyond selling a product and out the door it went. So I did my own research, and it was the design of the starter. It's an offset gear reduction, and it varies in terms of kilowatt rating. It varies in rotation, clockwise, counterclockwise, kilowatt rating. Do we want it? Do we need torque on this engine to fire it? Do we need RPMs to fire it? And that's what we do here. We'll decide whether we need to increase or how we're going to increase the RPMs depending upon the size of the pinion gear, number of turns, and all of those silly things that I don't want to bore you with. But we have a host of applications and began with, as I said, the industrial applications, and then the same fellows that were coming to us that for their forklift starter said, can you make one to fit a Chevrolet? Well, I suppose we can, why not? So we went and bought an engine. What, I can afford an engine to sit in my shop? That's okay. So we did, and it worked. and they were delighted with it. And then somebody else, well, you did one for a Chevrolet. What about us Ford guys? Okay, so we'll do that. And then the Volkswagen, we do a tremendous amount of work for the off-road folks. And then it just seems to grow from there. And then these silly guys, oh, God love them, these tractor pull individuals, for which, you know, it's the American way. If you go fast, the next guy wants to go faster. When was the very first race? The moment a second car was made? I mean, everybody knows that. It's fun, whether it's a boat, whatever. But I'm jabbering on, and I'm sorry for that. James, kind of, somebody cut me off here. I'm beginning to embarrass myself.
Well, let me jump in here and ask James, you know, with what you do and your experience in tuning and building and all of that, I truly think when it comes to a starter and sometimes when it comes to an alternator, these are some things that people take for granted because, you know, a starter is something you don't think about until you need it. And sometimes you need it in the middle of a race, something stalls, something like that. And all of a sudden, the worst thing you want to do is find out that what you have underneath there, trying to crank over that engine, is not enough when it's a hot engine, different things like that. So I guess kind of talk to the importance of these parts on the car that, again, people only think about once when they go to start it, but when they need to restart it, it's a really big thing.
Definitely. I'm in the hardcore drag racing, and these guys got to start on the line, and they're trying to increase their show and make it faster. So every time, you know, a car comes out, they want to make sure that they're an onboard starters on there, and you got to make sure it starts the first time and, you know, gets the show on the road. And we've had plenty of success with Jack and putting starters on all different motors, from Chevys to Hemis. It doesn't matter, but picking the right starter is always the case. You know, if you're running a magneto, if you're running a electronic ignition, you know, we got to figure out what it's going to take, and Jack over here's got to figure it out. So
some of the things that get into the problems, as you indicated, have to do with the design of the solenoid itself. And I've got a couple here I'm going to show you. This is typically a solenoid design as used on most of the starters that you see today. It's tightly encapsulated in steel. There's no vent whatsoever. There's no way for this thing to dissipate any heat. On the other hand, we have the Denso solenoid encased in aluminum, which is going to dissipate heat certainly much more efficiently than the steel of the regular conventional type solenoid. But beyond that, inside, although you can't see in here, there's probably room for at least a half cup volume of air. Furthermore, it's also equipped with a small vent hole. When the starter is excited and the plunger pushes through and pulls back, it actually allows the solenoid to breathe. The solenoid is probably the most common failure associated with the starters today out there on the racetrack. They get hot, they just won't start. I've been there. I did that. I had a new Mercedes. Our son was coming from Hawaii to visit, and she says he's celebrating his 21st birthday. Let's go to Vegas. I said, okay. Get some plane tickets. We'll leave. We'll fly out of Long Beach and get there in 45 minutes. She said, we have a new car. I said, I don't want to drive. Yes, we're going to take the new car. Guess what? Solenoid got hot, but it's a tough drive. What did I do? I opened the hood. I went and poured a nice cup of cool water, took a straw, blew the water onto the solenoid, the starter, jumped in, fired it up. That's on a new car, a Bosch unit. But it happens. It's just, this is not a good design, I'm telling you. Denso makes the newer type, but this is what we prefer to use, what they call the R design or the RA design.
Now, Jack, you've managed to obtain patents for your starter design in the U.S., in Canada, in Australia, and Germany. Now, what separates your design now when you take the Denso products? What separates your designs and actually improves on it?
Yeah, first of all, nobody ever copies a bad idea, do they? I mean, come on. Some of the things that we did, I'll see if I can answer that directly. We enabled, because fitment is always an issue. Keep in mind, you can't put 3 pounds of poop into a 2-pound sack. I mean, keep that foremost in your mind when you're crawling up there to install the starter. One of the pieces associated with our patent design was the ability to take that starter and to rotate it easily to enable, hand me one of the, we'll use this one. Here's a mounting plate for one of the newer LS engines, and you can see the location here. This enables us, it's going to fasten up this way, but it enables us to turn the back of the starter to gain clearance between the unique exhaust pan, oil pan. Some of those things were taken into consideration. It's just a different thought.
Yeah, but it's
change the world, aren't we? Isn't that one of our purposes for being on? Is to change the world. This is my little change, big deal, but it's something.
It is a big deal, especially when you consider watching people on a build, trying to fit different things in and, work exhaust around and all of that, just to be able to have that option, because that option doesn't exist in other applications.
Yes. Internet connection is unstable.
It's fine.
What's that mean? This is all scary stuff. I see these little things come up at the bottom. I'm sorry.
Oh no, it's okay. It happens on every end to all of us at some point. So don't stress over that. Trust me, I do. But don't stress over that. I do want to get to a couple of things about your company, though. IMI High Torque IMI Performance Products, and obviously being able to service the customer with everything you do is very important, because when people need a product, you got to get a product out there to them. So typically, how long does it take for IMI to ship an order? If I need a starter and we get together,
if I get a call by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, California time, I can get it out that afternoon, unless you have some special requirements in terms of, a unique carrier that we're not familiar with. But typically we use UPS, FedEx, DHL, etc. So unless, of course, the fellow needs 100 units tomorrow, that's going to be a bit different, but we'll work toward that, but not from 3 o'clock. I promise you.
James, I want to ask you, in your real world applications of this, and as people are looking at this, there's a lot of mistakes that can be made along the way. Wrong wiring, wrong grounding, a lot of different things. What advice would you give to people, especially when they're doing a build or when they're working on their race car or their performance products, whatever it might be, that when it comes to the starter, when it comes to the alternator, when it comes to doing everything the right way, wiring wise especially, and depending on what kind of ignition system they're working with and all of that, what are considerations people really need to have?
I think a lot of people kind of skip out on the starter. They don't think twice about it. I always think if you buy cheap, you buy twice kind of thing. And the reliability is pretty much unmatched, by the IMI starter. And we've used it on multiple builds, multiple cars we put together. And I'd say it always fits the first time. I never have a problem with fitment. It fires the first time. Reliability is key there. And just never had an issue. And if we did have an issue, like if there was something a customer had an issue with, they were able to send it back. I'd see you guys fix it really quick and get it back out there. But very, very few issues come back. And we sell their starters at good vibrations. I put one on an LS. I put one on a Hemi. We've got Chevy guys with blown cars out there that are trying to figure out, how big of a starter do I need to put, or how, what kilowatt, what gear ratio. Though I put on there. So a lot of questions guys have when putting starters on motors. And if we can't answer it, I just tell them, pick up the phone, give Jack a call, give Chris a call, and they'll take care of it.
Yeah, that's what we do. We make chicken soup out of chicken poop. That's my job.
So, but yeah, no, like I said, we've done many starters, and a lot of guys, they'll call us, they put a cheap starter that they got on the internet and it worked the first couple times, or they blew it out pretty quick, or they got to the line in the final round and didn't fire up on them. Those type of issues, we don't get those calls. We really don't get those calls. We sell a starter. I can sell it to Australia, I can sell it to Germany, and I'll know it's the right starter. They can stand behind it, and it's going to be the right one, and the guys will be happy with the product, and it's proven time and time again.
All right. Well, gentlemen, we have a couple of questions from the chat that people who are watching right now want to know, and we're just going to ask them in the order that they come in. If you have a question, you can type one in the chat feature, just right down there at the bottom, click on it, and you can type in a question for either Jack or James. The first question comes from Derek Dixon, says, do you have any experience in Visteon starters?
In what?
Visteon starters?
Visteon.
Yeah.
Visteon. Yes, the Visteon piece came from Korea, if I'm not mistaken, and was utilized quite often by Ford Motor Company. And we have replaced a number of those, particularly on the Ford diesel engines. But we don't mess with Visteon. Again, Denso. Made in the USA.
I think the key word there is you say you replaced, and I'm sure there is.
Yes. Well, it's funny you say that, because we have customers that will bring a starter in to our shop and it's not working. Okay, let's take a look at it. And as soon as you get a hold of it, you know whether or not it's one of your own products like anybody else. Okay, and you take it apart, you look at it, you go through, you ask the customer, is his battery up to snuff? Is he using the right cables? What kind of ground? And there's always the guy, I just put a new battery in. I just put a new battery in. And then you convince him to come down to the shop in the vehicle, and he had to get it push started to get there. And you look at the battery and you say, you told me you just bought this. I did. From where? A junkyard. I said, you moron. What, there's no help. So, but it happens. It happens. And it's okay. So you do the best you can.
Yeah. Another one from the chat. It says, thanks for making a starter that clocks. Talking about being able to rotate it and small enough to shield from exhaust. I have them on my personal muscle cars and never worry about having anything to start after running them hard with the buildup. So thank you very much for that. And again,
yeah, whoever that came from, thank you. We do typically the muscle cars, American muscle cars, Chevy, the Ford, the Chrysler, Dodge. My personal car is a hybrid of some sort, I guess, because it's got a Chrysler badge on it, made in the UK with a Ford engine. It's a Sunbeam Tiger, but my wife says I can't race anymore, and yet when I get in that little car, she she has her fingers crossed and her rosary clutched in her hand, and we have fun. It's a good car. It really is. It's fun.
Oh my. I just heard the theme from Get Smart in my head when you mentioned
That's
the Sunbeam
exactly
Tiger.
right. Good for you, because I have so many people that come up and say, God, that's neat. What is it? It's true.
Oh, that is just too amazing. By the way, that was Otis Bailey who had asked that question about, or who had just made the comment about it working. But you mentioned that. I mean, you know, this is obviously online race industry week, but beyond racing, you talked about some of the applications from marine to industrial, everything that High Torque IMI Performance Products offers up there. What other types of industries? Who can you service?
No, we are starters exclusively. That's all I'm doing anymore. I pulled out of that that alternator business. It just got nutso. I'm telling you. One of our designs, one of our unique designs, was to take a Denso alternator, a small 45 amp alternator, managed to put it inside of an aluminum sleeve, if you will, that replicated that of a Ford, an early Ford flathead. And as you well know, the old Ford flatheads, you couldn't get very much in terms of amperage out of those silly things, 23 amps, downhill, tailwind, and such. But now we put together this alternator in a Denso inside, and it looks right spot on the same as that. And I sold a number of them. And yet it wasn't 6 months later, and the Chinese product is in the middle of it. I couldn't compete. I just can't compete. Thank you, China.
I think what Brad was asking too is like, what other industries, like you like forklifts and
Industry specifically?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I apologize. Gracious, yes. Gas mining. We provide product for the gas mining industry. We were requested to design what they call a Class 1 Division 2 starter for a unique application, which was a lot of fun. I learned more about metallurgy through a 3-month period than you would ever care to know. I could bore you for days with that, but let's not. But what it amounted to, we designed a pinion gear, an 11-tooth pinion, just duplicating what we had. However, that was manufactured out of copper beryllium. Why copper beryllium? Go ahead, ask.
Yeah, why?
Good question. Thank you. No spark. No spark. Copper beryllium, when it strikes the flywheel, there is no spark. And yet, if you look in boats, or if you can manage to somehow view that pinion gear, when it strikes that flywheel, there is a spark. So we had to come up with something with no spark, and we did it. I'm proud of that. And we continue to sell them. It's a unique piece, as well as the SAE J1171 ignition protection associated with those for marine applications. Top mount, I guess that's not that big a deal, but if it's at the bottom of the engine in a boat, it should have that certification. And we've done that. We provide what they call a wet clutch seal for many of the industrial applications where they have oil in the bell housing, and you don't want that oil to go back up into the starter, because that's going to create a real problem real quick. So we've designed that as well. What other industries? Anybody help me?
Forklifts. I mean,
Forklifts. That's probably our strength. It happens to be the forklift industry, believe it or not. We sell a lot of forklift starters. And I think the primary reason for that is the fellows, the techs, particularly the independent shops, those where it's a 1 or 2 man shop, 3-man shop, he's got to drive 60 miles, replace a starter, and he gets a call 2 weeks later and he's got to go out and replace that. A Chinese unit, I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to do it. Replace a competitive unit. They buy our unit because the one complaint that I've had from some of the forklift guys is, damn it, Jack, the starters are lasting too long. So I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you. It's a good thing, I think. Is it not?
No.
It's a great thing. It's a great thing.
Thank you. Thank you.
James, I want to ask you in racing applications, as you well know, everyone, number one, wants it to work, but number two wants it to be lightweight, wants it to be efficient. They want everything. Somewhere, sometimes there is a compromise. But, again, in your experience, and especially working with high torque IMI, what is a racer getting?
I think it's the best bang for your buck. Like I said, I think you're getting a quality piece. It's definitely time. So reliability is key in racing, and you got to be able to start the first time. It's got to be able to start no matter it's the first round, final round, qualifying. You've got to be able to get out there. Whether you're in a boat, whether you're in a drag car, you're out in the dunes stuck somewhere. You got to be able to fire it up. And so reliability is definitely number one. You're going to get that. And for the price that we sell them for, and for a lot of the other guys out there selling them for, it's a good price for it. I mean, it's definitely it's a little bit better than that Chinese as far as it's going to cost you a little bit more, but in the long run, it's going to save you a lot, and a lot of headaches and a lot of problems down the line that you may run into. So those are two things. I mean, I don't have experiences as far as all the other starters out there as far as weight goes. So it's not a big weight. It's not a big weight saver, I wouldn't say. I think as far as that, but you definitely, if you're a marine guy and need it coated, that's definitely something they offer. We get a lot of guys that do like just hobby boats with blown engines on there, and they want them coated. And these guys offer them, and they work, and never had a problem. So, yeah.
Yeah. No, that's good. And again, I do want to remind you, if you have a question for either Jack or for James, you can just type it right into the chat, and we'll certainly ask them anything that you're interested in asking them. And again, Jack, when it comes to, he's talking about coatings or different things like this. Look, muscle car builds, people want everything to be nice and shiny and different things to look good. Some people just care about how they function and what they do. What all can you offer? And if I come to you with something that is completely outside of the box of what you've normally done, how well could you work with me to design something unique?
Oh, that's why I come to work each morning. Well, I used to before this event, but I derive more pleasure out of designing something new. For example, got a call from a gentleman in Massachusetts. And he asked me, Jack, what do you have for a horse? I said, excuse me, a horse? You mean horse or what? What are we? Horsch, Horch. It's a German vehicle, he said. I said, I've never even heard of one till this moment. So he said, if I can get my hands on one, can you design one of your starters to replace this? I said, yeah, give me the starter. And I figured, well, I'll never hear anything from him again. And lo and behold, about 2 weeks later, starter arrives. Oh my God, what is this thing? I call him. He says, guess what? You have a horse starter. I said, oh my Lord. I said, how many of these things do you think are in the world remaining? He said, I think the count is 16. And I said, okay, fine. So work your magic. Work your magic. And we sat down and we figured it out. Sold him the starter. And it's one of those things where oftentimes you wish you'd just put $100 bill in an empty box, send it back to him, and you'd have been ahead. But that's okay. He's a friend. And we sold him the starter, and he said the guy absolutely loves it. Shipped it back to Germany. So I thought, well, save the information. You never know. Maybe in another 20, 30 years, we'll have an opportunity to sell another one. It wasn't 2 months later, we got a call. Apparently, this fellow spoke to somebody that, bingo. Yeah, what do you have for a horse starter? Yes, as a matter of fact, we do. And I made money on that one, I'll promise you. Nothing wrong with that, is there? That's the old saying. Nobody wants to go to heaven, but nobody wants to die. And that, you can apply that to, we want heaven and we don't want to give, that's all right. I'm sorry.
No, that's a great story though, because, especially when you come up with a solution for one person, there's going to be someone else who might need that same solution. And now you become the guy, which is great. How about repairing your own products, or maybe even repairing competitor products?
Absolutely. Our product, you send it in, we'll jump through hoops of fire to make it right, whether it's something simple, or something more difficult. Sometimes these fellas, they're not designed to work underwater, although there's just a couple of good stories with that. Yes, we repair our own product. Competitive product, I'll take a look at it, but I'm not, oftentimes, even if it's a Denso knockoff, a competitive Denso knockoff unit, the components are not interchangeable. So it prohibits us from being able to come up with something that's going to be satisfactory for the customer. I mentioned the big fella coming, it was on his boat, big fella, oh gosh, awfully nice guy. And he almost had tears in his eyes. And he came in and brought this starter and he said, it's been in my boat. My boat was caught fire halfway between Long Beach and Catalina Island. He said, I put out the left bank that was on fire, and then the right bank caught fire. In any event, they towed it back, and I had water, and I just put the starter on. It was it just worked. Tell me you can repair this starter, or I can buy another one. And I said, well, you can certainly buy another one, but let's take a look at it. And it was a marine unit. We opened it up, just dry as can be, no water damage at all. I said, the only thing we're going to have to do is, because the pinion gear had been subjected to the salt water, I said, we'll put a new pinion gear on there. What do I owe you? I said, you gave me a nice compliment, we're even. It's done. But we have customers. I had a gentleman come in with a lunch truck, a starter for a Chevrolet, 13 years. 13 years. There's a lunch truck, if you have any ideas, probably like a US vehicle. They start and stop all day long. And this guy was going through 3 starters a year. 13 years he had it on, brought it in, fixed him up, out the door he went. He says, this is amazing. I said, yeah, that's why a lot of our people don't like to sell our product, because they can't sell another one behind it next week. So just there you go. I'm sorry again.
No. And look, this is, again, we've got a lot of people that are watching here with ePart Trade Online Race Industry Week. And these things are important to know, especially the kind of service that you have, because again, as a racer, if I could buy something once and it's going to work every time, well, that just means there's a lot of other things I can buy too, because I'm not having to buy the same part several
That's
times.
exactly right. That's exactly right. We even have some customers, believe it or not, that do their own engine building, and what they're doing is their secret. Okay, fine. Jack, I love your starter. Okay, what do I need to do to work with you? He said, well, more importantly, can you work with me? Sell me the starter. These are my parameters, and I will design my own mounting piece. I said, that's okay by me. That way, he has a captive market. He's comfortable with that. And that's fine. We have a number of people we do that with. It's okay. It's business. I like to know where they go and what they're on, because sometimes there's some great compliments beyond that, and we all need those on occasion.
Yeah. Well, speaking of compliments, Joseph Warrer just said, IMI seems sincere and genuine. We need more business like that. And Jack, if you would just talk about, you've been married for 53 years. You've turned this into a family business. Even in your bio, it talks about your dog, the best black lab that's out there.
In all of California, I might add, and James will attest to that. He has a black lab as well.
Mine's not nearly as trained as Jack's. The total opposite of Jack.
Yeah. Oh, Cooper dog. I gotta tell you, he's glue for our family through these challenging and unprecedented times. He's a clown, and he's a good boy, and he makes us proud. He makes us laugh. That's the best thing. That's true. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
My dog Cooper. And a special note to Miss Judy King that Cooper says hello. If you would pass that along for me, please.
And I'm sure, absolutely, and I'm sure Judy is actually watching right now as well. So that's good.
Okay.
And to that, James, as a customer, as a distributor, when people are going to do business with High Torque IMI, and that's very important to a lot of people, the people you're doing business with, what are they getting?
Yeah, a lot of it's customer service. It's hard to find, and I put that, if we carry a lot of different vendors, we put that as like number one. You can sell whatever you want and for whatever price, but if you don't have the customer service to back it up, then there's, that for us, it just doesn't even worth doing business. We've done business for many, many years, and that's number one. Number one, you're going to get the customer service. If you have a problem or if you have a question, there's no doubt you can call them or email them, and they're going to take care of it. And it's best thing out there. But I can say time and time again how many times it's been reliable and how many times we've used them. But I've got guys from all over the world that are building different motors, and some we're familiar with, some we're not familiar with. And it's just never been a problem if I say, hey, Jack, what would you use on this motor? What would you use on that motor? He would know top of his head, or, let me find out, get back to me pretty quick. It never had an issue with it. And I've always had great feedback from customers that have put them on their cars and that are at the racetrack, and we get to see them, use them. And it's a great product.
What considerations do people need to have? You were talking earlier when, you talk about the being able to rotate the starter and the brackets and all of that. But, you mentioned an LS motor, and let's just say I'm building a straight up LS motor, or let's say I'm building one with twin turbos or blown or something like that. How does that change what I might need when it comes to being able to actually turn that thing over and crank it?
I can answer. So he just wants to know if you're putting a blower motor, a supercharged motor on it versus maybe a turbo motor, or you've got a big magneto on there versus electronic distributor, you might need more torque. You might need more RPM. It depends on what you're looking for and what the motor requires. It might be a more kilowatt, bigger motor to fire it. It might not have a big enough one. You decide, hey, I take this naturally aspirated LS motor, and now I'm throwing a supercharger on it, and on top of that, I'm gonna throw a magneto, or I'm gonna try to run a mag, and you go to fire it, and it just does not have enough RPM speed to fire it, or you just don't have enough. So you call Jack, say, hey, Jack, I got this going on, and what do I need? And they're going to tell you, okay, you know, here's your options. You can go this route, or you can go this route, and, you know, maybe change the tooth on the gear there, or maybe go the bigger motor, and you'll get where you need to go. But a lot of the times that's what we specialize in is those guys with the supercharged applications that went from a naturally aspirated motor, and hey, I'm stepping it up. You know, what are the things to consider? You know, one of those things is definitely the starter.
And when it comes to that, I mean, typically, are these things we're talking about in stock type products, nothing that needs to be custom built or anything like that? If I need something turned around in a week, then you've got it covered?
Yeah, I mean, Jack's, they keep a really good stock here of stuff that in case you need something. At Good Vibrations, we work next door. We stock everything that you see on our website. We stock, and if I need something hot, they usually get it to me within the same day, if not the next day. So
we take a lot of pride in that.
Yeah, that is good service. Dwayne Wagner says on the chat, Jack represents the best of America in that he cares about the customer in ways that most other businesses never come to understand. Easy to see why they are successful, as they simply take care of the customer. And that goes a long way. And that is a very hard thing to find. And I think even just, you know, talking here for the last 40 minutes or so, it's genuine. And I will say this, Jack, I mean, just in talking to you and, you know, even hearing James telling stories about you as well, this is something that you don't get everywhere. And I know it's appreciated by a lot of people.
Oh, thank you. That's a nice compliment. But I think we have to give credit to my bride and my dog Cooper. They keep me on task, and I have a great crew here and good customers. I really do. It's just good customers, and I enjoy. Please know if you. We do starters. Christopher, my oldest son, he just designed a starter for, oh my Lord, local city and an old fire truck, something that a broken housing, they're done. We can't fire this thing. What do we do? Somebody told him, take it up to IMI. They'll make a new one for you. So we've got one sitting out front there. Fella's gonna pick up. Yep, that's what we do. I like that part of my job.
Yeah, solving problems. I'm sorry, go ahead, James.
We had a problem with, I had a daily RX-8 rotary motor, and it was getting up there in miles for a rotary, which isn't much, but you know, it was starting to really slow down. It was starting to get those hot starts, and it just was going. I was like, hey, Jack, do you got anything? He goes, no, but, you know, pull the starter out, let me see it. So give the starter. A week later, I got a starter in my hand, put it in the car, fires right up, and then go out for a long drive, fire up again. And that's like one of the biggest fears with rotary guys is like, if the motor starts to get hot, you know, and they try to go to fire it up, it's just dying, or it just doesn't have enough RPM. It's just low. And I put that starter on there, and the thing was firing up great, and never had a problem. And I know I had a few other guys who were like, where'd you get that starter? And, you know, they were at a rotary meet, all the guys get together and trying to figure it out. And I know Jack probably didn't sell a whole lot of them, but that's a little unique.
But it was fun. It's another notch in the belt, if you will. And I like notches in my belt. I do. Thank you, James. That's a nice compliment. That was quite a challenge. I think what we wound up doing, that was a counterclockwise rotational unit. And on that engine, it was RPMs was an issue. So we went to a larger diameter pinion and a higher kilowatt ratio and went to a counterclock. Yeah, that was a fun project. I like those, especially when they're for friends. It's
I love the idea of coming up with solutions when it comes to, you know, say the racing industry specifically. Obviously, you cover a lot of industries and pretty much anything that needs to be started. What sectors? I mean, where are you most popular? I mean, we talked about drag racing and all of that. You know, circle track racing. Where do we see a lot of IMI products?
Oh, gracious.
Everywhere. We see a lot like drag racing. We see a lot in nostalgia drag racing. A lot of the guys that are running the older motors, you know, small blocks, big blocks, that are little older generation. But now the LS stuff, it's been around for a while. It's just starting to creep into there.
A lot of the old Bert Trans stuff, I don't know what else to call it, but that was a unique piece. A story that goes with that is I presented a sample unit to a customer on the East Coast, and he was quite taken with the unit. And he said, my gosh, he said, can you get your price down a little bit? He said, if I offered you, told you I'd take 100 units, what can you do for pricing? I said, let me get back to you, and I will. So I sat down and worked it out, 100 units, and called up. I said, or I called him and I said, look, here's your price for 100 units. He said, great. He said, ship me 2 of them to this address. And of course, I didn't give him the 100 lot price. They arrived and he was just taken back. He said, what's this? And I said, my mistake. Where am I supposed to ship the remaining 98 pieces? And it's okay, I guess. But then he called back later again, the same guy, and he said, look, Jack, we really appreciate the quality of the product. Can you not possibly meet the price of our current supplier? And I thought for a moment and I said, why don't we try it this way? Why don't you get your current supplier to equal the quality of the product that I offer? And I got the phone slammed down in my ear, and that's okay. It really is. You can't be all things to all people, right?
No, you can't. And again, there is a definite get what you pay for a lot of times.
Yes, sir.
And certainly.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think what you've proven here, Jack, is when someone is doing business with IMI, just exactly who they're doing business with. And they're not only going to get a quality product, but they're going to get the family behind it, providing that customer service as well. And gosh, it's truly wonderful and refreshing to talk to you this afternoon.
I got great guys here, Jacob and Robert and my son Christopher. How many guys get to work with one of their children? I know James gets to work with his dad, and that's good to see. It is. It's a lot of fun. I see the other gentlemen are on board now.
Yeah,
and Judy still hasn't arrived.
What? Judy is on every morning at 6:45.
Okay.
California time. Okay. And she's live with us in the morning, and after that, she is with our production team, making sure people are in and out and making sure we run smoothly within the minutes. So she's seeing you, and I saw a little chat that she sent, and everybody knows Judy, and she's a legend, and she's a co-founder of ePowertrain. And Jack, again, a big thank you to you. You were one of the first company that came on board. You guy that you work with relationship and you knew Judy for many years. She took good care of you, and when she told you what we were doing, you said, Judy, I'm in. And that's because of people like you who believed in us really right there at the beginning in May or June 2018. Because when we launched ePowertrain, we didn't have thousands of products and content and companies on board, and we built it one day at a time. And now we're all there together, putting this incredible event online live. So thank you, Jack. We're very appreciative.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. It's been. I gotta tell you, when I told my wife that I had agreed to do this, she said, my Lord, Jack, how are you going to talk for 45 minutes to an hour? And I said, I don't know. She said, well, I know you well enough. You will manage. But you guys made it easy. I told her I was terrified. but it was fun. It really was. I hope I wasn't a disappointment to any of you guys or.
Never, never. This is the beauty of this event is really trying to reconnect all of us with history, and we have an incredible panel of speakers, 150 industry leaders from around the world. Jack, we have people from 110 countries watching us, and even in the chat this morning, we're talking about it. There's people, I think, from the Middle East asking about distribution for K1. There is yesterday we were in Australia. This morning we were in England. Later on we're going to have people from France to talk about fuel. I mean, it's really being online is what it's really magnificent is you have access from anywhere you are. So that's how also we build this platform, because we wanted to take advantage of today's world and the technology that's available, in front of us. And when you think of when you started IMI, think of it. I mean, you use maps when you travel. You use phone books. You didn't have a cell phone. You had the old phone that you would pick up like this. We live in the world of Uber, Netflix, Waze. So we thought, let's take advantage of this. And let's come up with a better way, a faster way, a more efficient way, a more global way, a more cost-effective to connect this industry all year round. That's really as simple as that. So we took all the companies that we knew about 25,000 businesses around the globe. We put them all in one place, ePortrait.com, and we invite everybody to come and connect, And so now the suppliers like you, they can go on it and they can put their products, and then the engine builders, the team, the fabricators, all the machine shop, the tuners, they log in. There's no e-commerce. You don't buy and sell on ePortrait. You basically connect. It's like the trade show of the 21st century, accessible from wherever you are. So you can tell your wife, Jack, that you basically are up to the speed of the technologies of today's world.
Thank you. You guys, this was quite a treat for me. Thank you. And all the fellows listening, I hope I didn't embarrass myself to my own guys or any of you. You're a delight. You are a pleasure to work with. And
thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I am sorry to rush you, but it's 2:53. We have 7 minutes before our next session. We have some sponsors we need to thank. So Reed, on to you in the office. So Jack, stay with us. We're going to move you back as an attendee so you can keep watching, and then we'll pass on to our producer, Reed.
Okay. Merry Christmas to everybody. Happy New Year. It's going to be better, I promise. It's going to be better.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, bye.
Oh my gosh, that was awesome. No.
Introducing ePartrade, electronic performance and racing trade. ePartrade is a revolutionary new web-based trade-only product sourcing platform that works 24/7 to connect performance parts suppliers with racing business professionals around the world. Find new products and technologies all year long, accessible everywhere, from anywhere 24/7. ePartrade is the only product sourcing platform as innovative and fast-paced as the racing market itself. ePartrade is the fastest, most efficient, and cost-effective way to introduce new parts and services to the worldwide racing trade while they're red hot, allowing builders, race teams, retailers, engineers, and other verified racing businesses to access them from anywhere in the world, day or night. The world is changing, and we're changing with it. Welcome to the future. ePartrade, the global online platform for the performance and racing industry.
Thank you and welcome back. We have about 1 minute before we go. I am very excited because this session will be in French. Bonjour, right?
Bienvenue.
I think we're getting Jess with us, and we're going to get Jess to turn his sound and his camera. I was hoping when Stand 21 came on Monday morning, I was going to go in French, but they didn't let me, and so I was hoping that with you guys it would be okay.
I didn't know you spoke French.
I don't think Didier is ready for that. And we are waiting.
I will do my best if we have to do it in French.
Okay, sounds
I think
good.
Didier is ready, but myself, no.
As we are waiting for Jess to come on, I would like again to say a big thank you to Jess. Jess has again with us too since, not really when we launched, but very closely after. I have worked with Jess in the past for many years. He's a wonderful man. When he reached out earlier this year, like in the summer, he said, I'm working on something, I can't tell you, it's going to be big. I'm very excited. And then when we launched Online Race Industry Week, he said, I want to be part of this and I want to do something special. So put us on. And so it is 3 o'clock. We have been running this by the minute. So John Kilroy, you're in charge. I'll see you guys very soon.
Merci, Francisque. So welcome to the webinar, Total Announces ELF Racing Fuels Coming to the United States by Hyperfuels and Total. We have with us Jess Hewitt with Hyperfuel, Nora Weinberg with Total Specialties USA, Didier Bedell, Total Specialties USA. And before we get to the big announcement, I'd like to maybe just spend a few minutes sharing the companies. So if somebody doesn't know what Hyperfuel is, Total, let's get that out of the way now, and then we'll get to the big announcement. So Jess, tell us something about Hyperfuel. Jess,
great to be with you. So Hyperfuels is a internet fuel company that I started before 1998 on a bet that we could sell fuel on the internet and have UPS and FedEx deliver it. So we won the bet, and we've been working with that company ever since. And we've done some race fuel distribution out of Houston, Texas.
Okay, and then Nora, just so you know, it looks like your mute option is on. There you go. Okay, and then when it comes to Total, Didier, do you want to talk about Total, and I'll get to Nora?
Oh, I think Nora can elaborate a little more on that in a couple of slides, maybe. Or
Sure, I can share my screen. Hopefully it works. I'm going to hit the button and hope for the best here. Share that, turn it into a presentation. There we go. Okay, so hopefully you guys are seeing the nice presentation mode and not the behind the scenes mode, because I have two screens and I can't quite tell.
Looks good to me.
Yeah, so we do see the notes.
You do see the notes,
see it
huh?
behind the screen. So be careful.
Interesting. Let me try again. Bear with me. Switch screens here and share once more. Aha, that's what it is.
That's perfect.
Okay.
Put it in presentation and that should work. Nope.
Still no. Hold on. I think I figured it out this time, though. I'm so sorry, guys.
Not a problem. So in the meantime, presenting Total, or regardless of where we are, if we are on the right side of the pond, we say Total. If you're on the left side, you say Total. So this is just an international company with about 100,000 people spread around all the world, all around the world, in 100 or so countries.
Wow.
And from upstream to downstream, with something like probably 19,000 gas stations or petrol stations in the world, from Puerto Rico to South Africa, and definitely not in the United States. No, it's all yours now.
Can I ask you, gentlemen, did it work this time?
Yes, Nora.
You're seeing the right version, not the notes.
Exactly.
Okay. Very good.
Correct.
All right, so I'm very happy to be here with you all, and happy to announce here at the EPAR Trade Racing Industry Week that Total will be introducing the ELF brand of racing fuels and lubricants in the United States. Total is a refiner and an oil major. For anyone who may not know that, I know a lot of our international people will. We're really committed to energy transition in many sectors and always looking to the future to be ahead of the turns that the market will take. That kind of focus on stimulating technical innovation, it also feeds our passion for motorsports, where Total is a major player with a long racing history behind us and a bright future ahead in racing. Total, through its ELF brand, continues to offer historic know-how, and starting today, we'll offer you a commercial range of racing fuels and lubricants through our new partner, Hyperfuels.
So, Nora, thank you for that introduction. I wanted to tell you that I learned about Total, that they were bringing fuel to the World Endurance Championship here in the United States, and I was very intrigued. We haven't had a real refiner making racing fuel here since 2014, when Shell left the racing fuel business. Total, the refiner, is offering a full line of racing fuels for all sorts of engines, fuels that we use by most of the best engine makers worldwide. And I believe that Total's fuels will be accepted very well here in the United States.
You're on mute, Nora.
Got it. Thanks, Jess. We are currently supplying fuel for the GT America Championship since 2020. This year was our first year doing that. It was quite an adventure dealing with COVID and races canceled and moved across the country, different venues than we originally planned. We also do support various OEM and testing centers around the world with testing fuels for racing and other applications. So moving ahead here, there we go. While Total is not quite a household name in the US, we do have gas station networks almost everywhere else around the world, and we are a major energy player. Total is kept pace with the evolution of engine technology by producing new and innovative fuels and fuel additives. In Europe, the most innovative is our Total Excellium. It's a premium pump fuel found in SP98, equivalent more or less to like a Shell V-Powered you would find in the US. The key point in all these numbers really is that Total is an oil company and a refiner with a massive R&D budget for fuels. And I'll let Jess tell a little more about what that means for his company and how he feels he can bring that experience best.
Thanks, Nora. So what I want to bring up here is that the global coverage of Total. Here are the key figures. You can see the figures up at the very top, but I want to direct your attention all the way down to the bottom right. 1 billion euros spent on R&D in 2019. This is a major factor in what drives me, because I know the racing fuel sometimes has a tough time keeping up with engine technology. So when I vetted Total, I vetted their R&D. We're going to hear about how they make the fuels, but to me, the best thing about a fuel is that we're using the most up-to-date fuel that we can use for the most up-to-date engine technology that's out there. Think of it, we want the fuels to keep track with engine technology, and I'm so happy that Total is bringing their fuels here to the United States.
Wonderful, thanks, Jess. So moving on here to slide 3, it's just a little bit of information about Total Specialties USA. We are an American company. We're affiliate of the global Total Group. In many ways, our US customers end up getting kind of the best of both worlds. We have the resources of the global group, but we function in a more lean manner in the US. For example, we have just under 150 employees. When you call us on the phone, you get a human that answers the phone. For my experience within the company, I've been with Total Specialties USA for just under 10 years. I come from the lubricants group, managed the customer service group. And so I can say with experience and knowledge that we have humans answering the phone that are people that have been with the company for a long time, that really know our accounts and take really good care of our customers in a way that you're really not going to find generally at other majors. That being said, our strongest relationships are with our distributors, and we rely on them to serve a network around the United States. When you call, the other thing to think about is when you have a technical issue, you're calling an American company and you're speaking with Americans that will understand your issue and help translate back to our expertise in France. So you don't have to go directly to the source. There's no language barrier, that kind of thing can be very helpful. Moving on, I'm going to go just a little bit into our organizational chart. You can see where we fall within the group since we are quite a large company. We fall within the marketing services group right here. So you can see we have refining and chemicals, marketing and services, upstream, and then gas, renewables, and power. We have these divisions on all of the different continents. In the Americas, we fall within the lubricants and specialties group, and then additives and special fuels. We do work very closely with the special fluids group based out of Houston and the lubricants group based out of Linden, New Jersey. Here we're going to go into a little bit. These are the different products that the additives and special fuels product line all has. The one we're going to mainly focus on is here in blue for racing. But just to let you know what we have, since we're here and talking to everyone, we do have oil field production additives, refining additives, performance additives, and industrial fuels. Industrial fuels are kind of an interesting batch. We do first fill fuels. We're proud to serve the Volkswagen Audi group in the Americas, including Volkswagen Chattanooga here in the USA, with their first fill fuel that goes in all of their cars. We also do testing fuels for research and homologation. The main thing that we're going to talk about here today is our pedigree in the racing fuel area. So here we're going to get into a little bit more detail about how these racing fuels are produced. They're quite fabulous. They're very special, and they come from a site in France. We're going to get into a little bit more detail on that in the next slide, but I just wanted to share from my experience that it really is an impressive facility. I went and visited and had some training there. It's noticeably clean, like sparkling clean. In America, it's hard to find what they call a snake pit that clean that I've seen, at least in my experience with the company so far. It's also an interesting facility in that they have complete parity between the genders of who's employed there. So for myself as a woman in the racing industry, I haven't seen that very often. And they have women there employed in all different areas, including the lab. Actually, the person who's probably one of the biggest experts in France on our fuels is a woman named Lisa Serre. And it's really a special building where they work together very closely with the R&D facility, the plant, a refinery nearby. And we're going to get into a little bit more detail there. To do that, E.A. Bedell to come back online, our technical expert, a bit more authority. So I'm going to mute myself.
Thank you, Nora. So yes, I mean, as Nora said, this is a very nice plant. It's actually a blending facility. That means that we have the refining producing bases just at a stone's throw, which is really next door. So we can benefit from the refinery there, get all the bases we want. If we don't get the bases we need from this refinery, we have a dozen refineries all around the world. We have one in Germany. We have a couple of them in France. So that works pretty well. Then the good thing too is that we have the research center for the fuels that is in the same triangle. So that means that we have people, engineers that make the fuel, that start with mathematical models, and they can develop a new fuel, create new fuels based on the engine. And then when they have all the basic or the basis knowledge about fuels, this is transferred to the plant where we have development engineers. So that means that the people who can benefit from the research center, they can develop for you a fuel that is exactly, that will fit the specifications you need. So this is a state-of-the-art plant. This is, as Nora said, it's a 10 or 15-year-old plant. I mean, it's very nice and shiny and very nice thing with about 130 tanks. So that means that you have dedicated tanks for each and every product. And this is pretty good because actually what we want is we want to have repeatability. We want to have a product that is today what it was yesterday and what it will be tomorrow, because you don't want to have a quality of fuel that is something in Australia and then you move to the United States and it starts being different. So you really want stability and quality, and this is how we do that, and to be able to actually deliver an ISO 9001 quality fuel. And this is what we do. Nora, if you can go to the next one, please. And okay, I thought there was another one. So
well, there were two, but you were covering them simultaneously, so I switched back and forth a little.
Something that is also interesting, and Jess mentioned the budget we have for research. What we also have is that we have research engineers or research scientists in the research center, and very often what they do is that when they change jobs, they go to the production plant and they do the development based on what they have learned and what they know about, well, say, combustion speed, octane, etc., whatever you need. They apply that to formulate the new fuels that are needed for the new engines. So this is basically how we do it, from research to development and eventually production, to get the quality you need. Nora, I think I can go back to you now.
Thank you, Didier. Thank you for that excellent explanation there. Here, I'm going to go into a little bit of a history of the e.l.f. brand. So the timeline's a little small here. I printed myself a cheat sheet so I could read it to you guys. In 1920, we had the creation of Petrofina, which was ultimately acquired by Total. There's several things that happened in between with the French Petroleum Company, I don't want to butcher it with my French accent, but the Société Nationale des Pétroles d'Aquitaine. In 1954, the Total brand launched. 1967, we launched the e.l.f. brand. By 1982, Total was in 80 countries. In 1989 is when we merged Total and Fina. 2001, Total Fina and e.l.f. merged. And in 2003, we merged all the names together just into the Total group. So today, e.l.f. is the brand of Total. The brand has always had racing in its DNA. Actually, the facility that Didier was just speaking about is the original e.l.f. building. So we really maintained, when they did that transition years ago, the people that worked there, the knowledge that worked there, and the actual facility itself has been in our group in that same location. So it's quite natural that the Total's group brand strategy has made this choice to offer for a range of competition products, really truly for professional racing. e.l.f. today includes the racing fuels and lubricants. For the US, what this means is the HTX racing range for lubricants. In other parts of the world, they do have some historic e.l.f. products that are not for professional racing, just for basic motorcycles and things. The e.l.f. Moto line, we don't carry that here. We're here just to talk about professional racing. So we do have normal lubricants and things like that. We have a Total line of lubricants that are available in the US, and Jess can talk to you about those if you want them as well. It's just not what we're mostly here to just only talk about professional racing. So moving on a little bit, we have our OEM partners in racing under the brands either Total or e.l.f., depending on the marketing strategy of who we're working with. Some of our OEM partners include Aston Martin Racing, PSA Motorsport, Peugeot, Citroën, and DS Performance, Alpine Signatech, Kawasaki. Together, we collaborate. We have other OEMs we can't mention because they prefer that we not mention it, and we work with them privately, which is fine too. Together, we collaborate on engineering developments such as engine design, engine bench tests, and field tests. Thanks to years of research, partnerships, and innovation in the field of motorsport, e.l.f. products allow us to put our expertise directly at your service. Let's see. Skipped ahead too far, sorry. Okay, So in addition to working directly with OEMs, Total is an esteemed fuel and lubricant supplier for many international championships. We work with over 20 world championships and over 170 international destinations. Here in the US, we're proud to supply the SRO GT America Series. And we do that with one of our partners, a company called Evolve, who provides all of the at-track service, works really closely with us to make sure that it's, everything's taken care of, white glove service, basically. So here's just a list of some of the organizations we've been a part of over the years and still are, the ones that are in bold. The F1 fuels we grayed out because we're no longer involved, but we were involved for so long, it's almost not right to say something about it. Moving on to the next slide, we're proud to be one of the only, if not the only, oil company to offer the widest range of racing products. When I say the widest range, it doesn't mean that we have hundreds of different racing fuels. What it means is we cover the widest range of applications with a relatively concise number of fuels. As of right now, we have about 15 in our range, and we pretty much have something for any type of racing that you could need. It's an offer that evolved sort of indirectly thanks to the technical spin-offs of our R&D and our partnerships with people. And that's one thing that we're really excited about with the US. I've been working on this for about 1.5 years, just under 2 years, on the additives and special fuels line. And we started reaching out to our existing partners and distributors and people that we worked with, and to see people like Jess, to see what do you want to see in an American range for ELF, and not just to repeat what we do in Europe, but to bring that experience to this market and make it work here. So we're very motivated to work with Jess and do that. And here I'd actually like to kind of hand it over to Jess and introduce him as the newest dot on this map of where our distributors are located here in Houston, and hand it over to Jess to kind of talk a little bit from here.
Thank you, Nora. Yeah, small dot for a big country. So here we are, one of the new 50 distributors. You put the slide back up, please. And I got to tell you that here we are, global coverage, worldwide company. I'll just keep talking. And here we are bringing the global fuels to the United States for the first time. This is such an exciting thing for me because we're bringing fuels that have a good R&D. They've got a good DNA from racing history, and they're going to be bringing them here. Technologically advanced fuels for advanced engine technology. So we're very excited about this. Thank you, Nora. You go to the next slide. Okay, so here's a shot of the fuels that are going to be available in the United States. And as you go down the list, you'll see some are listed as 2-stroke, 4-stroke. I want you to pay attention to the application and the octane. So because they're coming to the United States, we had to get them to use our octane number, which they call anti-knock index, AKI. So you see the research octane number, and then you'll see the AKI number. That's the R+M/2 that we use here in the United States. So you can see that a lot of these are set up for turbocharged engines, 2-stroke and 4-stroke. And as we go down the list, we're going to come to the vintage racing. So you'll see autos and 2-strokes, and you go to Moto, which they have some very good motorcycle fuels. And the Atmo vintage and the other vintage products are very good and are known worldwide for vintage use. Down there at the very bottom, you have an ethanol E85 race. So these are all very good products that will have very good uses here in the United States. And I'm so happy that they're coming because I think engine builders will be able to pick them up and use them. Can we advance to the next slide? Okay, great. So these fuels here that we have listed are more in the racing line or in the diesel racing line. So we expect to be bringing these over at some time, but we're going to need to see that we have demand for the products. And, I see the little ELF kegs and drums up there. I got to tell you, these ELF kegs and drums, the kegs are 15 gallons. The drums, of course, are the standard 55 gallon. But the silk screen printing on them is just phenomenal. They do look very great at the racetrack. All right, one more slide, please, Nora. So because this is a new fuel, we're going to be having some webinars, and hopefully we can use our partners, the EPAR Trade, to help us set up these webinars. These are new fuels to the United States. So you're going to want to know a lot about them. We plan on having webinars for each type of engine and to show you the fuels and the application range. In addition, we're going to be supplying the HTX racing lubricants, which are for competition engines. So we'll have a separate webinar for those HTX lubricants as well. And if you could advance to the next slide, please. So how do you get information? So we've set up on ePartrade, thanks to our partners there, a Total Elf site where you can go directly there and see all the product information. If you have a question or want to get set up to look at these products, just go directly to the Have Questions site at the very bottom and click on Ask Total Elf directly. You can also contact Hyperfuels. We have a site on ePartrade as well, and we've given you our direct line and our email address as well. So I do want to thank ePartrade and our new partners at Total for making this happen. You know, ePartrade, Francisque knows that he had a hand in this, because I went to him and asked who's bringing over these fuels for the SRO. He referred me to a Frenchman at the FIA, and they referred me to Total, and then I got to Nora, and that's how this deal made happen. So thanks very much to ePartrade. Nora, I'll let you close up the presentation.
Sure. Yeah, we have some time to answer any questions that you guys might have. I also want to really thank Francisque, because of what just described, for putting us together. Really appreciate a fellow Frenchman thinking of his, country and the companies that they offer and putting them together with people in the US. We appreciate that. And yeah, we're here to answer any questions that you might have. I'm taking a look at the chat now. Didier, it looks like it might be a question for you, asking, do you guys run 106 to 112 range fuel? And how does your fuel beat out bigger names such as VP and Sunoco branded fuels? Anxious to find out, or have you a part of my shop, always about trying and testing something new. Thank you very much. That was from Braden. Appreciate that. And I can start to take this from a not so technical, or Didier can maybe take over from a technical from the start.
I will just do a very quick answer on this one. Yes, we have fuels that go in the higher ranges of the octane number. So it depends upon you're talking about AKI or RON or MON, of course. Yes, we have fuels that go in this range of numbers. The key point I would like to outline today is that, or to emphasize today, that we don't necessarily focus on the octane number, because we go beyond octane. If you want a 133 octane, you just buy methanol, for example. But you won't use methanol, or yes, you may. Some federations did that in the USA. But you're looking beyond the octane number. You're also looking in terms of energy content. You're discussing the speed of combustion in the engine. You're looking for the engine mapping as well. So it is not only octane. We try to present fuels that go a little beyond just the octane number. It's not an octane race.
Thank you, Didier. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have another session just in 4 minutes. Jess wanted to, when he came on board, it was a little bit too late to get to the whole 50 minutes, but we have the ePartrade Live Tech webinars that were weekly. We have put that on hold to produce online Race Industry Week, but early 2021 we'll go back to our weekly live webinars that run for 1 hour every Wednesday. And Jess has already asked if he could be part of it, so we'll see you again. So thank you very much. We're excited for you guys. Jess is really a good partner for you, and I think I wish you all the very best. So
I want to step in too and just say thank you. This is a real trade show moment to have the announcement that Elf Racing is coming to the United States, a great traditional historical brand name in racing. And now this racing fuel technology is coming to the States. I want to welcome Total to the United States racing industry. And we look forward to working with you some more and working with Jess at Hyperfuel. Thank you very much for being part of Online Race Industry Week.
Please stay with us. We're going to move you as attendee, and we're going to promote our next panelist into the screen. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having us.
Au revoir.
Au revoir.
So, John, I will let you carry on. Were we getting everybody on?
Yeah, this is a great nuts and bolts kind of webinar coming up. Brad will handle the hosting duties, but Gordon Steffens knows racing. He knows the racing industry. He knows the pressure you're under. Just a great guy. And you'll meet him in the race pits, whether he's selling something or not. He just loves racing. And then he has Kenny Wallace there. And Kenny Wallace is one of my all-time favorite racing personalities. So this should be fun. And then we'll have something a little bit more on the serious side, not serious, but conceptual broadcasting and live streaming of motorsports events. We'll do that at 4 o'clock. And then we kind of end with a discussion of women in motorsport. And that's just a really important subject to have right now. Women are finding their way through all levels of motorsport. And really, we should have Judy Keene on the panel. And Judy's just an excellent representative of, Judy just goes through the pits and knows everybody. So I walk through the pits, and there's people I want to meet. Sometimes there's famous racers, and Judy, that'd be really cool. I never met him before. Oh, you haven't? Oh, come with me. And so I just met tons of people through Judy. And so, yeah, I mean, it's a little bit, it sounds like anachronistic to talk about women in any industry because they're zooming to the top everywhere. But it's something that has to be addressed. And we've got the right people here for that. So 5 o'clock will be fun.
There is a joke in the industry about Judy Keene. People are saying that one time she was invited to Rome at the Vatican, and and she went on the balcony with the Pope, and everybody there was like next to Judy. That's so. Everyone in the business, everyone knows Judy, absolutely. Now she's working with the production team here. And so that's why we only see her early in the morning. And but I know she's very happy that our good friend Gordon and Kenny are in session because shipping is. We had the perfect example just a few minutes ago. Finally coming to the States, we had Turbo Smart. I mean, Marty was telling us like. No, they ship stuff in and out from around the world all the time. So this is wonderful to have Gordon. It's 3:30. So Brad, you on. We'll see you guys soon.
All right. Thank you very much, Francisque. Thank you very much, John. Really appreciate that. And I'm so excited about this next session here because, first of all, Judy was saying wonderful things about Gordon Steffens. I was just talking to her on the phone about 20 minutes ago, and she could not have said enough about you, Gordon, and Performance Plus Logistics and everything that you guys have done to really help revolutionize things for the racing industry and all of that. And I literally had no idea that my friend Kenny Wallace was going to be a part of this until about an hour and a half ago. And I'm a little jealous, Kenny, because I see you have a nice little bottle there. I'm sitting here with a cup of coffee. So you have me beat tonight. How you doing, gentlemen?
We're doing great. We're just glad to be here and have a chat about freight and anything to do with performance. And anytime I get together with Uncle Kenny, it's a festive event. Brad, I'm so excited to see you, buddy. I miss you.
I miss you too, Kenny. Now, Gordon, Kenny has his CDL. So if you needed someone to drive a big truck, Kenny is your guy.
Well, that's a good story there, actually, because it goes with logistics. Because Kenny had been all over the country and he knows every truck stop and he knows how to make the sounds and the people love it. There's no question about it. My Drake break, there it is there. But he has become more like a regular citizen and sold his bigger truck and has a traditional race truck so he can race with us.
Which is awesome. Yeah, Kenny Wallace, a 9-time NASCAR winner. He now runs his modified all over the country. I mean, literally. And if you follow Kenny's social media on all platforms, which you should, he literally is everywhere. And it doesn't matter if it's in his home in Missouri, to Texas, to California, to all over the country. It's awesome. And by the way, how many races have you won so far this year, Kenny?
All of them. Hey, listen, I want to talk a little bit about global. This story is pretty incredible. So I've known the Steffen family forever. I raced his son, Kyle. Kyle, come over and show your face, brother. This is my buddy, Brad, right here. He's a legend. How you doing, Brad? Right there.
Good. How you doing?
Story. I live in Charlotte, North Carolina for 27 years, and I moved back to St. Louis. And at the time, I'm having David Strumme build my dirt cars. I got so tired, Brad, of driving equipment back and forth to Charlotte. Now, remember, I lived in Charlotte 27 years. I moved back to St. Louis. I'm like, oh my Lord, how am I going to get these race cars fixed, worked on, delivered from St. Louis to North Carolina and back? I called old Gordo up here, my dear friend, family friend I'm a St. Louis boy, so I've known him my whole life. And this isn't even a sales pitch. He says, Herman, bring everything you got up here. We'll make a crate for it and we'll handle it from there. I couldn't believe it. They got a guy here. I brought him a rear end, a quick change, a seat, a motor, because I was sending all that to David Strumme. They crated it all up, sent it down to North Carolina, paid him a little bit of money. It was well worth the effort. And that's what's going on up here in St. Louis with this company. They ship everything from Russia to United States, but if you need to get anything racing done, they've got great woodworkers up here. Just anything you want done, everybody's using them now. I wanted to tell that story because it amazed me. What do you think of that?
I was going to say, Gordon, that's one heck of an endorsement right there. And this is a big thing when it comes to the racing industry. I mean, it's not just people are shipping small parts, people are shipping big parts, people are shipping race cars, people are shipping them not just across the country, but also internationally. And sometimes it is so hard to find a logistic solution to not only be able to do that, but to be able to do that efficiently and at a reasonable cost.
Absolutely right. It's interesting. That's a good segue. We've got an LMP car that's going tomorrow over to France. We've got a couple other ones coming back. And when some of our road race friends will call us and whether they're going to go practice for Le Mans or something like that, they've got to figure out how to do it. We've got a lot of customers that ship internationally, but one of our friends, David Russell, runs the Aston Martin team, Automatic Racing. And every motor he has with Aston Martin runs back and forth from the UK after they race. So if they're not at Sebring or wherever they are, we'll then they'll crate the motors, we'll pick them up, ship them everywhere. And those are some of the challenges the customers have with the paperwork, what to do with customs, how to handle the duty and tax. So those are things that we do on a daily basis. You're right.
Yeah, you talk about paperwork and different things like that. I mean, what is required of people? Because I think just simply a lot of people don't know. People are probably apprehensive to maybe take their business and bring it international because they might think it's cost prohibitive or they just don't understand.
That's a great question. We've got an international team that one of our young ladies, Jamie Kern's been with us 10 years, heads up. And what they do is basically send out a document and say, here's what we need. We need a commercial invoice. We need basically all the documentation. And a lot of times if it's an engine or something like that, we have to have a purge certificate to state that it's dry. There's a whole sundry of things that we have to have. And most of the time we create those for the customer. We don't put that in writing, but we'll on the phone tell them we'll help them with it and take care of it. It's interesting too that when you're sending things back and forth, you're paying duty and tax. You want to make sure that you're fair, but somebody doesn't pay too much duty, too much tax. Those are all the different things. The last couple of years, it's really changed on importation of engines into the country because now EPA's got involved. And those are some of the issues that the EPA is looking at it, and they're determining, what are the emissions going to be? Even though it's a race engine, they'll hold it up and then they'll charge extra fees. So we help them with that and basically avoid all the delays that we can.
Yeah, which is a really good thing as well. If I need to get a quote, I mean, I've got parts, I've got pieces, I've got whatever, or maybe I just want to become a regular customer of yours. What do I need to do?
That's a good question. That's a great question. We're as Kenny would say, we're on the World Wide Web, but we've got 20 people that answer the phone. Somebody can call. We'll basically ask them all the right questions. We'll ask, what are they shipping? Who are they shipping it to? What's the pickup location look like? Do they need a lift gate? Do they have a dock? Some of the things like that people take for granted and they just don't really realize that's what happens like that. Interestingly enough, today we're sending 6 jet skis to UAE, United Arab Emirates, and the customer that's buying them over there bought them from a big marine company here. Well, the marine company then, they didn't understand the paperwork. They deal domestically. So we created that paperwork. They're picking up in a 40-foot container. Then we're making sure that they're secure in the container. They're going to get there by ocean. But then they called back this afternoon and said, oh, by the way, can we have 2 by Christmas? So we're going to fly 2 of them over there. So those are the extra things like that. We got to get space on the plane and make sure everything's, basically taken care of.
Brad, I can't stay quiet too long. I got to, listen, it's like when people say, hey, Herman, you can really talk. I said, listen, it's easy. I just tell real stories. So a year ago, I came up here with all my stuff, right? And I moseyed up in here. They got lots of offices, lots of cubicle spaces, state-of-the-art computers. And I moseyed over somebody's shoulder and I said, what are you doing? They said, well, we're tracing our shipment. And I said, well, what do you mean? They said, well, you can see right now, it's in Chicago. I really want to share that story because it's not like they send it. They're with it the whole way. And I think that's important because everything we ship, we're afraid. We're scared to death. It's oh my God, it's leaving us. Whether I got a $26,000 dirt car motor or somebody's got a $100,000 motor or $1 million piece of equipment, when we give it to them, my name's Kenny Wallace. I'm on here with you, Brad. I'm putting it on there. I see it firsthand because I live right here where they do. It's really interesting to watch their group follow what's being shipped. So they follow it also. They're tendering it, they're babying it the whole way. And I wanted to make that point.
I'm glad you brought that up because that peace of mind, in my experience and in another lifetime, I used to sell race cars and have a race car dealership with Legends cars in Texas and all of that. That's right. And but look, I've shipped race cars across the country and, I bought a motorcycle in Florida and had it shipped to Texas and didn't really know when it was going to get to me or when I shipped a race car, when that driver was going to get there to be able to pick it up and all of that. When Kenny starts talking about the peace of mind, Gordon, I mean, that is a huge service because we are used to getting a letter or ordering something on Amazon and being able to track it and do all of those other things. What kind of services can customers expect and peace of mind with Global?
P Plus Global, so the same thing, only more. Basically, we've got a
plus
P Plus Global. That's exactly right. We've got what's basically called a TMS, Transportation Management System. It's proprietary software we built, and we give it to all the customers. And when it's picked up, it'll actually tell them when it's picked up, when it's gone to the first terminal, if it's flying, when it's going to go into whatever it's going to be to Memphis or Chicago, and when it's going to arrive. All the way along, they can see it tracked. Even if it's on the ground, we have GPS. So that comes along with every shipment that we have. It's something I think that we've been very, very much, I would say, proud of and how we've been continuing to develop it, but it works as well internationally. This is, I think, Brad, this is probably one of the most interesting times we've had in freight with COVID and everything like that, because there's been so much business moving back and forth from China with different products to support it. And we're proud to say we were instrumental in that. We're one of the only people that ship freight into the Pentagon, into the Capitol, just to kind of keep things moving. But in addition to that, our race business has been phenomenal.
And that's big.
That's
damn. I got cheers. I mean, I'm learning.
but with that, the tracing and tracking are crucial, and that's kind of the segue. Is that everybody wants to know where their freight is all the time, every minute of the day. We get phone calls constantly, but we basically coach them to use the tracking. They can make it work. So I think that's one of the pluses that we provide to our customers.
Yeah, and that's a pretty important thing. I mean, Kenny, you know this. You've raced all season long, and earlier today we were talking to the folks with K1 Race Gear, and he brought up the fact that maybe we just need racers running our government because we find a way to get things done, and racing continues to thrive, and racing continues to go on no matter what. And being able to move things across the country, especially at a time like this during COVID, when a lot of things are different and we've got a lot of restrictions on different things like that, having a great logistic company like Performance Plus Global, Gordon, to be able to do that and be able to have that peace of mind and be able to have all of that understanding of where your things are going to go safely is huge, I would imagine, especially for the racing world.
Sure. You made me think of this. So racers, we are going to get it done. Why? Because we're competitors. We compete. No is not an answer. He races every weekend with his son, Kyle, and Kyle's a winner. Kyle's sitting over there. Come here, Kyle. This kid's a great race car driver. He'll race me in modifieds, and then he'll go to Indiana Fairgrounds or DuQuoin and run a champ car. Champ car or sprint car?
Silver Crown, champ car.
Anyway, where I'm going with this is competition. This whole family competes on the side. They're racers. They do the same thing with business. See what I mean? No is not an answer because of racing. You know, it's like when you're a kid going through high school, you know, you're taught the way of life. They compete so much that the shipment's going to get there one way or the other because of their competition. You know, that's what they do all the time. They're going to win all the time.
Very
Pretty
well
good,
said.
huh? Yeah, right. The crowd's on their feet over here. They're cheering. They're cheering.
That's impressive. That's right.
Yeah, all I know is anyone that is in that room, you might want to be careful because Kenny might pull you onto the other side of the camera before you know it. Trust me.
Brad, 3 years at Sirius XM, and I love you, Brad. The reason our show was so successful on Sirius XM is because we told it straight up. We didn't sugarcoat it. And you know, that's the way we're having fun. He's got a margarita, I got a beer. And I've got firsthand experience. Really easy for me to come here and tell you how good their company is, you know, because they're racers.
Yeah, actually, we've had some folks in the chat, and if you have a question, you can type it into the chat as well. Ron says, we here at Pro West Motorsports in Canada use Performance Plus Global for our racing and commercial items. Awesome service, great guys. You know, obviously a lot of people talking about Kenny Wallace up here on the chat as well, and what a fun guy you are to not only race with, but race against, and go out there every single weekend. Gordon.
Stephen Wallace calling me right now, and I'll answer him later.
Yeah,
we appreciate you saying that from us from Canada. Thanks, Rob. We appreciate that. Very good.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, see, Stephen can use P Plus Global to ship motorcycles across the country.
Country Customs. I was just getting ready to say, you know, they're gonna start shipping motorcycles. You know,
we've been shipping quite a few, and we work with Roland Sands is probably one of the premier builders, and I know Steven and Rusty know them well. Jamie and her team have shipped things. We've shipped all over the world for Roland Sands, and so we're motorcycles, cars. I think one of the neatest things we've shipped this year is we shipped a boat that was it was a Ferrari designed boat that we were not aware of. It was a 1953, and I would call it more like it was a smaller speedboat. We got contracted to pick it up, and once we got it, we secured it, we crated it, and then we were going to move it basically over to England. When we got a hold of it, we asked them what's it value, and we have a really good insurance program, accessorial insurance program. They told us $1,200,000. That's fine. Once we got it and we had basically everything picked up and we're moving it, the gentleman that bought it said, I didn't want to scare you, but it's $23 million. Whoa, are you okay with it? Well, it kind of raised our level of how we did everything the same, but we actually had security follow it basically to the airport. We flew it out of Houston, everything like that. But that was one of the neatest things. We ship different things every day, but that boat was probably one of the neatest things that we had. And I wasn't aware, and Brad will probably look this up because he's truly a historian and gets this with motorsports. It was the only boat that was built that actually was powered by Ferrari. It was in 1953.
And here I thought him sending my Toyota motor and my rear end of my seat was a really big deal. Wow, that's impressive.
No, but every day we ship, you know, sometimes Kyle and his team will ship 25, 30 motors. I think he has 2 or 3 Tony Stewarts today that are going out. And we have got a lot of people that are just our great dirt friends, asphalt racers. That's what we do every day. We have a lot of just customers just like us that race, and that's our job, is to hopefully help them. Jamie reminds me that if we don't answer the phone on the 3rd ring, we have a problem. We literally answer the phone on the 3rd ring. Those are some things that I pride ourselves in doing. And that's every day. It's not like today. We're not going to do it because we're on the phone with Brad. We do it every day.
That's a great way to do business as well. A question literally just came in from the chat from Derek Dixon says, do you import as well? Which I guess is just, you know, essentially you're creating a shipment overseas and bringing it in. Do you handle that?
Yeah, Derek, absolutely do. Importation from any country, same thing. It'll be based on the paperwork and what have you like that, whether it be a motor, parts, things like that, all day long. We can do it, whether it be by air or by ocean. Today, probably more things are happening by air just due to basically all the ports being full with other products. But yes, we absolutely do import. You can call us tomorrow. We can get you a quote, help you with the paperwork. Yes.
Wow. And here's another good question for you too, Gordon. Sometimes when people are shipping something, it's almost like being at the doctor's office and just waiting for the shot to happen because you're waiting to see that big price, hop up on the screen. But how does someone avoid extra charges and a lot of the other things that go along with logistics and shipping?
Great question. Just as if you were going to the car dealership and they got you in the room and start working you. We want to
see, being real is very important.
Yeah, that's our job, is that the more we can find out, just like Derek, they called and asked, do we import? We're going to try to get as much information from Derek as he'll possibly allow that we can squeeze out of him to avoid those charges. And what that question pertains to is that when somebody says, yes, I've got a business and I have a forklift, well, we find out that they're going to use literally a come along tied to a tree. Happens all the time. It truly does. And we back the truck up and they're going to charge us extra later. And then all of a sudden, oh, I have a business in my house. Scott Bloomquist, it doesn't matter who it is. But his home is there on the property. So the carrier considers that a residence. So they charge more. So our job and our software, we literally look up the address. We see that it is a residence. We have tariffs that actually will basically eliminate that charge on the front end. So we pick that carrier that has zero cost for residential. It comes with a lift gate. And so the price we charge them, that's what they get charged. But when we don't get all that information or they don't get it from their customer, that's when those extras come in play. Those are the things that give freight people a bad name. And that's our job, is to try to extract that as much as we can. Unfortunately, it happens. But that's if we get everything we can from them when they provide that to us, that is actually where it happens. And for Derek's, we're using Derek because he asked about international. It's a little harder there because in certain cases, he maybe want to import something from Italy or Spain, let's say anywhere in Europe. All of a sudden, the same truck that we're used to running down the road in Charlotte or Indy, that truck doesn't go down small streets in Milan, Italy. So all of a sudden, they're going to charge us more for the pickup, things like that. So the more we get, the better it is. And that's the answer on how to avoid some of those extra charges. But we see them this last 6 months, due to the 9 months, due to the COVID things, the carriers have more freight than they can handle. And so they're getting aggressive and they're actually charging us more. So our job is to try to help fight for the customer. Kenny's getting a refreshment. He's ready for the next question.
Hey, we're having fun, man.
Well, you always have fun, Kenny. We definitely know that.
Roger Penske, remember the great Roger Penske said that's what's most important, is to have fun. And when you create a nice environment and you compete, you make the right moves, you get your whole team involved. And Roger Penske taught me that. So it's kind of like what's going on here. These got workers here. It's late at night. They're here because they're excited to be here. So you create a good environment.
Yeah, well, anyone's excited when you're around, I'm sure, as well, Kenny, which is great. Packaging my shipment, again, that's another thing. I mean, Kenny said he just grabbed, some Toyota motors, some rear ends, and some seats, and brought them over there, and you guys took care of that. But what does someone need to do, or what are their options?
Good question. It doesn't have to be in St. Louis, Missouri. It can be in any country or basically any city in the United States. We're going to help them, first off, coach them on what to do, how to package it correctly. If they basically tell us that, here's an example for here. We met some great guys last year at PRI, and they were actually some old customers of Judy. And what was that fellow's name? Gave you that picture. I don't recall.
I don't know his name.
These guys were one of the premier people that actually created artwork for racing. And we met them there, and they came over to the booth, and we had, kind of excitement going on there and things like that. And he said, one of our biggest challenges is our artwork gets damaged. What do we do? Well, how do you ship it? Well, I just roll it up in a tube and send it. What's that cost? He goes, well, sometimes they're $5,000, $10,000, custom drawings of different, a McLaren or Doug Wolfgang original drawing, things like that. So then we basically talked to him, told him how that we thought that he has them matted, how he's going to create a different package. We suggested he work with a couple different packaging engineers we have. So number one, he goes, wow, I didn't even think about that. And then we started sharing what happens when the carrier picks up the freight. So what you got to remember is when they come to your shop or your business, what Matt Hartford, one of my great friends out, it's out in Phoenix at Total Seal. They show up at Total Seal, and Matt knows this very well, but a lot of people think that they're going to pick up that freight at Total Seal and they're going to take it all the way over to Rob at Bonafonte's in the same truck. That's not the case. It's going to get dropped off in Denver. It's going to go to Kansas City. It's going to go, and every place it gets cross-docked, they call it. A fellow that's driving a forklift, he's mad. He's got a lot of freight. His wife's mad at him. They're mad.
He wants to get home.
He's going bowling. race season's over. He's driving that forklift.
Reality.
Every time it gets nicked here or there. So the better it can be packaged, the better. So what we do is we basically either introduce them to somebody that we recommend that can create the right packaging, or if they're using a lot of the engines we ship, I mean, we ship, I think, thousands a year. Scribner Plastics, there's a couple people that make different ones, but they're the best. If they're using a Scribner crate, they need to take that crate and then they need to mount it on a pallet, because that Scribner crate is literally like a hockey puck in that truck. And the driver's not thinking about it. He's not securing it. It's not his fault. He's not. So we coach him on that. Packaging is probably the most crucial thing we can do.
I want to comment on that. A racing story. That's the reason I'm here tonight, Brad. So I just came back from Volusia, right? I took my truck and trailer. I bought a new race car, and I go to Daytona Beach, Florida. And I've got this 20-year-old kid next to me because we need young help, right? Austin Harris. And we get, whatever it is, 1,000-mile drive, and we got a lot of time to talk. True story. I said, when we load this race car up, we shouldn't be in a hurry. I said, it's like we're packing something that we've got to take care of. We got to leave St. Louis, Missouri. It's got to drive 1,000 miles. And then when we let that tailgate down in Daytona Beach, Florida, we hope it, and we want it, and it will be as nice as when we put it in the trailer. So I just wanted to share that story. We just had that conversation about how important it is just to load a race car up and say, I'm going to go from St. Louis to Arizona. You got to tie it down nice. Right. You got to take time to package everything. You just can't hurry up and send it off.
It's amazing, Brad, some of the things that we'll see. We'll see people that'll have I don't know, they brought it from Bill at Pro Power or wherever they bought these big motors for 50, 60,000. They're sending them back to be refreshed, and they put it on an automotive tire and tie it with some tie-down straps from Harbor Freight on a pallet.
Oh my Lord.
All the time. and so this insurance program we have, we require photos now. And so we said, let's wait a minute, let's back up a minute here. Let's go see if we can't build a crate. Let's call Scribner and do that so we avoid the damage on the front end. So that packaging, that's an endless discussion, and we're as long as I'm running this company, we're going to talk about it.
Yeah, well, and that helps everybody because everyone wants to get their stuff there right. They don't want to have to file a claim because they did something wrong, and you guys make it as easy as you can for them, which is a great thing, Gordon.
Correct. Thank you.
That's awesome. Well, I'll tell you what, I think we could sit here and talk to all of you for the rest of the night here on ePart Trade with Online Race Industry Week, but we do appreciate the time and honestly the service that you provide, because it is such an unknown trying to ship something around the country or out of the country or bring it into the country. And the fact that Performance Plus Global is able to help racers do that is just a wonderful thing.
Let me just say this. He's being very nice. I want to give him a compliment. He has some of the most famous people in the racing industry right now using him. I can't say who they are, but let me just say that he's being a very good man. Everybody trusts, this company. It's made up of a lot of people. I got to liken his boy Kyle because we race each other really hard, but Kyle comes to work every day so he can pursue his dream and race on the weekends. And who knows, maybe one day he'll be running the company. Who knows?
That's possible. You never know.
But a lot of famous people, and leave it to me to embarrass myself. I don't care. A lot of famous people use this great company. So I just wanted to, drop that.
Thank you, Francis.
Thank you very much. What a great session. We very much enjoyed it. I've just gotten, so we have 110 countries represented in attendance for Online Race Industry Week. So you couldn't come at a better time. We live in a global world, in the global industry, and being able to offer the service that you're offering to this industry, knowing that you're a racer, for a racer, this makes all the difference in the world. So thank you all very, very much. We have been running this Online Race Industry Week by the minute. Judy's watching every second and telling me what to do. So we're going to, please stay with us. We are going to move you back as an attendee. That way you can, come back anytime you want. And while I do that, I'm going to let John talk a little bit about who's coming next. And again, thank you very much for being with us today. Thank you.
Let me close with this. I want to say that I'm very, very pleased to have been part of your program from day one. I think I was probably one of the first, I don't know which customers, but Judy and I have been friends forever. And when Judy came to me and said, Gordon, I really believe what the two of you are doing with ePartrade, we jumped on board, and I'm just excited to see the success you're having and to be part of it. And I think we'll all continue to grow together. And you're exactly correct. It's a global world, and we're going to make it happen together. So thank you again for letting us join. Everyone here. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You're absolutely right. You were part of the first group of people that came on board with us during the summer of 2018, and we're here today because of you, because of the group of companies that believed in us, that trusted us, and that could see that this is the direction the world is going. So we're very thankful for that, Gordon. So thank you.
I appreciate the relationship and the friendship. Thank you to everybody.
Of course,
thank you.
Of course.
Let me get a picture. Hold on, don't leave me. There we go. Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
Happy holidays. Thank you. See ya.
Okay, so Brad, are you done for today? Thank you very much. We're going to hand it to Paul next. Great job, and then we'll see you on the next panel tomorrow. So Brad, thank you. John, on to you, and I'm going to bring our next panelist.
Okay, the next panel is broadcasting and live streaming of motorsports events. We have two people from MAV TV. We have Ralph Shaheen from Speed Sport News. We have a representative from World of Outlaws and Dirt Car Racing, and a very important subject for racing right now. At 5 p.m., Women in Motorsports. And again, Paul Fanner will be interviewing a panel of women about their journey through the sport of auto racing, and maybe how we can improve in different areas to be even further welcoming of women in motorsports. And then tomorrow, be here at 7 a.m. Pacific time, we'll have Chip Ganassi. And it's just great to have somebody like Chip Ganassi and kind of get into his head a little bit and find out what makes a great fearless team owner like Chip, and somebody who wins the way he does. So that's it, Francis, back to you.
Thank you. I know this is a panel and a session that is very important to Paul. Every session is very important, but since the beginning, Paul's at a little his little notepad, and says, we need to check this, and make sure we cover everything. And broadcasting and streaming was one of them, and that's your area, Paul. So I know it was very important that we pull this together. I see Ralph coming. So, great pictures behind you, Ralph. So it is 4 o'clock. Again, within the minutes. Here you go, Paul Fanner, you in charge.
Thank you.
We'll see you guys in 50 minutes.
Well, I've really been looking forward to this particular panel and the one that follows. I think that we're looking at the future. The people on this screen represent the change that's taking place in the world of broadcasting and live streaming. So, I'm very happy to have all of you here. I'm going to run down and introduce you very quickly here so we can dive into the conversation. Christina Cordova is the Executive Director of Digital Communications and Content for the World of Outlaws and Dirt Car Racing. And Christina, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
It's a pleasure, and I have to just say that the volume of quality content that your team and your company produces is truly awe-inspiring. Looking from afar, I continue to be impressed. So thank you. And I want to go to you, Charlie. We've met on email before, but we've not actually met before. You're with MAV TV Motorsport Network. We've had a long relationship with you, and we really appreciate the total commitment to motorsports that MAV TV has and Lucas Oil has. So welcome to our panel today. You handle the communications for MAV TV, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Great, and thank you for joining us. And Tommy Mason, you're the media manager there, and welcome. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
I faintly recognize the person with the pictures and all the toys behind him. That might be Ralph Shaheen.
It is. I'm looking
It is,
around for my
okay.
copy of Racer magazine. I know it's in here somewhere. Hey, thanks for having me, Paul. Really appreciate it. And by the way, Chris Grainer is on. He's just looking for somebody on your side to open him up. My colleague.
We
at
let Chris
Speed-
Trainer in, EPAR trade team, because Chris is the person that actually knows what he's talking about.
Right.
And Ralph is just he's window dressing for this conversation. But let's just go down a little bit about you, Ralph. I mean, you're obviously a veteran motorsport journalist and broadcaster, but you have Speed Sport News, which is a publication I've read since the age of 9. Speedsport.com. I'm on there every day. Great job, guys.
Thank
Speedsport
you.
TV. You're making it happen with a lot of hustle. Sprint Car and Midget magazine. Awesome. And Sprint Car and Midget.com. So I don't know when you sleep, and you're also, on TV. Chris, welcome. Welcome.
Thank you.
And Chris Grainer, give us a little background on what you do, because we've blown through everybody else, but here you are.
Well, Ralph and I have a little bit of an interest together in Speed Sport TV. I'm the executive director there of that ongoing endeavor, and I work a ton. I mean, I also know Tommy Mason quite a bit here, and Charlie. So sorry, Christina, you're the only one I don't know very well. And we work a ton on the streaming at the grassroots level of producing and executing the process of delivering broadcast video throughout the sport.
Well, thank God you joined us, because I know we would have just had Ralph on the screen with his mouth open for the first time ever without knowing what to say without you. So, but great. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, what I the setup here is that we're looking at the future. We're here in the end of the first bizarre year of this new decade, new era. And one of the things we've learned is that the world is changing, media habits are changing, all sports are changing, but racing's actually done okay during all this for some strange reason, which we are very happy about. And you're all on the pace lap going into 2020 and pulling your harnesses down, getting ready for the green. We're going to talk about what you see as you go forward in this year and what you've learned during the pandemic. And before we get to the detail about all the things you're doing, I'd just like you to tell me a little bit about what you do, Christina, and how you manage all the content in your company and what your basic mindset is approaching your business as a content company and how you distribute it.
So I think that to set us apart from some of the other voices here, which are all great voices and some partners in the bunch as well, we come from the perspective of a sanctioning body and events marketing, and from there grow into the broadcast area to distribute our races on a grander scale, right? So it's a different perspective. I think that when we're looking at the content, we're looking at from a content marketing perspective to a large extent. How do we get more people engaged with the sport? It really is about trying to bolster the sport and specifically the world of outlaws and dirt car. So it's a little bit different than a media company's approach versus I don't know what I would call MAV TV, almost a brand owned. I think there's some similarities there because there is a marketing aspect since it is brand owned that perhaps sets that apart from Speed Sport and Racer and other media outlets that are doing broadcasting. So we're using the broadcasting to get more people engaged with the sport and ultimately to get more people into seats at the race, as opposed to just focusing on watching from afar, right? Ultimately, we want people to go to the events, and it creates kind of an ecosystem that feeds itself in different ways. One of the big changes that I think illustrates really beautifully how the broadcast then affects the at-track experience is we're introducing these big screens at track this year to be able to use some of what we're putting on Dirt Vision, actually show it to the fans on a larger screen during the event, and then create additional content while we're there to show on the screens that will be specific to the fans at track that won't be on Dirt Vision. but we now have more production staff at each race, and therefore you will actually be able to use it to enhance the track experience as well. So I think we're going to see more of that, and more of how those worlds sort of unite and bolster each other, rather than just one angle. And I think that really is what makes kind of our perspective unique in this conversation, at least.
Yeah, very, very interesting too. And by the way, you could do a much better job of hosting this than I can tell. So I'm going to come right back to you for a second, because you touched on something. You're creating an ecosystem here, and you're considering all aspects of what you're doing with this content and the energy it's creating, the fan energy, the audience commitment to the sport, the values, the belief systems, getting everybody to want to be there, getting everybody to follow you. So there's basically there's a mindset behind all this strategy, right? And you know what you're doing, and you've got all the tools at your disposal now to do it.
Most of the time. I mean, you know, a lot of times you're testing things and you're adjusting as you go, and some things work and some things don't. And if everything works all the time, then you're probably doing something wrong or not pushing the edges enough, right? And some things are going to work in different spaces. We might actually produce something thinking this is going to be a great addition to Dirt Vision, and then go, no, this is a great social bite that we should be putting on social, or this should be on our website, or this should just be on the big screens at track. And so we got to play around with the content and adapt the content to the venue that we're putting it in, right? It's not just Dirt Vision.
So yeah, and what's interesting, before we go to everybody else, the sheer volume. Could you repeat the number of events that your team executes every year?
I don't know what we executed in this year, actually, but you know, we've got 143 events scheduled, I think, on the World of Outlaws side. And in addition to that, we're going to be doing all the Super Dirt Car Series races, all the Summer Nationals races. And then we have a bunch of, or several tracks that we're doing weekly racing from. So it's a lot. It's probably over 300 events in total, and maybe more than that. And then there's also the iRacing, the esports aspect that we've introduced now as well. So there's a lot of content, certainly not at the extent of, you know, some of the other players out there who are really just focusing on content. But
that's still quite a content stream, and a really great opportunity to learn and experiment and grow your knowledge base and your intuitive knowledge base of what to do. I think that's what's so exciting about the situation your company is in. And I'd like to go to the other side of the world in a more broadcast, I guess it is a brand owned business, but MAVTV's become something unto itself now, where Charlie and Tommy, I got to say that you got a lot of really interesting content, and you've become one of the leading voices of motorsport in our country now. Yeah. Can you tell me a little bit about what the strategy is behind doing this, since you are a brand owned business, and also, what you look for in the way of content that moves the needle on the network?
So I don't know if Charlie wants to take this or not. But
you go first, then I can follow.
Okay. So obviously MAVTV, the leading motorsports broadcasting network out, and really the plan, the strategy is really to expand the audience, the reach of all of motorsports. So here we are, a TV network as well as a digital platform network, and we're just trying to generate more eyeballs. We want more people to see every lap of everything motorsports related out in the world. And so worldwide, we're talking not only just the greatest in America, but also we've got racing shows and events on MAVTV all over the world. So whether it's road racing, dirt track, and everything in between, that's the strategy. We're just trying to bring more eyeballs to motorsports. And I think from there, it just continues to evolve, continues to grow.
Yeah, basically to piggyback off of what Tommy said, obviously we started off with just our regular channel, our network, and now we've kind of moved into the streaming world. We've moved into the AVOD world. So now there's a lot of different ways to watch MAVTV or MAVTV content besides just on cable or satellite. So yeah, kind of like what Tommy said, we just want to bring, motorsports to the masses. And we want to position ourselves to be able to do that. We didn't want to get behind and not be able to kind of go with the way the technology is going. So now you can watch MAV TV content on more than just the TV. And that's that's pretty much the direction that the world's going. So we feel like we've done a pretty good job putting ourselves in that position.
Well, thank you. And I think the thing is pretty brave to just take a stand and go all motorsports and really focus like I see you're doing with so much of this content. Does that come from an inner passion within the company? What is the ultimate reason for doing that? Because you're a brand-owned business.
I mean, obviously, being owned by Lucas Oil, definitely it makes sense. But also, there's a lot of people in this company that we're racers. It's what we do. We understand that that's our audience. And not just racers, but the grassroots racers. They got the people who they wrench in their vehicles during the week, and then they go race in the weekends, and then they go back to the real job after that. So we know that's our core audience, and it just kind of makes sense to us. Plus, we felt like there was a void there, and so I think that's kind of one of the biggest reasons why that's the direction we went in.
Yeah, okay, that's great. I mean, I'm really happy you're doing what you're doing. I want more people watching racing, so keep doing it. Which brings me to the man that's been pushing motorsports as long as I've known him, Ralph and Chris. I want to ask you a couple questions. You're building kind of a unique set of platforms here. You've got your traditional print platforms based on a brand that has this terrific heritage and legacy from Chris Economaki, who is my hero and my inspiration for a lot of what I do, and a mentor to me and a friend. And I think that, what you've done is modernize this brand and platform. And I'm really pleased to see you've taken that too into Sprint Car and Midget as well. But did you have a plan to do all this, Ralph and Chris, when you started? Were you going to build out all these extensions? Did you see that when you I think we moved back into this world, both of us, within a month of each other.
Yeah. Well, at Speed Sport, it was all about the brand. This red square right here.
Yeah, it's great.
And taking that red square and turning it into a full-blown media company. My partner and I, Joe Tripp, when we got started, and we bought that brand from the Economakis after they gave us the approval to be the right folks to shepherd that logo into the future. We knew right away that it had to be a full-blown media company. Now, we didn't want to get rid of print because that's who and what Speed Sport always was. So we wanted to hang on to print in a form. Newspaper didn't work. That was kind of old hat at the time. So that's why we shifted to the magazine. But the website fires up, and that becomes basically what the paper used to be, that, news that you were looking for as it was happening as quick as you could get it. So the website, social media, all of that takes care of that. The magazine is a little bit broader, bolder, deeper, more feature oriented. We have TV shows. We've had TV shows. We've had a great partnership with our friends there at MAV TV with our Speed Sport series airing every Thursday night. One of the most popular, successful grassroots motorsports shows on their network. It's wide variety of racing. You'll see sprint cars and motorcycles and midgets, and we've got an auction coming early in 2021 that's going to be outstanding that we're bringing to the network. So there's a lot of different things happening there on the grassroots level. We didn't know until recently that live streaming was going to be a thing. I mean, nobody knew when we started, and then all of a sudden it just took off like a rocket. And we kind of messed around with it a little bit, tried to live stream a race or two on our own and had some success with it, but it wasn't really the niche that we were looking for. The way it was going at the time wasn't what we really wanted to do. We were more comfortable doing traditional TV and doing it with our partners at MAV TV. Then Chris Craner comes along, and we become good friends with Chris. His company, Rivet at the time, had developed this technology. You take that technology, which he can explain, that separates us from all the others that are live streaming out there the way we are. It's different than what, say, the Outlaws are doing. And then you match that with our brand,
And now all of a sudden you've got the Speed Sport TV network.
Mhm.
And that is cranking right along. And we launched that literally a year ago this month. Would have been like next week. And who knew that what was coming in March? And by the time March came around, all of a sudden there was a huge demand for live streaming. And we offered a platform that worked for promoters and sanctioning bodies and racetracks all around the country. We are doing, I think Chris can explain how the affiliates and all that work. We're somewhere close to 60 some odd affiliates on the network, I think it is. And as we sit here right now in 2020, from January to now, we've done over 1,300 live broadcasts,
Wow.
which is staggering.
Yeah,
So,
that's impressive. Wow.
It's amazing. It's really been amazing.
And you know, Chris, I think you were a change agent in this business. I want to talk to you a little bit about what you saw.
I've been banging my head against the wall since 2010 in this streaming world. Started out live streaming late models at East Bay Raceway Park, and have had involvement at a number of levels with a number of series sanctions, and every event type you can think of, from demolition derby to truck and tractor pulling, dirt track, pavement, drag racing, you name it. I've done it. But I think what you're sort of getting at is what's happening and where are we currently at. And I think it's a little bit of a coincidence that we've added this catalyst of the COVID scenario with what was already coming together behind the scenes. And that's that there's, when you're starting to think at a very high level of technology, we're starting to have this democratization and this disruption in our industry. And I don't mean those in bad ways. The cost of resources, the accessibility, things like our platform make these things substantially easier to bring a very high, almost TV level production quality in a very short amount of time. And some of the most difficult things early on, which were access to internet and definitely having reliable distribution to the end viewer, those problems are fairly solved now. So that now lets us, to touch upon what everybody else has, Charlie and Christina have touched upon, is we can now take some of our time and spend it more on getting to the eyeballs and finding other ways to find a broader reach, and reutilizing what we're doing at the facility. Instead of just being purely focused on live streaming, we can now have some other important assets coming out of that, being forms of marketing, forms of entertainment, all of these additional things that are now available. And it's really just happening about right now. And so you're going to continue seeing this process of, again, democratization and disruption in the industry as everybody's firing their content everywhere for multiple uses. And it's an interesting time, and it's a time of opportunity for our industry to really embrace what's happening and start to push the limits to see where we really can go. And we need this, especially at the grassroots level.
We do, and you've said it very well. And this is fascinating stuff, everyone. I'm really enjoying it, because what I think, we had is a crest of an unexpected wave this year. We saw a massive surge in audience digitally that we didn't expect. We were anticipating a massive downturn. And first off, I didn't realize people wanted to watch iRacing as much as they do. It was really successful on our platform when we were covering it, and all forms of the digital the esports that we created an esports channel for a period of time. It's still there, but it was very visible when the athletes were playing. And I just realized, okay, that's different. Audience trended younger. We saw a massive shift in age composition of the audience, but we also saw a huge growth in audience during this time. We went from laying in the mid 400,000 unique visitor a month range to popping over 800,000 and regularly being in the mid 700,000 range on unique visitors. And I wondered, where the hell were all you people before? And I think they now have time on a monthly basis to go be with this content and they're pulling on the string rather than us pushing things out to them. They're choosing what they want, and you're all doing things to deliver that. Now, I'm mentioning all this to bring it back to a simple set of questions for you. You know, we learned a lot during this time. What did you learn? What's the most important lesson all of you have learned during the past, 11 months during COVID? We went from being in a normal racing environment to bang, we're in this. What have you learned, good and bad? Please share, starting with you, Christina.
That's a tough question. And it's not that we didn't learn, because we sure learned a lot. I'd say for one thing, I hate to put things in a negative light at all, but our industry is not incredibly receptive to change at times, or stuck in our way at times. Mm-hmm. And this forced change. Like, it forced it. So there were a lot of things that were sort of stuck because we had just done it one way for so long, and we knew we had to change it, but that change was slow, and this was just a slap in the face and a kick in the butt, and change now, and we did it. So for starters, we learned that we could do it, and that the partnerships we had created, like the partnership we have with iRacing, was critical to our success during that time initially. Yeah. So the importance of some of those partnerships, and to form those partnerships and be positioned and ready to go when the time comes, even not knowing what's going to happen, right? And then I think that one of the things that we probably all learned was the importance of I don't want to say lobbying, right? But the importance of having people and teams and coalitions at the ready to go in and speak for the motorsports industry.
Yes.
And, you know, we worked with some that already exist. We created others that didn't exist. We would not have been able to return to racing if it hadn't been for those people, for those partnerships, and for those efforts that were made to work with the local and the local officials and with the CDC, and with, you know, just everything we did to put the plan in place to return to racing. Without that, we wouldn't have had the broadcasts, and the broadcasts are what kept that up, because we had such limited audience. I mean, you know all this. I don't need to speak to that, but.
Yeah, but you said it so well, Christina. I mean, you just wrote the white paper on this year, I think, and that's really, and one of the things you're touching on here is racers are resistant to change, but when they see something that's winning or working, they do adapt pretty quickly. They have to. And change being forced upon us, I consider to be a blessing. You know, I learned more from my failures when I raced than I did from my successes, which were few, but they were there. And I think we all get comfortable. Being uncomfortable, especially when you're going as fast and hard as you can, is a good thing. You need to be open to what's changing around you. And I think it's a great segue to MAV TV, because you're in the both worlds, you know, Jelly and Tommy. Tell me a little bit about what that was like inside your world, you know, Battle Station, MAV TV.
Well, it was really tricky because, you know, obviously we have a good mix of live programming as well as our, you know, archives in our library. So when it came to the stuff in our library, that was fine. You know, we could always fall back on that. But when it came to the live events, it was really tricky because we didn't know if or when it would even resume. So it was just a lot of kind of what everybody touched on already, just having to adapt. You didn't have a choice. You had to make plans for the moment, but also be prepared to change those plans. And I could only imagine, you know, all the people that had to do all the crewing and all the, you know, booking all the flights and all the crews, and just it had to be a train wreck. But you know, it's just one of those, you didn't really have time to really be like, oh, woe was me. You just kind of had to suck it up and just deal with it. But that was everybody in racing, you know, and it just kind of shows also how kind of fragile everything could be, how
yes,
everything was really dependent on the next thing. And so when you know, you pull one you know, domino out and everything just falls apart. So but we did it, you know, we did the best we could, and everybody kind of has, and everybody was able to get the season in every respective series, which was fantastic. But it had, a lot of compromising and working together to make something out of nothing. So, but it could have been a lot worse for us. We were very fortunate, I would say.
Yes, indeed. Do you have anything to add to that, Tommy?
Well, I was going to say, as much as everybody in motorsports in general are resistant to change, as much as we're resistant, we can adapt and overcome a lot of motorsports too. And so we got to see literally the entire full circle of everything when it came to that, because between promoters, track operators, series, and all the way down to MAV TV and the side that where we had to, we have a schedule. Everybody's got a schedule, and our on-air schedule had to change on the fly, almost sometimes hourly, sometimes daily. We would get a new surprise where things would happen, and deadlines, sometimes were met or not, but we kind of had to go with it. We had to roll with these ever evolving changes, and unlike a lot of other brands or companies and whatnot, when COVID really hit, the real big hit that practically shut the whole country down, TV doesn't sleep. So we had to keep going, and we had to find ways to constantly bring content on air, maybe try to change our programming a little bit, because we could always just hit a button and re-air, but that gets old, right? So we would adjust our scheduling to maybe mix it up, spice it up a little bit, because we know everybody's stuck at home, and what's there to do but to thumb through your phone and to watch TV. So it was really interesting, but it was really the intriguing part, I feel like, was to see everybody adapt and overcome. I mean, the racers themselves, big kudos to them, because they had nothing. When March hit, that was it. The cars were parked, the trucks were locked in the garage. There's nothing. And with the great work by the promoters and the racetracks and the racing series, and really all the sponsors that go with everything of motorsports, I think everybody really teamed up and kind of changed the direction, but made it work.
Yeah, and you both summed this up here, is that this ability to adapt and learn quickly. That's what racers do. The real challenge is to learn faster and better than your competition and get to the future first. I've said that several times during these panels, and one of the reasons I'm so excited about this is what you're doing is getting the whole sport to the future first, direct connection with the end user consumer, where you have a relationship with the audience by what you're doing, and there's not a lot of middlemen or middle women in this. You're literally able to touch your consumer digitally, and I think that this is what's so exciting to me. This is what's been missing, and the fact that we've all been forced into it is interesting. And Ralph, I want to just go back. We've known each other for a long time, and I've just always appreciated your passion. I think we love a lot of the same things. I grew up around midget and sprint car racing, so I still feel it when I'm around it. It's it fires me up, and I love motocross and supercross because that's my escape from all the four-wheeled madness I have to put up with. But one of the things I noticed is that racers, they generally love racing. I'm a fan of many types of racing, and when I'm at home, I can't go to races. What do I do? I want to find races, and now I've realized there's a lot more out there than I thought there was. And you've been onto this for some time, and when you shared what was an original vision for some of the things you wanted to do, what did you see? I know that Chris has helped you get there, but what did you see that made you want to go do this?
The live streaming part of it is what you're talking about, correct?
Yeah, basically where you've ended up. And
yeah, launching the Speed Sport TV network. We knew that there would be a need out there for a Netflix of motorsports, if you will, live streamed out there that people could access and get to and get after. Something Joe Tripp and I have talked about endlessly ever since we bought the brand, but we didn't have the technical know-how to get to where we wanted to be able to present that content out there the way we envisioned it. And that's where Chris came in spectacular fashion. the idea, the technology that he had, took everything that we were thinking and that he was thinking, and it just all melded together perfectly at the right time. And then I think what changed it a little bit, it's not just technology and a brand, you got to have a vision as to how you're going to present that. And so we really see ourselves as, you know, racers broadcasting racing for racers. And when I say that, I mean, race fans is all part of that. You know, if you're in this thing, you're a racer. Okay. It's just, it's a loose term we all use, but everybody in this panel is one. If you're this committed and dedicated to putting in the hours and the effort to do what we're doing within the racing industry, you're a racer. Maybe you're not the one winning the trophy, but you're helping your team get to the finish line in your own individual way. So we are definitely racers, broadcasting racing for racers. And I think that helps separate us a little bit from some of the others, again, not on this panel, but others that are doing kind of what we're doing in a similar fashion. We're really part of this industry. We're not outsiders just coming in because racing's a hot thing. No, we're in. We're all in. We've been in all our lives. We're not going anywhere if racing takes a dip. We're just going to be trying to figure out how to bring it back up. There's other groups that might be coming in and going, we're here because it's good now, and we're gone when it's not. When we got all the milk out of the cow, we're on to the next one. Nope, we're here. This is our cow. We like our cow. We love our cow. And we want to see our cow just stay healthy and get healthier. So that's what Speed Sport is all about in the Speed Sport TV network. And to be honest, that's why we have relationships with these other people on this panel, including you, Paul, because we're all the same.
We are.
And we're all
we
that
talk
committed
about
to
this
it.
always.
It's what we're all committed to. So we had that vision. We knew what we wanted to do. We thought there was a niche for that within the market. That's different than what the Outlaws are doing, different than what MAV TV is doing. We can find our own niche. And you and I, Paul, have talked about this a million times. There is enough in this business for everybody. There's enough for Racer and Speed Sport and MAV TV and the Outlaws. And there's plenty of business out there for everybody. And we all have to support each other and work together and help each other raise the sport up. And then we all work within our niches. And if it works out fine for everybody. But our niche wouldn't have been available to actually flip the switch and make it go if it wasn't for Chris and what he had.
Yeah, Chris, and I'm going to come back to some of the things you said, but Chris, I want you to weigh in a little bit because you touched on it the last time you spoke here about what's happening, you know, in terms of the way the world's changing and that this is a moment, pivotal moment in change.
Yeah, I wanted to revisit your question, which is what did you learn?
Yeah. Okay, great. I'd love that.
And I'm going to be pretty generic in this, and that, you know, there's the saying, you know, it's better to be lucky than good sometimes. I'm going to say that it was counter to that. In this case, it was better to be good than lucky because we did have some losers as well as winners. And so for those of us that did well, we were prepared for the moment and ready for the moment. And we had some flexibility built in. Everybody has sort of touched on that there was flexibility, and we were able to build the right, you know, the groups and work with the people and the resources that we had so that we could actually execute. For me personally, there was an enormous amount of stress because much of the financial burden shifted to the execution of the broadcasts. Many of the broadcasts we had became the primary revenue generation engine for the event. And if it didn't function, the event purse wouldn't be paid. And that's a different sort of scenario. So back to the, you know, better to be good than lucky. The thing that I took from this is that, you know, maybe people can be critical of us as being behind in the motorsports industry, but as everybody has spoken here, we still can adapt, and we are hardworking folks, and we're able to execute if we need to be up to the task, we can be. And that's really what I took away from it, is that we were able to actually execute and keep a number of facilities running, series running. I mean, Christina has it. I mean, if they're not broadcasting this year and they're not able to execute, there's no World of Outlaws. It just doesn't happen. It just wouldn't work. We have a number of series that work within our platform. Same case, no broadcasting. They would have just said, well, we can't do it. There's just the revenue doesn't come in. So that's where, just to answer that question, and I don't know if I want to segue back to you if you had a
Please
further.
do, because you answered that question really well, and that's a very big point you just made. But go back to the other one, because I think what you have here is there's a pivotal moment that I think we just crossed a threshold in this year, where it's acceleration from this point onward. I'm seeing it in our numbers. I mean, I literally look at our metrics every day, and it's like, holy crap. That something, the switch tripped, and everything it keeps coming now. People know it's there. And I also think what you've done, and you summed it up, Ralph, it's the voice of racing that's speaking through these enabling technologies now. It's not filtered through the wide world of sports. You're up there with greyhound dog racing. The pure cultural voice of racing that's coming through, which is fantastic. So we've got an acceleration point. What do we do with that now? You're changing the economic model, Chris, by some of the things you're doing here. You're changing the perceptive model, and the cultural campfire that each of these series represents, or these brands represent, is powerful. It's a pull world. You're pulling on what you want.
I'm thinking that the economic elements that are coming into play, purely the revenue and money now that is coming available, is going to allow for us to bring in more resources at a very basic level, whether that's human resources, technical resources. We're now going to start opening up to making those opportunities, to be able to turn on those opportunities and allow we talked about an ecosystem early on, and that's what we think of our platform as an ecosystem for media professionals to get involved, to play a role, and execute and find a way. We're very much an ongoing experiment in what we do. In many cases, we're the first place where people come to start to get their feet wet and understand how to operate in the industry. And we're constantly, while the live stream is very important, something that Christina had said very early on, we immediately start pushing those people to just think of the live stream as an element that opens up your world to doing more promotion, marketing, social media engagement. We push in that direction as much as possible. And that's really part of that experiment, and part of that ecosystem is you can start people down that process. And then the hope I would have, and hopefully this is that turning point, is that we can embrace that and we keep people who are the Tommy Masons, the Charlies, the younger guys in our industry around, right? I don't want them to go somewhere else. I don't want them to go and get a job at Fox Sports doing football. I want them to stay here in racing. And so we need the resources to be competitive. And I hope that that's the turning point that we have.
Well, that's really a great summary. I mean, wow. I love this panel.
I don't even know what football is, to be honest.
I don't either. What is that? I always thought the football was a little rubber thing you put inside the intake stack to keep it clean. But you touched on something, Ralph, I want to come back to, which is particularly important. When I shared with Chris that I was going to launch Racer, and I'd known Chris for some time. He'd been to my office, told me what not to buy and what to buy and who to trust, and really a great mentor. And he said, fantastic, there's room in this sport for both of us. The sport needs both of us. More of us are pulling on this and carrying it forward, the better. And he meant it. So he sent me his subscriber list for me to mail to try to get subscriptions. Think about that.
That's huge. That's huge.
So, the thing that I was struck by, it never left it's in my heart forever. He wanted my subscriber list. He had faith we'd make it. And we gave him our subscriber list because we got to be fairly big fairly quickly. And I think that, in the photographs of the launch of Racer, in the front, holding the grass and giving the first toast to the success of the magazine is Chris Economy. So we all have a vested interest in the success of each other. I'm cheering for everybody I see here. I want you to kick ass. And this year, this is a segue, believe it or not. I'm not just an old white guy ranting. I think that there's a moment here, and I've used the phrase restart of our lives. This is for all the marbles. Racing didn't decline like other sports and ratings. We held our audience and grew in social. We grew in areas we could, and we held a lot of our ratings in a lot of places and meaningful places. And the energy I see pent up in the race fan base, they're more committed than casual sports fans are. Their heroes risk their lives doing what they do. You can't not be committed. So, word of advice to everybody in the industry. We've got maybe 8 minutes to 10 minutes before we hand off. I'm going to start with you, Christina. What's your word of advice to the people in this industry? You've got a powerful new tool you've all created here. How do we win the restart of our lives going into 2021? So in certain conditions, we don't know if we're going to be ready to be fully back to normal until maybe later in the year. But what do you think the mindset needs to be?
I mean, I think we already touched upon it, right? Adapt,
yep.
Change, try new things. Don't get stuck on any one thing, but keep trying it long enough to make sure you're giving it a fair chance. Start small if you have to. Find the right partners. Like Ralph said and Chris said, they probably meant the survival for a lot of tracks, or at least for tracks and promoters to be able to race, right?
Thank God that was there. Thank God.
Right. Don't try and recreate the wheel. It's been created for you. So find the partners that can help, or talk to people about how they created their wheel, and see if you can build off of that rather than starting from scratch.
You're truly wise beyond your age. That is great advice. I hope everybody takes it to heart. Thank you. And I go to you, Charlie and Tommy, restarting their lives.
I'm going to be kind of echoing what Christina said, and it's a lot of it is just don't be afraid of change. When you look at the world 5 years ago, streaming it existed, but it wasn't as big as it is now. So if 5 years ago you were so committed to just TV that you paid no attention to streaming, 5 years later, you're 3 laps down. You don't want to be Blockbuster when Netflix came out. You want to, if you can't be ahead of the game, at least be able to go with it when the changes happen. So, because, we don't know what's going to happen 5 years from now. What we have 5 years from now could be completely different from what we have today. So you just have to be ready for change and be able to put yourself in a position to adapt to those changes if and when they happen.
Great advice. And Tommy?
I was just going to say, not only adapting is key, but also support, right? I mean, it really comes down to the support of everybody involved with every brand, right? Racing or anything involved with your favorites, right? Because you've kind of seen a thing where people assume it's going to always be there. Well, I think, the sink or swim moment we've had this year, and hopefully that trickles away and we forget about it. But that people kind of got complacent. People got comfortable and maybe figured that, that'll always be there. And some things aren't. And I think you need to support. I think that's going to be my advice for everybody going forward is if the opportunity is there and you have, any interest, go for it. And if it's something that you really appreciate or enjoy, support it.
Great advice. And by the way, I would like everyone to support eParTradeandRacer.com while you're doing that. So I'm going to go to you, Chris, and I'm going to save the last word for you, Ralph. Okay, Chris, advice and restart of our lifetime.
Yeah, I think I'm going to kind of build off of what Charlie said, which is, where we were 5 years ago and where we are now, and then start to think about really where motorsports came from and what it was even in the, think of the early 1900s. We were more of a circus type event. They used to race in the Rose Bowl. They used to be these amazing things. And I think that this is going to play a little bit off of my current influences. I think we're getting to the point where we need to take some moonshots, right? Mm-hmm. We need to go big. We need to make some changes that really shake up what we do. Still do the fundamentals, but we're getting to that time where we have to make some of these choices. We have to do some things that are fully going to engage when we're, I think, in the mindset of we're competing with gaming. And I know we have iRacing out there in the esports, and that's good, but you see how quick that market has moved. What can we do to move quick like that? And so I would like to say to, you know, embrace the youth and start to take some of those moonshots again. Don't necessarily be too complacent and too happy with the everyday. Let's do some big things, because we're having some of those opportunities show up now.
Well, I'm the son of the fellow who trained everyone on the simulator for the Apollo command module, so I am very excited at the thought of us all doing a moonshot. I think that's what we have the opportunity to do, and you summed it up beautifully, Chris. There's a big moment here where we can go beyond anything we imagined if we think big and learn faster than everybody else. And Ralph, I've watched you learn so much so fast all the years I've known you. Why don't you bring it home?
You know, I'm not surprised at all that racing was the thing when it came to professional sports. They got back active and did a sporting event live after the pandemic hit first. It's not shocking at all. Racers are always pushing the limits and setting new marks and advancing their game down the road. One thing we haven't talked about a little bit is how much other sports have learned from racing. All the stick and ball sports that are out there have been in contact with all the major motorsports organizations to find out what we've been doing and how we did it and how we got going and how we've been able to stay active. So again, racers setting the tone, setting the pace, if you will, to bring the sports world back active. When it comes to restarting our life, look, that racers restart all the time, right? It might be after a first lap caution. It might be after a 3-hour rain delay, but we restart all the time. So we're used to, okay, I was doing this. Now we've been down. Now I'm going to make an adjustment, twist the stagger a little bit, do this a little bit, do that, and get back at it. So racers restarting, no problem here. It's just how far do we go? How fast do we get there? And how big do we really want to be? And Chris did a great job of summing that up. It's the right time to go for a moonshot, go for a record at Bonneville, set a quick lap at Indy, whatever your thing is. Now is the time to really let it rip. And that's what racers do better than anybody. We've got a tremendous industry that supports each other, that if we all get behind each other, this industry will be just ripping 5 years from now.
Wow. Okay. You should do this for a living, Ralph. I think that is a great way to end this panel, but my God, I got to tell you, I really enjoyed this, and I'm fired up. I want to go to the moon. So thank you all. Christina, thank you. It's great to meet you via this, and Tommy and Charlie, finally we get to see each other. I'd like to carry the conversation forward with you a little later too. So Chris, thank you for joining us. Great observations, and thank you for bringing life to this vision. And you know, I'm a big fan of what Ralph and Joe are doing, and I'm a cheerleader. So great stuff, you guys. And back to you, John and Francisque.
I'm fired up too, Paul. I'm fired up as well.
Yeah.
Great panel, great discussion, and you know, what a wonderful way of, you know, we have covered so many topics since Monday morning. I mean, it's amazing. And we have so much more to do. So we have a fascinating panel next, Women in Motorsport. I mean, Beth Paretta put a great panel together, and we used to talk Women in Motorsport, just drivers, but here we're talking about engineers, drivers, exec. I mean, this is, I would say Steve Lewis was, understood that very well, because when I started to work with him, he had a full office of beautiful women, and he knew how important it was for this industry. So anyway, thank you all very, very much for this great session. And we're going to, please stay on. We're going to put you as attendee. That way you can stay on with us and watch any other sessions. And then while we do this, our producer Reed is going to run a little video from our sponsors, because without ETS Racing Fuel, Full Race BorgWarner, Miller Electric, Penske Racing Shocks, and AEM Performance Electronics, we could not have brought you this wonderful event. So on to you, Reed, and then John, you'll be next with Paul to tell us about the next panel.
Great. Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Introducing ePartrade, electronic performance and racing trade. ePartrade is a revolutionary new web-based trade-only product sourcing platform that works 24/7 to connect performance parts suppliers with racing business professionals around the world. Find new products and technologies all year long, accessible everywhere, from anywhere 24/7. ePartrade is the only product sourcing platform as innovative and fast-paced as the racing market itself. ePartrade is the fastest, most efficient, and cost-effective way to introduce new parts and services to the worldwide racing trade while they're red hot, allowing builders, race teams, retailers, engineers, and other verified racing businesses to access them from anywhere in the world, day or night. The world is changing, and we're changing with it. Welcome to the future. ePartrade, the global online platform for the performance and racing industry.
Well, thank you and welcome back. It's almost 6 p.m. here in California. So we start every sessions on the hour. So why don't you, John, take us back to this morning and, share with the people joining us right now what we had today and what an incredible day we had, and then what a terrific panel we're going to have next.
So
I just kind of take notes kind of throughout the day about what we're going through, and sometimes you just read the chat. Who's giving us comments from the chat option? So Lynn St. James, a great racer, Indy 500 Rookie of the Year, she's on chat asking questions. John Szymanski, who we worked with when he was working with Ford Performance and doing big things with Ford Performance, he's putting comments on chat. Dean Case, who represented Mazda Motorsports for years, a PR program, he's commenting on chat. So we have fabulous panelists and people are appearing kind of on air, but in the audience are some really high-powered individuals. And then I just kind of wrote down a couple of notes from this last webinar that Paul moderated. It was really great to hear Christina Cordova with World of Outlaws and Dirt Car Racing. Every time she goes to an event to film it and video it, we're trying to bolster the sport. And as you hang around Online Race Industry Week, as I have, I mean, one person after another is trying to figure out how to bolster the sport. And there's our company and your company and other companies, and somebody wants to make money somewhere along the line. But all of us, priority number one is how do we bolster the sport? And that's really awesome that we have this kind of army out there trying to bolster the sport at this time. And then finally, I love Chris Grainer of Speed Sport when he said, it's time for us to take a moonshot. It's time for us to take moonshots. And when I try to figure out what we're doing here at Online Race Industry Week, well, hell yeah, it's a moonshot. And, he's right. And we need to kind of shake off whatever 2020 was and get back to our sources of energy and what's fun. And for racers, it's that moonshot experience. It's the technology, doing what's never been done before, something dramatic and fun. So that's the kind of message we've been getting today.
Absolutely, John. And I've got to say that the two panels that the panel just before and this panel are the ones I've been most looking forward to. And because they represent the future. And they represent positive change that I completely believe in. And I think that, the transition from the last panel to this one, that's the delivery of the content to an existing and new audience. What I think we're going to talk about in the Women in Motorsports panel is it touches all of humanity, and it touches the potential of our sport to transcend other sports in a way that they can't compete. And that's why I think it's so, singularly important. I was asked, I had an opportunity, Herb Fischel, who was a great thinker and a great leader in the motorsports world, drove many innovations, very competitive guy. He brought me in to talk to his team, and he asked me, what do you hope for? What do you see for the future? What would you want to have happen? This is mid 1990s. I said, a woman's face on the Borg Warner trophy.
Yeah.
That to me is a symbol of the moment of change. And when you do that, you open up the entire world to the possibilities of what motorsport can be. So I think that I personally think this is the most important panel of all the panels.
Well, you know what? It had the most shares. So when we posted news of this panel, and I followed the shares on every single panel we put up, this had more shares than any other webinar panel discussion that we've organized.
And I hope everybody in racing pays attention to that metric and understands the gravity of what's being accomplished by the women we're about to talk to. And, I think that, what a privilege to speak with all of you. And I know I've met all three of you, and I've not met Isla yet. So this is a terrific opportunity. So I think, are we ready to go, John?
Ready to go. Take it away.
Thank you. Well, first off, I want to start with an admission. Beth Peretta is officially listed as a co-conspirator with me. We share a lot of humor with each other, and we've been friends for quite some time. And I first saw Beth moments before she went to battle for the first time with her program, the Viper program. And she was radioed up, suited up, hot day at Mid-Ohio. I was told to go meet Beth Peretta, and she just comes out of a team meeting. She's literally about to run the first event with this team in this car, and a team I knew, and I liked the people in this team. But to see her presence and her command presence and her resolute will to go make this happen at the highest possible level of execution. A, she earned her way to be there, which was, obvious to me. But B, she was Joan of Arc taking the army to battle. And I was impressed. I stood behind the pit box and watched most of the race. That first half of the race still got just simply too hot. She was still there in her fire suit doing what she does. And this is not long, I think, after you've seen a NASCAR championship come your way with
It was 2 months before the championship. We were still in the hunt.
Yeah, we're still in the hunt. My goodness.
Yep.
So I think
It was all happening at the same time.
Well, thank you for saying hi to this strange-looking guy and who came over to talk to you. You were very kind to me, and I just was amazed how you went from focusing there to focusing on me, and then back to focusing on that. And I don't see that in a lot of men. This ability to basically hold the two things in two different places. So, but what you went on to do later was it didn't take much longer, and you took that brand new team and you won the championship in IMSA.
We did.
You did.
Yeah, and that was by having, as usual, great partners and great people around you. So I want to also thank you for when you partnered up with ePartrade to put this week on. I know that it was several months ago when all of this was coming together, but the fact that you and Francisca and the team had a placeholder for a panel like this, and I know earlier today I saw some people saying, well, why is this about women in motorsport? Why can't these women just be integrated into other panels? Which is a great question. And because all of us are working in different aspects of motorsport and everybody has their own story, and we'll hear about that from each of the women gathered here tonight. But I really want to thank you, because what we thought we might be able to have be a little bit different tonight is to talk a little bit about our experience, but really what people can do and why it matters and what it can do. And I certainly don't want anybody to think that this is women taking the place of somebody else. It's really just kind of making the sport bigger. And to just really follow on your last panel, which was great about media and the idea of us sort of all pulling together. By nature, we are all competitive. It's why we do this. And it's a way to measure our competitiveness against, sort of a metric and against each other. And we wouldn't get to where we are if we weren't competitive, if we weren't hard workers. And you could say that for everybody in the paddock. But motorsport in general, obviously, is something that all of us love, which is why we're here. We love finding new fans and bringing new people to the sport. But exactly that, like the moonshot, and what we all have to work toward is, could you imagine? I mean, racers are solution oriented. It's what we do, right? We were talking earlier, like it's pre-grid and there's something's going to go wrong. And how do you solve it? How do you solve it quickly? And sometimes you're doing something that's not, in your quote unquote job description, because you're just getting to the grid, or you're just getting through the race, or you're just trying to, get to your next pit stop. But if motorsport as a greater community can all be pulling in the same direction, my goodness, I think we're unstoppable, and our future is very bright if everybody just kind of takes a little part of their sort of, their effort towards the greater good of motorsport, instead of just thinking of your own team and just thinking of this race. If everybody kind of pulls in the same direction, I think we've got a very bright future for all of us.
I think you're absolutely right, Beth. And that's what I see out of what we've been doing this week, by the way, is I see that as a growing sense. And I think that when I look at this, I look at it through the lens of racer too. One of the most startling things, aside from just the overall growth in young audience this year through the pandemic, and I mentioned it several times, I want people to understand it's possible. 172% growth in 18 to 24-year-old audience on racer.com.
Right.
That's nothing compared to the growth of female audience on racer.com, which was dramatic. At one point this year was over 300% growth.
Of just women as readers.
Women as audience on racer.com.
As audience.
Yes. So I just think that speaks to the opportunity for all of motorsports. Women make the majority of big ticket buying decisions, as
right.
you know. They do.
And the thing too, the reality too, and we all know this, there are a lot of women already in racing. So we're there, and we just want to kind of get some more women involved. So after your kind invitation to put this together for ePartrade, I reached out to these ladies who are all, have all a lot of experience and very different stories, each of them. And I thought it was sort of a nice combination of people. So let's meet
get into
everybody.
talking about all of the rest of our panel. But thank you for setting that up so eloquently. I really appreciate it. And I'm
Thank
going
you.
to, Lauren, we know each other, and so it's great to see you again.
Good to see you.
So congratulations on K2R Motorsports here. You're going to be joining them.
Thank you. Yeah, we're really excited. We're putting together the LMP2 program, and man, it's all hands on deck. You know, this season's been kind of crazy. We got backed up. So really there's been no off season. So it's taking delivery of the car this weekend, and we're going testing, and we're going to get some laps down. And yeah, we're just really, really excited for the program, excited to be on board for that.
So you obviously you have an engineering background. You want to share with the audience your path to what you do?
Sure. So I didn't kind of follow the traditional path. I actually have an undergraduate degree in international relations, and I have a master's in psychology, because funny thing is, no matter where you work, you're working with people.
Yeah, that's right.
So, but I went to work for Cosworth right out of college, and just kind of doing some admin stuff, but really found myself in the build shop all the time. Just was really interested in what they were doing in there, how these engines were working. And honestly, a couple guys took a risk and they took an interest in me. And they said, if you're really passionate about this, we'll teach you. And so it was coming to work, 6 a.m., getting all of my stuff done so that in the evening I could go to the build shop and I could learn. And I could learn from anybody in the industry will know a gentleman by the name, we call him Wombat, but he'd been doing it forever, and he finally said, come on, I'm going to show you this. And so I built my first fuel pump there. I built my first turbocharger there, compound gears for what was the XFE engine at the time of the DP01 Champ car. I put my first piston in a cylinder there, and it was all sort of non-traditional in the sense that, I hadn't studied all of this, but I had a passion for it, and I had an attitude of perseverance. I was willing to do what it took to, like Beth said, like to problem solve. That's what I was passionate about. And so then it went from Champ car, trackside support, and engine support to learning sports cars in ALMS. I had the opportunity to work on the LMP1 car for Muscle Milk Pickett Racing. And again, our lead engineer, Brandon Fry, he took a chance and said, maybe you don't have the traditional background, but you know how to use Cosworth, you know how to use Pi, let's teach you a new data system. So I've been really, really fortunate in my career. Ended up marrying a guy in the business, and have just continued to pursue racing because I'm passionate about it. It is, as Beth said, I took a step away, but man, I'm competitive. And I wanted to come back because the corporate world isn't necessarily as competitive. We don't have those deadlines. We don't have checkered flags necessarily. Yeah. And I love racing. I love the renewal. I just love the constant momentum that we have. So yeah, I'm probably not the traditional sense, but I think as we kind of talk about it tonight, I think there's a lot of opportunities in motorsport for us to pursue people and talent that might not be the most traditional avenue. I think there's a lot of people, women, minorities, people that might not always get the same shot. There's some really good problem solvers out there, and I think we need to start hunting them down.
Well, that's a great segue here too, because I agree with you, and what a fascinating background, Lauren. I think that the master's in psychology is going to really come in handy along the way.
Probably served very well.
It's come in handy.
It's perfect. I did meet someone recently who also was a federal prosecutor. I think those two things are very useful in racing.
Absolutely.
But I'd like to go to you now, Isla Agren. I'm aware of you through your exploits in the F1600 a few years back, and you're representing a high quality safety equipment brand too. So please tell us about your background, and very curious about the fact you're going to be racing in the W Series. So let's open up that.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me tonight. Like you said, I've kind of tapped into a couple of different avenues within racing. Now I've been in racing for over 20 years, believe it or not. And the reason why it all started was because my parents and I were on our way to a karting track to go cheer on my uncle and cousin that were competing in the Nordic Championship. And I happened to see a female go-kart driver. And at 6 years old, I was like, oh, like the light went on and I was like, this is something I can do. And I kept asking, and parents like, oh, we'll see, kind of wanting to see if it was something that would stick, or it was a heat of the moment thing that I wanted to try out. And kept asking, and my dad and I got our license, and now 20 years later, we've traveled all over Europe. I've moved from Norway, where I'm originally from, and finished my high school there and packed up the bags and came over here to start competing in Skip Barber and work up the ladder towards IndyCar, which has been my dream since I was little. So here we are.
Yeah, here you are. And, you certainly proved to be a very competitive racing driver. And congratulations on that. You managed to do something I wasn't able to do. And I admire you for it very much.
Thank you.
And I want to go to you, Rosella. I met you last year, I believe, in the paddock at Daytona.
Yes.
Little did we know we'd be sitting here and looking at each other through a Zoom conference.
Yes, what a year it's been. Well, first of all, good evening, everyone. I am very pleased to be here tonight. Thank you for the opportunity. Yes, we met at Daytona. It's one of the long races we do. I was lucky enough to have different experience and in my career between the short races, sprint races, and actually the first time I did 24 hours, I wasn't sure how I was gonna actually go through with it. And believe it or not, it went very fast when I was dozing in the middle of the night and start thinking this is okay, and everything was smooth. Like Lauren said, we had to solve problems, and we did, and ended up 5th overall, which didn't make us proud at the time, but it was the first one, and went on from there with other long races and historic races in the US. I had the opportunity to compete in Sebrings 12 hours and win that race, as well as Petit Le Mans or Watkins Glen. I got the bug very early.
Mm-hmm.
I was born and raised in Italy. And one day my dad took me to Monza. There
you go.
So here we go. And that's where I really got addicted. And it just fulfilled all my senses, basically. It was not just the speed, was this sound, the smell. I mean, believe it or not, the rubber leaving the pits, and you actually know you're addicted to it when you don't mind. And I still obviously in it. And I studied mechanical engineering. I specialized in vehicle dynamics, and I wanted to be in racing. And everybody told me how difficult it was to get into racing. And the thing that nobody ever tells you is how difficult it is to get out of racing.
I found that to be a real challenge.
That's a good point.
And I want to just let everybody know you're the technical director for the USA Michelin GT customer program, and also work with Philip Crichton Motorsport. I know Philip for a very long time, more than 40 years, I think now. So that's probably the greatest engineering exercise you're ever going to have, is managing that.
Thank you. It's been a very good school. It allowed me for sure to learn a lot, and it's a 360 degrees experience, where it's more operation, but you have the opportunity to overlook all of the aspects. So
yes,
it's a great school. And yes, and then I've been doing technical support for our customers in the US with the 488 right now, and still support the historic cars such as 458, 333, 430.
That does not sound boring.
Racing is never boring.
No, that does not
this
sound
certainly
boring.
isn't. It's got a lot of up and downs, but never boring, never dull.
Yes, and all of you speak with such passion about what you do. It's infectious, and that spark. You talked a little bit about what motivated you. The thing I want to try to communicate to everyone is that we share a common bond of this passion if we love racing. It's a language we speak, and I feel it when I listen to all you speak. It's really eloquently spoken, and I think that I look at you as attractors to other women. I want them to see, and just from my own personal selfish reasons, they belong here. I belong there too. And you know, you're all accomplished. You're all doing really great things here. So, you know, I want to, you know, talk a little bit more here about, you know, some of the specific things you're doing. And I want to go back to you, Isla. You know, you're going to be in the W Series next year. You know, a W Series that was paused this year. What's that like, going out into the world and going in, and you're going to be competing with women, some very, very fast women. Yes, you've earned your way in there, and what are you thinking as you're about to go do that?
I am just super excited. Like you said, this year was paused, unfortunately. Like many others have found themselves in the same situation, but I'm just super excited to get the opportunity to be back in a car again. And I think anyone that has been racing and love racing, it doesn't matter if you race again, men or women, what you want to do is win, right? You want to improve your driving, improve any aspect of driving, if it's in or out of the car, and getting the opportunity through the W Series to do that for a full season, which, long story short, on my end, I haven't been able to compete in a couple of seasons and do full seasons for a while now, and being provided the opportunity through the W Series to do that in 2021 is just out of this world. I'm just super excited to be back on the grid, and I can't wait to go compete against these other drivers.
Yes, and I think, you know, the most important part is you fought for that and you earned it, and I wish you the best there, and I'll be following you. I think it's terrific. You know, I also want to go with Lauren. You know, you've got a whole set of skills I hadn't realized until you spoke earlier. But let's talk about the transferable skills from the paddock to other careers and projects.
Yeah.
What are you learning doing this that goes anywhere?
So I left racing for a little while. For a short period, I actually went to work for Apple. And it was a really exciting experience. It was incredible. But it also put in sharp relief my passion for racing. Mm-hmm. And there was something about it, to Rosella's point, like there is something about when a car fires up and you're by the exhaust and you smell it and it stirs something in you and you get excited about that. But one of the things, you know, I came away from Apple was racing is a problem, and it's a problem to solve. And there's multiple facets to that problem, whether it's making the car faster through aerodynamics, whether it's trying to figure out how in the world you're going to stretch fuel, because one extra lap over a 24-hour race is definitely going to make a difference. It's all about problem solving. And I think it's also about attitude. You know, there are some people coming out of school, and I don't want to lump everybody together in this like generation, but there's a bit of a chip on the shoulder of some kids that come out of school thinking, well, I have this great degree, I should just be a team manager, or I should be a lead engineer. And there's a little bit of real world grunt work, especially in racing, where, kind of like to Beth's point, when it's pre-grid, I don't care, wipe the car down. You know, like nobody's above anything. Oh, you forgot a radio at the truck? Well, I'm going to go run and go get it. You know, there's so many different aspects of that. And so I think there's an attitude that you just kind of cultivate. And the good crew members, the members that people want to work with, are the ones that are like that. Hey, I'm not above wiping down the counters in the truck. Hey, no problem. Let me go get that tool for you. I think it is about sort of this mentality of problem solving. And certainly, yes, you do need properly trained engineers. You know, but you also need people that are willing to learn. Maybe you only have experience in one data system, so you think you're not qualified. Nonsense. nonsense. If you have someone like Rosella who can mentor you, like she did for me, she can teach you, she can teach you all of the different Magneti Morelli, where I'm going, Rosella, I don't know what I'm doing here, because it's just different languages. It's just different languages. And so it's being open to learning those languages. And I think a lot of us, we've had to kind of dig deep. I think we've also had to prove ourselves. And in some cases, we've had to prove ourselves more than men, for sure. For sure, we've all had to step up our game and prove that we're competent and that we are the right people for the job. I don't want to be hired in a position. I don't want someone to want me because it's a woman and it looks good. No, I want you to hire me because I'm the best person for that job. And I think that's how we all have gotten to where we are, is because we've proved that we're competent and we've earned the respect.
I think that's a key point, Lauren, because although we talk about this and let's talk about women in motorsport, we want everybody to just take a second look at maybe some applicants that might not fit the typical mold of everybody else who's on your team. But the reality is you might get an interview, but you're only going to hire the people if they have the skill set. And you're certainly only going to stay on the team if you have the skill set. Maybe you do take a shot on somebody, but you're going to know in a pretty short amount of time whether it works or not. And it's based on their ability and their attitude and their work ethic. So really what we're trying to, one of the things we just want to make sure that people think of is sometimes it is taking a chance on somebody that might have an unusual background, but you're really hiring based on their attitude, their aptitude, their interest, their work ethic, because the skills can be taught. To your point, one data system to the other, no matter what, everybody was a rookie at one point or was new to a particular task. But if it's the right mindset and somebody's wired, I know, Lauren, you said even when you worked at Apple, you were working with people that didn't even have any college education.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
They were just curious and hard workers. And really, that's what you can put together on a team. And in the teams that I've been part of and been tasked with building, and whether it be corporate teams, because of course I have a corporate background prior to in addition to the motorsport stuff too, you realize that if you're building a team based on personalities, especially, racing, there isn't time for drama. There's enough drama on the track. You want to make sure that you've got a nice synthesized group of people who are going to have your back, are willing to put in the work, are willing to put in the long hours, and know that, if there's a stumble, that somebody else is going to be able to kind of, pick up the slack and run with it, because we're all kind of pulling in the same direction, kind of like I said earlier, but in a very, sort of micro way. And what a gift it is to be able to choose people to work among. So, I think there's a lot to be said for, and we all have experiences of this, probably, of working with teams or on teams where the dynamic wasn't that strong, and that you wonder why certain teams maybe are not successful. And part of that comes from the top, and it comes from like setting a tone of hard work and having individual responsibility. And there's some teams that kind of, I think, sometimes stumble with that, and they might have the wrong combination of people, or people that are in racing because they think it's the thing to do, or maybe it was their family business, and they don't have that core passion that drives them, because ultimately the skill set, you can learn.
Yes, and I think the ability to be a great teammate is critical. And and you talked about something, I think it was you, Lauren, that mentioned wiping down the car, this sort of thing. I mean, that was one of my earliest observations when I was sneaking into the racetracks with my fake credentials. I did watch Roger Penske and Mark Donohue do menial tasks in support of their teammates. Nothing was below them. They beneath them, rather. They cared about the people they worked with, and they were all in it together to get the job done. And I've certainly seen that, and witnessing what you've done, Beth. And it was always inspiring to me. You actually legitimately cared about the people you were working with, and they were your teammates, and very inspiring. And Rosella, you've been in the motorsports world for a while now, and you're a mentor to some, and you've learned a lot. How did when you earned your way in? How did you do that? What was the process?
It's a hard work, as we all said. You have to have the passion for it, for sure, because it's not easy, and it's not easy for anyone. I mean, the good thing that the car doesn't know the gender, so that's an advantage. So we all work hard, whether we are female or male, that doesn't matter. then we have to work in the environment that is for sure male dominated. So we have to work with them and earn the respect. So we probably work extra hard. A good compliment, I think, is when you are in the team and you're considered one of the guys. I started a few years ago, and I was the first female race engineer in Daytona, actually in the pit lane at Daytona. And I've seen since more women in different positions, from drivers, mechanics, engineer, data acquisition, PR, anything, you name it. And that's certainly, I can appreciate that the number of females is increasing right now. I had the opportunity to see young females starting in the business and grow. Kate Gundlach was starting when I was a race engineer in the team, and she obviously went on and progressed very nicely to the top level, working in IndyCar. Yeah. I saw a young Katie Crawford and see them obviously become the best in the business in their position. It's very fulfilling.
Yeah, there's no barrier to your ability and your just basic intellect. You can go and do anything here. There's no reason why anybody should think you shouldn't be able to. And that's a societal frame, not a and it's an outmoded one. I think the one thing I really am impressed with, though, is I deal with a lot of men in racing, as you can imagine. And someone jokingly said to me once, men are emotional pretending to be practical, and women are practical and perceived to be emotional. And I can tell you from my life experience of dealing with people in the storm of racing, that has been my life experience. I've run into a lot more emotional men than I have emotional women. There's almost a cold pragmatism of time usage, resource usage. I don't have time for that. Whatever right now, we got to get this done, that I find in a lot of women I work with. And I think that, that brings me to that kind of work-life balance. It's an all-consuming sport. Most everyone I know they're consumed by it. It dominates their life. First, talk about how you manage it. And I'd like to go right back to you, Beth, because I got to see, you were in the most all-consuming role, I imagine, and managing these disparate programs and having to deal with all of that. How did you manage that? And what was your mindset and outlook dealing with it?
Right. And it's funny because I do remind people that although the motorsport stuff is sort of front and center and you'd see it sort of publicly, it was actually 25% of my responsibility at the time, because my other 75% was managing a brand, a performance brand for a major automaker. And so that has its own, list of things to do and a heavy workload. Racing is on the weekends, but Monday through Friday, I'm still, in my office. Tending to all the other half of stuff. So it was a very difficult thing. And obviously, like anyone who has ever had a grueling schedule will tell you, you can't do it without having, a great team of people that you are part of, either working for you, working with you, and above you, that kind of set certain edicts, and then other things that you sort of can work on. We had external agencies and such like that. But the actual work-life balance and that's one thing to always think of too, is racing. If you might like it, you might be a fan of it, but if you actually want to work in it, it's a very, it's kind of a 365. I mean, it's all, you don't get weekends off. You're going to be working late nights. Most of us will tell you that that's fine, because that's what we do. And we've chosen to do that. And sometimes you might miss holidays here or there.
Yeah.
And it kind of becomes your new normal. And most of us will probably also say that our racing family is kind of an adjunct family in and of itself. But, I think on your personal life, it can get very tough because you are away. And so you have to have a partner who is understanding of that. It's no secret that, many people in racing probably have partners in racing or related to racing, because they need to understand that, yeah, it's Thursday and I'm getting on a plane again, and I'm not going to be back till Sunday night or Monday. And we might miss that, birthday party for the neighbor who's turning 7. That happens. But I think the thing to think of too is that most everybody who is sort of committed to this, even at an amateur level, I mean, we're here starting talking about pro level, and we've all been in pro racing or pro-am racing, But realistically, even if this is your hobby and you want to spend more time at it, the time commitment, even for that, you work a regular 9-to-5 job, you could work in a bank and be such a passionate racer that you want to have a Formula Ford or you want to have a Spec Miata. Even that commitment, the time commitment, the money commitment, the weekends, that's how it starts. And usually the way that we all sort of balance it is you weave it into, that becomes your friend group, and it becomes your family group, and it becomes the weekends away. And if you have young kids, you're taking them with you with the fifth wheel and toting your stuff to the local track for the weekend. And then, 2 weeks from now, you're at another weekend, and it becomes, that is your activity, and it becomes your family, becomes your family sort of passion as well. And ideally, maybe you've just given birth to more little racers who are going to grow up and work in it too. So it's sort of it's a little life cycle.
I can only
But
hope.
Lauren, of all of us, Lauren can tell you, I mean, she's the one with a toddler who might pop up behind her at any
No,
moment.
I'm shocked. He keeps driving his little car by, just like the matter of time.
Have you done the setup on the car?
Yes, it's tuned. I'll tell you, it goes down a slide really fast.
Excellent, good. I just want to make sure it.
Wait till he gets to Pinewood Derby. He's going to completely cream all
Kill
the other
it, Pinewood Derby. Work-life balance, Lauren. You've had to, and you're married to a friend of mine who I has had one of the highest pressure jobs one can have in racing as well, like you. And that helps, I think, to have somebody that gets what you do.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I mean, he just came back from testing in Spain for Formula E. So it's, we're like literally doing the baby handoff. And when I go testing, it'll be the same. So yeah, it helps to have somebody in the sport. It just helps to have somebody that understands, like, you can't be on your phone the whole time. You might be in a different time zone. You might be in a different country. As far as kids, I'm going back to work, and yeah, my little dude will come. It's just kind of like Beth said, like, it's just kind of the way it is. You just kind of integrate that into your life. It also means that I'm doing emails after he goes to bed or before he wakes up. Like, it is hard. It's hard to have a balance. And, I think it's fair to say that if you want to be a woman in racing, like, there are going to be sacrifices you're going to make because of that. Some women just choose not to do the kid thing because it just like doesn't fit. Yes. And that's totally a fair choice. I get that. We opted to do the kid thing because we're nuts. So, we went down that road. So, but because I had that support, I couldn't do it without my parents. My parents are 100%, whatever I do, they're in. So they're total, like, we're doing it. We'll get the motor home and we'll go to the racetrack and we're going to do that stuff. So it helps to have that, kind of like what Isla was talking about, like her parents, they were there. It was like, hey, I'm interested in this. So she had that familial support. For me, my dad was a Snap-on dealer. So when I wanted to play with screwdrivers, like, I was allowed to, as long as I called them by the right name. And so, yeah, but I do think, I really do think it's something that, a lot of people, I really want to get into racing, and that's great. But, as glamorous as you think it might be, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of airports, it's a lot of hotels, and it's a lot of racetracks super early in the morning and super late at night. And for us, we love it. I've been at the racetrack super late with Rosella working on a Ferrari, and, it makes for a late night. But because you're doing it with other people that are passionate about it, that want to see the green flag with you, in the end, it makes it worth it. Plus, I get to FaceTime and my little boy says, "Oh, look, mommy's race cars."
Yeah.
What did you say, Isla?
I said, and the checkered flag together.
Yes,
absolutely.
Definitely reach that one too.
It makes you realize why the celebration when you see people jumping around, why they're jumping around so much. There's a lot that got to it. We've been talking a lot about the problem solving, on the track and setting up for the car. But the other side of it is just the business side of racing too. And like for those of us that have been put in, there's so many people, either ex-racers or whatever, that are team owners now and managers. There's so much, like this is the quote unquote off season. And of course that's always the running joke because it's the misnomer. It's like when we're the busiest because it's either you're wrapping up the last season or putting deals together for the next. And the talk about, it's similar, it's problem solving. It's just like a different whole set of things, and trying to find workarounds and solutions, because you have so many moving pieces and so many people involved, parts involved, locations involved, you know, and same thing, like even when you look at your PR team and your logistics team, everybody has a role, and everybody has to have that same commitment. We happen to be talking about engineers or mechanics, but realistically that work ethic and that dedication would apply to everybody. I think everybody would agree with that.
Yes, sure. And I see though nowadays with also that there are certainly more female also studying and technology or engineering, science, technology, all of that. And they are interested on how to get into the sport. Some have the desire. And I think the one good thing is try to talk, volunteer for internship is a very good thing that I would suggest and recommend. Is the best way to learn in the background, and put yourself out there and trying to learn in a low position or the position you're offered, or even if you don't think is exactly what you would like to end up doing, but just accept to get the opportunity to try and check if that's what you want to be, and learn thinking what you would do if you were in the position that you're actually trying to obtain, even if it's not, you're starting maybe cleaning the car, but you want to become a race engineer or a mechanic or driver, whatever. Just think what you would do if you were in that position. If you want to be an engineer, just think what changes would I make, try to learn from the background and grow from there, and try and get the opportunity to have put, a step in the door and just go grow.
And that's such good advice, Priscilla. It's good life advice, basically, for whatever you want.
True.
Yeah.
And one of the things I would say as well is if I could go back years and give myself advice, would be ask questions. Don't be afraid of asking questions, because most of the time you'll regret not asking them, and the people you do want to ask them to are more than happy usually to help you and guide you, and probably give you a longer and deeper answer, and not the aspect you're asking for, but in general than what you're first seeking to, and can lead you in different directions and more opportunities. Because a lot of the time people don't even know that that's what you want to do, because it's never been raised or asked or
offered to you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I think if ask questions like, how does this work? Like Lauren said, like she was in the workshop late at night, even though that wasn't why she was at Cosworth to begin with. That's where she ended up, because she was interested and showed that. And I think that's such an important thing to keep in mind, that there are no stupid questions, because they lead to new answers. So
and everybody would be any manager of a team or anybody would be you're showing your interest, and you're showing, and certainly you're asking, there are no stupid questions, but there's also a lot of smart questions that you can ask too. And you're immediately showing somebody that you're engaged and you're thinking about it maybe 3 steps beyond, the average person, and you're letting them know sort of a little insight into your intellect and interest. And that's always a good way. I know I've seen some of the comments here. People are wondering how to get involved. By the way, I don't know if you've seen in the chat some of the questions that have come in, but got some questions from Lynn St. James. So if there's some great people in the audience, a shout out to Lynn. And with that said too, one thing that I know we all have had in our careers mentors, and we're now, not to date ourselves, Isla, you're excluded from this. We're also of the age where we're mentoring others as well. It's the idea of bringing people up. But with that said, I know Lynn asked 2 questions here about how to if people want to get involved in racing, how do they do it? And then I think she had another question about if being a woman has actually has posed certain challenges that we know. But I'd say the first one about how to recommend for people that are interested in getting into racing. I'm seeing some other questions here too from others asking the same question. To Rosella's point, the internships, I think just being visible at track near you, physically go to races, look around. There are local smaller amateur series, pro-ams, et cetera, that might be near you on a given race weekend. Even some of those pro races, there are several times 6 different series that race on the weekend. So there are, even on a big IMSA sports car racing weekend, there is a Porsche Cup or a Lamborghini Super Trofeo, the Michelin Pilot Challenge, the Prototype Challenge. You can kind of walk through, and what's beautiful about many of these different series, whether it's IndyCar, IMSA, your ticket allows you entry into these different paddocks. So you can actually get up close and take a look, and realistically, very much are close enough where you can ask questions. Certainly if you see Rosella or Lauren or myself or Isla, flag us down, ask us questions, but ask them of anybody. And, basic questions. You don't want to get in the middle of, they're on their work day, but make yourself known, introduce yourself, give your, if you have your a business card, something like that, but just get to know people. Yes. And it's, I know everybody likes to say, life is all about who you know, and that's true. But you might not remember all the people that you already know. Everybody has a network. So the idea is to be aware of your network, build your network, foster the network you have. Let people know that you're interested in racing. You don't know that maybe somebody that works with your mom or dad might have a brother who works in racing. You might not know that until you voice your interest and your passion and start just kind of talking about it out loud. Doors might start to open that you might not have ever even realized were there. So certainly encourage everybody to just kind of promote yourself and talk about where you'd like to get to. And then to like some of the things we talked about earlier, you're not going to necessarily be disregarded just because you don't have a mechanical engineering degree from the, University of Michigan. That's not what this is about.
I think another great way, looking at the panel, a lot of people have been talking about volunteering. Volunteering at racetracks is another great way to get involved in the sport. Some of the things, there's also a couple of people that have been posting, they're behind the scenes, but timing and scoring, working for a series. You might not realize it, but you get great exposure working for a series. And maybe you have a skill set that the series needs, whether it's, monitoring transponders or it's working on the tech truck or whatever, even if competition, my husband works in the competition field now, but he started as a mechanical engineer. So there's a bunch of different avenues. Racing isn't all about the team, right? I know, Paul, you earlier had some people talking about doing the actual broadcast and like what happens with the broadcast. There are people in pit lane. There are pit lane reporters. There's so much to a single racing event. It's so much bigger than just the couple of like jobs that just the 4 of us have held, Right. It's so much bigger and it's growing.
Yes, and there are positions for internship also with the sanctioning bodies too. Exactly. I mean, even for junior position with technical inspection or what else, or timing and scoring, and also pit lane, everything. But at least you can get the first view and just get in. And also for people like in the technology or engineering university that want to get in, the good thing is doing data acquisition. It's a very good position because it allows you to actually learn a lot, see what the car is doing from the computer, also not only on the track. And don't close yourself in and just look at the squiggly lines though. Always remember to look at the whole pictures and how the tires look when the car comes back and everything else. Little details here and there will tell you a lot. But that's a good position to grow if someone is studying that and wants to be involved in racing. I think it gives you an opportunity again to think forward and see what I would do in that position, because you have all the tools. You have a radio, you listen to drivers' feedback, you can hear what the engineering is suggesting, but you always try and be a step ahead and say what I would do in that position. That I think is a very good way of learning. And if you ever had the opportunity to jump in and do something else that you're used to, it's a very, very good opportunity to take and to actually go with it. Not just what you want, the task that you want to pursue, but try and widen your horizon and do it. I was lucky to be able to drive at times, and it's been very useful, and it gives you the opportunity to actually see and feel firsthand when you have a driver's feedback or what he's talking about. And it was very good.
Yes, that's a good point, I think. And you made a number of good points, Rosella. But one of the things I'm really getting from listening to you in particular is just do it, just show up, make the connections, learn, observe, do all the things you're probably good at anyhow. And persistence and commitment pays off. I can tell you from personal experience, I've seen many young women and men enter as interns and end up in leadership levels eventually in the sport by just becoming passionate. And that's why I think this is so important to include the full spectrum of humanity, women and men in motorsports. So this has been fascinating, and I commend you, Beth, in assembling this great panel tonight. It's been wonderful.
Thank you again for giving us the opportunity. And honestly, although we say about, mentoring, we've mentored others, we've had good mentors. The other thing is having men who have supported us and have given us different chances. And honestly, Paul, you have been a great friend and a great mentor, and you have been behind the cause of diversity in motorsport for many, many years. And you and I have had a lot of talks about it, and you have been a champion. And honestly, I'm grateful for you.
Well, thank you. I'm grateful for you, Beth, and I wish you the best too with Grace Autosport. I think it's a brilliant idea.
Thank you.
I know you are the most committed, determined person. You will do big things with Grace. And Lauren, it's great to see you again. Isla, it's fantastic to meet you. And Rosella, it's great to see you. And please say hello to my rascal friend, Philip.
Will do. Thank you.
You as well to Scott.
Tempered by.
Thank you.
Thank you. What a great panel, Beth. We are big, huge fan of what you do, and Paul. When we decided to do this together back in the summer, and we made the announcement, and I think the next day Paul called me and said, "I got a call from Beth. Do you know Beth?" And I said, yes, I do. And she says, "Oh my God, I want to be involved. This is so awesome." And thank you, Beth. Really. And if I can share a personal experience, that first and foremost, the co-founder of Portrade, Judy King. So, she's not on the panel. She should have been on the panel, but she's in the production team and she's working behind the scene. And Judy has been in the industry for over 20. I mean, we're talking about her on the panel before. She knows everybody in the business. Everybody knows Judy. And that's another example of a great a woman doing an incredible career in motorsport. And I started my first boss at my first job. Her name was Christelle. She was running the track in Manicourt, and I worked for her. And my second boss, her name was Monique. And John, you might remember Monique. We saw her in Le Mans. She was running the marketing team for Castrol, and that was the most fun job I ever had. I was the assistant of the assistant of the assistant of Monique, and I was in charge of putting stickers everywhere at every track. And Castrol at that time was involved in every type of motorsport, from motorcycle to the world speed record. Remember that Trust, Paul? Remember the big truck? Okay. I didn't go to that event because I was still an intern, but I did so many cool things. So Monique was my second boss, and yeah, absolutely. There were so many women in the industry, and what a fascinating panel. So wish you all the very, very best.
And let's go change the world. I still have that dream of a woman's face on the Borg Warner trophy. I'm not putting any pressure on you, Beth, but
It might be Isla's.
Isla's right there above you, ready to go. So let's.
I'll do my
I
best.
think it's an inevitability. It's not an if, it's a when. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you all.
So we're going to, it's 5:50. We're going to pretty much wrap up the day, and let's see if we can bring Judy on just quickly to say hi. If she's not, we'll see, because with the production team right now. So it's I'm getting no, she's busy right now. So we'll sorry, we just have to wrap up and move everything. So just again, what an incredible day. John, you're the master of sharing what happened and what's next, what's tomorrow.
Well, I'm working out of my home office like a lot of our viewers across the world. But I certainly feel like I'm at an international racing trade event. So this is a kind of a new thing, never been done before, but there's real value here. So this is a week of real value to everybody in the racing industry across the world. At the same time, it's easy and affordable to attend. And you don't leave your place of business. There's no airfare, no hotel, no rental cars, no big dining and entertainment bills. And when we talk at ePartTrade about using contemporary technology to break through some walls and do stuff different, there's some real advantages. And so we're getting this done online Race Industry Week. We're inventing it with Racer. And we're finding out like, well, hell yeah, this works. So it's really neat to do this and to deliver real value to the folks on this panel and then to everybody in the racing industry. So I'm having fun. And then tomorrow I'll be here at 7 a.m. Pacific Coast time here in California. Chip Ganassi will kick us off tomorrow. Tons of webinars in terms of technical side of racing. And then we'll get into a great webinar title and some really great speakers where technical innovation isn't cheating. So that'd be noon Pacific Coast time. And that's just a great discussion to have. We kind of gave up on the idea in racing that, we should still be innovating, and we stopped talking about it. So tomorrow, be here at noon, Pacific Coast time here in California time. And we're going to tackle that question. Great speakers, Pikes Peak, Diesel Racing, Crampton International Raceway, King of the Hammers, which is a phenomenal run with your brung kind of deal. And we'll have them talk about, let's keep innovating. So we got a big day tomorrow. Also, Digital Momentum is giving a webinar about growing your motorsports business in the digital age. So that's something to talk about. And then at 5, we'll kind of have our happy hour with a special panel on the media. And we'll just kind of go over that and just re-examine one more time the role of the media in racing today, how it's changed, and what we want the media to be in 2021 in the future. So we got a lot more to go.
Well, we do. And I just want to say a couple things here. First off, I want to compliment everybody on this panel for practicing the proper static head pose while someone else is talking. I mean, you've been spectacular. I've been working on it all week, but I haven't been as good as you have been. It's like watching CNN with Caitlin Collins in front of the White House. I got to say that I want so much more out of this panel. I wish we could do this more often and talk about these subjects more often. So I'm going to find a way we do that. I promise you, because this is, I think, the most important thing on racing's agenda. And I can't think of a better way to go over the top of the mountain and start heading downhill to the last half of this week. To me, this is a high point.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you all very, very much. I mean, it's we have been running this by the minute since we launched. That's pretty incredible, and so we'll get back all together tomorrow. So please stay on, because I'm going to move you back as an attendee. So don't, because that way you can come back anytime you want to listen to Chip.
Cool. I will see you tomorrow talking about race fuel.
Absolutely. I'll see you, Beth. And thank you for putting this together. We have actually we'll travel again. This is the beauty of this event, is we travel across the world. And we haven't been to Italy or Rosella yet, but we're going to be talking with Brembo. So, I always choose French company. I'm kidding. So, and Rosella, actually, when we started ePartTrade, we had Ariana Moggeri that was helping us. You probably know Ariana. She worked with me before, and then she was with us there. But then she and her husband opened a restaurant, and the second one, and build a family. And so she's still helping us a little bit on the side, but she's not as much involved. And we used to travel around the world with Ariana, and I went to many places in Italy. And there is a tremendous industry in Italy. There's a lot of suppliers.
The national sport is the second sport behind soccer, I think, but it's very, very popular.
Exactly.
It's on the news, on the news.
great teams, great suppliers. We have plenty of them on the platform.
Yeah.
Well,
Manufacturers. So, and we have all sorts of formula cars, from the ladder up, all the small formula going up. Karting is very popular too, which is actually a very good ground for female. I see a lot of girls going into karting, and yeah, of course, sports car, and then we come to France for the famous 24 hours on Le Mans.
Right.
The great, yes.
Isla's safety equipment company is based in Italy. There's a lot of, as we all know, a lot of suits and such are made there, but HRX.
Absolutely. Yes,
Infrastructure is good. Manufacturing, yeah, there's a lot of companies involved in different facets of racing. Yes.
And actually, nice. Sorry. Cool.
I just want to go to Italy now. So.
I know.
Good. So Ayla, please say hi to Ago for me. He is going to send us more content to post on the platform. And I think no later than last week, we had another Italian company that came on board. Rosella, I'm sure you know them, Francesco from Avia Race.
Yes, I know. Yeah,
yes.
Of course.
So go on ePortrait, look for them. Great companies, and so that's really the beauty of this. I mean, we build this platform so people from around the world could get together, connect, exchange, and that's another good example. Man, woman, anybody, and then you add a little magic of Paul Fanner, and suddenly, you're basically putting this event together, which is spectacular. So thank you all very, very much. And so, as I was saying, please stay with us. I'm going to move you one by one into an attendee. So we'll get you back in tomorrow. And then, John, while I do this, I'm going to let you wrap the day.
Okay. Well, thank you, Francis.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Online Race Industry Week is originating so far from across the U.S., Australia, England, France, Germany. So this whole Online Race Industry Week is truly a global enterprise. And we have participation when people are zooming in, and they're zooming in from other countries. Francis wrote in an article on LinkedIn, which he tries to do every Friday afternoon, that I'd rather be in this mess with racers. And I think we're seeing that today in Online Race Industry Week, that we're responding. The racing trade shows were canceled and due to the pandemic, and rightfully so. But we had this response. We wanted to put something together. And then when we reached out to people, they said, hell yeah, we're on board. So this is how racers respond. And it's not like, oh, there's a pandemic, I'm just going to go hibernate. It's like, no, let's put something together here. And then to have Paul contact Roger Penske and say, Paul or Roger, what do you think? And he's on board. So it's been a great week, 2 more days of really, and when I say a lot of content, it's really a lot of insight and a lot of nuggets you can grab hold of and plan next year, and then really, again, drive next year. So it's not just what's going to happen, but let's drive stuff for a very successful 2021.
Absolutely. Amen, brother. I think that I just want to add one thing here is that what I've gotten out of this entire process of being with you and being with the people we've been talking to is we really are in this together. There's a real sense, I think we value each other a lot more. We look at each other. I used the word teammates earlier, but we're all teammates in moving racing forward and accelerating its progress. And we may compete on the racetrack, we may compete in the marketplace, but we all win if racing grows and attracts new audience and all of the potential is realized. And I think it's been a bit of a renewal to go through this process. It dusts off the race car, and we're ready to go race again into a very important year. And I just thank you both, and I thank Judy for all you've done to make this possible. Thanks for including me in your excellent adventure.
Well, thank you for being such an important part of it and putting together some of the nuts and bolts were gold nuts and bolts, and some of the gold ones Paul put together.
Yeah, like we had to have the race car there first to put all the things on top of it. So So the race car was roaring to go, and we just added a few things to it. So really fantastic. I mean, bravo, bravo. I mean, I'm just so impressed and so happy to be involved. Thank you.
Thank you. And it's only the beginning, Paul. We're going to do a lot more. We're extending it next week and the following month, right?
Right.
Okay, guys, thank you very, very much. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 6:45 California time. And we'll launch the webinars probably an hour before, so you can log in anytime you want. And please share the link and the information with all your friends within the industry. And we have 2 more days to go. Good night and see you tomorrow.